Chapter 1. Initiation. 1. As soon as the plume of smoke cleared up, Ram felt a rare sense of helplessness. Ram. She opened her pale crimson eyes, straining them as she peered into the room which still had smoke hovering over it. However, even as she did so, searching for something amongst the emptiness, the ones which she was seeking were nowhere to be seen. She looked for those people in the room where a large hole had appeared, someone moving or someone in black, along with the adorable blue one. However, they were nowhere to be found. Ram's shoulder was grabbed from behind as she had tried to take a step forward, bringing her back to her senses. She realized that she had been about to step through a cracked bit of the floor. If she hadn't been stopped in her tracks, she might have fallen. How clumsy of her, to literally not even see what was beneath her feet. I'm glad you're safe, Ram and Patrassi-chan. Are you okay as well? Ram. Emilia-sama. Ram bit her lip. Meanwhile, the one who grabbed her by the shoulder was Emilia, who should have been on the upper floors. While panting slightly, Emilia checked to make sure Ram was okay, as well as how the black earth dragon, Patrash, who was crouched down behind them, was getting on. Finally, while looking at them, Ram regained enough of her composure to take in the state of her surroundings. The corridor in which had been a robust stone tower had collapsed, with the floor and ceiling both smashed to pieces. She could see the sky and sand of the sand sea from across the wall, which now had a hole in it. A parched breeze was blowing in as a result. However, the place that had gotten damaged the most was the room, where Ram, Patrash, and company had been staying in, until just before that's to say, the room they'd so dubbed the Green Room. The room had been chock full of grass and ivy, covering the walls, floor, and even going up all the way to the ceiling. Nevertheless, the room was now unrecognizable from its original state, with its natural erosion of many, many years torn up root and branch. That included its beds, which were woven from grass and ivy, as well as the faint light the spirit's presence gave off. All of it. That, and their biggest problem was, Emilia. Ram, where did Subaru and Rem go? They're safe, right? Standing by Ram's side, Emilia peered into the area where the green room had previously stood. Ram wasn't able to answer her question straight away, even though she knew that her painful silence itself served as an answer. 2. First of all, let's try and sort out what happened. We're not going to be able to talk about things calmly unless we do the looking around at everyone had gathered within the room as she said that. Anastasia took charge of the situation. Anastasia's white fox scarf, echidna, was still wrapped around her. She brushed her fingers through her slightly dusty fur as she spoke. Anastasia. So, about that black shadow that attacked the tower just before. Julius. It's gone, at least for now. Thanks to the power of the divine dragon, Volcanica, I say. Echidna. Both the dragon and the shadow's movements were so sudden, it made us really wonder what the heck was happening. Inside the tower, the ones that come back safe and sound began to share what had happened, starting first with Anastasia, and then Julius and Echidna following her lead. Much like Anastasia and Echidna, Julius' white knight garb was also covered in grime. However, that wasn't just because of the heated battle that had taken place in the tower. It was also heavily due to the effects of the aforementioned event. Nevertheless, none of these three had ended up with any extra injuries. On that point itself, you could say it was a relief. That in itself was thanks to the achievement wrought by the divine dragon, Volcanica, on the topmost floor of the tower. Beatrice. Volcanica cleaved the looming shadow with its breath. I suppose. If not for that, we would have probably been in for a world of hurt. In fact, Anastasia gave Beatrice a nod in response to what she had said, as the latter folded her short arms together. In all honesty, when Volcanica had unleashed its breath so suddenly, Anastasia had uncharacteristically resigned herself for death. Things had happened so quickly that there hadn't been any way to deal with it. Though, of course, she couldn't say that she had completely relaxed her guard just because of that single breath. Julius. The divine dragon's response to the crisis dawning upon us was simply magnificent. But even so, the state it's in isn't great. That remains unchanged still currently, though. It seems to be keeping itself quite obedient and following Emilia-sama's instructions. Anastasia. Out of consideration for Julius. Emma try and avoid Callum senile, but 'tis all the same as the divine dragon sin being a scary un. Anyways, as for what happened, it's exactly as Beatrice John says. Beatrice, I suppose, the only one who could have dealt with a situation as abrupt as that was Volcanica. What would have become of them now, had the dragon not blown away the looming shadow for them? Yet, they couldn't start jumping around in joy. There was 8 NM, but they all went towards Onizen and stuff. Anastasia, Milican. Melee, my apologies. Anastasia. Melee didn't take care with her word choice, almost as if she were upset, and for that, Anastasia chided her. Melee gave her a sincere apology as she looked towards Ram and Amelia, both having kept their silence. In hindsight, the ones who had received the damage from that shadow had been the two from the Amelia Camp Subaru and Remnus. The damage the Anastasia camp had suffered was practically zilch. Anastasia, though it's not like I can actually say that, we're all traveling together after all. Anastasia muttered that to herself before then catching a glimpse of Julius and Echidna. They had been working together with Amelia's group during the time she had traded places with Echidna, when she had been sleeping at the depths of her own consciousness. It went without saying for Echidna, whom she had known for around 10 years, but even the practically brand spanking new Julius, at least as far as her memories were concerned, could easily tell that she was shook. On that point, it was quite the surprise to Anastasia that Beatrice, who should have been quite close to them, had come to this meeting. Anastasia, Beatrice, John, are you all right? Wait. No, it ain't proper me to use a word like all right. But still, you haven't gotten yourself into a panic, no? Beatrice, Betty panicking wouldn't mean to bring back Subaru and Rem. In fact, right now, the main issue in question is messing up our first move due to panic, I suppose. I'd specifically like to avoid that. In fact, Anastasia, first move? By that, do you mean Amelia, bringing back Subaru and Remington taking action for that, yeah? Anastasia raised her eyebrows quizzically as she tried to question Beatrice. However, Amelia interrupted her, still while supporting Ram by her shoulder. Amelia's amethyst eyes pierced right through Anastasia, her eyes widening in surprise a tad at the intensity of her glare. She wet her lips with her tongue. Anastasia, dang, I thought you were going to be dejected as heck, but that's one hell of a look you've got in your eyes. What do I mean? Amelia, it's really nothing complicated. Subaru and Rem ended up being swallowed by that shadow and taken away from us. Volcanica did drive it away, but he was just a tad too slow. Even so, Ram, they didn't die from it. I'm sure of it. While still being propped up by Amelia, Ram opened her eyes and replied. Then she gently touched the part of her on her forehead, the part where presumably her Oni clan horn had been as she let out an exhausted sigh. It was what served as the basis of her words, which felt full of conviction. Anastasia, the Oni tribes, wouldn't that be the sister Synesthesia? So you're saying that you're linked with Rem-san? Ram, yep, that's right. Rem is alive, no clue about Barusu. Beatrice, Subaru's all right as well, I suppose. Betty can guarantee that. In fact, Beatrice shouted in anger, almost red in the face, in response to Ram's very Ram-like words. After all, she was Beatrice. The spirit had made a contract with Subaru. Her words did have some credibility to them. In other words, it meant that the two of them who had vanished had been confirmed to be alive from separate angles. Julius, in regard to Subaru, we have a connection with Beatrice Sama's contract, and in regards to Miss Rem, we have Miss Ram's synesthesia. Both of those are worth believing in. Besides, I too like to hope. Anastasia, quite the honesty there. Well, either way, I too would rather prefer that Natsuki and Remsen were safe and sound. Anastasia stroked her scarf after Julius replied, as if to say getting too close to them would be a problem. They were working with Amelia's group as collaborators for the time being, but the fact that they were competing with each other in the royal selection hadn't changed. She didn't want them to get the wrong idea about that and add to their troubles. Nevertheless, it was precisely because they were fighting each other that they ought to repay their debts without fail. Melee, we LL then? Like, it's super duper good that Onais and N stuff are alive. BUT, where are they? Failing to read the mood positively, Melee asked him that while playing around with the tiny crimson scorpion balance on her head. Julius opened his mouth in reaction to her question and began to speak. Julius, well, though I wouldn't be able to explain them in great detail, that shadow was a product of Een magic, or at the very least, the Een attribute. It should be the same sort that's sealing the likes of the Witch of Envy in her shrine, and Roy Alfred in the dragon carriage. If we presume this to be the case, then as for our resident expert, Beatrice, that would be Betty, I suppose. My prognosis isn't all that different from Julius either. In fact, that thing was a clump of Een, I suppose. It's close to a Shamak that's been given direction. In fact, Echidna Shamak? Isn't that the basic magic of the Een attribute? How is it then so powerful? Beatrice, I knew there were going to be quite a few humans who'd misunderstand since there are hardly any users of it. However, it's troubling that even you think it like that, when you're a spirit like me. In fact, Echidna, who had taken up her white fox form, was stared at reproachfully by Beatrice, causing her to cower her head. Giving a sigh at her reaction, Beatrice raised one of her fingers and said, "May I suppose?" Beatrice. Shamac's special quality is in separation. In fact, a low-grade Shamak separates one's body from their awareness, whereas a high-grade Shamak rends space from itself. I suppose. Betty's door crossing is one such application, linking two rooms together and achieving something close to teleportation. In fact, Ram. That was a contraption Beatrice Yzma had set up in the previous mansion. It was a real pain having to call her for meal times, so to be quite honest, I'd gotten fed up with it. Beatrice, it really upsets Betty that you'd say that so honestly right here. Right now, I suppose. I do believe I am sorry about it, but the apologies can wait until later anyways. Shamak, in essence, can separate space from space if so inclined, as well as that it can separate objects no matter how strong they are. It's the Witch of Envy's specialty. In fact, Anastasia, from your explanation, aren't you saying that Natsukikin and Remsen have been scattered into pieces? If that shadow was as deadly as that, then what Shetz had felt just like something that branded Subaru and Rem's survival had been swallowed by it, as being hopeless. Beatrice, however, shook her head at Anastasia's question. Beatrice, what I mentioned right now was an allegory, I suppose. At least, that shadow wasn't something that was set to chop Subaru and Rem into pieces. In fact, but it was to take them within and whisk them away somewhere, I suppose. Echidna, somewhere across space in this situation, I imagine it would be to where she is. Ram, after all, there's the matter of Barusa's miasma. Echidna broke down Beatrice's exposition into simpler terms, and at the end of that, Ram provided the reason why. The miasma that enveloped Subaru, which had greatly agitated the witch beasts en route to the watchtower, was now a well-known fact amongst the royal selection candidates. Regarding this miasma thing, both its cause and its finer details were unknowns. Ram, all I know about the miasma is that it attracts witch beasts to it, and that the people who are connected with the witch cult often emanated in spades. That's pretty much it. Emilia, HM, although Subaru's been chased by witch beasts quite a few times, he's got nothing to do with the witch cult. I get that it's pretty suspicious. But, Anastasia, no need to fret. Don't worry, I ain't casting doubt on that now. Emilia-san. Emilia. Oh, thank goodness. Subaru is a good boy, so... Emilia patted her chest in relief. However, the issue was still very much there. Just like Anastasia had said, the thread of thought regarding Subaru being connected to the witch cult was no longer inside her. Nevertheless, the fact that they didn't know Subaru's origins still brought forth doubts within her. She didn't think that Subaru was someone with ill intent. However, ill intent that one wasn't conscious to was a thing too. There was a chance that, behind all of his good intent, Subaru's existence was a ticking time bomb in itself. Anastasia, yeah. So your concern is unnecessary. I got that much from how you started the sentence off. The shadow that swallowed Natsuki-kun and Remsen up was the one that whisked Emma away ta somewhere. The real question is, where ta Echidna, as well as what happened due to Volcanica's breath having interfered with it. Beatrice and Ram, who were linked to the two of Subaru and Rem respectively, probably had a rough idea of their whereabouts. Searching for them was going to be a tall order. If all they knew was that they were alive, without knowing exactly where they'd been hurtled off to, at the very least, the option of not searching for them was not available to anyone in this place. Emilia, please, you two, where Subaru and Rem? Tell me, please. Beatrice and Ram exchanged looks, having turned towards Emilia's sincere appeal. Then after a few seconds of silence from the both of them, Beatrice. He's south, in fact. Ram too senses that she's in that same direction. I'm not sure of her exact position, but I think she's fairly far away. Emilia, south? South from here, we have the, Emilia furrowed her well-defined eyebrows straight after Beatrice and Ram had both mentioned they were south, though she must have been giving it her all to envision a map of the world in her mind. Anastasia raised her hand in her stead. Currently, they were in the Augria sand dunes situated in the easternmost part of the world map. As far as south from here went Pecutat or Flanders of the 5 great cities, with the most likely, however, Julius. In regard to that alone, the state of the two is inscrutable. Seemingly having arrived at the same idea, Julius spoke Anastasia's mind for her, from the way he got into sync with the speed of her thoughts. Anastasia valued him as being ideal as her knight even more, all while batting one of her eyes shut and saying, Indeed, Anastasia. 'Tis quite the distance, but if they find themselves around those parts, then we can say that the damage incurred will be negligible. Yet despite that, both of your faces look pale. Do you both mean Tasei's way more south? Emilia, way more south you can't mean. Meili, they ended up going all the way down to the Valachian Empire in the th. Meili's surprise was minimal compared to how shocked Emilia was. But it was safe to say that Meili's reaction was down to the fact that she hadn't comprehended the scale of things. Given that, Beatrice and the others' reactions were all perfectly understandable. If Subaru and Rem had crossed through the country, and if they'd crossed into the Southern Empire, they had a real problem at hand. Anastasia. If I'm not mistaken, the Kingdom of Laginica and the Valachian Empire in the south signed a non-aggression pact that would last for the entire royal selection. ISN that right, Julius? Julius, that's correct. I imagine you would know about this. But I also went there to tie down the agreement. Me, Reinhard, Ferris, and such met the Emperor in person. Emilia, from what I heard, we were on really bad terms with the Empire. But if you did that, then are we okay with them now? So if we were to go and search for Subaru and Rem, Julius? No, that's not going to fly. Julius lowered his brows with a shake of his head in response to Emilia's timid question. He softly cast his yellow eyes down, which glittered like jewels emblazoned on his handsome features. Julius, the Empire has forbidden travel between itself and the kingdom since several months ago, for the time being, due to the royal selection. The same thing happened with the Holy Kingdom of Gustico in the north. However, they've already rescinded their ban. Echidna, I guess that means the one the Empire set hasn't been rescinded, though we did travel to the Watchtower, so because of that we don't have the latest information. So if the situation there hasn't changed, Emilia going there to help Subaru and Rem is going to be tough? Julius, yes, unfortunately. Though they exchanged various thoughts about it, Julius concluded with these mere words of regret. Anastasia, too, could only come to the same conclusion as Julius. It would be impossible to break in from the front where entering the Valachian Empire was concerned. They have no choice but to look for a secret way in, and in addition to that, they'd also need to find the time and contacts for it. There'd be no quick and easy way here. Surely Emilia would be in an absolute hurry when thinking about the two people whose status remained unknown. Emilia, we need to move quickly. We'll receive Volcanica's blood and bring it back to Priestella. Then we'll take the gluttony we captured to the royal capital. Yeah? Beatrice. Emilia? Emilia, I know Beatrice. I can't help but feel really impatient. But we won't be able to help Subaru and Rem out. Even if we rush things here, we've got to remain calm. However, Emilia's calm decision surprised Anastasia, just as it seemed she would have gotten into a panic. She gave a resolute nod at Beatrice, also similarly surprised. Her eyes were quivering. Her voice was shaking a bit, yet she was giving it her all to keep a grip of herself. It was just like she was saying, I'm not going to fold my arms together and sit back for even a second if it means getting Subaru and Rem back. Emilia, you two, Subaru and Rem must be together, right? Rem, I just double-checked with Beatrice Sama. We think they probably are. Emilia, alrighty then if that's the case. I'm sure Subaru will go to great lengths to protect Remington. That's why we needn't worry about Rem. Even though Subaru's a little scary. Though her belief in Subaru was strong, in regard to the same kind of worries. Anastasia did agree as well. Natsuki Subaru had lost his memories for a bit in the tower, as a result of being left to his own devices. That boy with propensity for self-punishment had a bad habit of making light of himself in order to protect the people precious to him, just as it sometimes would encourage others. It also similarly served as a cause for concern. Anastasia, that said, guess all we can really do is count on Natsuki-kun's quick wits. Emilia-san is right. What we can't do is stay here grumbling and moaning inside the tower. We gotta get a move on. Julius, understood loud and clear, Beatrice Isma. Do inform us if there are any elements of concern. Beatrice, Subaru's body, I suppose. Subaru's gate can't expel mana out on its own since it's broken. In fact, if we leave him alone for too long, then it's going to burst due to a mana blockage, I suppose. Anastasia, I see. I'm sort of in the same boat. So I can really get on the same level as Natsuki-kun there. Anastasia's gate was defective by birth. She was unable to take in mana properly. Such, for example, would be a critical defect for a mage. Nevertheless, this had no effect on the luck and knack for business needed for a merchant, so it didn't really bother her much. Echidna, Anna, Anastasia, I know. In regards to our problems, and we're going to talk about them separately a bit later that aside, it doesn't look like we got any time to slack off. Anastasia clapped her hands together, with everyone else nodding back at her signal. Their objective was to search for the whereabouts of Subaru and Rem, who had both disappeared. For that, they would need to return from the Pleiades watchtower as soon as possible, in order to muster a search party as well. On top of that, they needed to fulfill one of the primary objectives that they'd come to the tower for. Melee. Things are so hectic, to the point that I almost feel like I'm going to pass OUT. Amelia. I know, right. Still, Subaru and Rem must be having it way more tough. Amelia firmly clenched her fist, thinking of Subaru, who had been hurtled off to somewhere far away. Seeing her face in profile, Melee, with a tiny crimson scorpion plopped on her head, narrowed her eyes and said, yeah, of course, with a shrug of her shoulders. And just like that, the group began to busy themselves to get their preparations done, or so they were about to. Melee, come to TNK of it. Ram O'Neeson, did you tell him about TH thing? Ram, I still haven't. Anastasia and the others. That thing? Ram's face turned sour at Melee's rather abrupt question. All of their gazes turned towards Ram, clearly having not heard anything about it. With them all looking at her, Ram paused for a brief moment, and after that said, Ram, Emiliasima, although I'm still not 100% sure about this, the one swallowed by the shadow and hurled away to the Empire, may not just be only Barusu and Rem. Emilia, not only the two of them, but you, Patriskeken, and Melee are all accounted for, so shouldn't that be everyone who was in the green room? Melee, well, a girl appeared all of a sudden, before that shadow came kind of kerplowing in. And what's more, according to O'Neeson, it was the third gluttony or something. Anastasia and the others. The third gluttony, Anastasia, and the others were taken completely aback after being told this tidbit. They really could not disregard. And so, the discussion grew in intensity, regarding whether they should amend their actions going forward, and getting the details which Ram had kept under wraps regarding this matter out of her. As that went on, within the now-turned bedlam of the Pleiades watchtower, Amelia clasped her hands in prayer in front of her chest, all the while looking out of the huge hole where the green room had once stood. Amelia, please. Subaru, I really hope you'll be all right with Rem. 3. As Amelia's small prayer drowned in the parched skies overhead the sea of sand, at the same time far, far away, Subaru, sitting atop an open meadow, caressed gently by a wandering breeze, was a boy, and in his embrace, a girl. The boy had black hair, and his eyes sharp as the edge of a dagger, with the whites being quite pronounced, a.k.a. the very known Sampakigan. Eyes that made his face to appear in a permanent scowl, a glare rumored to be all that is needed to kill a man. However, at that moment, his lips curved up ever so softly, and the corners of those eyes were wet. It took all he had to not break into a complete ball. It was a natural outcome, of course. Had waited for this very moment for so long. The memories of each day he passed in wait, in grief. None would allow him to look away for even the briefest of moments from the girl in front of him. The girl, embraced so dearly, looked at him through the locks of her bright blue hair. Her eyes widened, though the strength to resist was barely present on her adorable face. It was as if she had woken from sleep and was still caught up in her drowsiness. To be fair, that was indeed the truth of the matter. She had finally woken up from a long, long slumber, so she had quite obviously feel a disconnect from reality. Rem, her lips moved, as if mulling over what had spoken a moment ago. As he watched, the boy Natsuki Subaru nodded vigorously. Subaru, yeah, exactly, that's exactly it. Remington, I'm your hero. I've been waiting for, so long for. Rem, Subaru, Rem? Trying to stifle the tremble of his own voice, he desperately tried to pick up on Rem's, perhaps due to being thirsty or something of the sort. Though as her lips moved and her tongue flicked, her throat would not produce sound. Even so, he put his ear near her mouth, attempting to glean even a sliver of what Rem was trying to communicate to him. Her meager attempt to convey anything filled him with immense joy. Rem, Subaru, I'm listening. There's no need to rush it, okay? Rem, what are you trying to? Tell me, as he would have said, but was ultimately cut off. Once had drawn his ears close enough to listen to her. His trail of thought was halted as a hand pushed against his head and chin. Following that flow, he felt himself be turned over and fall to the ground. And then, Subaru, Rem? Subaru found himself with his back on the grass, and Rem straddled on top of him. Bewildered, he remained stiff in place. Staring down at him, Rem's eyes scanned him from top to bottom. She then released a quiet sigh and, Rem, what's your aim here? Tell me what you intend to do to me right now. Subaru, Rem, Calling yourself some hero out of the blue, and who's Rem? Tell me right now. Knees pressed down over Subaru's shoulders. Her hands shot to his neck, with her weight bearing down on him. Subaru struggled to move, his legs twitching restlessly. However, the skill with which Rem had restrained him was somewhat awing. She had left no room for him to regain his freedom. Subaru, Gua GHK. Rem, if you refuse to speak, I will simply continue until you desire to do so. Please do not prolong your own suffering. Speak. What exactly are you? Subaru, Ga. He knew not whether it was involuntary or on purpose, but the strength with which Rem used to press against his neck left him no room to answer her with. As his mind dimmed due to the lack of oxygen, he realized letting this go on would result in his death. It had been so long, and even if it were a one-sided reunion, Subaru could not allow it to end with Rem strangling him. Not like this. Even if nothing of Subaru remains in her memories. Subaru, Rem, are you feeling like speaking now? If so, I will in good faith. Just then, as Rem frowned while looking at the signs of strained struggle on his face, Lewis, who? Rem Kia? Suddenly, a petite shadow slammed into Rem's body from the side, or rather, it leapt onto Rem and became entangled with her on the grass. With the weight gone, he rolled over and began coughing, then looked towards Rem with clouded, wet eyes. There, he saw the figure of a little girl struggling with Rem. Lewis, you... Rem, what are you doing? Stop it, please. This isn't the time to be. Her blonde hair covering all of Rem. The little girl bared her teeth on her flushed red face as she howled. Subaru stopped, unable to form any thoughts upon witnessing this sight. Subaru took a breath and rushed to the two. And then, Subaru, oi, get away from Rem. Right now. Lewis, you. Subaru pushed off the little girl who had been trying to pull on Rem's Herr Archbishop Louis Arneb, and held her down with her hands behind her back. The light-bodied gluttony attempted to struggle, but only in vain. The best she could currently do was kick about. Twists and groans were thrown in, but nothing more beyond that. Lewis, you. Subaru, God damn it, you. Stop struggling, just stay put. Rem, are you okay? Did she do anything to you? Rem, no, I'm fine. More than that, I keep asking you over and over. Subaru yelled as he held Lewis down, to which Rem answered with crooked brows. With her eyes fixed on him, she attempted to stand on her feet. Rem, and thumped back onto the ground, her knees having given away. Her strange way of falling down raised questions in Subaru's mind. Yet unaware she was being observed, she pushed on her knees and tried to stand up once more. However, Rem, my legs won't. Subaru, wait, you can't stand up? Rem, no, that's not true. It's not true at all. Her voice trembled as she attempted to refute his strong claim. However, no amount of willpower allowed her to stand up. Far from being able to balance herself, she couldn't even put any power into her feet at all. Subaru, are you feeling weak because you've been asleep for so long? Wait, that can't be right. Wouldn't call the strength you used to push me over just now that of someone who's been bedridden in as long as you. There was often talk of how one would eventually grow weaker over their long stay at the hospital, likely due to a lack of exercise. It was quite a well-known fact that those people require rehabilitation to stand and walk again, but would that truly end at the legs? It wasn't as if Rem had been moving her upper body during her hospitalization period. She had been asleep for over a year, so it would only make sense for her to feel weak overall, and not just in her legs. And yet, this disconnect existed in her, in Rem's body. Likely this was due to Subaru. Wait, could it be because of the feedback she took from Nisima's fight? As his mind sifted through the possible reasons as to why Rem's body would behave like this, that was a conclusion he had reached. Had heard from Ram in the green room about how her death battle against gluttony went down. Due to Subaru's worsening condition, Ram needed to change things to avoid being cornered, so she had chosen to share her burden with Ram as her trump card. As a result, the majority of Ram's burden of pain, who was said to be the strongest of the Oni clan, flowed into Remington. Subaru remembered having that conversation. If that were the case, then Subaru, it's all my fault, had uttered a phrase had surely be rebuked by Ram for. However, as it stood, Subaru had been unable to fulfill the duty he himself had taken on himself, resulting in Ram needing to push herself further, which consequently affected Remington. It all went back to being Subaru's fault. Steeped in this situation, having none of his friends around that he could rely on, where only he, Rem, and Lewis, who was continuing to act weird for God knows what reason, the responsibility he bore was all the more heavy. Rem, all your fault, you say. Did you do something to me? Subaru, not at all. It was just a figure of speech. However, Rem, first things first. Who are you? And who am I? Subaru, giving the legs that wouldn't obey her will properly a firm whack. Rem glared at Subaru with a tempest of fury in her eyes. Subaru felt something rather bitter, that his unpleasant guess had become reality, hearing Rem's heartbreaking complaint, which it felt like she was going to lose her temper. Rem had said, "Who am I? Who are you?" was still way better. However, her asking about who she was still something extremely gut-wrenching for Subaru, considering had been waiting so long to see Rem again. Head had an inkling this would be the case, from the fact that she was referring to herself using I instead of Rem. Subaru, I guess she must be in the same state as Crushson. Rem had had her name and memories taken away from her, resulting in her continued slumber. There were two other patterns found in the victims of gluttony, namely, the ones found with Julius, who had had his name taken away from him, thus forgotten by the people around him, as well as with Crush, who had had her memories taken away, having lost herself. When Rem had woken up, she had done so having lost her own memories, in an amnesiac state. Her confusion was perfectly natural when you considered she was stuck in a situation this incomprehensible, along with a boy with mean-looking eyes to him, a girl who could do nothing but groan, and her own legs not working as she wished. "Lewis, you Without even realizing that Lewis had grown quiet, as if she had tired herself out from struggling around, she dropped from the exhausted Subaru's arms and fell down on her backside, letting out a screech. She began to roll about, while rubbing her backside. Subaru didn't bother to give her any attention. Instead, he slowly made his way over to Rem's side. As Subaru drew closer to her, Rem kept an eye on him, all the while keeping her guard up strongly. Seeing that look in her eyes, he was reminded of the first time Rem had turned this hostility against him. It was easy to forget, because they'd gotten quite close after they'd warmed up to each other, but Rem originally was quite reserved, and was a rather difficult girl to get close enough to. In that respect, it was way easier with Ram, since she never changed how she interacted with him, both before and after they became closer. The scary part, in fact, though, was that according to one theory, there was even a chance that they didn't get along. Subaru, anyways, the matter of Nessima aside, hey, Rem, what is it? Just so, if you're planning on doing anything to me, ill. Subaru, Remington Rem. Huh? Rem's tense expression turned into one of being taken by surprise. Subaru stopped in his tracks as he made his way over, keeping enough distance between them, so he'd be more than a step out of her reach. Subaru, it's Remington, that's your name. Once again, he called out her name, Rem. Rem sunk into silence, unable to hide her bewilderment, having had that gently poured against her. Nevertheless, she shifted her red tongue, which was barely visible behind her lips, and repeated Rem as if making sure of it. It was like she was making herself familiar with her own name anew. Subaru, in all honesty, I don't really know properly what happened either. Just that we got separated from our friends, and we're here, in this place which is God knows where. You should be able to understand that's quite the mess, right? Rem, while still very bewildered, Rem's eyes examined the grassland and their surroundings rather than Subaru. A breeze rustled to the grassland. The sun was high up in the sky, and he felt humidity against the skin, a muggy sensation that felt different to the parched air of the Augrias sand dunes. He was in a place that was so different that the sensation he felt from the air had changed. In other words, Subaru, we can't expect to be helped immediately. We're going to need to take the necessary actions to help ourselves from here, somehow or other. That's why, Rem. That's why what? What are you going to tell me to do? Me, and my legs which can hardly move and all. Subaru, I imagine you'll get all suspicious again once I say this sort of stuff, but I'd be just content with you being here for me, breathing, talking to me, looking around the surroundings with your eyes. I'd be content with only that, Rem. You mean looking around with my eyes, and telling you whether the coast is clear? Subaru, no, quite like that, though. That too would be fine. He was very much just content with Rem waking up, breathing, and speaking to him, even though it was something rather unselfish. What Subaru had implored in regards to Rem having woken up was only that Shed be in good health. Thus these were, no word of exaggeration, his true intentions. Of course, he needed to solve the issue of her missing memories. That and Amelia, Beatrice, Ram, and everyone had been left behind in the tower with the matter of Subaru and his group having gotten separated from them, ought to be quite worried. He wanted to join up with them as quickly as possible. He wanted to get Ram to meet Rem, since she had felt such love for her little sister, whom she didn't remember. Subaru, please, won't you trust me here? Even if I were to give up my life in exchange, no. It means squat were I to give up my life. So I shall protect you at all cost. I swear it. That's why. Rem. And say I take you up on your offer, then what will you do? Subaru. All right. Would be pointless to act with Noplan, so when it comes to one. Receiving Rem's prudent question, Subaru sought for the information needed to draw up a plan. As aforementioned, Subaru and the others were in a vast grassland. However, they could see large trees growing close to each other, encircling the grassland. Seeing they were intercepted by the canopies of the trees before they reached the horizon, the trees surrounded them at a 360-degree angle. It seemed like they were in an open grassland, a place such as that inside of a forest. Truthfully, it was nothing but dangerous to venture into a forest on a land he was completely unfamiliar with. But, Subaru! Firstly, the unbreakable rule when one gets lost in a forest is to let his allies know his location, using a GPS. But, Rem Jeepies? Subaru, I know. Nothing like that exists, it's just that Biko has a connection she has with me. So there's a possibility she could pinpoint my whereabouts with something similar. In a way, you could say my existence itself is a GPS. Depending on the situation, there was also the possibility that Ram's synesthesia would detect Rem's location. In that sense, both Subaru and Rem were fulfilling their roles as a GPS that connected them to their allies. Subaru, what's left is securing a source of water. It's important to get a hold of water, no matter what. It's probably better if we chose our base camp and start widening our field of search from there. Edible grass and fruits are, I was right to learn it from Kleinson. Gotta thank my mentor. During the process in which he learned parkour and how to handle a whip, Klein had hammered various techniques and knowledge into his head. There were times he nearly whined about giving up on the teachings of the versatile steward, but thanks to it being beneficial to him, Subaru could keep his guiding principle with him despite being in this situation. Anyway, Subaru, there's a lot of other stuff as well, but it's not like him trying to take action without a plan. Are you able to understand now? Ram, to an extent. Even if I wanted to resist him in this condition. So, Subaru, that's a remark that I can get a glimpse of your honest thoughts from. Subaru tested a smile, tried to reassure her, but her reaction wasn't as good as he thought it would be. Having lost her memories, there was no foundation for Rem to build her trust for Subaru on. If she could move her legs freely, then she might have already escaped from him long ago. Though, he didn't want to think of the misfortune that happened to her as something fortunate. Subaru, your legs. I hope you can start moving around on them soon. Rem, HK, even if you told me that, I don't know. What are you going to do? Subaru, I told you. Firstly, I'm planning on searching for water. There's a thing with your legs. So I'm thankful if you wouldn't act against me if you could. Saying that, Subaru closed the final step between him and Rem, crouching down and turning his back to her. If she looked at his posture, even Rem would know what he was trying to do. Rem, are you planning to bring me with you on your back? Subaru, there's also the choice to princess carry you, but I won't last very long if I do that. If you would let me carry you on my back, I guess it's very helpful, personally. Rem. She fell silent for a while, staring at Subaru's pitiful expression. After that, she slowly blew out a sigh and tentatively reached for his back. Rem's slender arm slunk above his shoulders, interlocking in front of his chest. Feeling the tender weight on his back, Subaru took his time in standing up, making sure he wouldn't shake Rem, who was clinging onto him. He felt her weight. However, what he thought while carrying her on his back was that she was light. During this 1 year, he had many opportunities to carry the slumbering Rem, but every time he did, he experienced how difficult it was to carry an unconscious person firsthand. The sensation wasn't there with the Rem who was holding on to him of her own accord. Rem, is something the matter? Subaru, no, it's just that it was deeply moving, oddly enough. So, it's about the search for water, but, Rem, before that, what will we do about that girl? Subaru, looking ahead of the place where Rem indicated by jerking her chin over his shoulder, Subaru remembered the problem. On the grassland, splayed out on the grass while patting her bottom, the area she had hit on the ground, was Lewis, who was tangled up in her own long, blonde hair. What should he do about this an archbishop that was acting strangely? Subaru. Even Subaru knew Lewis' current state was unnatural. She was an opponent with a mental structure that couldn't be declared as decent, but it was because of her knavishness, not because he could see her previously hidden side of infantile regression. In fact, she was quite intelligent for her age, and she also had the room to ponder over her devilish thoughts, something that was similar to swiping her tongue across the splinters in one's heart. What about the behavior of the current Lewis? Lewis, having been licking Subaru's face at the time, he woke up, growling, like a toddler that didn't know how to speak, and throwing a tantrum like an infant as a result. There was no mistake that something immeasurable had occurred within her mind. However, Subaru, will that become a reason for me to pity her? She was abhorrently evil. That truth would always be unwavering. Lewis, who he had faced at the last scene in the Hall of Memories, had been traumatized from experiencing return by death, becoming frightened of not only Subaru, but everything that existed in this world. At that point, she had already become enough of a poor, miserable girl. However, Subaru didn't save her. He didn't even think about wanting to save her. Despite having many different options held in front of them, they continuously picked the choices that went against humanity, ultimately losing the opportunity to correct those and cut off their own way out of it. The Sin Archbishops were those kinds of people. Her two older brothers, as well as Lewis herself, weren't exceptions either. Committing unforgivable evils, Lewis Arnebb had turned into a degenerate deserving of being damned to hell. Why did Subaru have to save someone like that? Rem, you want to help her? Subaru, it's complicated. I was in the same place as her, but she's not really my ally. In fact, she's on the opposite side of an ally. My heart won't ache, even if I left her here. Rem behind him. He heard Rem's breath catching in her throat, but it was a reaction that couldn't be helped. From Rem, who didn't know of Subaru's circumstances, Lewis probably only appeared to her as a young, helpless girl, just as what she looked like, even if her true identity was one of the desecrators that toyed with a great number of lives. That's why Subaru had one choice. Subaru, we're leaving her there. We can't bring a dangerous element with us, much less a burden. Picking up Lewis from the advancing shadows was an error or misjudgment that he made in the tower. Perhaps, if Subaru had abandoned her then and there could have been a possibility this wouldn't have happened between him and Rem. It was certainly what people called as causing 100 problems, and bringing forth not a single profit. Rem, is that so? Subaru, yeah, that's right. I can't say I had a pleasant time waking up either, but Subaru's topmost priority was Rem, and then himself. He would never be confused about it. With that intention, Subaru ignored Lewis, who was lying down on the grass, and headed toward the forest on the opposite side to Rem. As I thought, even if I were to be empty, I was right to believe in myself. It was said with a terribly icy, cutting tone. Having that voice murmured by his ear close by, Subaru released a breath with an eh. However, forbidding him from reacting any further, a pair of slender arms snaked themselves around his neck. Rem, who was being carried on Subaru's back, was strangling him from behind. Subaru gawk. Rem saying things that sound pleasant to my ears before inviting me to come with you, and then abandoning the girl. How could I believe someone like that? Telling me to put my trust in him. Stop messing around with me. The strength in the arms wrapped around his neck was certainly the strength of an Oni, unlike her physically handicapped legs. Unable to peel her arms away, Subaru's breathing was blocked completely. Bending himself backwards, he wasn't aiming to do so, but he fell onto the grassland on his back. However, in spite of being crushed underneath him, Rem refused to remove her arms from his neck. Since she was behind him, he couldn't flail his arms to free himself from her. Why? The doubts and questions filled up the inside of his head. He shouldn't be asking why, because Rem had already provided the answer to that. In front of her, who didn't know anything, Subaru had made too much haste out of his panicking feelings. He was receiving retribution for that. Like this Rem letting such a wicked stench drift around yourself, and saying you're not scheming anything is a bare-faced lie in itself. Subaru, a wicked stench. Subaru recalled his memories as he heard that. During the time he had just gotten to meet Rem, the biggest reason she doubted him and regarded him as dangerous was by no means a bad impression he gave during their first meeting, nor the shape of the eyes he was born with. The witch's miasma, having lost her memories. Even if Rem didn't have anything left other than herself, she was still able to perceive it. That was the largest factor that bought him Rem's suspicions. He was too late in remembering it, much less even noticing it, and Subaru, thrashing and twisting his body around. Subaru attempted to make an excuse for his actions, but it was impossible. Like that, Subaru's consciousness fell into the deep abyss of the darkness, slowly and gradually. The last thing he wanted was to be killed by Rem like this. He shouted that out with desperation. His voice was silent, unable to be heard. For Subaru, HK Rem, the abrupt awakening of his consciousness, woke up Subaru's upper body as though crashing into him. At that instant, coughing violently due to the pouncing ache of his throat, While spitting out the phlegm stuck there, Subaru somehow raised his body and looked around. The location was the meadow Subaru had been thrown into. Those were his circumstances. Though he was in a state of awakening he had remembrance of, he immediately discerned that the spectacle was not one yielded by return, by death, because neither Rem's form nor Louis' form would be found anywhere in his environs. Subaru, this place is undoubtedly someplace I was hurled to. Recalling the preceding moments, the instant he touched his neck, the pain regurgitated repulsive memories. His throat strangled by Rem whom he was carrying, and just like that, he was robbed of his life. No, that was not the case. Subaru, my throat hurts, that means Rem didn't kill me. She did strangle him, but did not go as far as to kill him. Astonished by the judgment Rem had spoken with such an icy voice, Subaru spilled an exhale of relief and then immediately admonished himself that this was no time to be taking relief. He did not die. In other words, the world was resuming onward from the earlier worst possible turn of events. He had remmed out his humanity due to the scent of the witch, and she had disappeared with the worst possible impression of him maintained. The reason why those two were not here must be because they sought to run away from Subaru. In the end, Rem was repulsed by Subaru's judgment of seeking to leave Louis behind. Casting aside a young child in an unknown meadow, he must have seemed as a truly cold-hearted man. Subaru, I'm telling you, that's a misunderstanding, though she probably won't trust me even if I tell her. Whilst lamenting his consecutive misjudgments, Subaru straightened his cheeks and stood up. Upon looking at the sky, he could tell from the position of the sun that not much time had passed. He did not wish to call this his good fortune, but Rem's legs were not in a condition wherein they were at complete liberty either. With her legs in that condition, she shan't be able to run too far off. It's proof. Subaru, there are drag marks on grass. Now I can run after them. Should he pursue the two who ran into the forest spread wide in 360 degrees around him without any clues, then that would mark the beginning of a game of tag with an impossible level of difficulty. However, should he follow the traces left on the grass, then he would be able to grasp where those two entered the forest from, though being able to further pursue them from there was the gamble. Subaru, when it comes to unfavorable gambles, I've taken them on for innumerable times. Shouting what was unbefitting of commendation, Subaru fiercely pursued the traces on the grass. With his feat's ability, Subaru was able to immediately discern the position the two entered the forest from. With exuberant foliage and trees, it somewhat matched Subaru's impression of tropical rainforests. For an instant he was reminded of watching information on the television that the Amazon forest meant the point of death for humans as a matter of course. Subaru, if Rem has entered into such a place, then that's all the more reason for me to not overlook it. Both Subaru and Rem were here in a completely unprepared state for entering a forest. When he thought of Rem, who had escaped into the forest with impaired legs in desperation, he regretted why he did something so foolish, and cursed every single bit of his judgments. Subaru, Rem, come out, please. I was the one at fault. Within the forest, whilst walking over the soft ground and tall grass, Subaru called with a loud voice. Of course, it was possible that his voice would in turn by Rem and the others' anxiety and make them keep their distance. But still, it was far better than wandering around aimlessly in the forest, possessing no clues, possessing nothing to rely on. Above all, he must undertake action he deemed as searching for Rem, or felt like his chest would burst apart due to guilt and self-hatred. Even though so many people made so many efforts for the sake of Rem, should something happen to her, just what would he be able to do in order to apologize? Even though it was not even possible for him to apologize by giving up on his life. Subaru, Rem, where are you? Please respond. Please don't leave my side. Thinking that he would not mind even should his voice run dry within the obstructive trees of the dense jungle, he raised his voice, and his limbs, as he passed through the forest, felt heavy, accompanied with tremendous exhaustion. Now that he thought about it, Subaru's body had overcome the fierce skirmishes that occurred in Pleiades' watchtower and had gotten only a few hours of sleep. Even if his recovery was augmented by the healing of the spirit of the green room, it was bound to eventually fail him. Should he be untactful, then he may collapse out of relief upon finding Rem. His guard up against that absurd possibility, Subaru aimlessly walked through the forest. Subaru, Rem, please, Respo ND. I beg you, I'm sorry. His hands by his mouth, Subaru resumed with a loud voice, a call from the bottom of his heart. Yet the absence of any response whatsoever from her made his heart stand a foot away from crumbling. With things remaining as is, pursuing Rem's vanished form, he desperately darted his eyes around the dense trees of the forest. Subaru, When he once again widely opened his mouth, seeking to call Rem's name, something entered the vicinity of his field of vision. There was a slight change peeking through the gaps of the dense trees beyond the fallen leaves. Seeing it moves differently from grass swaying the wind. Subaru-re. It was the instant he embraced hope and turned towards that direction. The impact, charging with tremendous velocity, captured Subaru's chest from the immediate front. Subaru HK. Unable to shriek, his legs lost balance due to the impact, and Subaru's body flew backwards. Subaru got what aft, his thoughts thrown into chaos by the impact from the gaps through the trees directly ahead which he had seen. He darted his eyes around. However, upon thinking about the impact he had received, he immediately understood that it was an attack. Thus, before he could even get his thoughts straight, Subaru tried to leap away from that place. However, he failed to leap, because because the thick arrow piercing through Subaru's chest had pinned him to the gigantic tree behind him. Subaru GH, Bug HK. The moment he directed his awareness to it, he vomited blood overflowing through his throat at once. Stabbed through, massive quantities of blood from ruptured organs or otherwise flowed out without cease. Vomiting blood instead of exhaling air, Subaru suffered whilst breathing once again. While suffering, he grabbed the arrow in his chest and tried to pull it out, that he couldn't, not in the slightest bit. The arrow had firmly pierced through both Subaru and the tree, disabling all movement. What was this arrow? Hopeless, abnormal, a blow by a thick, mighty arrow, a truly tightly drawn bow. The body pierced by it was stitched and rendered immobile like a bug, only to flounder unsightly. Subaru egg, rake, EMGH, through the gaps of the overflowing blood. He called the name of she who was yet in this forest. What the call, unable to vocalize words, was charged with was the evocation of caution towards a menace lurking in the forest. Wielding a bow and arrow, someone lurking in the forest had aimed for him, and, in his unseemly manner, unable to reach Rem, unable to accomplish anything, Subaru M. What the hell is going on? Where is this place? What should he do? Welling up fever and pain, he took notice of after a delay. Spread through his entire body, and blood streamed out of Subaru's eyes, nose, and ears as well. Tasting the sensation of disappearing into oneself and becoming empty, whilst feeling icy death draw close to him, Subaru strained his eyes, made his throat tremble, and called her name until the end. Called her name until the end. Smeared in blood. Until the very end of the end, he kept calling her name. Kept calling her name. Chapter 2. Animal Tracking. 1. Beatrice, listen. Subaru, I suppose. From now on, you need to understand that you're always on the verge of death. In fact. Subaru, hey. This little girl someone made a joke that's quite amusing. Beatrice, Betty is not a little girl, and it's not a joke either. I suppose. You need to take Betty seriously. In fact, as Beatrice said so with reddened face, Subaru nodded with a got it. He was sitting on the speckless carpet with his legs folded underneath him, in the middle of receiving a lecture from Beatrice Sensei, who was crossing her short arms. But it was simply going nowhere. It was mainly because Subaru was butting into the lecture between her brief pauses. But Subaru, it's all because of Biko's cuteness. It's not good. Beatrice, Betty thought you finally put on a straight face. But what are you talking about, in fact? Well, it's common knowledge that Betty is cute, so that can't be helped by now, I suppose. Subaru, your dear index, is tremendous right after we got over the event. Beatrice, you're going too far and pulling the rug out from under Betty. Beatrice stomped on the ground, making her anger known to him. Her current attitude looked like it hadn't changed from before, but on the other hand, Subaru's feelings were largely different. Until now, they had often clashed over their ideas and opinions. And she had the impression of a kitten in a neighborhood that didn't warm up to him easily. However, to Subaru, the current Beatrice was Subaru like an adorable pet cat that I want to spend time with by burying my face into its stomach. Beatrice take. Betty, seriously, I suppose. Subaru barked, murmuring that out with deep emotion. He was then sent flying by Beatrice, who had held out her hand towards him. As he stuck to the wall before crumpling down onto the floor, Beatrice gave him an exasperated shrug of her shoulders. Beatrice, don't make Betty repeat herself. In fact, this is an important thing to talk about, I suppose. It's something that's really dangerous if you miss hearing it. In fact, it's about the problem with your gait. I suppose. Subaru, it's about my gait. Huh? He lifted up his body abruptly, sitting down cross-legged right on the spot where he had fallen, placing a gentle hand against his chest. He thought about the organ that was on the inside, something that he couldn't see with his eyes, nor touch it either. Gates were an important organ that existed within living things, utilized in order to use magic in the world that had different ideas from Subaru's common sense. Whether it was of decent quality or not apparently had to do with one's aptitude for being a magic user. And in Subaru's case, the quality of his gate hadn't been very good. Hadn't been, because his gate was already lost and gone. Beatrice, to be specific, you didn't lose it. You broke it, in fact. Subaru, it's because I use it recklessly even after being told to not use it. Oh, well, the next time I see Ferris, I'm going to get far more than a huge scolding. I went ahead and ruined all the treatment he gave me. Beatrice, congratulations on your newfound worries. I suppose the next time for this isn't guaranteed. In fact, it was the outcome of completely ignoring Ferris' advice, who had been in charge of restoring Subaru's gate that had been strained from being overused. He shrunk out of fear, certain that Ferris would be angry with him, with the ferocity of an Oni. But there was a look in Beatrice's eyes that implied the situation was graver than it seemed. Beatrice, as a result of your broken gate, you became unable to release your mana properly, I suppose. Even with that, mana will keep being produced or absorbed for as long as you live, continuing to accumulate in your body, in fact. But because you don't have a way to get out, Subaru, surely you won't say they'll be filled up with mana and burst apart. Beatrice, Subaru Beatrice-san, it scares me when you become quiet. Subaru raised his voice when she averted her eyes, falling silent with an uneasy expression on her face, seeing that he looked like he was. Finally paying serious attention to what she had to say, Beatrice raised a finger with a listen. Beatrice, in all seriousness, your perception of it is correct. In fact, if things go on like this, your physical condition will deteriorate from the mana that gradually builds up in your body, and you'll eventually go boom from the muddied mana, I suppose. Subaru, so scary. Is there a way to do something about it? Beatrice, that's where Betty comes in fact. Fortunately, Betty made a contract with you, Subaru, and we connected ourselves to each other through our souls. I suppose, just as Betty said, Betty is a little bit different from other spirits and requires receiving mana from other people. In fact, that means, Subaru, you'll do something about the mana that's piling up in my body. For me, hearing Beatrice's idea, one that was like a home run which turned the tide of a baseball match, Subaru stood up vigorously and lifted up her small body in his arms. He continued to hold her up in the air as she cried out a NH, Kaya, starting to spin around on the spot. Subaru, you're amazing, Biko. Actually, I owe your existence so much. I feel like I can't stand on equal ground with you. With this, we're in the same boat in both name and reality. Beatrice IIT can't just be settled as that, I suppose. From now on, you must remember that every time you sour Betty's mood, your life is going to be as flimsy as a bunch of foam. In fact, if you don't want to die, continue to put your heart and soul into getting on Betty's good side, I suppose. Subaru, so you're telling me to keep giving it my all in being, affectionate with you. If anything, it depends on how long you can continue being spectacular and dazzling. That's a big responsibility on your shoulders. Biko, why does Betty need to be told that? In fact, Betty can't accept it, I suppose. Subaru kept spinning around while he listened to Beatrice's red face shouting, with her still held up in his arms. Spinning around, round and round. Too, like that, the sensation of his field of view being spun around suddenly came to an end, and his consciousness was awakened. The agony he was suffering through just before, something similar to the feeling of drowning, had vanished without warning, and Subaru was assaulted by the pain of the unbalanced rhythm of his breathing, as well as the size of the ground that he fell on his back. Subaru gag. He sat up while rubbing his throat, retracing his memories of what happened to himself. At the same time, when he glanced at the center of his chest, he didn't see the arrow that was supposed to be sticking out from there. Aside from it, the scratches he had gotten from scraping his body against the trees had also disappeared. It was only natural it turned out like this. His chest had been pierced by that single, frightening blow. Subaru, I died, experiencing a vague sensation which felt like the ground was crumbling away from under his feet. Subaru's blood ran cold as he shuddered. As for the events which led to this, he was swallowed by the black shadow at the Pleiades watchtower, and only a few dozen minutes after he was whisked away from there, that was all it took for Subaru to lose his life. Once again, he understood the severity of the position he was in, and stood up, somehow managing to support his unsteady body. Subaru surveyed his surroundings. And then, Subaru, shit, this sucks. confirming he was in the middle of a green, grassy plain that stretched far and wide, and also seeing the figure he wished would have stayed with him was nowhere to be found. Subaru cursed his misfortune. This was unmistakably the grassland where he and the other two had been hurled to from the tower. The problem was he couldn't find Rem, who had been sent here together with him, and Lewis was missing as well. To sum it up, the point in time where he had returned by death to was Subaru after Rem choked me and made me pass out. His restart point was a time after he had fallen unconscious, strangled by Rem, who he had been carrying on his back. It hadn't brought him back far enough to make it so that Rem's awakening never happened. And it also didn't make it so that his final loop at the Pleiades watchtower never existed either. That in itself was what Subaru wanted to say was good news. Or, if he had been able to return to the final loop at the tower, it wasn't like he didn't hope for the possibility that he could have exchanged words with the missing Rem, a hope which only lasted for a fleeting moment. But, Subaru, am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. If he bore the feelings of regret to such a large extent, he should have made more time for her, while he could still afford to come into contact with her, while he still had the time to speak to her, and while he was still graced with the opportunity to listen to her about how she felt. To Natsuki Subaru, who hadn't done so, he had no right to be lamenting in that manner. Anyhow, right now Subaru, he'll find Rem. He had to chase after the runaway girl, and he had to clear up her misunderstandings. If the reason for Rem's escape was the witch's miasma that encircled him, then since he had just returned by death, the intensity of the smell had probably gotten stronger. It was very likely that she would heed his words even less compared to before. However, the 1 year Natsuki Subaru had spent wasn't so meaningless, to the point he would give up on her because of something like that. Subaru, also, there's the one who killed me though. The arrow shouldn't be an attack from Rem. The worst case scenario would be Rem launching an attack on him, which was a possibility that existed, but he couldn't imagine her being able to gather the tools she needed to do so in such a short time. Even more so, a bow and arrow was something that couldn't be prepared so easily and quickly. Subaru, the arrow that pierced into me, had an arrowhead. And also had feathers attached to it might have been, because it punched through my heart, but I didn't feel too much pain. Even though, if Rem were to be struck by the heavy-hitting, powerful arrow that was fired from a bow, then she wouldn't stand a chance against it even with her strength. Since she was unable to move her legs around freely, it would be difficult for her escape to succeed, at any risk. Subaru had to rescue her out of this place before she fell victim to the arrow. Even if the amnesiac Rem didn't consider him as an ally, that was Subaru time to go, Natsuki Subaru. Show him how great you can. B. Slapping his cheeks. What he temporarily dismissed from his mind was the shock of death from just before, and the sorrow he felt from being disliked by the girl that was important to him. It was unknown if he could join her even if he found her, but finding her came first before anything else. Being woeful and being angry were all things that could be done while one was alive. Subaru, letting out a deep breath, in the same way as he had done previously, Subaru trailed after the footprints that he deduced Rem had followed, judging by the grass that was tipping downwards, and jumped into the forest. However, he was undecided on the decision of whether he should raise his voice loudly while looking for her or not. He had gone through an initiation process courtesy of the arrow, probably because the enemy came across Subaru while he was defenseless. Whoever they were, their identity and objective were both obscure, but it was difficult to think of them as an amicable person. Seeing they aimed to kill him with a single blow, there would be death if they found him. He should regard them as that kind of enemy. Subaru, but since they're using tools of bow and arrow, it's not a witch beast, but it's a human I'm up against. If his opponent was a human, then there was a chance he could get out of the situation without trying to kill each other, depending on how he negotiated with them. Although, he didn't know if they would even sit at the table of negotiations to start with. For the most part, in the total number of times Subaru had returned by death so far, the percentage of his deaths that were caused by humans and witch beasts seemed like it was leaning slightly toward humans. Just because his opponent was a human who could understand what he was saying didn't mean he thought he could blindly form friendly relations between them. He did think the likelihood of finding Rem would increase if there were more people that were looking for her. But Subaru Suar Leonis. Shutting his eyes, Subaru drove away his rambling thoughts, activating the authority that rested within himself. The brand new power which demonstrated its fierceness in the Pleiades watchtower, Cor Leonis, was a probing skill that enabled him to detect the locations of his companions, those who would support the little king. Using this, Subaru desperately clung on to the hope that he could pinpoint where Rem was at. However, Subaru, it's no good. There's no reaction. She might gone far away from me, or if that's not it, is it because she doesn't think of me as an ally? Lou was known about the exact range of Cor Leonis, but Subaru didn't see the pale light, which indicated his allies in the area where the ability took effect. Thinking of the cause of being unable to detect their locations, Subaru came up with the distance between them and his relationships with them. Amelia and the others had once been the targets of its effects, but he currently couldn't perceive them at all. Even if he personally knew both Reed and Gluttony, he didn't know their locations as well. He was certainly able to ascertain the activation of Cor Leonis. If he were to say it, his ally radar was turned on, although it was in a non-reactive state. The reason why it became like that would be because Amelia and the others were outside of its range of effect, and Rem, who was supposed to be inside of its scope, didn't place Subaru under a category of allies. The fact he also didn't know the location of Lewis, who was acting in unison to Rem, attested to his theory. Subaru, there's no way he'll ever treat her as an ally. It's why she won't appear on my radar that has my one-sided love for Rem. Coming to this point, Subaru regretted the poor communication that had occurred when he came into contact with Rem. Since he was wrapped around in the witch's miasma, he was unsure which words he could have chosen to say would have won over her trust. Despite that, even if he were to be deceitful, he was unable to say anything pertaining to protecting Lewis nor bringing her along with him. Subaru, shit, damn it, why? Rem finally woke up. So why do I have to play tag with her like this? He had been waiting eagerly for the day Rem could stand up and move around freely on her own two legs. But when she actually sprang into motion like this, Subaru couldn't help but resent it. If he thought about who he should loathe as a result, all it did was make his anger surge up, directed towards the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony, involving Lewis as well. Subaru keeping the thoughts in his mind that were going around in circles. Subaru gingerly moved through the forest. He kept his body lowered as he walked because of the person that killed him once would be referring to them as a hunter, since it was more convenient. But it was a desperate measure he took in order to avoid making contact with a hunter. Subaru thought he should do something more, such as rubbing mud on his face, camouflaging his clothes with leaves, and applying the effects of deceptive colors onto himself, but he unfortunately couldn't spend his time on those things. If he at least precisely knew how much time passed after he was separated from Rem, his search for her would be getting somewhere. Subaru think it's only during these times I can make use of my crafty mind. Rem forgot everything and doesn't remember, but she still had the ability to hold me down and sense the witch's miasma. It means her episodic memories are missing. Amnesia often had an appearance in manga and games, but in most cases, the amnesia handled in these works corresponded to lack of what were called episodic memories. It was the same condition as Subaru, who lost his memories once in the tower as a consequence of coming across Gluttonino. That Subaru had only lost his memories which were made after arriving at the different world. So Rem was exactly in the same state as him, but it was something similar to that. In other words, she was in a state where she knew the names of things, and she also remembered the reflexive actions absorbed into her body, but she lost the memories of her own name and the names of other people, as well as any details that tied into her recollections of time she spent with them. The evidence of Rem calling herself I, and being instinctively on her guard against Subaru because of scent, was proof of that. Subaru, she must be confused. She can't keep running away forever. If she separated herself from me to some extent, then she'll make some time to calm down and reflect on herself. Even more so, if she took Lewis with her. It was stupid of him to pray for such a thing, but he just wanted to wish Lewis would be a grand hindrance and get in the way of Rem's escape. Throwing tantrums, refusing to walk sometimes, and continuing to cause Rem a lot of trouble, a chance for him to catch up to Rem would eventually come around if those things happened. Or, it was also okay if Rem forsook her. If Rem decided she wouldn't be able to look after her, because she couldn't handle her, that could also. Subaru, actually, I don't know about that. He didn't know if Rem would abandon Lewis, seeing that she at least looked like a helpless infant, losing her episodic memories and being nobody in a sense. It could be said Rem didn't have the inferiority complex she had from interacting with Ram, nor the establishment of her own identity. Despite losing the existence of Rem, it was abnormal how Ram could remain stable, with there being no changes. He wondered if the same thing would happen to Ram. She wasn't sisters with Ram. Her inferiority complex and her pride as a member of the Oni clan was irrelevant to her, and she thought nothing of Natsuki Subaru. That Rem, Subaru HK. As soon as he imagined it, Subaru felt a burning sensation in his chest and took a large, mighty step forward. The twigs he took his emotions out on by stepping on them creaked, before snapping. And he leaned forward while walking around a tall grass that sat in front of him, nearly slipping on the muddy ground. Subaru, unexpectedly, The forest had opened up into a different terrain, and Subaru found he had exited out of it into another grassy plain. Thinking he might have gone around the forest in circles, only to end up in the same place, the color drained from Subaru's face. However, when he observed the area attentively, he realized it wasn't the case. It was similar to the first grassland, but the height of the grass beneath his feet were different compared to the grassy plain at the beginning. The grass here was slightly taller. Adding to it, that place was completely surrounded by forest at a 360-degree angle, but this area only had the forest Subaru had rushed out of. In front of him with the forest at his back, he could see a large horizon between the rifts in the grassland. The sky looked terribly far away and high up in the air, and the illusion of mysteriously feeling like he was being sucked into it was making the ground beneath him unsteady. However, it wasn't only the faraway sky that caught his eye. Closer and nearer to him than that, there was a small, open area created by cutting apart the grassland and the camping tools placed over therein. Short, it was a sign of someone previously having been here. Subaru, instantaneously, caution swelled and bubbled all over Subaru's body, and his field of view was narrowed drastically. Fortunately, there weren't any silhouettes at the place he should refer to as a simple camping ground. Only the possible traces of someone camping out here remained, and it was hard to think of it as a trap. The problem was about who exactly created this camping site. Subaru, the highest possibility for that, is the one who killed me, right? He thought about the hunter that brought him down, upon proceeding to carry out a hunt in the forest. The odds of them setting this place as their base camp were high. If it came to that, then Subaru should immediately move away from here and ensure his own safety. Whether he came across him in the forest or on a plain, there was no doubt the hunter was a dangerous individual. It was often said that the Matagi shot humans by accident because they mistook them for deer. But mistakenly shooting someone that was looking for their acquaintance while shouting loudly because one confused him for a deer was simply impossible when Subaru took their skills into consideration. The hunter was a threatening enemy. He needed to conclude it as such before acting. However, Subaru, if I could filch at least one knife, in order to march through the close-knit trees of what he should call a dense forest, Subaru wanted the assistance of a tool. Unfortunately, the only item which was currently in his possession was the whip he used regularly. The guilty whip, crafted out of materials from a powerful enemy. His outfit, one that was for conquering the sandy sea, was kind of coming in handy for the conquering of the dense forest. Nevertheless, his situation would change drastically if he had even one bladed tool to cut up the trees, so he could get a move on. Therefore, things would go rather differently if he could obtain a single tool that was something like it. Viewing it as such, Subaru finished a short period of contemplation and walked towards the camping grounds. He also had the choice to immediately make a quick turn and return to the forest, but considering what he was after, he wanted to avoid going back there empty-handed. While paying attention to his footsteps and surroundings, Subaru entered the site. Subaru, there's marks left from when they made a fire, and it's shoddy, but is this a bed? He knew the traces of a burning fire were left in the center of the camp, and also that there was something which looked like a bed next to it, lined up with cut grass. There was no doubt someone had been living here. The bed was empty as well, and it seemed like there was nothing else in the area. But, Subaru, if I could just find a knife, or something like that. Huh, so you want a blade. Well, you have made your appearance at the right time. The moment Subaru tried to find a tool he could use, going on a brief search around the camp. He stopped as he heard a voice speak behind him and felt something cold being held to his neck, his breath catching in his throat. Upon lowering his gaze slowly, Subaru saw that the object raised against the right side of his neck was a blade of a sword, polished and refined beautifully. Subaru holding his breath. Subaru understood that he had given his opponent the right to decide whether to kill him or let him live. However, his head was in a state of confusion because of the fact he had been spoken to from behind. He was cautious, with calculations thrown out of the window, because he was in a situation with his life on the line, that of course, among the superhumans that lived in this other world. He knew there were people who could move at a speed his eyes couldn't catch up to, and there were also people who could even pull off the likes of teleportation. Despite that, Subaru, did I really manage to roll one of the few exceptions here at this time? How unlucky can I be? Fool, who said you could speak. You are to choose each and every one of your words with utmost care. Do not forget that your life is within my hands. Even as Subaru cursed his own misfortune, there was no mercy in the voice of the person behind him. Just as they said, they would probably immediately send his head flying if he tried anything funny. Feeling the indubitable, overpowering pressure, asserting that things would definitely turn out like that, Subaru desperately tried to think of any ways he could make a breakthrough. Judging from a voice, the person was a man. Because he sounded quite young, he could be around the same age as Subaru or slightly older. The way the man chose his words was peculiar, but it strangely didn't feel odd to him. And more than anything, man, I see you are racking your brains in deep thought whilst your mouth remains closed. However, you are not thinking of throwing away your life and attempting to strike back HM. The man had the insight that allowed him to discern the silent Subaru's inward thoughts. It seemed like he considered something while looking at Subaru's back, as he let out a breath that sounded like he was mulling over his thoughts. And, man, you are dressed in a style that I do not see around these places. I do not believe it is suitable for the climate in Budheim, either. Pale hands and feet, you are not from the local area Subaru and woe. Man, silence. Who said you could open your mouth? If you are to incur my displeasure next time, I would like to see you try speaking even after your head is separated from your body. The man had no intention of engaging in the conversation. Subaru was forced to realize it when a shallow cut was delivered to his neck. Along with the pain from the prickling sensation, blood gradually spilled over the wound and trickled down his neck. But the man wasn't finished yet with his examination of Subaru. Man, the whip at your waist is also extremely, terribly inconvenient to use in a forest. Your arms and legs are also somewhat trained, but it is not so much as to arrange you into the line of wolves. It seems like you did not come here chasing after me. Subaru, man, why is it that you have fallen silent? If you would not explain yourself, would you rather die here? Subaru am allowed to speak this time. Isn't that unreasonable? When Subaru protested against the man's unfairness, the stern gaze boring into the back of his head became sharper. Subaru stiffened, grasping that he said something unnecessary, but the rigidity of his body was finally loosened as the sword against his neck was drawn back. However, man turned around slowly. If you try anything funny, Subaru, you'll lop off my head? Man, no. I will sever your limbs, gouge out your heart, and incinerate it in front of your eyes. Subaru, a threat? That's way too evil. Subaru got the message of the threat from its intensity, raising both his hands, and started turning around bit by bit, while proving he had no intention to counterattack. And then he took his time to set his eyes on the man that managed to get behind him. Subaru, are you serious? He came face to face with the man in front of him, whose face was hidden behind a rag wrapped around it. 3. He really was a strange-looking man. His height was only slightly above Subaru's, and his physique looked vaguely slim, showing his slender limbs as he stood. He held something similar to a saber or a rapier in his hand, a thin-bladed sword that had given a shallow slice to Subaru's neck. The outfit he wore consisted of noble-like clothes of excellent quality, and it could be said his style was more out of place than Subaru's appearance. If he looked closely, he could see that the rag wrapped around his face might have been a cape. Whether he sustained an injury on his face, or whether he simply didn't want to show his face, it wasn't clear why he wore the rag on his face. But, Masked Man, what is it? With your idiotic face. Subaru, setting aside if he meant idiotic look by that. I was born with this face, so doesn't it count as bad-mouthing me? There's this and that, but my reaction can't be helped, especially after looking at your appearance. Masked Man, you are making assumptions. I am also looking at your face, currently being once again suspicious if you are an assassin or not. Subaru people don't get jobs assigned to them because of what their eyes look like. My role is just the exact opposite of an assassin in the first place. Rather than going on the offensive, I'm more of a defensive kind of guy. Without loosening up his vigilance, the masked man continued to point his sword at Subaru. Responding to his voice that was laced with doubt, Subaru looked at the masked man's equipment, and then at his baggage, which was placed behind him, before furrowing his brow. The man's outfit, ill-suited for any camping or activity in the forest, had attracted Subaru's attention. But what drew his focus more than it was the sack lying down behind him, Subaru could only see it as something that materialized into clearing without any warning, the same as the man that had appeared behind his back. Adding to that, it was about the masked man's equipment. He didn't have a bow, nor did he have any arrows. Subaru, it seems like you're probably not the hunter. Masked Man hunter? Subaru, it's a personal matter. By the way, are you able to do things like crossing a distance instantaneously, or becoming invisible, stuff like that? Masked Man, the moment he asked the question, the man's black eyes, able to be seen from the gap in his mask, were narrowed. However, the masked man's reaction wasn't one of anger nor one thinking of deserting him, but was a reaction showing he took an interest in Subaru. In fact, when the man let out a small sigh with a huh, Masked Man, why have you reached an idea such as that? State your reasoning. Subaru, I was cautious of my surroundings before coming closer to this place, just in case. Of course, I know there's tons of people who can tear through anything as poor as my caution, but you're not one of them. Masked Man, why is that? Subaru, I want you to listen without getting mad at me. But I had a lot of opportunities to coincidentally come across a bunch of skilled people, or what you would call superhumans. Comparing you to those crazy guys, I get the feeling from you that you're, ordinary. If he was talking to a notable warrior, what he said would definitely offend him. Even so, it was what Subaru felt after facing the masked man in a conversation. He observed that the man in front of him was unquestionably able to use a sword, but his skill was average, having gotten to that point with a certain amount of training. Looking at him from Subaru's eyes, who knew people such as Reinhard, Garfield, Wilhelm, and Julius, he could only say the masked man was inferior when he measured them side by side. Subaru, if that's so, then the theory of you jumping here outside of my perception will be null and void. What's left is the possibility of you instantly closing the distance and appearing behind me. Or if that's not it, masked man, it was either that, or I have disappeared from your sight by utilizing concealment. Subaru HK. Soon after, Subaru jolted with astonishment as the man vanished from his field of view, despite having been standing in front of him. However, his surprise didn't end there. Subaru, you disappeared, but are you right in front of me? Masked man, you are correct. Concealment cannot remove even my presence. Receiving Subaru's question, the masked man blinked back into view. The moment he replied, standing in the same exact place in the same posture, as before he thought, the man hadn't disappeared in the sense of being gone, but he only disappeared in the sense of being invisible. And the fact he returned from that state the moment he answered Subaru's question meant Subaru, it gets canceled if you touch someone or they become aware of you. Masked man, although, it is the ideal tool for holding one's breath and lying low whilst being hidden. Saying that, the masked man lowered the sword he was pointing at Subaru and directed it at the edge of the camping grounds. He was aiming it towards where his sack was placed. Masked man, the bed is a decoy. I was holding my breath over there, just slightly far away from it. I saw you sneak into here from the very beginning. How humorous you were. Subaru looking from the side, people look super dumb when they're on alert wait. That's not important right now. You lowered your sword, so that means, masked man, you are not my pursuer. I have no clue of how, nor your motives, but you must be someone that has gotten lost. If so, I have no reason to condemn you severely for that. Neither do I need to teach you a lesson with this blade, as if indicating he had no intention to fight. The masked man withdrew the bearer's sword back into the sheath at his waist. Seeing it through, the tension in Subaru's body finally softened. The moment he relaxed, he came to remember his original plan. Subaru Ak, it's not the time to be calm myself. Hey, sorry for all these questions, but did you see a blue-haired girl? We got separated around here. Masked man, blue hair? No, I have not. Rather, making my way to this place, the first thing I saw was your face. What are you going to do about this? Subaru, I won't do anything about it, though. I won't do anything about it, but shit, it ended in failure here, too. Huh. Hey, this is a maybe. But is it possible for you to help me look for? Masked man. Subaru, yeah, just as I thought. He failed to obtain a witness statement, and his last resort, relying on the rope of human relations, had also been chopped off in front of him. Subaru received the masked man's icy glare, knife-like to the point that might cut anything that touched it, as he answered his request. Like that, in order to take back the time he lost, he tried to return to the forest. Masked man, halt. If you were separated in this forest, then reuniting is not a feat that could be done so easily. Although, I believe the best course of action is for you to prioritize your survival. Subaru, sorry, but not a chance. It's just that she's more important than my life. I'll reunite with her no matter what it takes. No, I need to bring her home. Masked man, more than your life. Huh? Setting aside the bardic poetry of songstresses, I can only imagine those as empty words if I hear in reality. I can only imagine it as that. But what is interesting are your eyes. When the intensity of Subaru's gaze sharpened from the man's attitude of ridiculing his recklessness, the man exactly pointed a finger towards his eyes. As Subaru drew back, thinking he was going to poke his eyes out, the masked man chuckled at him. Masked man, those are eyes that do not tell lies nor slander. I do not know if it will remain the same when it is actually weighed on a scale with your life, but at this moment, it seems like you apparently did not line up any words of deceit. Subaru, so what? If what I'm saying is true, what will it? Masked man, it will more or less capture my interest. I shall allow you to borrow my intellect. With a finger, the masked man tapped the area around his temple. Listening to his answer, Subaru thought he should just yell out, "Stop messing around," at the man, but any harsh remarks such as that didn't leap out his throat. Mysteriously, this was a strange thing as well, but he couldn't find any feelings of suspicion he could direct toward the man. No, the man was shady. However, he had a persuasiveness that overpowered it. It was most likely the effect of the natural-born charisma he held. Masked Man described the details of what exactly transpired. I will find you a way to search for her. Subarumi and her were suddenly hurled to this place. Before he knew it, Subaru was starting to answer the man's question, slowly and steadily. It wasn't as if he actually believed in this guy, or trusted him either. It was just that he was desperate enough to be grasping at straws. When he felt like this, he wanted to rely on someone, even if they were less trustworthy than a pile of straw. Maybe it was just about that. For, Masked Man, you were careless. Like that. Having finished hearing Subaru's explanation of his circumstances, the Masked Man's first words in response were biting. Just as he had been asked by the man, Subaru had given a clean description of what happened between him and Rem, omitting the complicated situation, which also surrounded them. He told him that Rem's memories were jumbled, and that she had escaped after knocking him out. And he also included the part where she was acting together with a dangerous little girl. Subaru, I know I was being a huge idiot. But you want to stop there, right? Exposing my recently acquired dark past, and being done after making fun of me. Masked Man fool. How could I bother to go as far as using my precious time to deride a jester, such as yourself? That girl, she is able to think on her feet to a certain degree, yes? Subaru, yeah, I think so, maybe. Intimidated by the air the Masked Man was giving off, Subaru nodded truthfully. As a versatile maid, Rem played an active part in the various moments of daily life, but an evaluation such as that couldn't be obtained just by being skilled at doing housework, determining the abilities of different people and placing them where it would be appropriate for them, before letting them act. Even during fights, she predicted his movements and moved in sync with him, despite him not saying anything to invoke that. Rem was smart, even if her memories had been lost. Masked Man, if that is so, it is highly feasible that you have been plotted against. Subaru plays. Plotted against? You're saying I got tricked? That's I don't. Masked Man, in this case. Whether she has her memories or not is not the problem. What is important is that the girl is aware she is being chased after, and she has the capability to come up with this, and that against her pursuer. For example, cutting off his words there, the Masked Man stared at Subaru from head to toe with his black eyes. Feeling like his thoughtlessness was being criticized, Subaru drew his shoulders closer to himself. Looking at Subaru, the Masked Man narrowed his eyes. Masked Man, for example. Something such as purposely leaving traces in the grassland to disguise the direction she had escaped in. Subaru, Masked Man, you must have been quite anxious after you awakened from being knocked unconscious. When you felt like you needed to find her as soon as possible, what would you do if there were footsteps placed there as if it was being shown off to you? Ardent and eager, Subaru had run after the traces like a mongrel. IT was what happened in reality, and it was the answer to the mocking gaze of the Masked Man. Of course, he could make a retort, saying that wasn't it. But Subaru, sure enough, I couldn't find any more traces deeper into the forest coming from the entrance. But I thought it was because the path was unsteady and hard to walk on. Masked Man, you do not avert your eyes from the truth that is inconvenient to yourself. Subaru, I've known that I'm stupid and an idiot for a long time. It's only that I have a gift for adaptability and willpower, something I'm on the same page with the other me. It couldn't be conveyed even if he said it, but Subaru replied to the Masked Man as such. Truthfully, the man's speculation made a lot of sense. Looking back on it, the traces left on top of the grass felt way too obvious. Among wild animals such as foxes and rabbits, there were those that did things such as purposely leaving behind footprints and jumping into a clump of grass midway, utilizing techniques which confuse their predators. The marks Rem left on the grass were the same, so what it was a cunning trap in order to deceive him. Subaru, she made me go to a different direction, and went the other way instead. Masked Man, in that case, the direction one would choose to go would often be the exact opposite. It is reasonable to select a method in which she could keep away as far as she could, considering her state of mind. Do you understand? Subaru, it's frustrating, but I get it. Damn, that Rem. Just as the Masked Man said, if Rem had deliberately left visible tracks as a decoy, there was a high possibility she had made her escape toward the opposite direction. However, if Subaru managed to get a good guess on her actions and went to forest on the other side, he might be able to work out something to catch her. He somewhat felt like a villain, but Subaru amused at giving others a bad first impression because of stuff like my face and body odor. It'll definitely catch up to her. Masked Man, how high-spirited. Here, take this with you. Subaru Yue. Standing up, as Subaru attempted to dash away, Unable to stand still for any longer, the masked man threw something at him after palming his sack of his belongings. As Subaru looked at the thing he just caught in his hands, he saw it was a small knife fitted inside of a leather sheath. When he widened his eyes at it, the masked man shrugged his shoulders. Masked man, it is not a force you could confront with single whip. Utilize it to the best of your ability. Subaru, am really thankful for it, but are you sure? I can't do anything in return right now. Masked man, I do not mind. Sometimes, I would like to be the one who bestows to another. Or, will you make an effort to deprive me of every one of my belongings with a knife? It sounded like he was joking, but it was true that he had given Subaru the power to carry it out. The masked man had a certain amount of skill, but it couldn't be declared that Subaru didn't have a chance against him, no matter how slim it was. In that sense, the man's actions were akin to a type of gamble. However, Subaru, my name is not Suki Subaru. This is unmistakably a debt that I owe you. It'll definitely return the favor that I was given. I won't try anything ungrateful. Firmly fastening the knife he received on his waist, Subaru bowed deeply. Looking at that, the masked man let out a small scoff with a, "Humph. Masked man, I have already shown you the way. Get on with it and go. By all possible means, you are to make every effort in winning over the trust of the runaway girl." Subaru, I totally agree. Thanks for the help. Oh, wait, that's that, but... Masked man, what is it? Waving his hand to express his gratitude, Subaru paused right as he was about to rush into forest. The masked man's voice had a hint of exasperation in it because of how busy he looked, but Subaru pointed his finger at the forest in front of him. Subaru, am passing through here to go back to the grassland I was in, but you shouldn't really use this path. There's a frightening hunter in here. They'll try to kill you from afar with a bow. So no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough against them. If you're going somewhere, I recommend you to take a detour around the forest. Masked man, I see. I understand. I will keep in mind. Subaru, yeah, please do that. See you. Hearing the masked man's response, Subaru succeeded in preventing his benefactor from immediately being killed by the hunter, avoiding a potential situation that left a bad taste in his mouth. And then, racing into the forest as fast as he could, he started running for the first grassland with all his might. Subaru, it cuts really well. Fortunately, Subaru didn't have much trouble returning to the first grassland. It was because the knife he received from the masked man had a sharp edge, giving him a huge boost in slicing off the branches and leaves that obstructed his path. Normally, when it came to a knife like this, it seemed like its blade would be heavily chipped if it were to be overused. But he felt no inconveniences such as that. Perhaps it might be an excellent blade of the highest quality. Subaru's clothes looked pretty expensive, too. Who exactly was that guy? While wondering about it, Subaru returned to the original grassland with great haste. After that, when he searched around the area where he had been led towards the opposite way, Subaru found it. This must be it. Just now, on the other side of the mark's place for show, Subaru discovered a set of footsteps left in an uneven shape on the grass. It looked like Rem had tried her best to rub out the tracks, but it was very likely that she could only erase her own and couldn't fully erase Lewis. Since traces of the effort that was put into removing the tracks were there, it was implausible to think of this as an additional decoy. Which meant, Subaru, finally, I got something on you, Rem. Although he was self-conscious of it earlier, he uttered the words that made him straight up sound like a villain, running as fast as he could while chasing after the marks, which became his newly discovered sign of Rem's location. The tracks which continued to the entrance of the forest were the same as last time. However, it wasn't possible to disguise the broken twigs at the entrance, nor the footprints in the mud. Subaru, I found it. If I use this, I can catch up to Rem. Subaru thought as he attempted to track the footprints in the mud with eagerness. It was the next moment. Subaru HK. As Subaru paid attention to the footprints, a tied vine broke apart below his feet. The recoil made the branch it was supporting shoot out towards him, and a powerful blow struck him from the side. Subaru GH. Ugh. Receiving a horizontal lash from a branch about as thick as his arm, Subaru was sent flying at a long distance. A pained cry escaped from him as he rolled across the mud, unable to stand up from the impact of the blow, his vision flashing and flickering between light and dark, and hit by a surprise attack that he wasn't expecting. Subaru's consciousness twirled around like the revolving light of a police car from the pain and the shock. Subaru, right now, could that be? When the pain was mitigated after a while, Subaru finally stood up on the spot, though he knew it was affecting his knees, and he also knew that a massive amount of internal damage was done on the side of his body. However, his shock extended beyond that. Whether she has her memories or not is not the problem. What is important is that the girl is aware she is being chased after, and she has the capability to come up with this, and that against her pursuer. For example, cutting off his words there, the masked man stared at Subaru from head to toe with his black eyes, feeling like his thoughtlessness was being criticized. Subaru drew his shoulders closer to himself. Looking at Subaru, the masked man narrowed his eyes. Masked man, for example. Something such as purposely leaving traces in the grassland to disguise the direction she had escaped in. Subaru, masked man, you must have been quite anxious after you awakened from being knocked unconscious. When you felt like you needed to find her as soon as possible, what would you do if there were footsteps placed there as if it was being shown off to you? Ardent and eager, Subaru had run after the traces like a mongrel. IT was what happened in reality, and it was the answer to the mocking gaze of the masked man. Of course, he could make a retort, saying that wasn't it. But Subaru, sure enough, I couldn't find any more traces deeper into forest coming from the entrance. But I thought it was because the path was unsteady and hard to walk on. Masked man, you do not avert your eyes from the truth that is inconvenient to yourself. Subaru, I've known that I'm stupid and an idiot for a long time. It's only that I have a gift for adaptability and willpower, something I'm on the same page with the other me. It couldn't be conveyed even if he said it. But Subaru replied to the masked man as such. Truthfully, the man's speculation made a lot of sense. Looking back on it, the traces left on top of the grass felt way too obvious. Among wild animals such as foxes and rabbits, there were those that did things such as purposely leaving behind footprints and jumping into a clump of grass midway, utilizing techniques which confuse their predators. The marks Rem left on the grass were the same, so what it was a cunning trap in order to deceive him. Subaru, she made me go to a different direction, and went the other way instead. Masked man, in that case, the direction one would choose to go would often be the exact opposite. It is reasonable to select a method in which she could keep away as far as she could, considering her state of mind. Do you understand? Subaru, it's frustrating, but I get it. Damn, that Rem. Just as the masked man said, if Rem had deliberately left visible tracks as a decoy, there was a high possibility she had made her escape toward the opposite direction. However, if Subaru managed to get a good guess on her actions and went to forest on the other side, he might be able to work out something to catch her. He somewhat felt like a villain, but Subaru am used to giving others a bad first impression because of stuff like my face and body odor. It'll definitely catch up to her. Masked man, how high-spirited. Here, take this with you. Subaru Yue. Standing up, as Subaru attempted to dash away. Unable to stand still for any longer, the masked man threw something at him after palming his sack of his belongings. As Subaru looked at the thing he just caught in his hands, he saw it was a small knife fitted inside of a leather sheath. When he widened his eyes at it, the masked man shrugged his shoulders. Masked man, it is not a forest you could confront with single whip. Utilize it to the best of your ability. Subaru, am really thankful for it, but are you sure? I can't do anything in return right now. Masked man, I do not mind. Sometimes, I would like to be the one who bestows to another. Or, will you make an effort to deprive me of every one of my belongings with a knife? It sounded like he was joking, but it was true that he had given Subaru the power to carry it out. The masked man had a certain amount of skill, but it couldn't be declared that Subaru didn't have a chance against him, no matter how slim it was. In that sense, the man's actions were akin to a type of gamble. However, Subaru, my name is not Suki Subaru. This is unmistakably a debt that I owe you. It'll definitely return the favor that I was given. I won't try anything ungrateful. Firmly fastening the knife he received on his waist, Subaru bowed deeply. Looking at that, the masked man let out a small scoff with a, "Humph. Masked man, I have already shown you the way. Get on with it and go. By all possible means, you are to make every effort in winning over the trust of the runaway girl." Subaru, I totally agree. Thanks for the help. Oh, wait, that's that, but... Masked man, what is it? Waving his hand to express his gratitude, Subaru paused right as he was about to rush into forest. The masked man's voice had a hint of exasperation in it because of how busy he looked, but Subaru pointed his finger at the forest in front of him. Subaru, am passing through here to go back to the grassland I was in, but you shouldn't really use this path. There's a frightening hunter in here. They'll try to kill you from afar with a bow. So no matter how many lives you have, it won't be enough against them. If you're going somewhere, I recommend you to take a detour around the forest. Masked man, I see. I understand. I will keep in mind. Subaru, yeah, please do that. See you. Hearing the masked man's response, Subaru succeeded in preventing his benefactor from immediately being killed by the hunter, avoiding a potential situation that left a bad taste in his mouth. And then, racing into the forest as fast as he could, he started running for the first grassland with all his might. Subaru, it cuts really well. Fortunately, Subaru didn't have much trouble returning to the first grassland. It was because the knife he received from the masked man had a sharp edge, giving him a huge boost in slicing off the branches and leaves that obstructed his path. Normally, when it came to a knife like this, it seemed like its blade would be heavily chipped if it were to be overused. But he felt no inconveniences such as that. Perhaps it might be an excellent blade of the highest quality. Subaru's clothes looked pretty expensive, too. Who exactly was that guy? While wondering about it, Subaru returned to the original grassland with great haste. After that, when he searched around the area where he had been led towards the opposite way, Subaru found it. This must be it. Just now, on the other side of the marked place for show, Subaru discovered a set of footsteps left in an uneven shape on the grass. It looked like Rem had tried her best to rub out the tracks, but it was very likely that she could only erase her own and couldn't fully erase Lewis. Since traces of the effort that was put into removing the tracks were there, it was implausible to think of this as an additional decoy. Which meant, Subaru, finally, I got something on you, Rem. Although he was self-conscious of it earlier, he uttered the words that made him straight up sound like a villain, running as fast as he could while chasing after marks, which became his newly discovered sign of Rem's location. The tracks which continued to the entrance of the forest were the same as last time. However, it wasn't possible to disguise the broken twigs at the entrance, nor the footprints in the mud. Subaru, I found it. If I use this, I can catch up to Rem. Subaru thought as he attempted to track the footprints in the mud with eagerness. It was the next moment. Subaru HK. As Subaru paid attention to the footprints, a tied vine broke apart below his feet. The recoil made the branch it was supporting shoot out towards him, and a powerful blow struck him from the side. Subaru GH. Ugh. Receiving a horizontal lash from a branch about as thick as his arm, Subaru was sent flying at a long distance. A pain cry escaped from him as he rolled across the mud, unable to stand up from the impact of the blow, his vision flashing and flickering between light and dark, and hit by a surprise attack that he wasn't expecting. Subaru's consciousness twirled around like the revolving light of a police car from the pain and the shock. Subaru right now, could that be? When the pain was mitigated after a while, Subaru finally stood up on the spot, though he knew it was affecting his knees, and he also knew that a massive amount of internal damage was done on the side of his body. However, his shock extended beyond that. Subaru a trap? Although she was running away, she wouldn't end it with a simple escape. Despite having lost her memories, she could exert herself to the fullest. That was how fearsome the girl Rem could be. Natsuki Subaru finally realized it then and there, that this was the beginning of his second real, genuine battle with Rem, ever since he arrived at this world. Chapter 3. Versus Rem. 1. Subaru Yua, it's just as I was told. What's this? It's not clean thoroughly at all. Peeking into the back of the shelf he had tilted over, Subaru grimaced at his own work. With the suit coat of his butler outfit taken off and the sleeves of his shirt rolled up, Subaru was fully assuming the style of a cleaner, however. The content of his work deserved to have the title of apprentice, or poor attached to the top. Displaying the small amount of dexterity he naturally possessed, Subaru became able to do his job in the mansion more efficiently compared to before. Just as he bore those thoughts, he felt like his hubris had been pointed at and called out. There was one shadow staring at Subaru's self-reflection from behind, sneering with a, "Ha! Ramwell, well, it's just Barusu after all. You turn into such a wretched state when Ram thought you could try extending the range of your job. Thinking you've improved, you should be ashamed of yourself." Subaru, yeah, I don't have anything I could say back against Wait. I do. How come you have a right to stand with such a haughty attitude? You aren't doing enough work to lecture me like that. Ram, unlike you, Ram is very skilled at being efficient and well organized. So, from the moment we allocated our workload in the morning, Ram guided it to make sure she would be in charge of the minimum amount of work. Subaru, not the skill to proceed with your work efficiently, but the skill to avoid working. It wasn't being victorious in a fight, but being victorious without fighting was the art of war. That was what it looked like if put in a good way, and it was an excellent ability for skipping out on one's job if looked at in a bad way, but it was too late no matter what Subaru wanted to say, because he wasn't able to point out during the morning. Although, Subaru the shifted burden going to Rem is something neither me or you want, right? Ram, MN, you're quite brazen, in spite of being Barusu. But you have a point. As Subaru said so while scratching his head with disappointment, Ram narrowed her eyes at him. Like that, when the two turned their faces toward the edge of the room, there was a figure of a person who was moving around with haste, her footsteps pattering against the floor. A blue-haired girl, wiping away at the trivial parts of the room in the vicinity of the damp spots on the floor, while swaying the hem of her maid's skirt. Subaru Rem. Rema. Yes, I'm sorry. I was a bit absorbed in my work. How did it go with the back of the shelf, Subarukin? The girl, Rem, smiled softly as she turned around to answer his call, asking him a question. When that smile of hers was directed towards him, Subaru felt apologetic for having to give her a pathetic answer, but he resigned himself to his fate, since it wasn't something he could conceal. Subaru, yeah, it was just as you said. Thoroughly wiping the places that can't be seen easily, really. My attitude of being okay with only making the surface clean isn't good at all. Rem, no, that's not true. When it comes to putting on a front and glossing over other issues, you're second to none. You're the best among those of the kingdom. Subaru you put in a way that might get us sued for defamation. He knew Rem meant no offense, but it was an evaluation that stabbed him like a needle. Being good at keeping a facade and hiding his problems was a trait he himself was aware of. Rem, as expected. You're good at seeing through the essence of various things, Rem. Subaru, you're being noisy, Nisama. I'm a little aware of it. So don't make me feel any more downhearted than I already am. Subaru directed a stern look at Ram, who was crossing her arms while being seated on the bed. However, she met his eyes with sharpened gaze, even more intense than his, causing him to flee dejectedly. The person at the lowest position with the lowest power in this place was not Suki Subaru. Subaru, damn. It's tough to be bullied by a senior maid in that regard. Rem is kind, right? Rem, yes, of course. Rem won't say anything harsh to you. Rem believes that you will understand her even if she doesn't say anything extra. Subaru, your kindness is going to tear a hole in me from the inside. Sliced up on the outside by her older sister's wicked tongue, and ripped into tatters on the inside from Rem's sweet, sweet poison. Subaru felt like he was going to be confused, whether he was placed in a fortunate environment or whether he wasn't, but it probably also pertained to how he perceived it. Subaru, hey, don't shut your eyes against your own faults, not Suki Subaru. Putting Nisama aside, isn't it all about meeting Rem's expectation for her? I'm gonna do it. Right, Rem? Rem is expected of you. That's the spirit. Rem is deeply impressed. Subaru, heh, this positiveness of mine is also one of my special qualities. So, what should I start from? Rem HM, yes, firstly, the sashes of the windows aren't wiped properly at all. So let's redo that. For the place above the shelf, please use a foothold to wipe it thoroughly, not just standing on your toes. As you saw, there's no need to clean the back of the shelf daily, but it will become a huge mess if it's not cleaned from time to time. And it's about the foot of the bed and the other side of the mat. But, Subaru, I'm under heavy fire. It's going to make me fall forwards. As Rem immediately listed off what Subaru could improve one by one in overflowing numbers. Speaking at a pace as smooth as water, he was unable to keep up with his mental note-taking. However, looking at the room from the perspective of Subaru, who was rated as the best among the kingdom at putting on a front and hiding his other problems, he was surprised to be told it had a lot of room for improvement, despite it appearing to be moderately clean. Subaru, really, you're very observant of things. Is it also a maid's dedication? Rem, of course. But if you think from another person's standpoint, there are things you can eventually start seeing. Rem is always thinking about you, Subarukin. Subaru, am happy, but the flaws in my cleaning the dust-covered areas are being seen through one after another. Clenching her fist, Rem's response was rather sweet of her, but it was awkward for Subaru. However, she could direct her attentive gaze to even the minuscule details and carry out her work meticulously, which was a sign of her having the basics of a maid down, no matter how humble she was trying to be. She undoubtedly lived up to the reputation of the versatile maid. Ram, it's only natural, because Rem is Ram's adorable little sister. Subaru, wait, you're the one who's triumphant about it. Rem, it's because Nisama's bold attitude fits her well, it being a part of her charm. As Ram acted all high and mighty on top of the bed, shamelessly cocking her head and leaning backwards to assert her posture, Subaru and Rem's voices flew around her. It was another scene in the everyday lives of the maids and the servant, who all worked at the Roswell mansion. And, 2. Subaru GH, whoa. HH, da. The feeling of floating that lasted for a moment, and the pain for being caught by the firm, solid ground, knowing that he was going to fall. Although he curled up his body and rolled forwards to soften his landing, it was still quite the impact. The follow-up attack from the thick branch that laid on the spot where he tumbled down was especially beyond what he expected. It dug against his shoulder blades, and the unanticipated pain made his eyes water. Subaru, ow, ow, ah. I'm glad there weren't any follow-up attacks other than from Mother Nature. Thanks to this knife. Standing up while teary-eyed, Subaru sighed after he returned the knife in his hands back into its sheath. He then spun around to gaze up at the trunk of the large tree, which he had been dangling from until now. A long vine extended toward the ground from one of the thick branches of the trunk. It was cut off in the middle by the knife, but beyond the severed vine was Subaru A-ring. I've seen those before in stuff like manga, but these kind of traps actually work. Huh. Saying so, Subaru removed the vine that was looped and tied around his right ankle. The trap was set up on the ground, and it had a function where it tightened itself around one's foot should they try to pass above it, leaving the person suspended in midair. To be honest, even though Subaru fell for the trap, he had no idea how it was able to make that possible. And he also didn't have the spare time to search for this, and that in order to find out the answer, either. Subaru, although she doesn't have her memories, her knowledge and skill are left as they are, Hull put him in a position of chasing after her like this. I see Rem really is Nisima's little sister. It was already obvious in the start, but he was forcefully reminded of it yet again. Of course, he didn't want it to be pointed out to him in this manner, so it felt quite unpleasant to him. Over an hour had passed since Subaru entered the forest in pursuit for Rem. Following the advice of the masked man, who he met on the other side of the forest, Subaru was able to detect Rem's attempts to disguise the escape route she used with Lewis in tow. Thanks to it, he could undoubtedly say the distance between him and the two was shrinking. However, the greatest factor of why he wasn't able to close the distance to zero was because Rem's wariness was his biggest obstacle. Rem was cautious of the witch's scent of miasma that encircled him, not limiting herself to only camouflaging her and Lewis' footsteps, but also placing traps everywhere around the forest to slow him down. Ever since he received the powerful blow at the beginning of all of this, Subaru discovered, or you could say that he fell for, traps that amounted to a number above 10. Knowing Rem was carrying out the positioning of those numbers of traps while running on her unsteady legs, taking a dead weight with her added to that, Subaru had to be deeply impressed by her. Subaru, if it's something like tying some grass or digging a shallow pitfall, it's actually cute, but minor traps with the purpose of tripping him or spraining his foot. If it came to those kinds of traps, it wasn't as harmful, and it also wasn't much of a hindrance to his continuation of tracking Rem down. However, their number was abnormally high, and it was troublesome because he needed to be on the lookout for them when he navigated the areas with considerable amounts of grass and fallen leaves. Subaru, it's difficult for me when with Rem's strength. It takes one try for her to make a pit that only traps one of your legs. The difference between the physical abilities we were born with are showing. Mingled among the minor traps were the intermediate traps made out of vines and fallen trees, similar to the one which pulled him into the air, fully aiming to slow him down. If Subaru hadn't been blessed with the opportunity to obtain a knife by some miracle, how much time would it have taken him to free himself from the vine trap? There was also the likelihood of the recommencing of his chase being delayed even further, due to losing his cool in one way or another. And what made the panicking Subaru hesitate the most was Subaru SH. He lashed out the guilty whip he drew from the back of his waist, the tip of the weapon delivering a powerful strike to a suspicious spot on the ground. The next moment, aimed toward the spot, 2 or 3 branches swooped down onto it, rebounding through the air with a devastating amount of power. It had a force that would be strong enough to break 1 or 2 of his arms if he had been hit directly by those large traps, which existed to seize Subaru's ability to take action. There weren't many, but the fact that these traps had been indeed set up was hampering the speed he was advancing through the forest at. He could also say the single blow he received from the thick branch at the entrance was one of Rem's large traps. As Subaru continued deeper into the forest, the danger and power of the large traps was increasing. Instead of thinking that Rem, being chased, was losing her mercifulness, it was more as if her skill was growing. Subaru, she's learning and getting even better at making traps, while creating them during her escape dam, as expected of how hard-working you are, Remington. I didn't want it to be demonstrated against me right now, though. He knew Rem was a hard worker who tried her best at everything, and he was also happy those qualities weren't lost, even in the present situation where her memories haven't returned. However, that was beside the point. To put it short, Rem was growing throughout their battle, considering Subaru's own growth was pretty much at its limit. To make matters worse, the already severe difference in their capabilities would be even more noticeable. He had to capture her before this difference became set in stone, but Subaru, dismantling the large trap in front of him, Subaru held his breath for a moment, restlessly glancing around the area around him, What he sought after was the next escape route of Rem, who had created the trap he just took apart. In order to find out, there was a need to follow the little amount of tracks she tried to cover up. Of course, he could think of a situation where she left no traces behind at all, but the current Rem didn't have the ability nor time to pull that off. Because of that, Subaru found it. In the gap between the trees, where the trap was previously set up, Subaru discovered the sign of tree bark having been plucked at, albeit only a little. It was unrelated to the large trap, and it was a tiny scratch that was similar to a cat dragging its claws against a pillar of a house. However, these childish scars had served a purpose in leading Subaru to this point. After all, the true identity of these scratches were the tracks left behind by the hindrance. Subaru. It was an ironic thing, but the primary factor that got in Rem's way and allowed Subaru to continue his pursuit was the existence of the Sin Archbishop she was taking with her on her escaped Louis Arneb. Rem and Louis. Subaru didn't know how compatible they were with each other, but what he could observe from the little scars was that Louis wasn't very well behaved and cooperative with Rem's actions. No matter how hard Rem tried to erase their footsteps, Louis was ruining all of her efforts. Subaru shit. Taking notice of the good news as Subaru used it to assist his chase, his feelings remained cloudy, the rays of revitalization refusing to shine through them. It was only natural, with it resulting in Louis' existence giving Subaru a helping hand. If he thought about his relationship with the evil Sin Archbishop, he couldn't be rejoicing over it. Even if it wasn't Louis who directly stole Rem's name and memories, the three siblings, representing the Sin Archbishops of gluttony, all bore sins to an equal degree. Only one of them having the weight of their sins lightened was something that wasn't going to happen. It didn't matter if she didn't have a physical body that existed in the world, or if she strayed off the correct path in the way of life. That was a conclusion Subaru made against Louis Arneb, who had been ranting, screaming, and bawling her eyes out in that white-filled world. Because of that, even if Subaru could catch up to Rem successfully and enter the stage of persuading her, he had no intention to make a compromise on how Louis would be treated. In the first place, Subaru, why the hell do I have to play tag with Rem like this? As he thought about catching up to Rem and discussing what they would do about Louis, Subaru bit his lip out of the anger rushing back into him. Despite leaving out of his mind until now, he had considered the possibility of the awakened Rem having lost her memories and name. Of course, it would have been the best if the original, complete Rem had returned, but since there were previous cases such as Crush and Julius, he couldn't really expect Rem to wake up in her former state. His worries had nailed the problem right in the center, and as a result, Rem had forgotten about herself, as well as Subaru. Even if things turned out like that, Subaru thought he could withstand it and support her. Amelia and Ram, Beatrice, and the others with the members of the camp helping each other out. Everyone could support Rem together. That was the source of why Subaru could stay put. However, right now, in the forest with none of the people Subaru could rely on, he was in pursuit of the runaway Remington Subaru. Why did it turn out like this? Why does everything always didn't allow him to settle down anything neatly and smoothly? Rem would wake up after remembering everything, and although she would be surprised at the time that had passed during her slumber, they would weave the story that laid ahead of them together. He was fine with that. Even if Rem were to be in the same state she currently was in, if Subaru's allies, who would do their best all together as a group, were there for her and stood by her side, then he wouldn't have been tormented by a disaster like this. He was fine with that. 2. Fate always had a harshest, cruelest path in store for Natsuki Subaru. And not only did it prepare that for Subaru, but it also directed that toward the people around him who were dear to him. Subaru, have you complained enough already? Natsuki Subaru? Gnashing the back of his teeth together, Subaru delivered a strong slap to his cheeks using both of his hands. The sharp pain and the impact rocked his consciousness, and Subaru temporarily left behind the feeble thoughts he had been harboring just until now. Yes, fate invariably showed him the cruelest path every single time. That was why Natsuki Subaru was constantly beaten down by hardship and suffering in the form of a whip, standing up every time he fell despite feeling like he was on the verge of vomiting up blood, and continued to face the front. Subaru, the man who finally made his hardships into his own whip. That's me. Strictly speaking, guilty low, the which beast that became the raw. Materials for the whip was not quite a wall that obstructed his path, and was on the lower difficulty level among the other hardships that blocked his way. Subaru declared it as such, talking big and lifting his own spirits, stirring up his emotions, concentrating his crafty mind, and searching for a way he could fight. It was what Subaru had been doing until now. He had been following through with it to a foolishly honest degree. He didn't have any other way to do it. So, he would do the same for today as well. Subaru, think, me. Even if I keep chasing after Rem, she'll eventually realize that Lewis is screwing up her plan. If that happens, then the tracks will be cut off sooner or later. Before that happens, he either had to catch up to them or figure out a way to forestall them. Subaru, analyzing the difference in their fighting strength. Subaru racked his brains with all his might, trying to pinpoint the strengths of both the opposing party and himself. As of now, Rem's strengths were her dexterity and her attentiveness, things which weren't lost even if she didn't have her memories. He wanted to watch over the speed of her growth as she became more adept at setting traps, the cuteness of her face and voice, and how she was taking action. But those could wait. On the contrary, Subaru's strengths were his handling of the whip and knife, the clues Lewis was leaving for him, although it was vexing to think she was helping him, and regarding the mean-looking shape of his eyes as a part of his charm, he could point out that he knew what kind of person Rem was, even more so than Rem herself. Subaru, Rem must have already noticed me chasing after her. The existence of the countless traps proved it, but Rem had been guessing that Subaru was hot on her heels. If not, there was no reason for her to prepare an excessive number of traps to this extent. She would have only placed a few traps just to be safe, and prioritize her escape. Instead of doing so, she continued to set up various traps because she was certain that Subaru was after her. And the reason why she could be so sure of it was because of the witch's miasma, as he had thought. Subaru, exactly how much does my body stink right now? Subaru sniffed his arm, but while he could detect the scent of sand and sweat, it wasn't as much as scattering a rancid odor all around himself. Of course, people said that it was hard to notice your own smell, but in this case, the problem was the witch's miasma being only able to be recognized by the ones who could recognize it. Previously, he heard something about the scent fading away day by day from Rem and Beatrice, but it would drastically increase its putridity depending on if it was right after he returned by death or the frequency of its usage. And in half a day, Subarus looping in the watchtower had piled up approximately twice as many Natsuki Subarus, and he was then hurled to a place like this. That meant, Subaru in the history of my life in this world, the man who reeks of the witch the most is the current me. It was unknown whether there was a limit to the witch's miasma or not, but Subaru could guess that the current him was emitting a substantial amount of it. If it's the case, then his pursuit had definitely been found out already. When it becomes so that Rem was unable to keep away the distance between them despite continuing to run and escape, she would eventually grow impatient. Usually, teasing his opponent and leading them to make an error was a common trick of Subaru's, but he also wanted to build a new, friendly relationship with Rem, so he didn't want to rely too much on the method. Subaru something good on one side would be bad to the other. It's impossible to appease both sides. The fact that the saying was being carried into real life showed how bad the current situation was in a straightforward manner. Thinking it as such, Subaru deactivated 2 or 3 minor and intermediate traps, chasing after the route Rem took while following the clues left by Lewis. He genuinely felt like Hansel and Gretel, who picked up crumbs of bread as they made their move. However, the difference was Subaru being alone, and also the group of 2 being the ones on the run. Subaru, and it's in a pretty obvious place this time. Next is discovering the stripped bark of a tree. Subaru determined the next path he would be taking. Lewis didn't intend to let Subaru know of her and Rem's whereabouts. So if there wasn't any sense of unity between the marks that became his clues, there were many cases where it was hard to find them. Quite possibly, while Rem worked to create the traps, Lewis, who was left by herself, was just doing as she pleased. That was probably the truth of the matter. The clues Lewis left continued to be difficult to find for a while, but it was very helpful when he finally came across an obvious one. Subaru am glad it was left there. If Rem found it and erased it, the trail of clues would be cut off, he almost said before taking a pause in his words. Then he returned to the tree he had just passed by, staring at where the bark had been peeled away. The tree was large and sturdy, and the bark was pulled off from a spot that rather stood out. Would Rem really fail to notice such a thing? Subaru, the part where he was confused by the footprints of the grassland, Rem gradually becoming proficient in her trap-setting skills starting from there, and a large portion of bark being stripped from the tree in front of him in an exaggerated manner. The 3 combined themselves inside of Subaru's head, completing the puzzle of the odd feeling he had. Eventually, a single answer was derived inside of him. Subaru, if it's the Rem I know. If it was Rem, who was tactful and good at being attentive, she would have eliminated any plainly visible tracks, since the clue in front of him was left alone, unless Rem had sunk into quite a state of tunnel vision. Subaru toward the path he had tried to move past. Subaru ripped out a chunk of thick grass from beneath his feet and hauled it in that direction. The grass, with soil entangled in between its roots, drew a parabola as it flew at the patch of tall grass. Immediately after, the patch of grass made a terrifyingly gigantic sound as it plunged down, and an enormous pit engulfed the earth. Subaru whoa! A large hole materialized in front of him, almost making him wonder what the other pitfalls and the minor traps were for. Nevertheless, the trap didn't end there. Aiming for the huge pit that made its appearance, the surrounding trees creaked as they snapped apart and collapsed. The fallen trees tumbled into the large hole one after another, and the freshly opened pit was immediately refilled. If Subaru had fallen into that enormous pitfall, he would have been stuck and entombed in there by now, buried alive. Coming to this point, a daring, powerful technique had been executed. Having used the other traps until then as a psychological trick, the clues that had been serving as a hint for Subaru's pursuit was waiting with its mouth wide open as a trap to bury him alive. He wanted to applaud it for being a measure that was very Rem-like. But Subaru, the Rem I know wouldn't end it with this. If one set psychological traps, then the best result would be their pursuer falling for it and being forced to stop moving. However, the Rem he knew was attentive, a hard worker, had a cute face and voice, warmed his chest just by how admirable she was with her actions, and Subaru would initiate an attack if she got tired of waiting. Isn't that right, Rem? Subaru spun around after he said that, gazing up at the tree with its bark peeled off. It was just at that time that Rem gritted her teeth, launching herself at Subaru from a branch of the very tree. 3. Unable to pull away her pursuer from herself, and the traps not even serving to fix him to his spot. When put under such a situation, what would the Rem that Subaru knew do about it? Being able to pinpoint the location of her opponent because of the smell, if she also managed to distinguish the identity of the bread crumbs her opponent was relying on, she would use it against them and trap them, trying to eradicate the cause of her escape directly. And Subaru's prediction hit the nail right on the head. The problem was Rem, the difference in their fighting strength. As Subaru was unable to stop Rem's lunge towards him, as he cried out, "GH, whoa!" he was then blown away by an arm from the falling Rem. Truthfully, Rem moving around to that extent despite not having the full use of her legs, and his body immediately jolting into action to try and to catch her, were both things that went beyond what he expected. Rem, you're so persistent. So persistent. Subaru, wait. Rem, please listen to Rem, how insistent. She swung around her arms, one of them hitting Subaru and causing blood to start flowing down his nose. He appealed to her, although he was stained with blood, but Rem wouldn't listen to him since she was flying into a rage. Rem was on the forest floor on her hands and feet, glaring at Subaru with her blue eyes. Rem, if you gave up on us there and then, I wouldn't have done anything more than that. And yet, you continue to chase after us, please stop. Subaru, it really hurts when I get told that in such a simple way. Rem, my nose feels like it's going to be twisted off. When you come closer, I can immediately notice it. Worst of all, it became stronger compared to the grassland before. Holding down on his bleeding nose, Subaru staggered his feet. Subaru, who could stand up, and Rem, who was on all fours. The situation seemed like it was in Subaru's favor, but it was merely an advantage that could be easily flipped over by one thing: physical strength. To add to that, if Rem started moving swiftly like a teak using only her arms, Subaru would be knocked down into a gigantic pitfall this time for sure, and it would be the end of him. He had to clear her misunderstandings while measuring the distance between him and her, little by little. Subaru, Rem, please listen to me. It seems like I'm considerably stinky to you. Rem, yes, you stink. Subaru, a nostalgic way to put it. It seems like I stink, and I know you feel like it's something that's no good, but I don't bear any ill will towards you. Raising his hands in the air, Subaru showed her that he wasn't planning on being antagonistic to her. However, in spite of his claim, the wariness on her face refused to dim. To that extent, the witch's miasma was a primary factor in driving the empty Rem into a corner. No matter where he went, anything related to the witch really didn't bring about a decent situation. Subaru, there's a thing with my smell, and I'm aware I gave you a terrible first impression. Even with this, I've put up with the existence called myself for 18 years. So, please let me redo this. Rem, redo this? Subaru, I was the one at fault. Even though you were worried and anxious, having forgotten everything, I couldn't explain a single thing for you, all because of my personal matters. I wasn't able to listen and be thoughtful of your feelings. His eager thoughts and impatient feelings, those are the reasons he couldn't be considerate towards Rem. The blame was entirely on those two reasonings. It was easy for Subaru to defend himself like that. However, What meaning was there to a poor, scanty bout of self-justification? What he needed wasn't the words to protect himself. He needed the words to appeal to Rem, to relieve the tension in her stubborn heart. Subaru, you're important to me. I only want to protect you. So, please listen to me. Please don't reject me. Please, give me one more chance. Rem, both of his hands still raised up, Subaru bent over to bow deeply on the spot, pleading to her. He didn't know if he was able to be sincere towards her with his whole body and his soul, but he at least put his inner feelings into it. If it would sway Rem's heart even a tiny bit, if she would give him the opportunity to explain himself. Rem, is that all you have to say? Subaru, Rem, is that only what you're offering an explanation to me for? Subaru timidly raised his head from the reply he received from her. The emotion that was thick in her voice was different from what he had hoped for. However, it was also unlike what he expected to happen if things went wrong, and it caused him to be bewildered. Rem's voice was adorned by a silent rage, an unbearable amount of fury. Subaru, Rem? Rem, the fact that you've chased us around, and the fact that you're emitting an awfully evil stench is suspicious, of course, and I think it's terribly strange. But, cutting off her words there, Rem drew her lips tightly. That was also as if she regarded Subaru, who remained unsure of the answers that lied ahead, as an unpardonable villain from the bottom of her heart, hostility gleaming in her blue eyes. Rem, more so than any reason, you can't wipe away the truth that you tried to abandon such a little girl. How are you telling me to put my trust in a ruthless and despicable person like that? Subaru was left speechless from the gaze that condemned the wicked. The words that were thrusted against him permeated into his brain, and Subaru understood he made the wrong choice in obtaining Rem's trust with his first move, whether he'd gain it or not being completely separate from the witch's miasma. His mean-looking eyes, which he inherited from his mother, and the miasma that was forcefully shifted onto him, were not the reasons that damaged Rem's trust in the real sense. It wasn't the things he already had with him, but his own actions that destroyed her belief in him. Even if Lewis were to be a Sin Archbishop, the incarnation of evil, from Rem's eyes, who knew nothing about the matter, she was a young, weak little girl, and Subaru had overlooked it. Subaru, he couldn't find the answer to what he should say immediately. Subaru overcame many hardships on countless occasions. Sometimes he lost his life, unable to overcome them, and he had searched around for solutions from a different angle. But the answer for this very moment didn't lay inside of him. His apology, his excuse, or the truth. Which one did he need to prioritize? Apologize for the fact he tried to forsake a child? Make excuses to gloss it over, saying he had a reason to do so? Tell her the truth that the weak little girl was actually a young monster? No matter which one he picked, he didn't feel like he could change the distrusting stare from Rem, who was in front of him, and that was a result of Subaru's actions, already set in stone by return by death. Rem, you're saying nothing more. As Subaru's gaze wandered around, his cheeks hardened, and no words came out his mouth, Rem grew tired of waiting for him. She heaved herself up with tremendous effort, trying to distance herself from him. It seemed like she didn't intend to beat him down on the spot, in order to sever the source of her worries for her future. Perhaps she thought the devastated Subaru wouldn't chase after her. Of course, that wasn't happening. Even if he was brushed off here, he would continue to extend his hand toward her until she took it. Parting ways, that wasn't happening. That wasn't happening. But Subaru changing the direction of his body, Subaru tried to call for Rem, who was about to leave the area, to stop. Firstly, he called her name, not thinking of any other words to continue his sentence, simply trying to call for her. And then, Subaru. As Subaru nearly reached his hand toward the back of Rem, who twisted her body around, a change occurred in his field of view. It was a tiny flicker of a shadow beyond the dense trees, and he recognized it. Subaru, Rem. It's coming. Faster than the thought emerged into his mind, Subaru threw himself at Rem's back. Caught off guard by his sudden action, Rem stiffened her petite body. It was the moment he embraced her small body, as if he was wrapping himself around it. An arrow that was released from a heavy, powerful bough flew over their heads, and a hulking tree was blasted away, having the center of its trunk pierced through. Chapter 4. A Brave Choice. 1. Subaru, whoa. The grip he had on his whip was wrenched away, just as he felt a sharp blow to his right hand. He immediately tried to resist it, exerting his strength into his hand, but it was no match against the force snatching away his whip. On top of that, he was pulled forward and fell down, flipped upside down on the ground with an "Abe, sure." Subaru, ouch. The only way to improve is to dedicate yourself to trying your best every day. It seems like you still have an insufficient amount of training. Very poor. Subaru, I don't have anything to say to that. Subaru flopped down onto the bare ground, grimacing as his lack of skill was harshly pointed out to him. He sat up slowly, his gaze clashing with the intelligent, handsome man. The man had a sharp look in his eyes that reminded Subaru of reptiles, and he also had deep blue hair, cut and arranged evenly, just like the impression he gave off. With his butler outfit and the monocle on one of his eyes, he was a formal, proper, and smart professional. His name was Klein. How could you do such a disrespectful thing to Subaru-sama? Klein, the young man, called Klein, wordlessly turned his gaze to the side. As he did so, the figure of a tall woman, lumbering towards him, jumped into his field of vision. She was a stylish and beautiful woman with exquisite green eyes, her long, blonde hair swaying from side to side, clothed in a maid outfit with black as its main color. She passed by Klein and walked toward Subaru, who was still on the ground, and gently held out a white towel to him. Woman, are you all right, Subaru-sama? From what I can see, you fell onto the ground face first. Subaru, yeah, I'm fine, Frederica. My clothes got a little mud on them. But that usually happens. The beautiful woman Frederica gave Subaru a worried stare, standing her ground but as he accepted the towel gratefully, using it to wipe his face. However, Klein was a person to shrug his shoulders out of exasperation at Frederica's words. Klein, just as Subaru-sama himself said, it's a normal occurrence during his training. If anything, aren't you the one who's embarrassing him by making a big deal out of it? Meddlesome. Frederica wah, her face reddening from Klein's choice of words. Frederica glowered at him, putting her sharp teeth on display. Caught between the two who had started glaring at each other, Subaru felt like holding his head in his hands, muttering out there they go. Again, Klein and Frederica, in butler and maid outfits respectively. Both were in the position of servants who worked under the Mathers family. Although Subaru heard they've known each other for a long time, they didn't have a very good relationship. Usually, both were capable servants who were simultaneously polite and attentive, but when they came into contact with each other like this, arguments would immediately break out with every opportunity they had. If their arguments consisted of exchanging their opinions on Roswell's political affairs, a deed that was quite highly advanced for servants, then trivial disputes over something as simple as making way for each other in the hallways also occurred. In short, they were apparently incompatible with each other. But, Subaru Frederica, am happy you're worried for me, but am fine really. Frederica, no, am not particularly worried about you. It's only that this man's fake expression and composed attitude, as well as his inconsiderate remarks, they are so infuriating. Subaru, oh, you weren't worried about me. Am embarrassed. Frederica, that isn't. It's not as if I wasn't worried. Of course, am concerned for your well-being. Subaru-sama, not only me, but Petra as well. Frederica seemed like she accidentally blurted out her honest thoughts, and Subaru could only give her a wry smile as he scratched his cheek with finger, hearing the mention of Petra's name from her mouth. He was causing the women in the mansion, barring Ram, to be worried about him, especially Petra. Regarding the current situation, what had likely happened was that Frederica had been asked to check up on Subaru on the behalf of Petra, who had her hands full. Subaru, but I was the one who asked him. I was already prepared for it to be this Spartan, no matter what it takes. I need to break out of my shell before he returns to Anne-Rose's place. Klein, you are splendidly determined. It makes me more enthusiastic in tutoring you. Inspired. Listening to Subaru's answer, Klein swung his arm, the ivory-colored whip in his hand bending as it created a sound reminiscent of the air bursting apart. Using the same weapon, Klein was helping Subaru learn the way of the whip. Because he respected Klein's technique and position, Subaru referred to him as teacher. Subaru, really, learning by myself would only get me so far. I would have hit a limit if I weren't mentored by another person. It's nice if there's someone who can use a whip near you. Thanks for the help. Klein, am honored to be of help. Delighted. However, if it comes to people who are able to use a whip aside from me, there is another candidate. Subaru, someone else can use a whip? It's not Ram in the sense of handling the whip of words, right? Frederica Subaru-sama, that idea of yours is no. I can't deny what you're saying about Ram. A displeased look settled on Frederica's face as Subaru cracked a joke, picking up his whip from where he dropped it and carrying it in his hand. Klein looked at their faces, comparing their behavior before closing his monocled side eye. Klein, it's simple enough. I'm referring to master. Versatile. Subaru, well then, I absolutely don't want to be taught by him. While he spoke, Subaru stomped the option that was as good as nothing into the ground and lashed out his whip. It flew at top speed, its velocity having the potential to exceed the speed of sound if Subaru was serious about it. The tip of the whip made a deep, hollow sound as it aimed for Clydactyly. Not him, but the piece that was set on top of the tree stump between him and Subaru, entangling and capturing the wood positioned atop the round stump with the whip. It was the assignment given to Subaru by Clyde, and it was a high enough hurdle that he wasn't able to overcome even once until today. It's not exclusively because Subaru was unable to capture the wood with his whip due to his technique lacking experience and skill. Clyde, your aim is transparently obvious. Impede. Subaru GUH. With a terrifying amount of precision, Clyde's whip repelled the pointed end of the whip Subaru had released. The requirement of completing the assignment was to overcome this form of obstruction and pull the piece of wood into his hands with his own whip. This was why exactly Subaru wasn't able to cross the hurdle even a single time. Clyde striking the area you are aiming for, entangling the entity you are aiming to capture, and displaying the results you are aiming for, instead of relying on a sword or a spear. If you cannot fulfill the reason why you chose the whip worthless. Subaru damn. You're warding me off like it's no big deal. I know I don't have to be told. This is the only path I have to make. Use of my crafty Minda. He attempted to draw back the whip that was forced away, but its tip was caught by Clyde's once again. It was too late when Subaru realized it. The next moment, his sense of balance was disoriented, and Subaru was easily pulled down on the ground by Clyde, who wasn't even putting that much strength into his weapon. Subaru Wog. Sound pillar. Clyde, you fell rather flamboyantly. Breaking your fall is important as well. Caution. Frederica Sue, Subaru Sama. Subaru fell from the front and collapsed on the ground yet again, and Frederica hurriedly rushed to his side. This time he hit the ground face first, and blood was trickling out of his nose. She hastily held it down with the towel, and then Frederica Clyde. No matter how you look at it, this is too much. Clyde is inevitable, considering Subaru's position. Necessary. You shouldn't really get in the way of a man's rise to action as well. Understand. Frederica, a man's rise to action? She made a face as if she were saying, I can't believe it. But Clyde shook his head at her, and then, with his sharp eyes, he gazed at Subaru, who was wiping his nosebleed. Clyde Subaru Sama, I think highly of your attitude of asking for guidance. Admirable. As long as you stand by Emilia Samicide as her knight, you need strength. The strength to protect Emilia Sama and yourself to the very end. Indispensable. Subaru, yeah, I know. That's why I'm thankful that you're this strict with me. Although he was snorting and his voice was muffled, Subaru's spirit refused to crack. Looking at him, Frederica drew her lips tightly against her teeth. Frederica, you two gentlemen are as dumb as Garf. Subaru would be super helpful if my strength, instead of just my dumbness, was enough to stand side by side with him as well. But it seems like that's not going to happen. So, holding his nose, with blood spurting out of both of his nostrils, Subaru forcefully stopped his nosebleed. As Subaru stood up after doing so, Clyde looked at him, tucking his chin in and straightening his posture. Clyde facing the front and refusing to stop your attitude is truly pleasant. Long awaited. Subaru thanks a lot if my handling of the whip gets better. Then he'll have more options to choose from. If I get more choices, then the people around me will also have more moves to make. Not just me. Clyde, yes. However, please do not place too much confidence in that. I believe there will not be many occasions where you have to fight alone. Support. Clyde jerked his chin, pointing towards Frederica, beginning with her. Subaru had people such as Garfield and Otto around him, and Beatrice stood the closest to him, more than anything else. If it was a fight in order to protect, then of course, Emilia stood alongside them as well. That's why Clyde's statement was correct. In Subaru's battles, it wasn't as if Subaru himself would snatch a hard-earned victory. His battles were brought to fruition by making the most out of everyone else's abilities. Subaru, by the way, what if I accidentally find myself in a situation where there's only me and no one else? Clyde, you ought to run. Full speed. Subaru. Subaru said that, half intending for it to be a joke, but Clyde didn't smile at it. It was a situation that was extremely unlikely to happen, but it didn't mean it was impossible. In a set of circumstances in which he would be chased and driven into a corner, with his back to the wall, Clyde's advice went straight to the point. Clyde, you must run. Subaru Sama. Put every last drop of effort into running away, as fast as your legs could carry you, disgracefully, and with no regard how you appear in doing so. That is the wisest course of action. The only one. Subaru, if that's how you ended your sentence. Then it sounds like there's no other decision I can make instead of it being a better choice. Klein didn't answer, his expression unchanging at Subaru's words. There was no need to answer. Was his wordlessness the proof of it being just as Subaru had deduced, after all? Subaru, geez, my mentor really has no mercy. Frederica, that man has been like that since a long time ago. Being strict with those who show promise and training them, but he quits and throws it out of the window when he loses interest in doing so. Icily and cruelly. Subaru Derricka-san? Your voice is becoming kinda icy? Feeling something lethal in her voice, as if it would slice him upon touching it. Subaru hesitantly questioned her, who turned her face away in a sullen mood, muttering, "Don't ask me. Frederica, I've decided. I will also be rooting for your success with your training. Please embarrass Klein. Make him contort that nonchalant face of his, and make him cry." Subaru, that's a pretty tough request. Frederica, oh, the person who demands and desires for Emilia Sama to become king says that. As expected of a capable maid, even her taunts were top-notch, although Subaru provoked her into doing so. Subaru widened his eyes at her words, then nodded with an evil smile, replying, "You're right." After that, he assumed a fierce stance with his whip. "Subaru, I'll hurt my honor, as a man if I can't achieve it, despite being told all that. Watch me, I'm gonna do it." Alongside a courageous shout, Subaru swung his whip, lashing it out with all his might. It drew a sharp trajectory, the tip whizzing through the air as it aimed straight for the tree stump. "Klein, your enthusiasm is admirable, but your skill is poor. Inadequate. Subaru, Guh Gua. Frederica Su, Subaruzuma." Yet again, Subaru was pulled down and was slammed onto the ground face first. 2. The hulking tree broke in half overhead, its resulting shockwave buffeting Subaru's entire body. With his back battered by that, he spat out the rust-tinged blood that had accumulated inside of his mouth. Subaru, Rem's soft, warm body was wrapped inside his arms. His own hands and feet were still there too, and it looked like Head managed to avoid the arrow. As soon as he became cognizant of that, this moment was a pass mark. "Rem, W, what are you doing all of a sudden?" "Subaru, shut up, or you'll end up biting that tongue of yours." Rem had been slow in her reaction, due to how sudden things had been. However, Subaru paid no attention to her complaints, so as to pull her body up, having first fallen forward. He then tumbled backwards, rolling around, as much as he could while still clutching Rem close to him. Wrapped inside his arms, he could feel Rem stifling the urge to scream, yet that was interrupted by a far louder sound, namely, the roar of the broken, hulking tree coming crashing down. The spot where Subaru and Rem had been lying in just a moment ago was flattened, with the other trees caught in its fall, spreading the deforestation around. As someone quite in tune with nature, that fact made his heart pang quite a bit, however. Subaru right now were more important, using the dust unsettled by the fallen tree as a diversion. Subaru didn't stop rolling. There was some resistance from Rem, but despite that, he let his adrenaline rush take over and pulled her in towards him with all the strength he could muster. They kept rolling and rolling and rolling, until the ground before them suddenly disappeared. Subaru Guho, Ramkaya. For a moment, it felt like they were floating. However, the ground stopped their fall in their tracks straight afterwards. A large hole full of many a fallen tree, and heaps of earth and sand, namely. It was a pitfall that Rem had constructed to trap Subaru. By taking upon himself to roll into it, had cut off the line of sight away from his opponent. Nonetheless, it wasn't like Head paid nothing in return for that. Subaru GH damn. Oh no, you didn't. His left arm had been frantically wrapped around Rem, and some of that arm's fingers, that she had kept a hold on, were broken. His middle finger, his ring finger, and his little finger, all of them, except for his thumb and index finger, were kaput. Having fallen into the same large hole as Subaru had, Rem crawled away, keeping her distance from Subaru. He was in agony, try his best not to look at his fingers, which were pointed in strange directions. "Rem, what did you expect? Doing that so, suddenly what the hell is going on?" "Subaru, I failed to mention it, but just so, you know, there's a dangerous hunter knocking about in this forest. Though, this pretty much eliminated the chance that they were hunting game and missed their target, As cold sweat beaded down his forehead, Subaru straightened out his 3 broken fingers. For the time being, had fixed them in place using a towel, with a branch as a splint. It was a small mercy that the fingers that had broken were the ones on his left hand. Had it been the ones on his right hand, his dominant hand, which handled his whip, then his ability to take action would have dropped down to that of a primary school kid. Rem, a dangerous hunter, they're not your ally? Subaru, would an ally be providing covering fire with this kind of force? And in general, why would they be providing covering fire Yoa? A tree exploded in front of his eyes the moment had gingerly stuck his head out of the hole to try and get a glimpse of the situation outside. It seemed like the hunter had started to prioritize clearing up their field of vision first, so that they could aim and shoot at Subaru and Remington. They must have seen that they didn't possess any means to attack from distance. Subaru, the theory, usually goes that sharpshooters change their positions when their presence becomes exposed shit. They're making light of us. Can't say anything back to that, though. Rem, this is the power of a bow and arrow? I can't believe that. This isn't normal. Subaru MHM, I agree with you. Like, for sure you're going to end up with a huge air hole in your chest if you get shot by it. In fact, last time, had ended up being pierced by one of their arrows and die like a trapped insect pinned to a tree. However, there were yet strange points about it. Last time, Subaru had come to the opposite side of the forest. Subaru, why the fuck did you come here? The pain coursing through from his broken fingers bored through his mind intensely. Subaru gritted his back teeth, almost to the point of cracking them from his anguish, and frantically plunged into thought. It was difficult to imagine that this hunter and the hunter who killed Subaru were two different people. Both of them had come to attack Subaru, plus, their weapon of choice was the same strongbow. Thus the question remained on whether their attack was an accidental one, or not. Whichever was, the amount of questions regarding why Subaru was being targeted right now were endless. Subaru and Rem had confronted each other, and while it was true that the former had frozen up at her rejection, he didn't really think that would mean it would make it easier to aim at him than before. Furthermore, if they were actively targeting him, then the possibility that they were following him grew larger. What had happened to them was still rather vague, but what was beyond their grasp was how they'd been hurled away from the Pleiades watchtower. There was always a chance that, perhaps, they'd flown through the sky like a shooting star and crashed down onto the grassland. Naturally, if that were the case, even disregarding Rem, there'd be no explanation as to why Subaru's weak body hadn't ended up in smithereens. So it was a reasonable assumption that what happened to them was something else. Subaru, they're aiming for the dodgy UNS who dropped down there, or something. Or perhaps this was private property, so they were trying to chase off anyone who trespassed in an extreme manner, in opposition to the accuracy of their bow. Should they perhaps take it as the hunter sucking at going easy on others? Subaru, in that case, can't I just talk things out with them? Hey, I mean no harm. It's just mere coincidence that we're in this forest. So, Rem, wait a second. When you say we, are you counting me and that girl as well? I don't want us to be lumped in with you. Subaru, now is not the time to be saying that sort of stuff, Dwa. A single arrow that punched into ground came as a reply to Subaru's call for a ceasefire. This magisterial power, enough even to extinguish his quarrel with Rem halfway through, was probably to make short work of all the obstacles in their field of view soon, and turn its bared fangs over Subaru and Rem in the large hole. Rem, it seems like they're not the sort of person you can get through to. Subaru, when you're facing arrows, you've got to assume there's a chance they could hit you with an arcing shot if they can hold their position for hours and hours. Just like a sniper, that means business, no. Consider we're talking about a bow and arrow here. Then it is indeed different to looking through a scope. So does it make it impossible to keep that up for such a long time? In stuff like movies and manga, you'd often get scenes like the sniper waiting for hours on end while staring at their prey with their sniper rifles. However, with a bow and arrow, it would indeed be a completely different kettle of fish. Unlike rifles, which only require a trigger to be fired, arrows need be notched to the bow before then drawing its string. There were limits even to those who possessed supernatural strength in the different world. Then, with the enemy hunter aiming at them, it too was Subaru a short-term battle. Predicting that their opponent would make some kind of move soonish, Subaru set himself a time limit, given that he couldn't afford to think too long here. They wouldn't be able to avoid a fight, so long as their enemy wasn't going to acquiesce to talking things out. And even though they wouldn't be able to avoid one, the aces they had up their sleeve were way too meager. Subaru, just like what my men are taught me, the only way is to run. Thankfully, their enemy couldn't catch eye of Subaru in Rem's position, thanks to them jumping into this large hole. If they climbed out from the opposite side and ran away while keeping close to the ground, they could perhaps escape into the thicket. Or maybe Subaru. Rem, what's with you shutting your gob all of a sudden? Were you coming up with an escape plan right now? Subaru, were really in a huge pickle here. And what's more, it seems like you're finally listening to what I have to say. Huh, Remug, Rem furrowed her well-shaped eyebrows as she sat down on the ground, a disgruntled look on her face. However, it seemed like she understood that she couldn't afford to argue with Subaru, so long as she didn't come and attack him immediately. It would save them a lot of time if she could rein in her hostility for the time being and call a temporary truce. Subaru listened to me. Remington and going to jump out and attract their attention. While I do that, you're going to climb over the other side of the hole and flee for cover. Remois? Subaru, though the power behind their arrows is frightening as heck. You're going to be spoilt for choice for someone to find cover in the greenery of Mother Nature. So I'll give my all to somehow buy you time. That way you can run away. It was either take Rem with him and run away, or let Rem run away ahead of him. Subaru thought the option had the biggest chance of success was probably the latter. No matter how much of an expert their enemy was with the bow, they were in a forest chock full of trees. Thus, Subaru had played his cards, taking into consideration the possibility of arrows flying towards them. They probably wouldn't pierce through all of that so easily. Subaru will make a run for it as well, after I bought you enough time. However, I don't want to become separated from you after you ran away, so if you can, please leave me some markers. Though it may be hard for you to understand this. In my hometown, we have a symbol called an arrow. It gives you a general sense of direction towards. Rem, can you please stop spouting out whatever you feel like? Subaru, Rem? Subaru had briskly told Rem about his plans for her escape, however. She interrupted his explanation and glared at him very sharply, with his breath knocked out of him by how sharp her expression was. Subaru was perplexed as to what was up with her, and Rem looked even more irritated by his perplexion. Rem, you decide everything, absolutely everything, on your own, and after all that, you're telling me to run away? You're telling me, who's angry with you because you tried to abandon child. She refused Subaru's proposal for the same reason she had rejected Subaru in the beginning. It was perfectly reasonable. You could probably say it was an answer born out of being a good human being. However, Subaru hadn't thought Shed decide that she wouldn't let him abandon them in this situation. Subaru, but well, Remo passed on the excuses. There's no time for that. Still, as for your instructions telling me, and only me, to run away, I refuse them. I can't leave that child behind in the first place. Shifting her gaze away from Subaru, who was unable to hide his surprise, Rem turned her attention to the outside of the hole. Shed turned her attention to the hulking tree that the first arrow had blown apart in after that, to another large tree a little bit away from it. Subaru, and just when I was thinking she wasn't here, is she hiding over there? How could she be so quiet despite all of this commotion? Rem taking her along with me was a real pain, so I knocked her out. I don't think she'll be waking up for a while. Subaru, you. Even now, Lewis had become a burden towards Subaru and Rem's withdrawal. The resentment that had been beginning to sprout regarding that was shattered the moment he heard her typical Rem-like answer. He could only describe that rather extreme snap decision as being truly like Rem. Rem, I know it wasn't a good move as well. Subaru, nah. I reckon it's a fine move given how things are. Just between us. You wouldn't leave her behind and have us running away together, right? Rem, even though I have no idea who I am, I'd rather bite my tongue and die than do something like that. Subaru doubted that Shed really died from something of that degree, but he sure didn't want Rem to do anything like that, even if she was just testing. In all honesty, the best choice for Subaru would be to leave Lewis behind here and leave with Rem. However, Rem herself wasn't about to let that happen. Subaru, god damn me, for showing my benevolent side before we were swallowed by the shadow, had ended up carrying not just Rem's body, but Lewis as well when the green room had been swallowed by the shadow, and that had brought forth the situation, albeit a setting which he couldn't redo again anymore. He could say loud and clear that had made the wrong choice back there. Rem, so what shall you do? Subaru, he'll do it. He'll come and bring her. That tree there, right? Rem, correct. She's fast asleep inside the hollow of the tree. Do you stand any chance of making it? Subaru, well, my mentor told me to run away without wasting a moment whenever I'm up against a strong foe. He wasn't talking about gauging the difference in strengths between the two sides, and so on and so forth. After all, in this world, the majority of Subaru's opponents were stronger than him. Thus, the optimal way to defend himself was to assume in advance that everyone he met would be better ranking than him. It was precisely for that reason that he had prioritized running away. However, in cases where he couldn't, Subaru, I will make use of everything I can. Rem, you probably want to, but please lend me your hand. Rem, if it's for helping her out. Rem gazed at the hand offered out to her, but she didn't take it. She merely nodded at Subaru, quite begrudgingly, with him having worked out a plan of action. 3. Subaru gave his left arm a strong swing, checking the condition his 3 broken fingers were in. They hurt, and so, while feeling this pain, that would not fade no matter what, as if it were digging its talons into his mind, Subaru steeled himself so that it wouldn't become a hindrance to him running over. And then Subaru-ja, putting some muscle into it, he pushed a smallish fallen tree from the large hole up to the ground above. The very next moment, an arrow that had come towards him at insane speeds pierced into a fallen tree that had pushed up. The impact wrenched it away from his arms, forcefully buffeting him backwards. Subaru-woa, looking at that from the corner of his eyes, Subaru crawled out of the large hole and stepped firmly on the rough ground. There were limits to how quick the hunter could fire off their bow, no matter how confident they were with their archery. Unlike with guns, you have to notch the arrow, draw the bowstring, and then take aim. This time lag gave Subaru the merest ray of hope for survival. Rem, it's coming faster. She said that the moment had crawled out of the large hole and kicked out his first step. Time wheeze. Only 2 seconds had passed since the first arrow had blown away the fallen tree head used as a decoy. Nevertheless, for a skilled hunter, those 2 seconds were plenty sufficient for them to fire off their next one. Subaru HK. The ground behind Subaru exploded straight after he heard Rem's voice ringing out. The fact he had tensed up in place and hadn't gone into a defensive stance at her call proved to be the right course of action. More specifically, his nerves weren't quite in tune enough to be able to respond to her call. However, that turned out to be all right in the end. And just like that, arrows came flying towards Subaru as he ran to his tree, one after the other each in the space of less than 2 seconds. If any of them had made it to him, he would have been turned into a hedgehog in the blink of an eye. However, Rem, I won't allow that to happen. The hunter's next attack was interrupted by a clump of dirt which Rem had flung out, along with her valiant cry. With her back against the slope of the large hole, it had been something thrown by Remno. It had been a ferocious attack, which you could even call a bombardment, made from a large stone covered in dirt. Subaru, though, it would have been best if she knew how to use her magic. When they'd been confirming how much she could fight, Rem had shown her disapproval for using the power of her Oni horn, magic, and such. To be more exact, though, in truth, she couldn't remember how to use them. Nevertheless, they couldn't waste time trying to get her to remember those techniques. For that reason, what Subaru had suggested to her instead was her physical strength, which she still had in her, even if she didn't have her techniques, getting their way via some rather primitive violence, using the physicality intrinsic to the Oni tribe by birth. An attack born of that struck at the hunter, who had maintained their position, dismissing Subaru and Rem as weaklings. Subaru, you know that saying, a cornered rat will bite the cat. Then get a load of this. Subaru leapt over the shockwave which the arrow had produced right under his feet as he let out a bellow. Meanwhile, in his field of view, a large stone thrown by Rem went flying toward the direction that the hunter had loosed their arrow from. Subaru GRHA, when face to face with an enemy, Rem didn't know how to go easy on them, and that was Rem's best feature. She had gathered those stones just to be safe, yet they quickly became extremely dangerous weapons from just the act of throwing them from her slender arms. Subaru, well, while Rem's buy me time. Emma, while Rem smashed up the sniper fire with her bombardment, leveraging the use of her appropriate weaponry, Subaru made it to the tree in question. As that raged on, he walked around the back of the large tree. There the figure of Lewis flew into his sight, sleeping in a bed of her own golden hair inside the rotten hollow. Subaru, he caught sight of her rosy red cheeks, as well as her chest gently heaving up and down, confirming that she was alive and well. And so, as he tried to reach his arms around her body, Subaru felt a strong sense of rejection within himself. Even though he had tried to act without bringing personal feelings into it, his soul, rather than his mind, rejected Lewis. This was a sin Archbishop, even if now it was an innocent sleeping face she was showing. She was a traitor that was beyond forgiveness. Rem, stop dawdling, please. Subaru HK. His indecision was shattered by Rem urging him on. The moment he heard that, Subaru somehow bit down his sense of rejection and picked Lewis up. And then, while having a hold of her light body, he jumped out of the tree's hollow and started to make his way back to Rem. Subaru, huh? When suddenly, a black shadow blocked his path, having leapt out right in front of his eyes. The assumption was that he'd take the same path to get back to the large hole. Subaru hadn't imagined that something like this would be on his way there. He looked up at the shadow that had so suddenly made its presence known here, and then he was lost for words. This gargantuan shadow had slipped through the forest, making nary a sound, and was now blocking Subaru's way. It was a huge snake, probably around 10 meters in length. Its entire body was covered in tightly packed green scales, and its eyes were yellow, spotting the twisted white horn on their sudden intruder's forehead. Subaru realized what its identity was. Subaru, a witch beast, faced with an imposing appearance ever so near to him. Subaru rued his foolish oversight. Subaru himself should have taken note of this, of the fact that, as he was right now, he was letting off the witch's lingering scent the strongest ever since he was summoned into this different world. So it was inevitable that Subaru would be attracting witch beast to him, just as it had happened in the Augria sand dunes, and just as it had happened in so many places up until now. He should have known that the inside of a dingy forest like this, with a few people going in and out of it, would have been an ideal dwelling for them. Snake, witch beast. The huge snake opened its gaping mouth wide, settling its aim on Subaru. Its gaping mouth seemed plenty big enough to swallow not just Subaru himself, but Lewis as well, whom he was carrying in his arms. Seeing it drawing near to him, Subaru's perception of time crawled to a halt. Oh, this is bad. Subaru felt like he was feeling these things as someone else entirely. Seeing the world flickering ever so slowly and languidly was something close to the times where you'd see your life flashing before your eyes, so to speak. In regards to this topic, there were theories along the lines of it being the mind's way of looking for a solution, using what has been experienced in life up to this point, as death looms. But when it came to Subaru, no matter how much he racked his mind, he couldn't find anything like having narrowly escaped from being gobbled up by a huge snake. If he forced himself, the closest he could find involved a swarm of rabbits. But that was one memory he wished to reject, even when it came to his life flashing before his eyes. Having wasted a few brief moments on such pointless thoughts, Subaru's shoulders then slumped, as he cursed his body for having stirred into action to protect Lewis so quickly. They were about to be swallowed headfirst into the huge snake's gaping mouth. Snake witch beast. Subaru woe. Subaru reflexively closed his eyes when something dripping wet poured down on top of his head. An unpleasant thought ran through his mind that for sure it was a type that sprayed its digestive juices out before its meals. However, that was not the case. What caked Subaru's entire body was darkish blood that had been sprayed everywhere. It was a tremendous amount of blood that the huge snake had spat from its jaws, having had its body pierced by a sharp arrow. Chapter 5. Being a man is tough. 1. Subaru Wabu. Kaya. Subaruzuma, I'm sorry. Splashing and splattering, Subaru was showered by water that cascaded down from above his head. As he let out a cry of alarm, wondering what the heck was going on, an apology from a high-pitched voice flew toward him. When Subaru glanced up while shaking his head, he saw the curtain swaying from an open window, and his gaze mingled with the girl's Petra's, who was looking down at him from above. It seemed like it was right when Petra threw some water out of the window on the second floor. Of course, she wouldn't do anything ill-behaved, such as dumping water onto the garden. She threw the water onto the edge of the flower bed to make sure no one would be splashed by it. Subaru, and yet, unluckily, I was gardening right there. Petra, I am sorry, Subaruzuma. It'll bring a change of clothes straight away. Subaru, you don't have to do that much. Getting drenched was the only thing that happened, and it freaking stinks. Getting drenched wasn't the only thing that happened. Petra, because it's the water I was using to clean the room. And anyway, it'll get going right now. Wait for me at the watering place, Petra said to Subaru, who was astounded by the smell of the dirty water poured all over him. Like that, her adorable face was withdrawn into the other side of the window, and she started running to fetch him extra clothes, her footsteps pattering against the floor. Subaru smiled wryly at the panicking Petra, deepening due to his own rotten luck, and he headed toward the watering place at the garden of the mansion, just as Petra had told him to do. Subaru, well, I was planning on changing my clothes once I finished gardening. Anyway, Subaru consoled himself with the fact his plans were only brought forward by a tiny bit. If Petra was going to bring a change of clothes, then he should wash the dirt off himself first. Before drawing up water from the well, he flung off his shirt with haste. "HM, you're quite daring, getting undressed so suddenly." Subaru, wait, Kaya. Whoa. To think you would let out a scream comparable to a girl's normally. Wouldn't you think our positions would be reversed? Saying that, and staring at the screaming Subaru, was a pink-haired girl, old woman Rizu, who was sitting on a garden rock next to the watering place. She looked at Subaru, who covered the exposed upper half of his body by hugging his shirt to his chest, her intellectual eyes shimmering in contrast to her awfully young appearance. "Ryuzu, you don't have to hide it like that. I've gotten used to seeing the naked body of a boy." I used to live with Gaba. Subaru, well, you might be right, but what's embarrassing is embarrassing, right? Ryuzu, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Besides, your physique is not too bad as well, Subwa. It's quite pleasing to the eye. Pleasing to the eye, indeed. Subaru, it's embarrassing. After all, Ryuzu-san, aren't you acting out of character? Ryuzu was characterized by her behavior that didn't match up with her appearance, like her calm and relaxed manner of speech. But she left a strong impression on Subaru with how everything about her, except for her looks, were faithful to the role she was entrusted with. It was why he was surprised when she poked fun at Subaru, referring to the naked half of his body. Subaru, am I right in guessing this is mostly because you were releasing the heavy responsibility of being the leader of the sanctuary? Ryuzu, I suppose there's that aspect to a considerable degree. Although I went outside the sanctuary, I moved onto the land Rosbo had prepared, and a similar position was handed over to me. So, if I would ask myself if a load was lifted off my shoulders, then, Ryuzu said, directing her narrowed eyes behind her towards the mansion. Specifically, she wasn't looking at the mansion, but she was looking at the people living inside of it. To be even more specific, she was probably gazing at the siblings consisting of an older sister and younger brother, who she both loved as if they were her own grandchildren. With the reconciliation between Garfield and Frederica having been finished, Garfield was also freed from the cross he had been bearing for ages. Though Subaru was surprised he turned into a brat that was mischievous beyond his expectations as a result of being freed from his burdens. Subaru, do you feel lonely, living separately from Garfield and Frederica? Ryuzu, and what got into you all of a sudden? Subaru, was it too sudden? But I thought about it. Of course, it would be a great help if they stayed in the mansion together for Emiliatan's royal selection. But Ryuzu, it can't be helped. In order to live in the mansion, there are many problems for me, of course, and also for the other clones, my sisters. I don't think we can be of use as well. Subaru, Ryuzu answered him with a small laugh, and Subaru closed his mouth as he heard her speak. I wasn't talking about being useful or useless. The emotional side of Subaru wanted to shout. However, the details of this couldn't be reasoned with anything like a child's tantrum. In the current Roswell mansion, the people who were permitted to stay were only those that actively took on a role and could fulfill their responsibilities. During times like these, it was necessary to have severe regulations to that extent. Subaru still, Garfield is 14. He's still a kid. Ryuzu, you're a kind one. Are you worried about Gaba? Subaru, well, yeah, when I myself was 14, I was an immature, stupid brat. Even now, the stupid brat part hasn't changed, but I used to be worse, to the point I would be fed up with myself, because I think I wouldn't even be able to do anything if I got separated from my parents. Of course, in direct opposition to the norm in this world, Subaru had experienced a loose and lenient daily life, something peaceful that was as good as being rocked from side to side in a cradle. Garfield's was 14 years old even if he was around the age of a middle schooler. It didn't apply to this world, and Garfield was far more mature than when Subaru was his age. Even so, Subaru, what others did for you could also be done for them as well as what I think. Ryuzu Fufu, let me rephrase what I said. Not only are you kind, but you're soft and green, too. Subaru, I know a famous passage of writing that says men should not only be strong, but also be kind, huh? Going by this logic, am not a man because I'm not strong? What am I? Seeing Subaru unable to defend himself from what he had brought upon himself, the sound of laughter rumbled in Ryuzu's throat. Subaru thought her reaction as something unexpected, and she wiped the corners of her eyes with a finger, saying, sorry. Ryuzu, I understand what you want to say. It'll drop by from time to time to make sure Gaba and Frederica won't feel lonely. Is that all right? Subaru, sorry. It probably seemed like an outsider was pestering you about it. Ryuzu, you have nothing to apologize for. It's about a very young child who hadn't reached the age of maturity yet, leaving their parents. There's someone younger than Gaba in this mansion, isn't there? Subaru, are you? Right after Subaru made a guess about who Ryuzu was referring to, a set of footsteps approached them. When he and Ryuzu turned their eyes to the direction of the sound, they saw Petra running towards them. Petra held a pair of extra clothes for Subaru in her hands, calling out, Subaruzuma, as she rushed over to him, seemingly full of energy. However, she stopped immediately before setting foot on the watering place. Petra wa, Kia. Subaru, why are you naked? Subaru, shoot. I was planning on bathing, but I got too focused in this deep conversation. Petra blushed, commenting on Subaru's half-naked body while covering her face with both her hands. However, she was staring at him from the space between the fingers that hid her face, with Subaru noting it as a common turn of events, something he often saw in mediums such as anime and manga. Even Petra's ears were a bright red color as she cried out, "Wah! Wah!" rather excitedly. Subaru looked Ryuzusan. This is what you call an adolescent girl's cute reaction. Ryuzu being fairly greedy, telling me to act like that. It's no use even if I do that in the first place. I'm an elderly person. Subaru, you don't really feel like an elderly person, aside from your mature way of speaking. Responding to Ryuzu's easygoing voice, Subaru heaved up a pail of water from the well. He then dumped the ice-cold water onto his head, exclaiming, "Ack! Cold." Subaru, anyway, that reaction of yours is pretty adult-like for your age. Petra. Petra? Ah, Subaru-sama, you're still treating me like a child, aren't you? I'm just saying, but I recently became 13 years old. A 1-year difference with Garfson. Subaru, even if it had to do with their birthdays. The fact that there's a 1-year difference between Petra and Garfield feels kind of amusing to me. There was Garfield, whose combat strength and appearance didn't really seem like a 14-year-old's, yet his personality did. Then there was Petra, who was like a bud that was gradually trying to bloom into a flower, retaining her young and adorable looks. It was a natural course of things because time flew by and it couldn't be stopped either, but the concept of growth was a precious notion. Subaru 18, and Emiliadan and Biko don't go through any changes in their appearance. In that regard, I feel a great amount of potential from Petra. Ryuzu Subwa. Is it all right for a teenager to look at things from a perspective like that? Subaru, even if you tell me that, oh, thanks for the extra clothes, Petra. They fell out of your hands while you were staring at me, though, shaking his head to get the water out of his hair. Subaru picked up the shirt discarded by Petra's feet and wore it after brushing the specks of soil off it. Petra seemed to have realized she dropped his change of clothes just now, uttering a wah as she flushed at her own blunder. Petra, I'm sorry. I'm sorry about your extra clothes and the water from before. Subaru, nah, it's just a cute little mistake. Setting the topic of my clothes aside, I got soaked because I was unlucky. And because of that, I showed an unseemly side of myself to two maidens. Ryuzu, you counted me in as a maiden. Well, you're good at flirting with the elderly. Subaru laughed wryly at Ryuzu, who gave a slow shake of her head, her behavior the same as usual. After that, he gently patted Petra on the head, who was still reflecting upon herself, smiling at her with it's okay. Subaru, everyone makes mistakes once in a while, and it's not like anyone got injured by it. There's no problem at all. Petra, yes, I understand. I'll make sure to write it in today's entry for my diary. Subaru, you're writing a diary? That's great. I'm the type of person that's good at keeping at it little by little every day, but my diaries never last no matter what I do. He was able to make his daily workouts and jogging into a habit for every single day. But strangely enough, his diaries didn't last long. He thought it was possibly because the contents of what he wrote every day weren't consistent. Adding to that, his days of truancy were monotonous and boring. So he had nothing to write back then. Subaru, though, my Biko lovely diary is still ongoing. Petra, are you going to show it to Beatrice John later? Subaru, yeah. I want to show off how much I'm spoiling her with tenderness on a daily basis to her. Not only that, but Beatrice's reactions were dramatic and adorable. If it meant being affectionate toward Biko, then Subaru would gladly challenge himself to overcome his own weakness of not being able to continue writing his diaries. Anyhow, Petra, so what were you two talking about? Subaru, just some idle talk? Something like, aren't you lonely to be separated from Garfield? And stuff like that. But you're also far away from your dad and mom. You don't get homesick or anything. Petra, homesick. Are you asking me if I miss my home? Placing a finger to her lips, Petra furrowed her brow as she decoded and made sense of Subaru's words. She looked to be in deep thought, mumbling, let me think before. Petra, sometimes I do feel lonely, but it's what I've decided I want to do, and am doing it right now. I can't be whining. Subaru, whoa. So mature did you hear, Ryuzu-san? Ryuzu, I heard it. Gee, you look as if you're proud of her, eh? Ryuzu nodded at Subaru, who turned around, genuinely proud of Petra's confident answer. It was just as Petra had said. He was also in the middle of trying to accomplish what he resolved to do. If so, instead of making feeble complaints, he needed to raise his head and smile, even if he were to be in agony and in pain. Petra, Subaru-sama, was my answer all right? Subaru, yeah, of course. As expected of Petra. It's the answer I wanted. Petra Akia. In response to the question from the worried-looking Petra, Subaru lifted up her body in his arms. It was the same feeling as when he did it to Biko, but Petra was heavier compared to her. It was because she was undergoing growth. Subaru, you're not at the age where I can carry you anymore. Huh, Petra, that's obvious. But if you're going to have such a saddened face, I guess I can keep you company. Subaru, oh, thanks. Although she turned her face away from him, she was allowing him to be selfish, taking advantage of Petra's kindness. Subaru spent some more time lamenting over parting ways with her childhood. Gazing at the two of them was Ryuzu, am clueless about which one is a child. Ryuzu, who murmured that out with her young visage, in the manner of an elderly person. 2. Splashing and splattering. Subaru was showered by blackish blood from his head, and the shifting scenes of his life flashing before his eyes ended abruptly. The one thing in common between the scene and reality was liquid being poured over his head, but if he told Petra that memory fragment involving her was remembered at this very moment, he imagined the situation rolling out into her being furious with him over it. However, in order to be chastised like that, Subaru couldn't afford to stop in his tracks here. Subaru, why did the hunter's arrow hit the snake? What obstructed his grand escapade, with Lewis reluctantly held in his arms, was a huge snake that was hiding itself inside of the forest. Right as its gaping jaws were about to swallow Subaru whole, a powerful obstruction was wedged itself between the two, and he was fortunate to have an extremely narrow escape from death. Subaru, what perforated the snake's body, thick as 3 Subarus bunched up together, was an arrow fired by the hunter, who had been tormenting him in REM. Giving him a hard time until this moment, he thought of the likelihood that the hunter had unexpectedly missed their mark, but since the arrow had gone to the very center of the snake, he felt like the possibility of a misfire was terribly low, which meant Subaru, they saved me. Although he couldn't understand it all, no other answer came to his mind. He was sure the hunter didn't act on a whim, and it was also difficult to imagine the situation suddenly unraveling into a shounen manga-like development, such as, "It'll be the one who'll kill you." However, if Subaru only considered what had occurred, then he was rescued by the hunter. And adding to that, the effect of the single strike wasn't limited to halting the huge snake's impending fangs during this moment. Snake witch beast. Its body pierced through by the arrow, the bleeding snake let out a shriek that made the sky tremble, sounding like its two things were grated against one another to produce an ear-splitting screech. Like that, instead of chasing after Subaru, who was trying to get away from it, the snake turned in the direction the arrow came flying from, setting its sights on the bowman that plowed through its body, beginning to slither through the forest, uncaring of how many plants it damaged along its way. It was overwhelming to see a 10-meter-long snake crawling on the forest floor, drawing closer to its prey, without giving off the feeling of being sluggish in spite of its gigantic body. The sight of it moving on the ground as if gliding across the surface felt like the ground that supported the forest itself was in motion. The hunter counterattacked the snake's approach with an arrow, but it didn't connect. Snake witch beast. Baring its fangs, saliva dripping from them, the huge snake aimed for the hunter as it pounced onto them. Jumping out of the way, the hunter avoided it, firing an arrow at point-blank range, going in for the kill. A violent battle between man and witch beast, in an attempt to kill each other, was unfolding beyond the trees. In midst of the sound of crashes and blasts being scattered all over the place, courtesy of the ongoing fight, where both the hunter and snake weren't budging an inch, Subaru dashed back to the large hole Rem was at, keeping Lewis held firmly in his arms. And then, "Subaru, Rem, give me your hand. We're using the opportunity to run." "Rem, HK, is the girl safe?" "Subaru, yeah. She's sound asleep to the point it's getting on my nerves." "Here, hurry up." He reached a hand out to Rem, who was leaning against the wall inside of the large hole. However, Rem glanced at his hand, before shaking her head with a no, and set her hands on the edge of the hole by herself. It was a gesture out of stubbornness, saying she wouldn't take the hand Subaru had extended to her. If that was the case, then that was fine. Subaru withdrew his hand, pulling his whip out instead, and using it to tie Lewis to his back. If Subaru threw her out, then conflict would arise between him and Rem once again. He wanted to avoid such a thing. Subaru in addition to that. Rem, why? After he fixed Lewis' body to his back tightly, checking to see if he wouldn't drop her, Subaru forcefully scooped Rem, who crawled out a large hole, into his arms, with it resulting in her being princess carried. Rem hardened her expression from Subaru's unanticipated move. However, Subaru think, me or the hunter or the snake, which one is more preferable right now? Rem, if I could communicate with it, then it's the snake. Subaru, you can't. So please bear with me, the runner-up. Let's go. Subaru turned his eyes away from Rem, who was unable to prevent her inner turmoil from showing up on her face. although he believed their priorities were rather obvious. Glancing at the continuous battle between the hunter and the snake from the corner of his eye, Subaru broke away from the battlefield, running with all his might. Whether the victor was a hunter or the huge snake, Subaru expected them to start chasing after him, and Rem, as soon as the fight was over, he didn't know when exactly would it end, or if it would be settled sooner or later, but he wanted to keep a distance from them to the best of his ability. Rem, what are you going to do? Subaru, both of them are really accustomed to the forest. Compared to us, we need a way to throw them off their pursuit, but it's hopeless to escape from the snake because of my body odor. So, he wanted to pray for the hunter to be victorious. If the hunter was a pursuer with no connection to the witch's miasma that surrounded him, then the methods to throw them off their tracks would be worth putting into practice. Subaru choosing the path where I won't leave too many footprints, erasing the tracks as much as possible, and after that is Rem leaving traces in a separate direction. Isn't that right? Rem said as she snapped off a twig that nearly made contact with her body, tossing it far away and letting it scratch the trees that were positioned at a different direction from their escape route. If the tracks were distributed into two places, one being the broken twig, and the other being the mark on the tree, would their opponent be puzzled by those? As Subaru continued to run with Rem in his arms, a deep emotion, unsuitable for the occasion, somewhat feeling like nostalgia, crossed his mind. Long ago, he had the experience of racing through the forest while being chased by witch beasts, similar to the current situation. However, the person he had been carrying wasn't Rem, but it was Ram. Subaru Nisama has also forgotten, so it's only Miha who remembers it. But, Rem, you're running out of breath. They will catch up if this goes on. Subaru, I know. Damn, both of you sisters really have no shred of mercy. The person in his arms wasn't Ram, but the harshness of her words was practically identical to her sister. A strong emotion coursed through him upon recognizing their similarities, and gave an encouraging push to his back. Subaru urged himself to keep running despite his breathlessness, entrusting the role of monitoring whatever was happening behind him to Rem, and desperately rushed across the forest. Anyhow, Subaru had been running around all day today. He was exhausted, worn out physically and mentally, and he wanted to sprawl across the ground if possible. Actually, he was going to do that once he lost his pursuer. He would sleep for 8 hours straight. Subaru, so please put up with it until I can do that. Dear body. Rem, HK, wait. Subaru, wow. What the heck was that for? While Subaru was spurring himself to action by shouting at his body to move, Rem, who was carried in his arms, gave his ear a sharp tug. As he frowned from the pain, Rem pointed towards a direction straying off the path they were on. Rem, I can hear the sound of water. A flowing river? Perhaps you could erase your tracks with it? Also, you were saying you needed water as well. Subaru, you were actually listening to me talking about my survival knowledge in touch, but that can wait. You're right. It'd be great if there's a river. If we cross the river for the time being, they surely can't chase after us without any difficulty. Unfortunately, the sound of running water wasn't audible to Subaru, due to the bothersome noise caused by his rapid heartbeat and breathing, but he had no reason to doubt Rem's hearing at this place during this time. Obeying Rem, who pointed her finger toward the direction, saying that way, Subaru changed courses, dashing to the forest while he searched for the river, and then, as he passed by the clump of trees and leapt over the patches of grass, just as the road opened up into Subaru a river. But the moment the forest cleared up and his field of view was broadened, Subaru was finally able to hear the sound of running water at a tremendous volume. Yes, a tremendous volume. Of course, a sound like that would reach his ears, since its source was a great river. As far as Subaru and Rem could see, gazing down at it, the water was gushing down a cliff nearly 10 meters tall. Rem, no matter how you look at it, this is, inside of his arms, Rem stifled a gasp, gazing at the humongous river below them, taking the raging momentum of the water and the height of the cliff into account. It was natural for her to be dismayed at the sight. She was probably also reproaching herself for leading them here, all because she relied on her instincts. However, there was no time to blame her for what she was already regretting, nor was there time to do the opposite and comfort her. Sky, Subaru shit, is a fight over. From the forest behind him, a distant, ferocious roar thundered into the sounded like the cry of a huge snake, brimming with some sort of emotion. Whether it was a sign of victory or a sign of defeat, the one who survived would come after Subaru and Remington Subaru. Before that happens, we gotta Rem leave me. As Subaru thought about the need to depart from the area, Rem, still held close to his chest area, declared that Hearing her strained voice, Subaru blew out a short breath. And Subaru what? Rem, leave me. It's my fault I made you take an unnecessary detour. A single moment can't be lost. I will try to tie down the enemy in one way or another. So Subaru, don't be ridiculous. Leaving you is something I can't. Rem, then, what the hell are you going to do? How can you, who brought a child and a woman who can't move her legs, out of breath and your knees shaking, do anything more than this? Subaru Rem snapped at him in close proximity, her face flushing with anger. It wasn't as if Subaru was overwhelmed by the intensity of her words, but he was unable to make an immediate retort. Subaru wasn't smart enough to instantly propose an alternative plan upon being asked. However, because he wasn't smart, he could come up with an answer that didn't require it. Subaru, no, that wouldn't do. I won't leave you here. Rem FH, that stubbornness of yours. Subaru, which one of us is being more stubborn, huh? I understand you feel responsible for it, but, you're demonstrating your sense of responsibility at the wrong place in the wrong time. I can't just leave you behind. Remoi, Subaru, it's meaningless if you aren't there with me. If you're going to die, it's better if I died instead. What can I do to make you understand it? Subaru spoke his mind earnestly, trying to withdraw Rem's idea from the table. His words came from his heart. Of course, Subaru didn't want to die as well. Even if return by death granted him an opportunity, he didn't want to die. That's why it was only about being stuck in a dilemma, seeking out the best option between the worst choice and the most unwanted choice. Even so, Subaru ill-picked a method that won't get either of us killed. Rem, what are you going to do about that girl on your back? Subaru, I would like to use her as bait if I were allowed to, but it's going to be a problem getting complaints directed at me for doing so. So, for now, it'll be on the run while also bringing her with me. Anyway, it was getting under his skin with how Lewis was always getting caught in the problems between him and Rem. However, if he threw Lewis out right now, his relationship with Rem would be damaged beyond repair. That choice was off the table. That's why, no matter how loathsome she was, Subaru couldn't abandon her. Rem. Listening to Subaru's words that came from his resolute will, Rem widened her eyes, falling silent. Even now, Subaru could catch a glimpse of Rem's inner conflict, unable to comprehend how she should judge him, who was engulfed in a wicked scent that she couldn't bear to take in. Keeping her uncertain expression in the corner of his eye, Subaru surveyed his surroundings, searching for an escape route. However, a path leading to their survival wasn't something that could be found so conveniently. Subaru could see that the situation provided enough of a reason for Rem to start telling him to use her as a decoy. If so, their remaining option was Subaru to fly. Rem, wait. That's what you call being reckless. Do you understand the situation we're in? Subaru, there's me, who's exhausted from the weight strapped against my back, who's carrying Rem who can't move her legs, who has three of my fingers broken, and whose ribcage is in a state that's a bit suspicious. Rem, about your fingers, anyway. It's absurd to try something like that in your condition. From this height the moment you jump in, you're only going to fall unconscious and drown. Pointing at the gigantic river below them, Rem stated her realistic disagreements to Subaru's plan. The height was 10 meters, and they were in a position where the injured person had to look after two people who couldn't even move around properly. If they had to somehow reach the opposite bank while braving through the violent waters, it was natural to think of it as a suicidal act. Subaru, but it's not suicide. Even if it was when we die, we'll die together. Rem, absolutely not. Subaru, yow. Rem gave him a splendid slap across a smile that showed his gleaming teeth. His neck twisted aside from the power put into the blow, and while he uttered a ow, ow, the cheek where he'd gotten slapped reddening in color, and Subaru, I got it. Since you're saying that, I want die. Rem, Subaru and the one whole grant your wish, because I'm your hero. Hearing his words, Rem stared at him, wide-eyed. It wasn't because her memories had unconsciously throbbed, but it was out of surprise at the fact that Subaru had shamelessly repeated the same untrustworthy declaration he had made right after she awakened, without learning from the disaster it resulted in. But that was all right. He didn't necessarily want to make Rem listen to what he said just now. All he wanted to do was to cast a spell on the man reflected in Rem's light blue eyes, who concealed his patheticness behind a bluff. Subaru, hold on tight. Subaru exhaled as he said that, sensing danger drawing near them. Rem was attempting to resist even as of now, but Subaru had already pushed off against the ground with his feet, while he was carefully selecting the words to get her to stop. Bracing herself to fall, Rem grabbed onto Subaru's clothes firmly with her hand. And then, Ram, I won't forgive you if you die. Ah, I can't die if you say so. Subaru laughed wryly as he gave a strong kick against the cliff. 3. A column of water rose into the air from the impact, his body swallowed by a vicious force, and he spun around, round and round. Because he managed to plunge into the water feet first, he kept the damage he received from the fall to a minimum. However, its power was enough to cause him to receive minimal damage. And for Subaru, whose health bar was already in the red zone, he couldn't erase the impression that he had clenched his teeth and rode it out with his meager amount of willpower. Although, there was no need to erase it. Subaru ga, BH, without needing to wipe away such an impression. Subaru's whole body was soaking wet. He was tossed about by the rushing water's momentum, as if he was a towel being stirred inside of a washing machine. He wanted to somehow rise up to the surface of the water and breathe. Yet, he did not have a freedom to do so. Even if he wanted to flail his limbs around in an attempt to float, he couldn't do that because he was carrying what was dear to him in his arms. Subaru, he was being squeezed and crumpled up by the water, but he felt the targets of his affection and hatred in his arms and on his back, respectively. Neither the whip fastened to himself, nor his arms that strongly embraced the girl, were coming apart. Subaru gab, due to the impact from diving into the water. Most of the air he had breathed in before jumping had escaped from his lungs. He wasn't going to swim, but he needed both stamina and oxygen to retain his sanity. Since both of them were on the verge of depletion, he couldn't stay leisurely and take things easy. Subaru gab. Water flowed into his mouth from his nose, and he felt like it was also spilling into his eyes and ears as well. His floundering feet paddled the water meaninglessly, and he also felt as if he was powerless to do anything as he was being transported into the stomach of a giant creature's esophagus, which could be said to be the humongous river. Once he arrived there, it would not be possible to undo it. Before he made it there, he needed to do something. Subaru gab. When he desperately fumbled around in the water, many unnecessary thoughts wriggled around in his head. Just like how he remembered Petra and Ryuzu when he was showered with blood, just like how he remembered carrying Ram while he ran around the forest, many things crossed his mind. Are Emilia, Beatrice, Ram, and Melee safe? What are Julius, Anastasia, and Echidna doing? Everyone would feel at ease if Patrash was there. If Patrash was here, she would have rescued him. Saving and getting saved. He had repeated that cycle many times, and Rem was supposed to be the person he had repeated it with the most. But she broke his fingers. He didn't think of it until now, but he did a good job in not crying out, even though it really hurt. Well done. He didn't want to do anything dumb in front of Remington, in front of Emilia, in front of Beatrice, and in front of Petra and Garfield as well. Otto, Klein, and Frederica knew how pathetic he was, so it didn't matter with them. Things would take a wrong turn into something frightening if Roswell knew about it, so he needed to continue hiding it. Somehow, he needed to return to Priestella quickly, help the people who were in dire need of it, the royal selection, tomorrow, everyone, Subaru gab every one. 4. Subaru gag, reaching his hand out with all his might. Subaru pulled himself close to the branch he managed to grab onto. He took a hold of it with his left hand, and excruciating pain shot through his 3 crippled fingers, but he wasn't bothered by it. His whole body was chilled to the bone, and his senses were distant and dull. There was a possibility that instead of 3 fingers, every finger on his left hand was broken, but he had little to no interest in that matter. Subaru blay. He broke out into a coughing fit, vomiting large amounts of the water that had filled his stomach. While doing so, he was able to draw the heaviness in his right arm closer to himself, making it so her face appeared above the surface of the water. Staring at her unconscious face from the side, he rushed to crawl up the bank, relying on the branch. Subaru gag, ugh. On the bank he finally made it to. He left it to his nausea to make him spew out an enormous volume of water, and then, fighting the sensation of having water left inside his body still, he laid the girl he dragged out of the water onto the ground. Subaru, bringing his ear near her mouth, he checked her breathing. There was no reaction. He bit his lip, pushing against her chest area with force, carrying out CPR on her. However, she didn't come back to life. Right as he bent over, his face coming near her as he wondered if he should perform artificial respiration, she threw up some water along with a small cough, tilting her face to the side. Subaru let her expel the water from her body. Subaru ha. Enduring the fatigue that spread across his entire body, he unfastened the whip he tied against himself, lowering the weight on his back. Perhaps the fact that she was unconscious from the beginning proved to be fortunate, as the lowered weight was letting out weak breaths. That meant everyone was safe. Subaru S.A. Fei. His head swayed to the side in midst of his dizziness, and he collapsed on the spot. He thought he had to somehow leave the bank and at least hide in the thickets and bushes, but his body wasn't listening to him at all. His stamina had been completely emptied. Unable to move a single finger, his consciousness gradually fell deep into the darkness, as if he had been trapped in an antlion's pit, descending into the dark, obscure world forever and ever. What he wished for before he passed out was for neither the hunter nor the snake, but for someone else to. Subaru save Ram. There was only one wish, for someone to at least save Ram, even if it was just her. 5 Subaru ah. Slowly, his consciousness was pulled out of the depths of the cold, bitter darkness. Silently, he remembered he had forgotten how to breathe. Then he gulped and ingested air into his empty body. More. He desired more oxygen, as if he had been drowning, opening his mouth wide. Shut it with your wheezing and panting. You, Subaru, MRGH. Something was forcefully thrusted into his open jaws, and he was bathed in verbal abuse. He widened his eyes, unable to grasp the situation, but he wasn't able to see anything. It seemed like something had been wrapped around his face, covering his eyes. However, he knew some wild fellow had shoved something into his mouth. The taste of soil and earth and a large, solid texture. He could immediately guess that it was a shoe. Someone was digging the tip of his shoe into Subaru's mouth. Subaru erg. Boy. Wow, what go away? Why the hell are you defying me? Don't you understand the position you're in? Subaru garg. Subaru was struck in his solar plexus with a good, hard kick delivered by the tip of the man's shoe, after Subaru had spat out without thinking, as his breath caught in his throat from the impact, followed by a bout of coughing. The wild fellow spat on him. While the man was doing that, Subaru's mind was jumbled up in a great deal of confusion. He couldn't see, and he was utterly befuddled, yet violence had been inflicted onto him. Adding to that, even if he tried to rub his aching chest, he couldn't do that because his arms were tied behind his back. His legs were bound as well, so it was impossible to stand up and escape. Subaru, what's? How long are you going to be fooling AR? Hey, chill out. He's completely clueless. It can't be helped. Rather than that, here, let's take off his blindfold. Tisei, 2 men seemed to be having an argument in front of Subaru, who was curled up on the ground with saliva spilling out his mouth. The man that arrived later had persuaded the violent man, and Subaru sensed that the rough, boorish presence had distanced himself from the area. After that, the voice of the composed man reached his ears with a, well, sorry that was done to you right after you woke up. I think you're probably feeling muddled and all, but it'll just take off your blindfold, okay? Though, I can't remove the rope around your hands and feet, so you gotta bear with it. Subaru. As Subaru remained silent, the man gently placed his hands on his head, unfastening the blindfold that was tightly wrapped around his head. He felt the air against his skin, along with a tiny prick of pain, and waited for his vision to return as he took in a deep breath, withstanding the throbbing ache in his chest. And then, Subaru, where the hell is this? In his newly recovered field of view, the clearing was dotted with many tents and campfires. Along with those, there were men equipped with swords and armor, giving off a fierce feeling, and restlessly going to and fro around the area. Rendered completely speechless, Subaru thought of the most appropriate picture that would be representing the site at hand in his mind. Subaru, I've seen something like this in a long-running TV series. The reason he thought of it wasn't because he had encountered a gigantic river right before all of this, but what crossed his mind was a scene from one of those TV series at camp of a military unit, busy by preparations before the official battle began. It was as if the site in front of him was a replica off. No, it wasn't. We found you right as we went out to fetch some water. Yeah, sorry, but you've been captured. You're our prisoner. Was the person who walked in front of him the man that took off his blindfold? Putting a hand to his hip, he spoke to Subaru with a genuine-looking, troubled expression. Not Suki Subaru had been taken prisoner. Chapter 6. The Land Far Away in the South. 1. Hey, what's the worst thing that's happened to you as a traveling merchant? And there it is. Yet another unpleasant question. In his room, Otto was staring at documents when Subaru presented this question, causing him to frown. Wrinkles were already present in between his brows, but thanks to the question they leveled up to 100. Subaru, you see, Garfield, and I were having a little chat about one-man journeys. I guess it's a bit different in your case, but you were a traveling merchant. So you're familiar with that sort of thing, right? Otto, I would not say you are wrong, but I had Fruffle with me, at the very least. Thanks to my divine protection, I always had someone I could talk to, so it did not really feel like I was traveling alone. As he spoke, Otto rubbed his eyes and placed the documents on the desk. Then, in front of the desk where the mountain of papers rested, he directed his gaze towards the two guests who sat on the sofa with Shatran's board spread between them, Subaru and Garfield. Although it was Subaru who had the upper hand in this game, each move that he made kept alternately securing or endangering his position. Otto, Garfield, moved the merchant 2 squares forward. Subaru, hey. Otto, you bastard. Garfield, HM. Oh, so that's it. You really bail me out of this one. Otto, bro. With just a quick glance, Otto discerned the most advantageous move to make, receiving 2 different reactions from Subaru and Garfield, respectively. Ignoring how Subaru struggled in the situation that he was instantly put into, still, Otto muttered, Otto, Garfield, are you interested in traveling alone? Garfield, if I'm interested, you say? Course I am. But you know, I spent a whole lot of time stuck in the sanctuary, so I need gotta travel or anything. Otto, I see. You really are interested, are you not? Well, with your self-sufficiency and self-defense skills as high as they are, I think you would do just fine, unlike Natsuki-san. Subaru, hey, don't you underestimate me like that. My mentor's been praising my progress a lot lately. Just so you know, Otto, it seems like he decided to use praise to motivate you. It is hard to be sure if praise or scolding works better with you. After all, Otto's comments were so soft towards Garfield, yet so hard towards Subaru. However, considering how strict Garfield was with himself, and how prone Subaru was to get carried away, it was probably the correct approach. But that aside, Subaru, anyway, what's that worst moment you've had as a traveling merchant? Otto, why are you so insistent on knowing that? Garfield, the captain, may just be a skin out of curiosity, but I'm seriously interested here. Otto, bro. Knowing you're such a tough guy, I imagine you'd be fine unless you encountered a huge dragon or something. Otto, Garfield, don't you think your expectations of me are way too high? It would take an emergency of such grandiosity to truly place Otto in a tight spot. Garfield's strong trust in Otto led him to harbor such conception, which was, albeit slightly exaggerated, not all that different from Subaru's assessment of Otto's crisis response capabilities. If one would ask the members of the faction who the most dangerous person was, it was undoubted that they all would unanimously reply saying Otto's name. Subaru, well, I can't really see something like that happening anyway. Otto, what are you grumbling about? I have been in several risky situations during my life indeed, but I would say the worst one was at one time I was held captive by a certain dangerous group. Garfield, what you mean, dangerous guys? Were you attacked by bandits or something? Otto, well, something similar to that. They separated me from Frufu and my carriage, and then left me wrapped up in a mat, without any weapons or tools at hand. And so, I prepared myself to die. Otto murmured, a distant look on his eyes. As they listened, Subaru and Garfield turned to look at each other. The fear that he had experienced was surely no little matter. Otto's words carried a weight that was not typical of him. Garfield, a dead end. Huh, guess that's what it's like to be forsaken on the Deku Plateau, ain't it? Otto, it really was like that. If it were not for some kind people that happened to come across me by chance, I would have lost my life that day. And that, I will never forget. Subaru, I see. Everyone's got their own story, after all. Arms crossed, Subaru nodded as he reflected on Otto's adversities. Tied by bandits, stripped of his belongings, his very right to live or die completely subject to somebody else's whims, such circumstances were not something that Subaru faced often, yet also not something that he was a stranger to. Subaru, still, it's thanks to their help that our Otto is here with us now. Those guys who found you deserve a proper thanks. Don't you think? Otto, yes, you are right. Subaru, what's with the lukewarm reply? You're making me uneasy, man. Subaru scowled at Otto's unexpected reaction. Despite Subaru's response, Otto stayed oddly calm and composed, his posture like that of a deity. While Subaru felt shivers going down his spine, Garfield clenched his fist with a, but hey, Garfield, now I know all the stuff you've gone through. Otto, bro. But rest assured, you had better believe I won't be letting that stuff happen to you ever again, eh? Otto, really? Well, I do know I can depend on you, Garfield. Natsuki-san, on the other hand. Subaru, you can't just compare me with Garfield in terms of combat strength. You'll make me feel like all the hard work I've done so far isn't worth a damn. Subaru moved his empty hand, as if he brandished a whip with it. With a gesture of his own, Garfield pretended to crush it with his fangs, making his opponent aware of his powerlessness. Ugh. Subaru groaned as Garfield's victory made him openly display joy. While witnessing the two, a despondent ha escaped Otto's mouth. Otto Garfield, move the merchant diagonally to the right. Let us show him what we merchants are made of. Subaru arg. Damn it, Otto, you jerk. Garfield HM? Oh, look, it's a checkmate. Captain, what a weakling y'are. Subaru, you didn't do it alone, though. Surrounding the Shatranj board, Subaru cried out along with his cornered army. From the moment the alliance between Garfield and Otto was formed, there was only one thing that he would be given the chance to do to retreat, as he bawled like the sore loser he was. 2. A prisoner of war. As soon as he heard those words, what coursed through Subaru's mind was the chatter of knights like those. Had his weapons and tools taken away from him, along with his freedom, held captive by someone he did not know. It was pretty much like Otto had said. This was a natural situation to resign yourself to death. Subaru, the place where Subaru was being held captive, looked quite like encampments raised for war that had seen in stuff like a tiger drama. He could see many a tent lined up, along with rows of armor and weapons waiting to be equipped. Men with a heavy atmosphere about them went by, and it seemed like their forces contained both humans and demi-humans. Subaru was sitting atop some solid ground, with nothing but a bare-bones curtain fixed at that place to ward off the wind. His hands were tied behind his back, and his feet were restrained as well, making him unable to move. However, to Subaru, what mattered a lot more was, Subaru Rem, there should have been a girl with me. What happened to her? Oh. So we tell you you're our prisoner of war, and the first thing that pops into your head are girls? Am I right to think that this means these girls are important to you? The man had been crouching down just before, namely. The young man who seemed to have stopped a violent man had shoved his shoe in Subaru's mouth, batted one of his eyes, shut in response to his muted question. The youth had bright orange hair, and looked to be just a little older than Subaru. He was smiling quite amiably, but that didn't put him at ease, given that the situation was what it was. He wasn't clad in a full suit of armor per se, but since he was wearing some light garb as his armor, he was probably one of the warriors in the encampment as well. A warrior, not a knight. Subaru had managed to somehow spend over a year in this other world, and several times had been blessed with the opportunities to eye the differences between warriors and knights. Of course they had differences in their positions or their influence, but there were visible differences between them, which weren't only those practical ones. Knights were glitzy, whereas warriors were coarse, not in the bad sense. They just differed in what was required. Of course, knights abounded in skill, yet they needed to be able to procure the reassurance of people's hearts. On that point, it was necessary for them to be noble of appearance. People like Julius or Reinhard were testaments to this. On the flip side, what was needed from a warrior was only the strength to fight. Thus, the men gathered in this encampment were warriors. The youth in front of him was no exception either. Subaru, I'm going to ask you again. Where's the girl I was with? Orange-haired youth, so darn stubborn. Though, not like I dislike that she's safe and sound. Both of them are full of vim and vigor. A little too full of, if you ask me. Subaru, for real. Subaru grabbed onto the youth's answer as the latter gave him a strained smile. He leaned forward so he could hear the answer he wanted to. However, the youth pushed him back by the forehead, letting out a whoa there, preventing him from leaning any closer. Orange-haired youth, both your hands and feet are tied up. Won't you fall over and bite your tongue if you work yourself up that much? Oh, don't look at me like that. Both of them are safe and sound. I'm not lying. Subaru, both of them my ass. Quit giving me half-assed answers. I'm happy so long as the blue-haired girl is safe and sound. Orange-haired youth, that's an awfully cruel answer, wouldn't you say? No word of exaggeration. Those were his true feelings. However, there'd probably be no point telling that to youth. In any case, he would believe what the youth had said for the time being. The next issue at hand was Subaru and Rem's position. Earlier, Head said Head taken Subaru as a prisoner of war. Subaru, I find it difficult to accept being a prisoner of war. But let's say I do. Why am I being kept away from them? Orange-haired youth, if you want to see them. It'll let you do so afterwards. If you answer our questions honestly right now, those girls are in the slammer. Subaru in jail. Why would you do that? The harsh conditions associated with that flashed through his mind straight after he heard the word slammer. However, as he tried to get more details about it, his 3 broken fingers on his left hand cried out in pain. Gah! Subaru saw stars in his eyes, making him clench his teeth. Behind him, the man sporting an eye patch over one of his eyes had stomped his shoe on his injured fingers, whereby his hands were tied behind his back. The man brutally stomped Subaru's broken fingers and said, "Man with an eye patch, if you were paying attention before, you're a guy who fucking lacks the self-awareness of being a prisoner. You just need to answer questions you're asked, or am I wrong here? Huh? Orange-haired you, Jamal. Knock it off. You're gonna end up making him faint again. Jamal really fucking boils my blood that he doesn't get the position he's in. So long as his neck and above are fine, he can talk. Anyways, if 3 of them are broken, what harm would there be in having 2 more? Orange-haired you, Jamal." The man had given Subaru's hand a kick. Jamal leered at him wickedly as he declared that. But as he did, the youth abruptly called out his name in a hushed tone of voice. Hearing that caused Jamal's breath to hitch, and so he reluctantly moved his foot away with an "all right then, Subaru GHK, Jamal TSK. You owe your thanks to Todd. Makes me want to hurl." With the burden removed from his broken fingers, Subaru was able to breathe again, to which Jamal spat at him. And with that said and done, Jamal turned his back away and left the tent in a huff. When the sound of his footsteps was far off in the distance, the youth Todd gave his head a scratch. "Todd, dear, oh dear, I'm sorry about that. That Jamal dude is quite prickly. After all, it was his unit that found you people by the riverbank. But, Subaru, Todd, well, apparently the girl accompanying you put up quite the fight. The people in his unit were half-wrecked, and he, being the commander, lost face. Subaru, oh, having now gotten a rough idea about what happened. Subaru, too, wanted to hold his head in exasperation. This probably happened after Subaru had crawled up the riverbank and lost consciousness. Having woken up before him, Rem had given Jamal, along with his men, a beating when they turned up. That's why Jamal was in a foul mood. Rem would look like a sweet girl who couldn't move her legs at a glance, so there was no reason to blame Jamal and his men for having allowed her to get in the first strike. And even though there was no reason, Subaru, I hate that guy. Todd, what a coincidence. I don't like him much either. That said, we're getting off topic. How are your fingers? Subaru, they're broken, though the pain's gotten better. Even so, the tattoo of the pounding pain was relentless. Yet, Subaru firmly gritted his teeth together and shut out the weaknesses of groaning in pain for the time being. He would, time permitting, face the pain that would have accumulated up later. Right now, he had the things in front of him to face. Subaru Todd, right? Toddo, so you were paying proper attention. Yeah, the name's Todd. And hey, raise a question from your local Todd-san. I did say this before, but Subaru, that I should answer honestly. I guess what is it that you want to hear? In the end, he was nothing more than just the other world in Natsuki Subaru. He had no clue about anything like the means whereby he crossed worlds, nor did he unfortunately have the expertise to use knowledge cheats, which were so conventional with ice guy stuff. Zip zilch nada. Made him cry when he really thought about it. Subaru, what can I, with that kind of lot in life, really answer for you? Todd, what sort of obsequious display is that? Anyways, it's a shot in the dark, but there's just one thing I do like to ask you. Are you one of the Shudrak? Subaru Shudrak? That was the imperious used Todd's question, but Subaru had never heard this word before. Nevertheless, as soon as Todd heard Subaru responding by flipping the question back at him, he brought one of his hands to his forehead and said, "Todd, see, I knew it. I could tell by your reaction that you got nothing to do with them." Subaru, hey, wait up. I still haven't answered anything. Aren't you just being too hasty here? Todd, not at all. No one would lie when they're asked about their own warrior clan, even those who've never heard of them before. So, like that, even if you tell us you're Shadrakian, no one's going to believe you. Subaru, though his words felt conclusive, they didn't sound like a bluff. Even Subaru couldn't refuse them. The way Todd had put it, full conviction, was that persuasive. But in that case, Subaru, just what are these Shadrakians? Todd, they're the people we're searching for. They're somewhere in that huge forest in the Budheim jungle. Todd answered Subaru's question and pointed behind him. However, Subaru's hands and feet were tied up, so he couldn't look back that easily. Todd then put his hand on Subaru's shoulder, where there's no helping that, and turned him around. Subaru, the Budheim jungle. Todd, the whole place from here is forest. It's going to take many years, or whatever, to search it well and good. Though Todd muttered those words unenergetically, what he was saying was understandable. This was quite the vast forest. The greenery continued on to the ends of the horizon, both on his left and right, as seen from the encampment where Subaru was being held captive. If its depth was like that to boot, then metaphors aside, it could be on the same level as the Amazon. and they had to find these Shadrakians, or whatever had called them, in such a vast forest. Subaru, isn't that going to be practically impossible? To say the least. Todd, you reckon so too? Well, nah. I've really thrown the towel here. If it takes me years to go back home, my fiancée will end up turning away from me and know. The sorrows of a soldier who had been taken away from his lover and sent to the field of battle. Todd's words made Subaru feel something similar to that, evoking a little sympathy out of him. However, his sympathy didn't last long either, since currently he was separated from the person he cherished. And other than that, the problem he had at hand was way more of a big deal. Subaru, hey, Todd-san. In your view, I think I've answered honestly. So, I'd really like it if you kept your promise as well. Todd, you're asking me to let you see a woman. Even though there's a person who's ruined the fact they can't see their fiancé? What a heart of stone you have. Subaru, no way I want to hear that coming from the companion of a guy who steps on injured guy's broken fingers. Todd, haha, that's for sure. Although Subaru's answer was quite the bold one, Todd burst out in laughter rather than anger. He then crouched down by his side and loosened the ropes that had been tightly binding Subaru's feet. Enough so he could walk. Todd, you should be able to at least walk by taking short steps. It'll take you over to the jail. Todd brought his hands under Subaru's armpits and lifted him up in one go. As soon as he stood up, his legs could move freely, albeit about only half of his usual step. He could walk like this. Thank God for having short legs. If his legs had been as long as a model's, then he would have been thrown out of balance. Quite a bit. Subaru, well then, please guide me there. Todd, how very impudent of you. You must be a noble, right? With a wry smile on his face, Todd gave Subaru a clap on the back as the latter began to walk out, taking small steps. He felt the inquisitive looks of the men around them, looking at Subaru walking along bit by bit, being let out of the tent that housed prisoners of war. He could see some of them looking like they were sneering, but Subaru cared not a fig about them. Rather, on the flip side, it was he who observed them. It was just as Head thought. He could see an encampment prepared for war. They covered the perimeters of the encampment with impromptu, made wooden fencing and stuff. There appeared to be over 100 men here. Nevertheless, searching the entire forest with 100 men was practically impossible. Subaru could understand why Todd was bemoaning that. With that said, Subaru had expressed his sympathies both to Todd, who was in that state, and his fiancée. Yet, posed towards him was, Todd, oh, talking of nobles, I just remembered, where did you get that knife that popped up when we fished through your belongings? Subaru's brows furrowed for a moment when he heard Todd's suddenly remembered question. Then he instantly recalled the knife in question. Had received the knife from the masked man in the forest. It had really helped him get through the many obstacles posed by the forest, as well as the traps Rem had set. It was too late for that now, but perhaps that masked man had been one of the Shadrakians they were searching for. If it was like that, then telling them about him would only be tantamount to a betrayal of his benefactor. Todd, what's up? Subaru, no, nothing. Though Todd was suspicious of his silence, Subaru was also stuck between a rock and a hard place. Internally, given that he had been taken as a prisoner of war, Todd was treating him in a relatively reasonable manner. But make no mistake, he was still perceived as a prisoner of war. He was someone Subaru would find difficult to describe as being friendly. On the other hand, it was pretty likely that He'd never see the masked man again. However, not only had he given him some effective advice on the matter of searching for Rem, had also given him that knife to boot. He was someone high in the benefactor level. Meaning, Todd, hey, what's up? Subaru, that knife is something for my family. It's a family heirloom. Todd, is that so? Hey, then you must be quite the something, right? Subaru, huh? He decided to protect his benefactor in his mind after mulling it over. Todd's voice raised a bit in surprise in response, with Subaru having lied with those thoughts in mind. Subaru didn't know why had, but nevertheless, Todd continued. Todd, after all, your knife's got our national emblem, the sword wolf, on it. From what I've heard, those sorts of things are given personally from the emperor to his retainers. Meaning, you must be from a family of honor as well? Subaru, wait just a sec. Todd's voice grew excited. Meanwhile, Subaru's breath hitched after he heard what Head said. The backstory behind the knife Head received was good enough and all. He would put that matter to one side for the time being, even though there seemed to be an anecdote well worth of a surprise there. The sword wolf and the emperor. Subaru stopped in his tracks, his lips still pursed together as he looked around his surroundings once again. There he could see many a tent, bonfires, sneering men, the humongous forest, and a blue flag fluttering in the wind. right next to a large tent. Painted smack dab in the middle of this blue flag was a black wolf pierced by swords. Over a year had passed for Subaru as well, since he had come to this other world. The opportunities in which had been introduced as Amelia's one and only knight were increasing. Thus he was in the middle of studying stuff, such as what passed as common knowledge in this world, such that he wouldn't sit cross-legged as an other-worlder forever. The fruits of his studies matched with his flag of a wolf pierced by swords, a sword wolf. Namely, Subaru, the sacred Valachian Empire, the national emblem of the empire that bordered the south of the Dragon Kingdom of Lagunica. It was right now that Subaru first realized that they'd crossed the border between the kingdom and empire, having been hurled into a foreign country. 3. The sacred Valachian Empire. That was the name of the land, no. The name of the country where Subaru was being held prisoner. The impression Subaru had towards Wallachia was, as a result of his ice sky studies, something like it's like that in games or whatever. Empires kind of tend to be like layers of evil, just like the kingdom of Lagunica. The Valachian Empire was one of 4 great countries that conserved the balance of power in the world. It was the one that held the largest amount of land, holding its dominion over the south of the world map. Wallachia was blessed with richer soils compared to Gastico in the north and Kararaji in the west, along with fertile lands and a warm climate. Apparently, a system of the survival of the fittest had taken shape there, as if it were a matter of course. Many tribes and races were mixing together, with the strong gaining everything and the weak parted with their possessions, the latter oppressed by the former. Such brutality went unpunished in the Valachian Empire. In other words, this was a land with people that had the worst compatibility possible for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, the sacred Valachian Empire. Those words slipped out from him without even realizing on the very moment he had set his eyes on the flag swaying beside the tent. Hearing Subaru's shocked mutter, Todd raised his brows a bit, and then, "Todd, long live Wallachia." "Subaru, whoa." A voice suddenly boomed from right behind him, taking Subaru aback. He sprang back in surprise, causing Todd to laugh at his reaction. "Todd, huh? What's with that reaction? You're the one who brought it up. Subaru, long live Wallachia? Todd, long live Wallachia." Though those were accusations he had no awareness of, he kind of understood them. Whenever you said the sacred Wallachia Empire out loud, they would answer with "Long live Wallachia." That was what they were used to, a part of their national creed. And so, there was one more thing which Subaru now knew. Subaru, I cannot carelessly reveal, that I'm a Lagunican. That was a really huge blow for him. Subaru's position right now was as Amelia's one and only knight, she being one of the candidates in the royal selection that was taking place in the kingdom of Lagunica. Subaru had been officially knighted under Roswell's patronage, and thus was actually, for a limited amount of time, part of the Lagunican nobility. Regardless of that, there shouldn't be anyone in the kingdom of Lagunica who didn't know about the matter of the royal selection. Thus, if he were to reveal his position, he would have been in a position to ask for a favor. At the very least, had imagined he would have talked about it to Todd once Rem's safety had been assured, given that words got through to him. But it was a different matter altogether, provided they were currently in the Valachian Empire. Subaru, having read the history books of this world, Subaru knew all too well about the poor relations between the kingdom of Lagunica and the Valachian Empire. More than 400 years ago, both countries had waged many great wars between them over territory. Ever since the kingdom of Lagunica made a covenant with the divine dragon 400 years ago, the two countries have strayed away from any major conflicts. However, some small-scale, sporadic battles had broken out since then, and even now, there was no shadow of a doubt the two countries were in a state of Cold War. Had heard that before the start of the royal selection was announced, arrangements were made so that the empire would not take advantage to lay war on them. What would become of him were he to tell them he was part of the Lagunican nobility, right here inside the Valachian Empire? Maybe this would be possible if it were an imperial noble with some common sense, but the place they were in was an encampment at the edge of a battlefield. Todd aside, could he really hope to be treated as a guest of the nation by so many of these impulsive lot like Jamal? Subaru, that's a definite no-go, meaning that Subaru could not carelessly divulge his position. Now that things were like this, the fact that he was here with Rem, who had forgotten even Subaru's position, was a blessing in disguise, truly a small blessing amongst a sea of misfortune. "Todd, hey, what's the actual matter? Are your legs useless, as well as your fingers?" Subaru, "Nah, that's not it. It's just that when I heard you say 'Long live Wallachia,' I couldn't contain the shudders of all welling up from deep inside my chest." Todd, "Oh, I see. No help in that. 'Tis only natural that you be struck a heart by how the empires, given that you're connected to the imperial nobility. I was the one who lacked consideration. Subaru, well, ha. He would have scratched his head if he could. Yet he could only let out a forced laugh at Todd's answer. This was the Empire indeed. Even though his worldview on it came only from literature, the mantra of the Empire permeated all the way down to run-of-the-mill soldiers like Todd. Realizing that it was showing the man's behavior right now, Subaru gritted his teeth. His trump card of sorts, as in revealing his social standing and returning back to the Mather's domain, could safely be assumed to have been blocked. Or maybe a sensible citizen of the Empire would respect his position, but Subaru, the odds would be stacked against me a little too much, were I to gamble on those two choices. Todd, what are you grumbling about? Looky here, your long-awaited meeting. Subaru, who had been shuffling along, was pushed by his back, before then receiving a clap on the shoulder. He lifted his head up straight after Todd told him that, and when he did, had been brought along to some iron cells situated near one edge of the encampment. Within one of those iron cells, all of them lined up neat and tidy, a girl sat flumped down. Subaru Rem HK, it's you. Having found the figure of the girl he was searching for, Subaru flew over to the cell. Rem took notice of him and frowned, all the while glaring at him with the same hostility. Yet he didn't care, so long as, first of all, he could check that she was all right. Subaru, thank goodness. Did they do anything to you? Are you in any pabwa? Todd, whoa, that looks like it's going to hurt. Since Subaru had been shuffling along quickly, his feet got tangled up, making him fall forward. He couldn't use his hands to support himself, of course, so he crashed face first into the iron cell. And just like that, Subaru let out a groan as he fell over backwards. Rem, why what's with that all of a sudden? Subaru, on nothing. My bad, I didn't mean to scare you. Rem, as if I would be. Stop looking down on me, please. Were your nose and teeth and stuff all right? Subaru, Are you worried about me? Remwa? No. Subaru managed to lift his body up in the way a caterpillar would and sniffled. The answer he got from Rem was glacial. Nevertheless, as he was gazed at by those light blue eyes, Subaru let out a sigh of relief. However, this caused Rem's face to tense up even more, still inside her cell. Todd, alrighty then. I get that this is quite the emotional meeting, but you two ain't quite on the same page, no? Let me see then, so, you must be Rem, right? Rem. Who knows? Todd, hey, what a pain. Like, there's got to be a limit to how stubborn you can get. Todd butted in between Subaru and Rem's unexpected meeting, sporting a sullen look on his face. Rem soonishly turned her face away. However, it seemed like her cold attitude wasn't just limited to Subaru. It seemed to also be consistently pointed towards the encampment against the people of the Empire, Todd included. Though all things said, you could say this was really typical of Rem and her bossy at home, yet timid on the streets temperament. Subaru, if you're going to be snapping at whoever comes by, they're going to nickname you with stuff like Mad Dog. Rem, and now, he has the absolute cheek of calling me a dog. Not only do you stink, but you're also quite the rude person, aren't you? Subaru, what are you trying to say? Me stinking is being rude? Like, you mean I lack in the cleanliness department? Even so, cleanliness is something which I've never really properly grasped. There was a saying that went something like, when you hate someone, you come to hate everything related to the person. Rem's manner of interactions with Subaru matched that sort of stuff to a T. The fact he had ended up coming to a place like this, while still unable to shake off that poor first impression he gave, was a real bummer. Subaru anyways. She is indeed called Remington. Thanks for helping me out, though. That said, it's hard for me to express my gratitude when I see how she's been put in this cell. Todd, didn't I tell you? The people in Jamal's unit were beaten up. If I didn't let myself do at least this, then even I would lose face. Either way, it's not like we're going to hurt her. Subaru, can I really trust you on that? Todd, we have the credence of the imperial nobility here after all. Even Jamal can't complain about that. Todd rifled through his bosom and pulled out that knife while saying that. Subaru's eyes swung wide open as Todd unsheathed it and cut away the rope around his hands and feet, feeling himself freed from his restraints. Subaru let out an exhale with an O. Subaru, you're just going to let me go? Todd, I want to say yeah, and take your girl wherever, but I can't. Subaru, Todd, don't give me such a scary look. It's not like I'm doing you a disservice. As you've gathered, we prepared our ranks to fight the Shudrakians in the forest. But it's not just us who've been deployed. If you wander around all willy-nilly, then you're going to get captured by the guys at some other encampment. In other words, there were several encampments scattered around the land. waiting to raid the vast forest. Were Subaru and his party to carelessly intrude into another encampment, they would most likely be captured and questioned, just like it had happened here. But even worse, Subaru with so many Jamals in these encampments, I might even be forced to eat another damn shoe. Todd, I don't mean to brag, but in the Imperial Army, you'd be hard-pressed to find many like myself. I really dislike violence, so if there's a chance for dialogue, it'll always go with that first, you see. Rem, so we should expect most of them to be as abusive as that rude gentleman. Is what you were saying? Todd, well, he did offend you, so he kind of deserves it, I guess. An intense hatred could be heard in Rem's voice as she firmly spoke. She could not bring herself to like Subaru either, but her first meeting with Jamal had been simply awful, judging from the fact that Todd, despite knowing the situation, was not on Jamal's side either. It could be inferred that not even his allies could defend his actions. Subaru Todd-san, I get that you're worried about our safety, but what should we do? Just like you, I really don't want to stay put until they're done raiding the forest. Todd, I know. Plus, we're going to get shouted at if we let outsiders stay at our encampment for too long. But no matter what we do, a supply convoy will set out for a nearby town in some days from now. If y'all leave the encampment along with them, you'll probably be able to get out without causing any unneeded ruckus. Subaru, I see. A supply convoy. It was a no-brainer. You needed the appropriate amount of food and water to feed all of these people. There was no way they could provide that using the land around them, and so the units that brought in supplies were as important as the troops set out for combat. That's why Todd had recommended them to go with the people charged with providing such things for the encampments. Subaru, then, is it okay if we depend on you for a little while longer? Todd, I reckon so. The battle shouldn't progress any time soon, so just make sure you don't go near that damn Jamal, unless you want to be forced to eat another shoe. Subaru, yeah, I really feel that, Rem. Are you all right with this plan? Rem gave him no reply, her face still soonishly turned away from him. Nevertheless, she did not reject it to his face, so she probably didn't have any objections or alternatives in mind. He would just take it as being a cute act of defiance from her. Todd, you two have a weird relationship, though. What sort of people are you? Subaru, you can think of us as wanderers or travelers. Rem's my beloved girl, and the other girl we were with is someone I don't know. Rem, you're still saying that stuff. Upon hearing Todd's question, Rem's distrust grew stronger. Subaru, too, thought had messed up, but on the other hand, he absolutely didn't want to recognize Lewis as being one of their companions. In all honesty, he'd be all for the Empire taking her from them. Subaru, which reminds me, she hasn't been thrown into a cell along with Remington. Where did she go? Rem, she was taken away for treatment. It seems she cut her forehead somewhere when we recklessly jumped into the river. Subaru, treatment? Subaru reacted in astonishment when he heard Rem's answer, but averted her gaze away. Then his expression turned serious, and he jumped towards the cell. Subaru, did you say treatment? Rem, W what? Indeed I did. Or are you saying you don't want that girl you detest to even get treatment for her injuries? Subaru, you're not wrong there either. But that's not the issue. Hey, Todd-san, where's that damned Lewis getting treated? Which tent? Subaru had turned around, making Todd react with surprised wah in response to his threatening attitude. However, he did not understand the gravity of the situation one bit. Subaru grabbed him by the shoulders and asked once again, where is she? Todd, if she's receiving treatment. Shelby in that tent with a red flag. But what's going on with you so suddenly? Subaru, just like, whatever, everyone's gonna die. Subaru pushed Todd's shoulder away. The latter's eyes peeled wide open as the former hurried over to the tent with the red flag. Rem and Todd unconsciously exchanged looks with one another, seeing the vigor that drove Subaru. Todd, what the? Well, whatever, it'll go after him. But, Rem, please do. He's probably to do something rash unless you stop him. Todd, though, why do you have to be the one to tell me that? Todd scratched his head and hurriedly went after Subaru as the latter rushed forward. And as soon as she couldn't see Subaru anymore, Rem, like, what the hell? That guy's just been acting as he pleases with me all this time. Rem muttered that under her breath. Subaru. And on the other hand, having heard what Todd had said earlier, Subaru was looking around, searching for the red tent. Hearing Lewis was receiving treatment, the worst possibility swept across Subaru's mind. Namely, the possibility that Lewis, who seemed to have lost her mind somehow, would turn back to normal with treatment and be reestablished as one of the Sin Archbishops of Gluttony. In that case, both Subaru and, of course, the amnesiac Rem would not be able to contend with her. Even if Todd, Jamal, and the people of the Empire and this encampment got together, there would probably be many, many casualties. He wasn't going to let that happen. Impatience filled Subaru's mind, as if saying, that must never happen. Then he turned toward the red tent that had caught his eyes, and he quickly made his way over to it. Subaru, I'm sorry. Is there a vile golden-haired kid here? A golden bullet came hurtling out from the inside at terrific speed the moment Head tried to open the tent's flap. True to its aim, it scored a direct hit under his nose right against the center of his body, causing both his consciousness and upper body to jolt unsteadily. And just like that, he fell down flat on his ass. As a result, he ended up putting down his left hand on the ground in an instant move. His left hand, where 3 of his fingers were broken. Subaru GYCA. Lewis wah. Subaru's consciousness flickered from the fierce pain. Present was a demon, making merry, squealing happily while straddled over Subaru, who was riding in agony. Lewis. She was still the same as the time when she had woken Subaru up in that grassy plain. There was a smile plastered on her face, a smile that looked just like the very manifestation of innocent evil, as she snuggled up to his chest. He really wanted to brush her away, but his consciousness, scorching with pain, didn't let him do so. Subaru Todd, whoa, there, you use your left hand? Well, that's pretty rough, but from what I can see, this girl looks back to her usual. Like, the wound on her forehead's been patched up too. Todd caught up to Subaru, who was writhing in agony, and gently lifted the happy Lewis up from his chest. Lewis flapped her arms and legs while letting out an awe. However, Todd paid her no heed. Just like Todd had said, there was a bandage wrapped around Lewis' head. It looked like they had given her some treatment for a forehead cut. Not with magic, though, but with simple first aid techniques. Subaru Atu said so? So that's what you meant by treating her head. Had been so sure they were going to heal her wound with magic, so had gotten all panicky. However, with the method they had resorted to, there would be no way its healing would treat any aspects he didn't wish to be treated. It looked like Subaru's fears had ended up being needless, for now. Todd, you treat this girl who's so attached to you as someone you don't know. Yet the girl you hold as being so precious treats you so coldly I don't really get it, but that sounds like a dang mess. Subaru can't deny that. There's hardly anyone around who finds themselves in as many messes as I do. If there were a limit to the amount of hardships a person went through in their life, then was this just a lifetime worth of hardships closing in on him? Or was the count reset with each return by death? Would a time when he would be able to feel at ease never ever come? Just the thought of that was terrifying. And although it was terrifying Subaru him alive for now, that's what matters. Todd sure feels like you set your targets low. So what will you do? Are we okay to go along with you guys accompanying the supply convoy in a few days' time? Subaru, yes please. My apologies, though, for having to stay in your care. Todd MHM? Then no need to fret, since I ain't gonna be leaving y'all to mooch off us. Subaru, who was sitting cross-legged, raised his face at Todd's words and said, huh? Following that, Todd brought Lewis back to the ground as she flapped her legs around and placed one of his hands to his hips. After that, he pointed to the Empire's encampment that stretched out behind him and said, Todd, this is quite the encampment. No matter how many hands we have on deck, it's never enough. There's tons of work, so I'm going to have to get you to help out with some stuff. Subaru, he who does not work, shall not eat. I guess that's what you're saying? Subaru quietly murmured those words, causing Todd to repeat them back as soon as he heard them. Todd, he who does not work, yes indeed. That's spot on. You sure know some good words. Todd nodded his head, and to his side, Lewis nodded as well, as if copying him. Subaru loudly cracked his neck bones while looking up at the two of them. Subaru, I guess this is way better than being told don't do anything, or being forced to eat a shoe. Huh. Chapter 7. Being a man was tough. 1. Subaru, ouch. Subaru gave a reflexive grimace as he felt a sharp pain run through his finger. He looked down and saw a drop of blood beating down from a shallow cut on the tip of his index finger. Had been tidying up some documents scattered around on the desk, yet it seemed like had cut his finger on them. Subaru, shit, I really messed up there. Guess this is the initiation I get for having underestimated the ice guy paper making technology. My Subarukin, what's the matter? Did you cut your finger on some paper? Subaru, I can tell what you're thinking here. Roskio. How? Miserable of you. Weaker even than paper. I just screwed up a bit, can't you fix this up like it's nothing? Subaru showed his aching finger to the owner of the mansion, Roswell, as he posed his question. Roswell was facing his desk in his office, having been busying himself with some paperwork. He placed his quill down, before then taking a look at the scratch on Subaru's finger. Roswell, let me see. Oh my, it looks painful. That said, 'tis but a scratch. It should heal pretty quickly if you give it a lick. Oh, or should I lick it for you? Subaru, no thank you. I'd just go ahead and stick it in Biko's mouth or something. If I was going to get it licked by you, Rosky. Roswell, haha. How amusing it seems like you and Beatrice are getting along swimmingly, doesn't it? Roswell let go of Subaru's finger and beamed at him while resting his elbows on the desk. Subaru tilted his head, saying, "Is that so?" After hearing what he had to say. The relationship Subaru and Beatrice had was a complex one, nigh impossible to express. Though putting it as such was an exaggeration, he hadn't really been able to get much compromise from Beatrice. Subaru, it's fun teasing her after all, and it's me who's actively doing provoking, though I'm not too sure how she feels about it. Roswell, oh no need to worry about that. Beatrice is quite the forthright girl with these kinds of things after all. If she really felt like rejecting you, you probably wouldn't be able to go in and out of the Forbidden Library either. Subaru, I see. Roswell, since after all, she won't allow me into Forbidden Library currently. Subaru, I see. Roswell placed one of his hands to his chest as he said that with feigned indifference, before giving him a strained smile. That said, Roswell was just like Subaru in that it looked like he considered Beatrice as a teasable girl. And they'd also been acquainted with each other far longer than Subaru had. Subaru, so like, you're misanalyzing the sense of distance between you two and letting it fester or something. Wouldn't it have been better to apologize? Roswell, well, you're not too far off there. In regards to an apology, just a little too much time has ended up passing for both me and Beatrice. Subaru, I don't think it's great to not give her an apology and blame time for that. But Roswell, this keeps getting more and more painful to hear. Roswell loosened his lips and picked up his quill again, realizing that was a sign for him to get back to work. Subaru once again took to organizing the bookshelves with a shrug of his shoulders. Luckily, it seemed like the blood from his cut finger had stopped. Roswell, if your finger does actually hurt, you could get Rem or Beatrice to heal it up. Otherwise, have the esteemed Great Spirit do it. Subaru, Rosky, can't you heal it? Are you being Spartan? Roswell, no, not at all. You see, I can't use healing magic. Subaru, is that so? And here I was thinking you were a versatile mage who can do just about anything. Subaru lifted his brows slightly at Roswell's unexpected confession. He could burn forests, herds of which beasts included, to nothing with hellfire. He could soar up to the skies like the wind. So as soon as Subaru had heard Roswell held great renown as a mage, Subaru had been so sure. Roswell mastered every single kind of basic magic. Yet Roswell had shook his head at what Subaru had said. Roswell, my apology for not living up to your expectations. But you see, magic heavily depends on the aptitude one possesses from birth. I've been lucky enough to have been blessed with many talents for magic, but even that's not sufficient to completely handle every single bit of magic that there is in the world. Subaru, so, healing magic aside, got any others you can't use? Roswell, nope. I can pretty much use all the others. Subaru, seriously, just the one flaw. Roswell only had one weakness, coming in stark contrast to his heavy preface. That said, the fact of the matter was his flaw meant he couldn't use healing magic, and it felt to him like this was a surprisingly large flaw, one that would be difficult to make up for. Subaru, I reckon being unable to heal your wounds or not is a pretty big deal, like when you're in the middle of a fight or whatever. Roswell, oh, so that's what you think as well. Subarukin? Subaru, well, I graduated from the kind of power play where you can just win by selecting the fight command and ignoring the effects of buffs and debuffs in elementary school. I'm the type who likes to compete with talented people by making full use of my resourcefulness, even though I lack talent, just like in those kinds of mangas. Roswell, it seems like you're saying stuff that's tough to figure out, but in fact, I haven't even viewed it like so. They'd only known each other for a few weeks, yet it looked like Roswell had seen through to the truth behind his chatter, causing Subaru to stick his tongue out at him with a scratch of his head. Roswell batted one of his eyes shut and winked at him with his blue. One. Roswell, it's actually as you say, Subarukin. You could say having healing magic or not will change the battlefield. In a way. That's why it's such a valuable ability. Subaru, but Puck, Biko and Rem can use it, right? Roswell, the first two are special. And as for Rem, she's got the disposition for it, too, I guess. After all, I've focused myself on helping her. Hone that talent for healing of hers. According to what Roswell had said after, apparently the usefulness of healing magic was regarded so importantly. Even in magic, a master. Apprentice system was in place in specialized hospitals. Rem could have learned it there, but Shed said Roswell had guided her teachings directly since she didn't want to be separated from Ram. Roswell, and so, come a time you get injured, there's the fear that you'll end up forgetting to grit and bear it. If you entrench yourself too deeply with healing magic, I suppusus, Subaru. Well, so, you mean you'd lose your tolerance for pain? I guess that would happen. Just like people raised up in sterile rooms did not gain any resistance against viruses and such, pain could well become fatal in a time where one cannot rely on healing magic, in the case where you'd immediately get rid of your pains with its use. With that in mind, Subaru glanced at his injured finger. Subaru, I get it. This cut ain't worth fussing about. It'll grin and bear this pain as a lesson for myself. Roswell, it's just a teensy cut on your finger. Aren't you making me a hell of it? It won't really matter if you heal a cut like this, so why not get Rem to do it? Subaru sounds like a sweet trap to lure people into slothfulness. No thanks, imperfectly fine as I am. Got no issues. Roswell's words felt like they had a touch of banter in them, yet Subaru thought he had a point. Subaru already knew from the two incidents that had happened at the royal capital and the mansion that his life in another world wasn't going to be easy. It was best to just not experience anything like unbearable pain. However, Subaru will be ready for when the unavoidable comes. Roswell, it's just a cut on your finger through you. Roswell gave Subaru a wry smile as the latter emphasized what he said by firmly raising his index finger up. Nevertheless, Subaru's enthusiasm proved to be in vain. As soon as he finished cleaning up the office, he met up with Rem and the others, and right after that, Rem noticed his cut and immediately healed it up. 2. Subaru, ugly guy. Come on, bite down on the brace or something. This is really gonna hurt. Todd straightened the fingers on Subaru's left hand as he said that, before then applying a pungent medicine on his blotch fingers. After that, he nimbly put a splint around his fingers and wound some bandages around them. And with that, he finished patching them up. Todd, all's that left is this potion to finish things up. It should ease your pain a bit. Todd passed the bottle over to Subaru, drenched in cold sweat, containing some medicine. It was filled with a thick, viscous green liquid. However, there was nothing he could do about it if he was told it was medicine. Subaru steeled himself and swigged it down. Subaru blarged, "Gross. This heavy liquid is going to get stuck in my throat. Todd, 'tis a medicine that's renowned for being difficult to swallow after all. But I guarantee you it will do the trick. It's an asset that's heavily used by the troops. ITLL speed up how quickly your wounds heal." Subaru gulped it down, holding the now empty bottle between his fingers as Todd flashed him a smile. Subaru lowered his head, saying sorry in response to Todd as he wiped his mouth. "Subaru, you let yourself share something so valuable to a weirdo like me. Todd, no worries at all. In fact, if we were to leave you as you are, your fingers would rot away and fall off. Like, think of it as me having done a favor for a guy who's been granted a sword wolf dagger." Subaru lowered his brows at Todd's good-natured, generous answer before then chewing on his lip. Todd, who appeared to be a soldier from the Valachian Empire, was under the impression that Subaru was a noble due to the knife head, received in the forest, had been treated much better thanks to that, even if he was a prisoner of war. However, it was precisely because of this that he felt sorry for deceiving him. And in addition, a particular question had been weighing over Subaru's mind. Namely, Subaru, but, yeah, in times like these, if we had healing magic at hand, we could heal my wounds in a jiffy. Subaru muttered that out, pretending to put it casually as he checked how his left hand was doing. Hearing that, Todd raised his eyebrows. Toddo, yet again, was saying these extravagant things. Like, as if I'd been able to lay my eyes on anything like that. Subaru, so it's just as I thought. Todd guessed so. It sure would be useful if wounds and illness could be healed the same as creating a breeze or fire or whatever. Even your left hand would be healed up lickety-split. Subaru cast his gaze down as Todd spoke in a solemn tone of voice with a shrug of his shoulders. Both unease and relief rose inside of him simultaneously for hitting the nail on the head with his prediction. Subaru and Roswell had talked about how rare healing magic was, back when his plots were yet to be exposed, when had deemed him as just being an upbeat, clownish noble. Roswell had told him magic depended on one's talent, as well as that healing magic users were precious. Adding on to that information, medicinal herbs and potion bottles were lined together in the tent that the encampment had set up for healing. A host of medicinal tools, rather than magic, had been prepared there. Todd had told him he'd get him patched up, had resorted to the use of medicinal herbs and splints, rather than relying on anything magical. Thus, there were no doubts anymore. Subaru healing magic is rare. Todd, at the very least, it's something I've never seen. From what I've heard, the Imperial capital keeps mages who can use it close, within its bounds. Whatever the case, 'tis but a tale of a faraway world for the average person. Subaru, Todd, I'm more surprised you said something like healing magic. Not like it's an option for me to know. In the first place, you wouldn't even be able to come up with things unfamiliar to you. They wouldn't even pop up at the edge of your thoughts. That was just how unfamiliar healing magic was in the Empire, at least, for Todd and his gang. Subaru had been expecting him to answer like that. So he shook his head and said, Subaru, well, as you can see, I'm actually a traveler. I'm traveling all over the place. So I have come across people who use healing magic. Todd, I see, a traveler, huh? I did think you were dressed weirdly, since the garb you are and doesn't all suit the heat around here. Todd looked at Subaru from head to toe as he stated that. Subaru was still dressed in the clothes they devised to ward off the sand back when they had passed through the sand sea to capture the Pleiades watchtower. The Augury dunes had been contrary to his impressions of a desert since they hadn't been hot. However, had ended up practically covering almost all of his skin to stave off the sand winds. That's why one would have to say they weren't quite dressed for the seasons. Here in Wallachia, where the temperatures and the humidity were high. Todd, so you're saying you came across some kind of healing artist when you were traveling and you were tainted by its convenience. Subaru, what a terrible way of putting it, even if it is actually convenient. In fact, Subaru had been indebted to healing magic a few times, or rather, quite a few times. It would have been practically impossible to come back alive from the first hurdle, had it not been for Beatrice's healing magic when he was first summoned into this other world. If Beatrice hadn't been there for him back then, Subaru would still be living life with his belly sliced open and his guts drooping out. Subaru, like I ever want to go through the experience of tripping over my own guts again. Todd, healing magic. Huh, Subaru? Todd-san? As Subaru reflected on his somewhat uncommon experience, standing in front of him, Todd let out a quiet sigh. Subaru frowned at the change in atmosphere, yet Todd closed one of his eyes and said, Todd, well, I reckon healing magic is rather cruel. I'm glad it's not around where I'm at. Subaru, cruel, why? Shouldn't it be the opposite? Subaru showed how baffled he was by Todd's point of view, to which Todd, with one of his eyes still closed, continued with, Todd, like, after all, your wounds healing up means you won't die. They won't pull you back to recuperate either. They'll heal you up and force you to fight again, on and on. That's what it means to have your wounds healed. Subaru, Todd, I can't help but be terrified by it. Just how much must a guy who came up with the idea of healing magic in the first place have loved to fight? It just feels like we're being shown that plain and clear. Subaru was unable to come up with a response after hearing Todd's calm words. He found it to be quite a biased way of thinking. In actuality, healing magic played a role not only on the battlefield, but also to save people from accidents or disease as part of daily life. On the other side, though, there was some truth to Todd's way of thinking as well. They would patch up those wounded on the battlefield and push them to fight anew. Subaru couldn't deny his own feelings. He feared that he could not deny such an aspect that exists, after all. Todd, my bad. I went off topic. I didn't mean to make you furrow your brows like that. Todd said that to bring the mood back to normal, seeing how Subaru had sunk into silence. Subaru nodded back at him and said, It's all right, in response to those values that he himself hadn't considered. Todd then shifted his attention to the outside of the tent, in an effort to change the subject. Todd, but if that's the case, shouldn't the Lil Missy inside the cell also be one of your traveling companions? But even then, why are you being snapped at so much? Subaru, an unforeseen accident, I guess. We used to be pretty much on the same wavelength, but now things have gotten completely one-sided, due to one reason or another. I'd be grateful if you looked at the long term. Here, Todd, it's fine by me, but it seems rather tough for you, but in that case, Todd didn't probe too deep into the complex circumstances surrounding Subaru and Rem. Instead, he glanced away while brushing his chin. Todd was looking at Subaru's right arm, which the latter was deliberately ignoring, and clinging to Subaru's right arm since quite a while ago. Was Lewis, who said that blankly with a dopey look on her face. She was still clinging to Subaru's right arm, smiling away as if something was fun, while occasionally fiddling with his fingers, entwining her hair around them, and doing whatever she pleased. Todd, you're obviously not old enough for her to be y'all's daughter, right? What is she to you? Subaru, how many times do I have to say this? She's just some stranger. though I'm dead certain she isn't a decent person. Todd, you're being harsh there, but the lil miss in herself seems to care about this girl, no? Subaru, that's what's so troublesome. Having had that pointed out by Todd once again, Subaru let out a sigh, feeling just how complicated the situation he was put in was. Right now, Subaru's feelings towards Rem were spinning around completely in vain. With her memories now gone, Rem's cold attitude was mostly born out of Subaru's disdain for Lewis. Nevertheless, Subaru could not accept Lewis, even if he knew that was a cause. It was a no-brainer. She was a Sin Archbishop, a person of pure evil. Someone he could by no means ever get on with. Subaru, how is this happening? What the hell are you scheming? What the hell do you want from me? Lewis, ooh? Whoa. Lewis merely gave him a frivolous smile, offering no answer to him in return. Her behavior was absolutely annoying. Of course, it spelled trouble. Were she to act as unscrupulously as she had in the Hall of Memories, but it would probably keep things more clear for him, to view her as an enemy as much as he could. It'd be a better situation compared to now, having her act like a baby or toddler, leaving only Subaru himself able to recognize her dangerous nature. Todd, either way, she's one of your traveling companions. No matter where it is you're off to, y'all ought to work on improving your relationship a bit more. Subaru, who's that advice for? Todd ADV? Well, it's up to you how you take it. Todd stood up, while cocking his head in confusion, at the word he'd never heard before. They were in the tent designated for healing right now, so the people there probably would rather they didn't stay there too long chattering away. Subaru followed in Todd's wake, Lewis still clinging to his right hand. Todd, anyways, now that you're all patched up, let's get down to business. May I ask you to do something for me? Subaru MHM, yeah, that way I'm not going to be as guilty compared to being left with nothing to do. Let me know whatever you need. I'm ready for anything, so long as the task doesn't involve eating shoes. Todd, seems like Jamal really tried your patience, okay? I getcha. I won't let it behave like that. At least for now. What Todd had glanced over to as he thought about that was a group of black tents. Subaru followed his gaze and looked over at those tents before asking him, what are these for? Todd, they hold the stockpile for our encampment. We brought them here because we need them for one reason or another, but I suck at tidying them up properly. So that's where you come in. Considering you pride yourself in keeping stuff neat and tidy. Subaru, did I ever even say that? Todd, you didn't? Still, I was hoping it was. And if it's not, then you'll still surely give your all, out of gratitude for me helping you out. Subaru, what a fantastic personality you have. Todd-san. Todd said something rather mean-spirited, all the while with a good-natured smile on his face. Subaru's expression grew stiff at his words. Before then, eyeing up the group of black tents. There were around 20 tents at a glance. If those were all filled with their stockpiles, and worse, if as Todd had said, they were in need of a tidy-up, then the go was going to get tough. Subaru doubt he'll finish this in a day or two. Todd, all's good so long as you tidy him up by the time the dragon carriage from the supply group turns up. Ha ha ha. Subaru, ha ha ha. That meant he had to hurry. The difficulty level went up a bit once the injuries on his left hand were factored in, but there was nothing he could do about that. Subaru, this is so I can earn my bread for today. This is so I can go back to Ameliatan along with Rem. Lewis, you. Lewis raised her voice beside Subaru as the latter firmly clenched his fist, ready to go and challenge the hard work. She was still dangling down from his right arm, eliciting a loathsome grimace from Subaru. The Sin Archbishop was burdening Subaru's mind and body, with a look on her face seemingly like she had no idea what was going on. With her craftiness still there, she was a formidable foe who gave the awfully strong impression she had become hard to handle. Subaru, the rate at which I get involved with people I have no recollection of, kind of like with Shala, is way too high. Lewis, IU, whether she understood him or not, Subaru made his way over to the black tents while pulling Lewis along, with her seemingly in a good mood. Unlike with Shala, where they finally comprehended each other at the end, he could not get through to Lewis in the first place. He made his way over all the while thinking how it would be impossible to comprehend each other. 3. Rem, so you were tidying away the tent until dark. Sitting on the floor with her legs folded sideways, Rem greeted Subaru like that, who had returned after finishing a bout of strenuous work. As Subaru lowered the corners of his eyebrows at her, Rem narrowed her eyes at his reaction. Rem, I'm not greeting you. Subaru don't read my mind, but they let you out of the prison, right? Rem, the people here seem like they didn't bear any hostility towards me. At least. The reason she cast down her eyes was probably the meeting engagement that had occurred by the side of the river, which Subaru had heard of and the guilt that manifested from that unfavorable first meeting between Jamal's squad and Rem. Rem was generally unfriendly towards those she did not trust. Her attitude towards Subaru had softened quite a bit after getting to know him, but her old characteristic was beginning to resurface as of now, since she lost her memories. He believed she was reflecting on it. Subaru, though, well done for being able to self-reflect. Remington, that's deserving of a Hanamaru. Rem, from whose perspective are you looking at me? Even if you compliment me, it means nothing to me. In the first place, aiming a stinging retort at the smiling Subaru, Rem lifted her gaze up. Although Subaru was lured into doing the same, all he saw was the cone-shaped, thin ceiling of the tent. He tilted his head, wondering what she was going on about, and then Rem clicked her tongue in a soured mood. Rem, why are you in the same tent as us? I don't want to be asking for too much, but couldn't they be more considerate? Subaru, no. I think this is the incarnation of being considerate. I told Toddson we're companions going on the same journey. So if it's, oh, wow. Rem, don't just say things as you please. The moment he sat down next to her, Rem's hand squeezed the area around his hip bone in an iron grip. She glared at him while he suffered from the creaking bones in his lower back. However, a tiny silhouette barged in between them, stopping Rem's actions with an ah. That was Rem again, you. Leaning heavily against Rem's hand, which was gripping onto Subaru's waist, Lewis used her whole body to raise her objections. Rem, who indulged with Lewis for some reason, let out a sigh of resignation at her efforts, and reluctantly broke off her punishment toward Subaru. She pulled Lewis closer to her knees instead. Like that, she placed Lewis' head on her legs, which she couldn't move around too much, and gently caressed her body. Subaru, tissy. Rem, why are you clicking your tongue this time? I don't understand how you could be so cold-hearted when she is attached to you like this. Rem's reaction towards Subaru's unsavory attitude wasn't very good. All he could do was observe each and every one of Lewis' movements, who was lying down on Rem's lap, so he could protect Rem whenever Lewis decided to show her true colors. Ordered by Todd, Subaru had begun cleaning up the interior of the black tent, just as he had initially thought. Sorting out the inside of the tent wasn't something that could be finished in a short time. Of course, part of the reason was Subaru's left hand's condition being far from perfect, but it was also because the rules on how to organize things didn't seem to apply to the Valakians, far more than he had expected. Adding to that, Subaru this one keeps interfering with every little bit of my work. I exerted all that effort tidying up their stuff, but she topples it over and scatters it around, one after another. Thanks to her, I'm not making any progress at all. Rem, she doesn't know anything, so it can't be helped. Subaru, you don't know anything as well, but you wouldn't do anything like what she did. That's all. Thus has been demonstrated. QED, Rem, you're saying things that don't make any sense at all. Again, knowing that the cause of Rem's unwelcoming treatment towards Subaru was lying within Lewis. How could he not act towards Lewis with the same attitude? He knew this was an unfavorable spiral of treating each other badly, but he couldn't bring himself to get along with Lewis, even if it was just on the surface. He simply could not stand her with every fiber of his being, and it was something he was unable to conceal. Subaru, feeling greatly disheartened, Subaru sprawled down on the floor on his back. The tent with only 3 people, Subaru, Rem, and Lewis, it was only for a few days, but Todd had distributed it to them as a place to stay. Since his allies didn't come back after entering the forest, Todd had smiled at Subaru's group in the midst of setting up camp, saying they could use the ownerless tent as they liked. Subaru, no, it's not a thing to smile at, but despite that, he highly appreciated that Todd had given him a spare tent. Setting aside Subaru himself, he was worried about leaving Rem in a womanless camp. Todd told them they would be treated as guests, but it was unknown how far his word had spread. Not to mention, Rem had already incurred Jamal's displeasure. If possible, Subaru wished she would stay by his side, so he could keep her within his sight, while he busied himself with chores. Rem, don't just keep sulking and eat. Subaru, eh? Subaru was absorbed in his thoughts, lying flat on his back. What blocked his view was a skewer that Rem held out above his face. When he sat up spontaneously, Rem turned away from him, shoving the skewer closer to him. Subaru, this is? Rem, they say it's a meal. It was being distributed among the people in the camp. So I also went and received some because, even if it's just little by little, I need to practice my movements, she murmured, rubbing her leg with her free hand. Neither of them knew when the condition of her legs would be back to normal, restored from their incapacitated state, but Rem herself was probably feeling more troubled and anxious over them than Subaru, surrounded by people she didn't know in their encampment. not in possession of her memories, and standing in an uncertain position in this mess. Even if she wanted to take action to know about something, her legs were not free to act. Rem, can you just take it? My hand is becoming tired. Subaru too got it, I got it. Did you eat already? Rem, huh? Why would I eat first when the girl hasn't eaten yet? There's no way I can do something as selfish at that. Snapping at him, Rem drew the container made out of bones that was placed aside at the edge of the tent closer to her, removing the cloth that covered it and lifting the skewer to Lewis' mouth. Spoiled by Rem, Lewis gladly accepted her act of kindness, gnawing at the meat bit by bit like a chick pecking at food that was given by its parents. Rem foo-foo. Rem watched over Lewis with a tender smile as she continued to peck at her meal, unable to tear his eyes away from the sight. Subaru munched at the skewer he had been given, with it seemingly being simply pierced through and cooked. He had no idea what kind of meat was used for it. Anyway, it was stiff and bland, something that couldn't exactly be described as tasty. Subaru, it's matched pretty evenly with Amelia Dan and Biko's cooking. Rem, what are you muttering on Subaru? As Rem glanced over at Subaru, who stated his miscellaneous thoughts about the meal out loud, her eyes suddenly widened. Subaru frowned at her reaction, wondering what was going on. Her blue eyes were locked onto Subaru's face. If so, he speculated that the reason for her astonishment belonged to his face. But, Subaru, what's wrong? Wait, don't say anything sad like, it's the first time I looked at your face properly. Rem, that's not it. But, your tears, Subaru, tears? Rem, tears are rolling down your face. Haven't you realized? Subaru's breath caught at his throat at Rem's words, who so hesitantly begun to speak. After that, he slowly and timidly touched his own cheek, surprised by the warm droplet that met the tip of his fingers. It was not a ridiculous lie made up by Rem. It was the truth. Subaru, huh? Am crying? Rem, yes, you're crying. What's the matter? Did the injuries on your fingers? Using a hand to wipe away the tears that spilled over his cheeks, Subaru was confused by the waves of emotion churning within him. However, the cause of his tears wasn't the pain from his broken fingers. The cause was something more different. Maybe it was because of the calm, quiet moment that he was spending together with Rem. Subaru, the situation was far from being settled. He was separated from Amelia and the others, didn't know how to get in touch with them, in a land that would drag him through a terrible experience if his background was ever discovered, and he was also in a wretched state, lacking any sort of relationship with the amnesiac Remington. On top of that, he had a Sin Archbishop who was the embodiment of the evils in this world as company, and they were led by Natsuki Subaru, the person who had a complete set of ignorance, incompetence, impotence, and incautiousness. A single reason for him to be optimistic did not exist. Not a single reason existed. But Subaru were talking and eating together, like this. That made me happy. Rem, Subaru, sorry. You don't understand what I'm saying, right? I'm spouting nonsense again. It's natural for you to think I'm being disgusting, but I'm being truthful. Giving up on pushing back his tears by shutting his eyes, they continued running down his face as he sniffed, gazing at Rem. Subaru, for such a long time, I want to spend time with you like this again, peacefully, placing a half-eaten skewer on his lap. Subaru practically squeezed the words out of his throat, wiping his flowing tears with his sleeve. The sound of him stifling his running nose echoed inside the silent tent. For a while, all that was produced in the tent was the awkward noise, but, Rem, I don't understand what you're saying. Out of the blue, Rem spoke in a voice that sounded like a brief sigh. Rubbing away his tears, Subaru held his breath. He also embraced a feeling of embarrassment, thinking Rem's hardened, icy tone to be a just reaction. A man she did not know, who had an unlikable scent drifting around in the boot, was bawling his eyes out in front of her. No one would look at him and not think of him as suspicious in that case. He had damaged Rem's trust yet again. This time, it was a fatal, irreparable. Rem, but I don't think I would laugh at you while you weep. I do find it eerie, but not to the point of it being disgusting. Subaru, eh? Subaru widened his eyes, lifting his face at the unexpected words. In front of him, Rem caressed Lewis' head on her lap, her eyes continuing to be turned away from him, her lips trembling as if she was carefully choosing her words. Rem, that's all. Finish your meal quickly. I'm tired for today. Subaru, Rem said quickly with her eyes closed, and Subaru's reaction was delayed as he was momentarily confused about what she was referring to. However, when he realized she had been talking about the half-eaten skewer on his lap, he hurriedly chomped down on it. Subaru, right. Yeah, it's tasty. Salty and tasty. Rem, it's salty because of your tears. My meal doesn't feel delicious because of your body odor. It's unfair. Subaru, I will think of a remedial plan, yes. Rem's manner of speaking was chilly and sharp. Yet, she hadn't told him to go away, nor had she told him she didn't want to eat together. Then all that was left was for Subaru to come up with a different plan. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to keep this leisurely time going. Subaru, but if you're going to talk about it being unfair, then I've got something I want to say too. Rem, something you want to say? What is it, if it's about your finger? Subaru, about her. About that girl who's sleeping all fine and dandy on your lap. Subaru jerked a finger at Lewis and frowned as she enjoyed her lap pillow from Remington. Seeing that, Rem narrowed her eyes, as if she were saying, there you go again. However, Subaru was trying to convey a different point to what he had repeated up till now. Subaru, Rem, you keep mentioning my body odor. I don't really like the way you've been putting it, mind you, but she must smell like me too. Yet you're ignoring that? The lingering scent of the witch grew stronger each time he returned by death. But if that was something that came to having some affinity with the witch and it being related to the witch factors, and naturally the St. Archbishop Lewis should possess the same stench wafting off her. Thinking back to Rem's rage-filled reaction to those of the witch cult, that should have been a certainty. Rem, what are you talking about? Don't lump this girl together with you. Subaru, huh? Rem, you know, she doesn't smell anything like you. Please don't act so desperate, spouting out such ridiculous things. However, the response Rem gave to Subaru's previous words was rather unexpected. He reflexively stared back at Rem, but he couldn't see anything strange about her expression. She did not seem to be lying, nor did it seem like she was trying to deceive Subaru, meaning that she truly did not sense the lingering scent of the witch, the miasma, from Lewis. Subaru, it couldn't be that she can mask her miasma, right? No way, but for what purpose? From all that had experienced until now, there had only been a scarce few who could sense the miasma, otherwise known as a lingering scent of the witch. Rem aside, who had reacted the most to it, a severely limited number of people had shown a reaction to it, such as Beatrice and ReZero. And besides, he didn't think that witch cultists even thought of concealing that sort of stuff. Those people were apostles of treason who infringe on the world as if they owned the damn place. And yet, Rem, is that quite enough? If you're done eating, I'd like to get ready for bed soon, since it looks like this girl wants to hit the hay too. Subaru, well, are you for sure about what you said before? Rem, how insolent. Rem flat out shut Subaru's question down. However, it looked like her attitude was proving all the more that what she was feeling was no lie. Subaru, you can't sense any miasma from Lewis? Subaru didn't really know what significance that had, though all he felt a horrible sensation, like something awfully eerie was going on, like something that would bode poorly for him. Rem, sorry, but could you put your bowl away? It'll prepare the beds. Subaru, yeah, sure. Like, I'm not going to get up to no good, so no need to worry. Rem, that makes me all the more uneasy. With her saying that rather stiffly, Subaru dejectedly slinked out of the tent to put away the bowl housing the skewer had just finished eating. Campfire lights were visible in the dead of the night, dotted around various places of the encampment. No one from Subaru's group had been ordered to do so, but there would likely be some people keeping watch as the night went by. Preparing for war was tough, albeit he only knew about this from manga and games. Subaru, I'd like to get away from here as soon as possible. Todd was a nice guy, but even so, it didn't look like Subaru was ever going to get used to the atmosphere of the battlefield. He needed to get out of here as soon as possible and find a way to meet back up with Amelia and the others. That was what Subaru decided, and as he firmly clutched his bowl, he noticed something. Subaru, my fingers aren't hurting. No way. Did the medicine already do its trick? Head clutched the bowl tightly with the fingers of his left hand, without even realizing. He looked down at them, surprised at how effective the medicine was. They still felt uncomfortable, but the numbing heat he felt going through them served as proof that his left hand was starting to work properly. Subaru, he chatted so much crap about healing magic, but doesn't medicine also more than do the trick? Subaru gave his left hand a small shake as he thought back on what Todd had said, before continuing on his way. He had so many things that he needed to think about, regarding Rem, Lewis, and himself. Though there were so many, he would improve each one by one. For a lone silhouette watched Subaru as he left the tent and slowly walked off. The man, who had an eye patch covering his eyes, narrowed his remaining eye and let out a TCH toward the back of the figure, who was walking away all lackadaisical. And then, he has the damn nerve to strut around like that. Such bullshit. Those words he muttered. Chapter 8. Name. 1. Subaru, you sure are such a busy bee, aren't you? Subaru, huh, really? Subaru's nostrils puffed out as he was praised by the silver bell-like voice. Had just finished wringing out a cloth that had pulled out from a bucket of water, enthusiastically wiping the floor with it, busy cleaning the room they used for guests, when Amelia, the one the voice belonged to, popped in. She gave him a casual nod as she ran her fingers through her long silver hair. Amelia, yeah, it's like you've only just recovered and you've already started working, even though it's just after all that ruckus with those witch beasts. It really caught me off guard. Subaru, hee, it's nothing really. Wait, what? Could it be that? You're lecturing me, telling me that those who are recovering mustn't overdo it. Amelia, huh? That wasn't my intention, but now that you mention it, I guess so. We can't be having this. Subaru, you need to rest some more. Subaru ga, I shot myself in the foot. Subaru rude how Head read too much into it, thinking it would have been better if Head just taken her compliment in stride. However, a third voice came chiming in from Amelia's shoulder before Subaru could reflect on it, and there, a gray kitten squirmed out from amidst Amelia's silver hair. Puck Fufufu, took you long enough. Subaru, here was I, thinking that if I allowed Leah to give you some honest praise, you'd try and read between the lines and fall in way too deep, just as I had intended. Subaru, Puck, you little what's with these devious tricks. The heck do you want? Puckhead, it's obvious, isn't it? I'm a fickle cat spirit. That's the reason. My nature is a mischievous one, leading the hearts of people astray with the help of my cuteness and furriness mo. Amelia, geez, come on, Puck. You're saying strange stuff again. Quit putting Subaru on the spot. The little cat spirit had quite the dastardly look on his face, yet defeated he was when Amelia pinched him by the ear halfway through confessing his wicked deeds. She apologized to Subaru, Puck still dangling from her hand by the ear. Amelia, I'm sorry. I'd just taken a break from studying and was taking a stroll around the mansion when Puck said Head found you. So Subaru, oh no, it's completely fine. As far as I'm concerned, I want to spend as many seconds of the day as possible with you. Amelia, Dan, I've got to be thanking Puck here for having devised that. Amelia, is that so? I don't really get you, but I'm glad you're not angry. What a relief. Subaru, so she didn't get me, even though I told it to her straight, to the point it was embarrassing. Abandoning the smile on her face, Amelia furrowed her shapely brows as she listened to Subaru complaining, before then tilting her head in confusion, though what he had expressed had been out of relative fondness. Sadly, it didn't look like it had gotten through properly to Amelia, so he had no choice but to get even more direct, if he wanted to go further. Subaru wanted to choose the situation, the mood, and the right day to tell her it's all part of a young man's disposition. Puck ID recommend nighttime. Otherwise, if I'm up, ID definitely get in the way. Subaru, you sure are showing your upstanding paternal side more and more, ain't ya? It was pretty common for the fathers in this generation to forbid their daughters from having relationships. However, he could clearly tell Puck was the same just by looking at him. Fluffball from a different world, or not. As he looked at Puck reproachfully, the cat spirit puffed his chest out, still on Amelia's shoulder. Puck, of course, considering how cute Leah is, the sheer amount of flies hovering approaching her gets way over the top. There'd be no end to them if I don't work hard to brush them away, no? Subaru, oh no. I just thought it'd be handy to pick out one of those flies here ahead of time. Puck will pass on any flies with such ugly-looking eyes. Besides, it'd be weird for me to let any flies get close to Leah. It'll search for a proper suitor for Leah, even if it takes me nigh 1,000 years. Subaru, that scales on the mythical level. Though it took the concept of being a doting father way too far, the problem remained that, considering they were a duo of half-elf and spirit, there was a chance they'd seriously end up waiting nigh 1,000 years. Unfortunately, Subaru was a human, so he couldn't hold a candle to that order of magnitude. Subaru, I guess I could at most reach 120, if I really tried hard, Amelia. What do you mean? Subaru, oh, I was talking about my lifespan. Amelia, your lifespan, quit it, Subaru. That's weird. You're still a boy. It's way too early to worry about these things. Subaru, well, depends how you look at it. Amelia placed a hand over her mouth, stifling a giggle, and then laughed as if she had heard a joke of the highest quality. He responded back to her smile with a strained one. However, the man in him was happy to see the girl, who was always on his mind, smiling. Things were complicated, but first things first, he needed her to recognize this. Subaru, at least I want you to step into the ring, so long as they keep treating me like a kid. Puck, pretty good attitude to have. Huh, Subaru, right? The first thing you gotta do is stand on your own 2 feet as an adult. If you can't do that, I won't let you set foot into my house. Emilia, isn't this Roswell's mansion? What's this about not letting him set foot there? Emilia posed her questions to Puck, who had listened to Subaru's quiet determination with his short arms folded. With that all said and done, Subaru was not discouraged, even after hearing what Puck said. If what needed to be done had been decided, then all that was left for him was to make a beeline straight towards his goal. Subaru had, look at me, Puck. You see him the sort who is no. Qualms doing the same thing over and over again day in and day out, like leveling up for a game. Puck, pwaha, foolish human. In that case, prove to me that you're not just a rookie who's all talk. I shall be waiting with the princess in the innermost part of the castle. Let's go, princess. Emilia, do you mean me? Humph. But I'm aiming to be a king, not a princess. As Subaru and Puck got worked up without caring about anyone around them, Emilia flashed Subaru a smile as the latter was busy wringing his cloth dry. All this while dealing with the pair's contrasting attitudes. Emilia, even so, do your best at your work. If you give it your all, then surely someone will be there to see it. Subaru, but I'd like it to be Emilia Tan rather than some random Emilia. Yeah, I get that. I can't watch over you all the time, but it'll drop in every so often. Besides, Emilia lowered her brows slightly and paused mid-sentence. Then she turned toward Subaru as he waited for her to continue, a charming smile appearing on her face. Emilia, you're the one who sees your hard work the most. No? That's why you've got to give it your all, so that you don't let yourself down. And so, while hitting the nail right on the head of what it meant to put effort in, she made Subaru fall in love with her anew. 2. Subaru, man, I just remembered that time I fell in love with Emilia again still. It's getting tough. Subaru looked around the messy tent with a scratch of his head. Had found himself taken to an encampment of soldiers from the Valachian Empire. There, had been put to work doing odd jobs while waiting for supply convoy headed to the village to come. Subaru was devoting himself to his he who does not work shall not eat mantra for Rem's sake, who couldn't move, as well as the freeloading Lewis. Thus, he held no shred of hesitation in helping Todd and the other Imperials, since they provided him food and shelter and had treated their injuries as well. However, Subaru got to gear myself up, no matter what's going on. Subaru muttered those words as he packed the content of their stockpiles, now scattered all over the ground, back into their sacks. Of course, regardless of how disorderly and violent these Imperials were, there was no way they were storing the items that would be supporting their front lines in such a whatever-works, unorganized manner. After all, Subaru had tidied the stockpiles within this tent a day, before with great effort. The reason why it was in such a mess was but one: Subaru and being harassed by a certain mean-spirited someone, Lewis Ah. Subaru, oh, I guess there's also the chance you snuck out and caused this mess during the night. Are you feeling like revealing your vile, true nature, St. Archbishop? Lewis, you? He glared at Lewis as he tidied up the stuff scattered about, her peering at his hand meanwhile. However, Lewis merely offered vague reply to Subaru's question, biting on her own finger. It looked like she still had no intention of revealing her true nature. It sure would come in handy for him if she just kept it hidden away forever. Subaru, I have no idea what to think about what Rem told me yesterday. This morning as well, Lewis had tottered along with Subaru from the moment he woke up. The grim look had gotten from Rem, at the time they split up for her legs rehab, flashed through his mind. However, it was unreasonable, considering Subaru was the one who found being followed like this bothersome. In any case, another reason had been added as to why Subaru could barely handle her, compared to the previous day. And that was because of the information Rem had told in the testimony, that she couldn't sense the lingering scent of the witch coming from Lewis. Subaru, although Subaru hadn't given it much thought thus far, it was pretty unlikely that the lingering scent of the witch was something only he had. In fact, he felt like Rem had used those words before when facing witch cultists. She must have reacted like that against Betelgeuse, along with the witch cultists that man led. In that respect, the fact that Subaru's miasma grew stronger each time he returned by death seemed like something strange even from Rem's point of view, back when she had been on good terms with him. Subaru, the power of my miasma has come in handy from time to time, like against the Ogarm and the White Whale. But in the end, it's basically just something that brings me way too many misfortunes. Even if there have been times where his miasma had come in handy, currently, it served merely as a reason to attract Rem's ire. Thus, his impression toward it was at its absolute lowest. And no matter how much he tried to think about it, Subaru, there's no damn way that the people in the witch cult and the Sin archbishops don't have something to do with the miasma. That was a conclusion Subaru had reached, given that he did not know anything about the causes of the miasma or anything about its finer details. He could only describe it as a theory on the table. Even so, it was something he found difficult to speak about. The link between the Sin archbishops and the witch was plain and clear. The witch cultists were quintessentially the manifestation of evil. Nevertheless, Subaru, as paradoxical as it may seem, can we really think that those who don't emit miasma aren't related to the witch cult? Like, when we've got this girl right in front of me, are we for real? Lewis what? Standing by Subaru's side, as he brooded about the issue, Lewis merely groaned with a blank look on her face. Letting out a sigh, Subaru lifted himself up and began to tidy up the tent. The tools had placed in an upright position had been knocked over, and the parcels had arranged in a row had been opened. The stuff inside scattered everywhere. It was exactly like something a child would do. Subaru, well, I guess this harassment must be something that's not out of the ordinary. The reason why the tents had tidied up were in a state of disarray was not because of Lewis sneaking off. It was more likely that someone else in the encampment was the one harrying him and interfering. Obviously, since it was an imperial encampment, had come into contact with people other than Todd, and in most cases, he could hardly call the attitudes they had towards him amicable. In that respect, it went as Todd had said, he was the odd one out. Subaru that said, it's still way better than getting socked all of a sudden or being forced to eat a shoe. He couldn't really deny that his standards in regards to happiness and normalcy had taken a hit were he to say it out loud. But the fact remained that it was safe to say that things were easier on account of not being treated to that painful of a welcome, though Subaru hated to admit it. He was well used to being shunned or being disliked. Like, it wasn't as if had flubbed the battle of his debut during high school so gaudily and gotten cut off from everyone for nearly 2 years and all. Had never been bullied per se, but he was a pro at dealing with the mood around him being acrid. Thinking about it, his classmates back in high school must have been pretty good people. Even if they treat Subaru like he wasn't there, it didn't seem to him like they'd harass him, nor had they found pleasure in making him suffer. Subaru, I hope lives worked out well for all you kind-hearted people out there on the other side. It would be nice if people like Inahatakin, who went out of his way to give me those flyers, made it big. Subaru finished tidying up the tent quicker than he had the previous day, and to the same degree of quality, while recalling the vague memories of his classmate, his face a blur. That said, it was like the hole had been filled, and he had to red it again. So, the net of the work he had done today had swung into the negative. Subaru wanted to use those words Amelia had told him before, that someone would see his hard work, or at least, he himself would. He wanted to use them as a prop as well. However, Subaru, not like I can gear myself up if you're the only one watching me right now. My mood would be a lot different if Rem was the one watching, but Lewis today wasn't getting in the way of Subaru's work for now, as if she had learned from him being angry. While thankful for that, Subaru headed outside, off to the next tent. Subaru, whoa. He caught his foot on something just as left the tent and fell over in a heap. He reflexively pushed his hands against the ground. However, his right hand aside, his left still ached a bit. Even though it was healing up, the aftereffects that Rem had left behind had yet to heal completely. Hence, while groaning in pain, Subaru looked behind him. Hey, you pussy. What tray you doing groveling down on the ground? Subaru widened his eyes in surprise. Standing before him, right by the entrance of the tent, was a vulgar-looking man. He wore an eye patch over his right eye, had a stubbled face, and his appearance was the epitome of roughness. And to boot, he was a guy who had made Subaru eat his shoe in this camp. If he recalled correctly, Todd had said his name was Subaru. He said it was Jamal Riga. Jamal, that's Jamal sent to you. You, along with those women who keep you company. Y'all got no manners. Huh. Hey. The instant head deemed that Subaru hadn't been addressing him using San, the man, Jamal, immediately sprung into action. Jamal stepped on the fingers of Subaru's left hand, which were still wrapped up in bandages and fitted with their brace, and pushed his heel down as he lay on the floor. The pain in his fingers returned to him once again as they were grated back and forth. Yet, Subaru endured it, stifling a scream that had been building inside his throat. Lewis awoo. Jamal, huh? As she let out a yell, Lewis clung to Jamal's leg as he stomped on Subaru's hand. She didn't weigh much, and with how built Jamal was, he did not budge an inch. And just like that, he grabbed Lewis by her long hair and tore her off him by force. Subaru, hey, she's just a child. Seeing what was happening, Subaru flew into a rage and blurted that out without thinking. Jamal frowned unpleasantly upon hearing his complaint. He firmly pulled Lewis up by her hair, causing her to let out a scream. Jamal, who gives a fuck if she's just a kid? From what I've heard, more or less, haven't you been treating this kid awfully coldly? What's with changing your mind all of a sudden? Subaru, it's not like that you're going to be the one who'll end up regretting it if you provoke her too much. Jamal, how the fuck do you have the gall to say that? Make up some better excuse. Jamal snorted, swung his arm, and threw Lewis down to the ground. The fallen Lewis tugged at her hair, which had previously been seized, clutched her head, and glared at Jamal with tears in her eyes, letting out anew. In all honesty, there was always a chance that Jamal's act of violence could serve as a trigger that would turn Lewis back to how she was previously. It wasn't like the desperate words that Subaru had blurted out were completely ad hoc. Luckily enough, it didn't look like Lewis' pain and anger would serve to reawaken her original personality. It was hard to judge for whom it was a blessing, though. Jamal, what an ill-mannered brat. No, it ain't just a damn brat. I don't like you, nor the other girl, not a single one of you. Subaru Guhu. As he was talking, Jamal grew angry and kicked the side of Subaru's face. The unexpected blow caused Subaru's mouth to open, the violent, force cracking a tooth. Blood began to drip from his mouth. The moment the smell and taste of iron spread across his tongue, Subaru looked up at Jamal. Subaru NHH, I guess we can say Todd-san is verifying my identity, or rather you've gotten permission to spend time here. Jamal, Todd-san, he's quite fond of you, ain't he? That your last ray of hope? Subaru, Jamal's sorry, but I outdrank that guy. I listened to his request as a favor, but there's no reason I gotta comply. Speaking in a rough voice, Jamal once again stepped on Subaru. Subaru curled up at once to protect his head, but this time a kick was thrust into his abdomen. The tip of Jamal's boot caused Subaru's stomach to churn, and he groaned from the impact. But the relentless kicking went on. Jamal first. That bitch of yours hurt two of my men. Those who can't be useful anymore have to be sent back. Such bad luck. And instead of getting something to make up for it, that bastard Todd found something. Extra. Subaru TSH. Jamal, if you hadn't been carrying that knife, I would have torn you apart limb from limb on the spot. It's tough to be a soldier, ain't it? His persistent kicking and remarks struck a nerve. Even without looking up to meet Jamal's one-eyed glare, his opponent's aim was clear. Jamal's aim was not to hurt Subaru. It was beyond that. Mostly, his goal was to rile Subaru up and provoke him into counterattacking, and he was likely being rude for that purpose too. Jamal said he didn't have to listen to Todd's words, but the fact he couldn't completely disregard them could be inferred from their interaction the first time Jamal dealt him a blow with his foot. That's why Jamal wanted a reason to kill Subaru. Not only that, but also a reason to carry out retaliation against Ram. Because of that, Subaru wouldn't let himself be provoked. As long as Jamal didn't turn his petty spite towards Ram, whether Subaru's left-hand fingers were broken again or his remaining fingers were broken, it would be Subaru's victory. For that reason, he would endure. Oi, what are you doing over there? Jamal to Sage. And like that, in the midst of Subaru continuing to endure, a particular voice came flying out to Jamal. At that moment, Jamal clicked his tongue and drew back his foot and slowly backed off. Thereupon, with noisy footsteps came along an orange-haired youth. Todd, even though no one has any business here, when I heard something coming from over here, I expected it had to be you. Jamal, if it isn't Todd, aren't you awfully overprotective? Have you really taken such a liking to that Imperial dagger? So you'll fawn over this coward until he sells it. Todd, Jamal. Squinting his eye, Jamal scowled at Todd. Between the two of them, a dangerous air flowed. But that tension was cut by Jamal, saying, "It'll stop." The one who single-handedly cleared the air was Jamal, who until just then had been kicking Subaru and looking down on him. Jamal, if you've learned your lesson, be careful not to get underfoot outside the range of my eye. If you fall over again like you did just now, who knows what will happen? Like that. Without any concern for the show of extraordinary violence towards Subaru, he passed by Todd's side and left. Subaru also had no words to stop him. If he were to bring attention to his injuries here, it would only provoke Jamal the same way. As soon as Jamal's back vanished from sight, Subaru lifted his body off the ground. Subaru, shit out of that bastard. Such a girly-looking guy has no right to be so persistent. What he did was downright malicious. He made a show of being full of resentment towards Ram, but basically, he just had a nasty personality. In the first place, He said Rem attacked him at the start, but wouldn't that be because he provoked Rem, who was already in a high-stress situation? Certainly. There was a possibility that because she had no memories, Rem had jumped to the wrong conclusion when a hand reached out to her. Subaru, well, Rem doesn't know anything, so it can't be helped. While passing kind judgment on Rem, Subaru spit out some of the blood mixed with saliva in his mouth and slowly stood up on the spot. Todd, you all right? Getting mixed up with Jamal was bad luck, wasn't it? To Subaru, who was in shaky condition, Todd frowned when greeting him. Had he not arrived, Jamal's assault would still be ongoing. Subaru was grateful for that interruption. But leaving that aside, Subaru am fine. More importantly, Rem. Todd, if you're talking about that young girl, she's helping out with the cooking. It's a task you can do sitting down. Jamal also won't do anything in public view, surely. Todd's words lack conclusive proof, so Subaru couldn't be reassured. Wiping blood from his mouth, Subaru looked at his own left hand. The brace had slipped off and the bandages had come undone. His fingers, which should have been left to heal for a while, began to turn an unpleasant color again. Todd, if that's how it is, guess I have to take care of you again. Seriously, that Jamal. Subaru, that guy, what kind of man is he? Todd, Jamal? He became a soldier at the same time as me, and he's the most successful. He's from a lower noble family. So promotion to General Third Class isn't just a dream as well. Do you know what General Third Class means? Subaru, nope, sure don't. Is it a rank? When Subaru shook his head, Todd nodded and said, I see, and put up his fingers. According to his explanation, in the Imperial Army of Wallachia, being called General was apparently part of their ranking system. Private First Class, General Third Class, General Second Class, and above that. Todd, when it comes to generals of the first class, there are only 9 people in the Empire who are extraordinary. The military personnel, who serve the Emperor directly, are called the 9 Divine Generals. Well, if you make it that far, it's no longer a matter of lineage or achievement. Subaru is a talent. Todd, yeah, that's how it is. That's why General Third Class is the highest ordinary people like us can aim for. Listening to the story of the not miserable Todd, Subaru thought back on the behavior of Jamal from before. General seemed to be a position that served the same function as an officer in the military, but Jamal hardly seemed to have that capacity. He was self-centered and his empathy was low by nature. It was easy to understand that he'd be the incompetent type of superior officer. Subaru on the battlefield, they say quite a few soldiers die because they were hit from behind by a stray arrow. Tell that guy from your own mouth, would you? Todd, that's an exaggeration. Anyway, shall we get your medical treatment? Subaru, can I ask a favor? Before that, I'd like to see Rem's face. Todd, my, aren't you deeply in love with that poor young girl? Despite the pain in his fingers, confirming Rem's safety was top priority. Todd shrugged his shoulders at Subaru's attitude and drew his attention towards Lewis, who was curled up in a ball in front of the tent. She wrapped the hair Jamal had pulled around her fingers and growled low like a beast. Todd, your deceptive face doesn't suit your nature. I like strong children with fighting spirit. Lewis, Turning towards Todd's laughter, Lewis howled as if in response. If you like her, you can take her was on the tip of his tongue, but he didn't want that to reach Rem's ears and have her getting angry again. So Subaru kept his mouth shut. 3. Rem, that stench. Have you gotten injured again? Subaru, you knew? Rem, I know. Since the child is watching, please keep in mind the behavior we spoke about. Saying that, as they gathered around the same table for lunchtime, Rem warned him. Although there was a part of that matter he couldn't agree to, there was no merit in going against her, so he nodded his assent. At Subaru's side, Lewis mimicked him and nodded. Subaru had been on the receiving end of Jamal's vicious bullying and Todd's kind offer help after. Once Rem's safety had been confirmed, Subaru accepted treatment at the medical tent. The person in charge of the medical tent had been shocked to see Subaru come again, but after that was taken care of, he finished up cleaning another tent, and they came together for lunch. Since lunch at the encampment was rationed, a suitable amount was gathered from what had been made by the people at the distribution station, and a cleanup system assigned sequentially, with Rem helping prepare and serve the meal. And since they were considered outsiders, Subaru's group held back until the end, and mostly ate what looked like leftovers. Subaru, well, this can't be called living in luxury. Eating as much as you can will be most satisfactory, said Subaru, as he brought his and Rem's portions and placed them on the small table. Lewis, too, cheekily set down her own portion in the same way as Subaru. Like that, each of the 3 reluctantly sat down at the table to eat a somewhat late lunch. Subaru, how were you up till now? You didn't run into any kind of trouble? Rem, there was nothing in particular. I had to take care of my legs. So the only thing I helped with was a bit of cooking. Besides, I'm helping while being taught. Subaru, while being taught, did your body remember how to do that sort of thing? Rem. In response to Subaru's urgent question, Rem's pale blue eyes narrowed and her lips pursed. Subaru panicked as to whether he had put too much force into that reaction, but Rem immediately let out a sigh and said, Rem, if I said I didn't hope for that, I'd be lying. Subaru, Rem. Rem, I thought if I tried doing this and that, maybe there would be things my hands are familiar with, but that would be too convenient, right? Quietly looking down at her own hands, Rem murmured as if ashamed of her own foolishness. But who would deride Rem's hopes as foolish? In a situation of being unable to remember the parts that make up oneself, Rem's attitude of clinging onto a solution, who could tell her that? Rem, why are you making such a bitter face? Subaru, why you ask, that's... Rem, you knew me before. I understand that. There's no reason to doubt it. Fixing her gaze on Subaru, who had cast down his eyes, Rem surprised him by saying that. Until now, Rem had only expressed negative opinions of Subaru, but for the first time she made something of a concession. Understanding that, hope sprouted in Subaru's chest. However, Rem, but no matter how many times you call me Rem, I cannot accept that as my name. I wonder what that even means. Louis, Rem, if by some chance this child spoke to me, maybe it would be different, but... While saying that, Rem looked happy as she stroked Louis' hair. Being gently patted, Louis was absorbed in finishing up her own portion, which lay under her nose. Despite her carefree attitude, and unfortunately, even if she had a speck of self-consciousness, she would not be able to talk about Rem with her own mouth, even supposing she was able to speak. Subaru would not let her. No matter what, Subaru's unending hostility would make it so. Todd, what the heck? You're scowling. You shouldn't be so gloomy at the dinner table. Taking a seat at the dinner table of these three people, Todd cut in with a friendly tone. An uneasy silence fell as a result of his intrusion. Relieved by the sudden change in atmosphere, Subaru looked at the man seated next to him, letting out a Todd sen, huh? After the aforementioned incident with Jamal, Subaru felt he was a nice guy for having saved him. Subaru, thanks for looking out for me earlier, but shouldn't you eat with your friends? Todd, well, after socializing with the same guys for such a long time, not eating together for a day or two won't change our relationship much. I'd rather gain influence with you lot. Subaru, even if you did, we don't have much to offer. Todd, that's the idea of yield, or repaying a debt after achieving success. Think of it as an upfront investment. Though Todd spoke lightly, he changed the atmosphere, whether he had been meaning to or not. And then, Todd said at any rate, and suddenly put his arm around Subaru's shoulder. As Subaru immediately drew back in surprise, he leaned in close to Subaru's ear. Todd compared to yesterday. It looks like you can talk properly. Were you able to make up? Subaru, make up, I wonder. I want to think my sincerity was able to reach her a little, but... Rem, I can hear you. If you think you can speak freely, without reserve, you are mistaken. Louis, with a sharp look, Rem expressed a displeasure with the two men's conversation. It looked like Louis was cooperating with her as she feigned innocence, perhaps because she intended to make Rem her ally. The synergistic effect of Rem's cold answer and her acceptance of Louis made Subaru's chest heavier. It seemed that it was. Transmitted to Todd with his arm wrapped around Subaru. Hey now, he said, bringing his arm around to tap Subaru's shoulder. Todd, this is depressing. At least you two are at a place and distance where you can speak. That alone would be much better than me. Subaru, come to think of it, you did mention you're separated from your fiancée. Todd, right. My fiancée is living in the Imperial capital. It's true that I have to complete this mission, but the time we've been separated is too long to begin with. Why, oh why, do I have to be so lonely and suffer? And oh, Subaru, is that loneliness the reason you're keeping us company? Todd, that's right. So, let me do that as much as possible. It's worth the trouble. It might be because he didn't let things get out of hand here, but on the inside, Subaru was grateful for Todd's concern. It would be tactless to thank him directly, though. He also benefited from the state of affairs. In that manner, the four of them went ahead with their meal, but Subaru, actually, we were told our group could catch a ride in the vehicle of the supply team, but how long is Todd's group likely to stay on this mission? Todd, didn't I say? Until we find the people of Shadrach hidden in the forest. If we don't find them, we could be stuck here for years. It's not easy to serve the palace. Subaru, the people of Shadrach. picking up his wooden spoon with a bitter face. Todd answered Subaru's pondering. People of Shuddercat first, when Todd told him at the encampment. Subaru guessed it was what the masked man he met in the woods was called. Thanks to him giving Subaru the knife, he owed him a debt of gratitude. So he didn't tell Todd about his existence, but now that seemed ungrateful. In terms of gratitude, Todd had helped just as much as the masked man. Then, what was the reason honoring his debt to the masked man over? Todd? Subaru, if Todd's group finds those people of Shudrak, what will you do? You set up an encampment like this. So do you intend to fight them? As best he could, Subaru tried to pose his query in an unconcerned manner. However, a sense of urgency he couldn't hide remained in his voice. In fact, though she didn't go into the topic, Rem's face expressed a reaction to what he said. Even if she wasn't paying attention, there's a reaction to avoiding the word fight. And when asked, Todd closed his eyes to Subaru's words. Todd, nah. It seems the generals don't want to fight if at all possible. I don't know the details, but it seems the people of Shudrak are a very powerful tribe. It's certain that we would have a very tough battle if we fought. So the objective this time is negotiations. Subaru, negotiations? What would you negotiate about with a forest tribe? Todd, don't ask an underling like me so many questions, okay? I'm not fully in the know, but the imperial capital, or even His Excellency the Emperor himself, wants them as a vassal tribe of sorts. Probably. Subaru, do the people of Shudrak not obey the Emperor of Wallachia? Todd, there are those who don't. That's just the Wallachian way. Laughing like a stereotypical soldier, Subaru could only raise his eyebrows in surprise at Todd's reply. He quietly muttered to himself, "Long live Wallachia," and decided to leave the conversation at that. If he were to believe Todd's words, the Imperial Army wanted to avoid conflict with the people of Shudrak as well. If that were the case, Subaru could avoid unnecessary bloodshed and conflict between the two groups if he were to offer information. Even so, Subaru did not have information of much value, and if he were to explain why he had hidden this information in the first place, he would have to explain why he had lied about his background. Subaru, ugh, what a dilemma. Can't get everything I want, can I? Rem, you know, your brows are always furrowed whenever I look at you. I cannot say that you have a very friendly-looking face. So shouldn't you at least try smiling to counteract that? Subaru, that's some harsh advice. So if I were to speak with you with a cheery face, would you talk to me in a more kind and cheery manner too? Rem, huh? Rem's genuinely baffled response hurt Subaru to his core. Seeing Subaru attempt to mask his dismay with a trembling smile, Todd laughed. Todd, well, the journey won't start if you don't take the first step. It'll watch your noble efforts. So don't worry about it. Subaru, thanks, Todd. So what's the real reason you can't meet your fiancée? Todd, that's right. Suffer. Subaru, damn it all. Was he getting consoled or teased? Either way, it didn't change the fact that it was his attitude of Todd's that saved Subaru. There was no doubt that this crisis would be worse if not for him. That was why the least Subaru could do was to wish them a speedy completion of their mission. Subaru, how long is it actually going to take to clear the forest? Todd, once the other camps are set up, the plan's to go all in. The jungle's big and dense, though, so the ground we can cover in a day isn't much. Subaru, I see. Well, I guess you can't just speed your way through the forest. You never know what's inside it, and there's huge witch beasts lurking about inside it and all. The masked man Subaru suspected to be a member of the people of Shudrak, the hunter who also had a chance to be a member of the tribe. The area in which the massive snake witch beast had appeared while Subaru was fighting the hunter was full of Rem's traps as well. Subaru could easily guess how much trouble Todd's group were going to have going through that jungle. Even if he couldn't explain the context surrounding them, he should at least tell Todd about Rem's traps. He didn't want any unnecessary setbacks too. Todd, witch beasts? Todd, who was drinking water while Subaru was lost in thought, widened his eyes in surprise. Wiping his mouth with his sleeve, he stared at Subaru with a startled expression, failing to understand why Todd was so surprised. Subaru could only stare back with a puzzled expression. Todd, just now, you said witch beast, right? You're saying there's a witch beast in that forest? Subaru, well, yeah, I did say that, but did I say something weird? Todd, of course you did. You don't just run into a witch beast every day, do you? Now, it's a different story if you're talking about the witch beast kingdom of Lagunica, but they don't appear anywhere within Wallachia's borders. Subaru, Todd, this isn't a joke, right? Right, miss? Subaru was speechless and could only stay perplexed at Todd's increasingly serious tone. Todd switched targets to Rem. Finding herself to be the subject of questioning, Rem answered Todd with a simple yes. Todd, answer me, miss. Did you see a witch beast too? In the Budheim jungle? Rem the witch beast, though I am not sure exactly what it was, I can say I definitely saw a large, green creature. Todd, was there a horn on its head? Rem a horn? There was something white and crooked, for sure. Upon hearing that reply, a grimacing Todd leapt up. He looked over at Subaru again. Todd, what kind of witch beast was it? What it looked like? Subaru a snake. A giant snake. About 10 meters. One supergiant one. Todd, one. Just one is it shit. How are we supposed to know if it's just one lurking in this massive jungle? But you don't seem like you're lying. The situation's changed. Violently scratching his head, Todd faced away from them. His demeanor completely changed. He started walking off before stopping midway with an audible, coming to a realization of some sort. He turned around and returned to Subaru and the others. Todd, that was some important information. Things could have turned ugly if we didn't know. You saved us. Subaru, Todd proceeded to vigorously pat the still-seated Subaru and Rem's heads, failing to react in time to the sudden patting. The duo could only look at him in shock. Paying no mind to their bewilderment, Todd turned away. Once again, he then started moving toward the people still in the middle of their lunch. Todd, camp captains, gather up. We're going to the general. It's important news. He clapped his hands together as he started assembling some people. The sounds of many footsteps could be heard as the camp was whipped up into a frenzy. Todd continued on to attend at the back, which was probably where war meetings and other such important discussions were held. The two could only watch on absent-mindedly at the intense energy that now took over the camp. Rem, that was quite the reaction. That creature is a witch beast that important? Of course, I know that it is a dangerous being, but Subaru, actually, I might not have been properly acknowledging how dangerous it was. Rem, I see. Rem was unconvinced, to say the least, but Subaru himself had yet to fully organize his thoughts in order. That was how shocking this revelation had been to Subaru. Subaru witch beasts are rare here. That had been unexpected, to put it mildly. But moreover, it had never even crossed his mind. To Subaru, life in another world and the existence of witch beasts were concepts inseparable from one another. One could not break this bond no matter how hard they tried. Excluding his first day at the capital, witch beasts had always been a major factor in the numerous events that unfolded after he was transported here. The witch beast scuffle that mainly set in motion starred the Ogarms, the white whale that was needed to fulfill Wilhelm's deepest wish, and the great rabbit that had tried to devour the sanctuary. Though witch beasts were nowhere to be found in Pristella, the place he went after Pleiades' watchtower could be called without exaggeration witch beast headquarters. Needless to say, the most memorable witch beast of Subaru will be the Crimson Scorpion. Subaru, I got myself a little down, but anyway I arrived here with my own assumptions, so I never would have thought that witch beasts were rare. He thought for sure that witch beasts would pop up anywhere in the world like a monster from an RPG. Yet, that did not seem to be the case. If he thought about it, even back in his original world, it was not like you could find lions or giraffes anywhere in the world. So, in a way, this should have been obvious. Subaru, I also found out for the first time that Legionica is called the Witch Beast Kingdom. Even if it was a large threat, Todd's entire attitude did a complete 180 in reaction to one witch beast. If you compare that normal reaction in Wallachia to someone in Legionica, it was no wonder why Legionica was called the Witch Beast Kingdom. Someone like Melee must sound like a fairy tale. Subaru, so does that mean that if she went to a country or place with not that many witch beasts around, she could live like a normal child? Rem, hey, excuse me. Rem called out to him while Subaru held his head at an angle, pondering about the future of Melee, who he was now separated from. Wondering what was up, Subaru looked to see Rem pointing on top of the table. There, he found Lewis sleeping with her plate empty. Rem, it seems she ate herself full and has fallen asleep. Though I despise it. Could you please help me carry her? Subaru, you go as far to say you despise it. Bitterly laughing at Rem's words, Subaru cocked his head in resignation. After cleaning up 4 plates, the fourth being Todd's forgotten lunch, Subaru reluctantly lifted Lewis up. He knew this because Lewis would sometimes latch onto him, but she was light. Her appearance made her look like a normal young girl. Honestly, only her appearance made her look like a normal young girl. Subaru, are you good to go, Rem? My back is free. Rem, what a displeasing offer. There is no need for your assistance. I can at least take care of myself. Saying that, Rem took hold of a wooden cane leaning on a table, though. It was a wooden cane in name only, as it looked more like a random, thick branch that had been picked up somewhere. The handle was wrapped in cloth, likely to prevent any splinters. It was a simple and improvised cane. Setting the cane, Rem stood up. Her stance and gait still left much to be desired. Okay. Subaru, are you sure? There's no need to be so stubborn, you know. If you're in trouble, you can rely on me. Rem, I will not rely on you. This is nothing. You make sure you do not drop her. Subaru, hey, all right. But you should know this. The only reason I'm carrying this person is not because I want to, but because it's for you. Rem, what in the world is compelling you to say stuff like that? Simply, Subaru did not want Rem to find out his view of Lewis was becoming positive of his own accord. Getting tired of his comments, Rem followed Subaru with her cane, albeit with some difficulty. Subaru returned Rem and Lewis to the tent they were borrowing. He would probably be going back to clean up the tents again, although he was curious at what Todd's group was going to do. Rem, are you concerned about them? Subaru M? Yeah, you could say that. It's just that even I have the self-awareness that I'm being dishonest towards our saviors. The talk about the witch beast may have been careless for me too. Rem, our saviors. Thinking on it, Subaru could only see himself as a scoundrel who kept on lying. He could only feel deflated and low-spirited on that thought. However, while listening to Subaru, Rem muttered thoughtfully, Savior. The word she had taken out of Subaru's speech was set in a tone that was hard to decipher, though it definitely did not seem to have a positive emotion attached to it. Subaru, Rem? Rem, no, it's nothing. Please forget about it. Subaru, well, it's impossible to forget about it now. The way this conversation is going, you're going to have to tell me. Rem, is that so? Would you kindly stop talking to me then? Subaru, isn't the distance between us increasing? Don't just leave me hanging. Finish what you were going to say. I'm really curious. Subaru was matching his walk speed to Rem, so they were walking at a rather slow pace. It might have been her frustration towards Subaru walking with her, but for one reason or another, Rem let out a small sigh. Sensing that Subaru was not going to back out, she slowly turned to face him. Rem, Todd, was it? I do not hold such a good impression of him. Subaru, huh? Why? He let useless people like us stay at the camp. He even protects us from the bad guy who makes people eat shoes. I don't see how you can't feel grateful. Rem, it is not that I don't feel grateful. I am thankful, of course. Subaru, Cutting off her sentence there, Rem showed slight hesitation as Subaru urged her on to continue. The silence that had fallen during the pause had only lasted 2 seconds when Rem, with a deep exhale, said, Rem, people who do not ask for others' names are difficult to trust in my opinion. Subaru, being told that, Subaru unconsciously stopped his breath, wanting to disprove her statement. He thought over the past few days. People who do not ask for others' names is what Rem said. Keeping that in mind while reflecting back, technically it was correct. Todd had, to this very day, not called Subaru by his name. He would always say you or something similar. If he didn't know his name, that would be the obvious course of action. However, Subaru isn't just a coincidence. Even you, Rem, you don't call me by my name, do? Rem, it's not Suki Subaru, correct? Knowing the name and choosing not to call it, and not even bothering to learn the other's name have 2 different meanings. That is all. Subaru, Rem, that is just my opinion. There is no choice but to rely on them anyway. Saying that, Rem overtook a standstill Subaru and continued forward. Watching Rem slowly advance on, Subaru found himself unable to say anything. Unfortunately, Subaru didn't have a solution to Rem's hard-heartedness. As it had been made clear with that exchange regarding the witch beast, Subaru was still ignorant about a lot of things in this world. He wasn't completely satisfied with the kingdom, and yet the unknown lands of the Empire were good in its own ways. Maybe in here, asking for a name or not had a special meaning attached to it. Perhaps asking for a name before offering yours was considered rude. Even if there was a rule like that in place, Subaru could not tell Rem about it. His lack of knowledge, his lack of cultural awareness, he hated those to no end. Rem, how long do you plan to stand there for? Subaru, glancing up at the voice, he saw Rem slightly ahead, facing back towards him. With a hint of impatience in her expression, she leaned on her cane with both hands, glaring at Subaru. Seeing her wait for him, Subaru felt his chest tighten up. His knees almost buckled. Subaru, G-U-H. Rem, what happened? Don't tell me your finger. Subaru, no. I just thought about how you were waiting for me and... Rem, I wasted my time. She said that with an expressionless voice and face. This time she turned her back on Subaru to truly leave him. Frantically chasing after her, Subaru went to apologize to Remington. He thought back to their conversation before and smiled gently. Rem's probably just overthinking things. He debated to himself. For, like that, the deep-seated doubt that lurked in the bottom of his heart was lifted the next day. After Subaru and his group parted ways with Todd, the man had attended a meeting with the generals of the encampment, and the Council of War had apparently dragged on until late at night. Eventually, Subaru ended up bringing Rem and Lewis back into their tent, and he had to engage in the tasks assigned to him, all the while saddled with uneasiness. To add to that, Rem had given him the cold shoulder more blatantly than the day before, making him feel like he didn't belong anywhere. However, "Oi, wake up, wake up. Until when are you planning to sleep in?" Subaru and having his shoulders shaken, Subaru was jerked awake by someone. Being woken up easily was one of Subaru's few merits, but when he compared waking up on his own to being woken up by someone else, he could reaffirm that it was different from what he was used to. Once he blinked open his eyes, spinning his sluggish thoughts into motion. Lying down on the ground, Todd's face popped into his field of vision. "Subaru, Todd-san?" "Todd, yeah, you look tired." "I guess that's reasonable, 'cause we made you do jobs you weren't used to. Anyway, thanks to you." "Subaru, Natsuki Subaru." "Todd HM?" Todd spoke rapidly to Subaru, who sat up slowly, and he also widened his eyes as Subaru introduced himself to him. For a moment, it seemed like he had not understood the meaning of Subaru's introduction, but "Subaru Natsuki Subaru, that's my name." "Todd, and then, were you bothered that I kept referring to you as just you by any chance?" Subaru, no. It's not to the point that it was bothering me, but I haven't introduced myself to you, so I thought I might have been super rude or something." "Todd, you think too much about it. But Natsuki Subaru, right?" I gotcha. While chuckling, Todd clapped the shoulder of Subaru, who lowered his gaze out of embarrassment. Seeing that he was acting the same as always, Subaru felt relieved to an extent. Apparently, Rem's worries from yesterday were simply her overthinking the situation, and Subaru's uneasiness was also groundless. Todd appeared to be just a careless person for real, murmuring, my mistake. Todd, though, that's an important topic, but I'm here to talk about something even more important. Thanks to what you told me yesterday, the general's plans changed course." "Subaru changed course, you mean the conquering of the forest?" "Todd, yep. At any rate, if it's really which beasts inhabiting the area, adding that to the reclamation of an unknown forest, then it becomes quite a different story. Even the casualties on our side will be by no means negligible." So, taking a pause in his words, a wide grin spread across his face, and then he took the half-awake Subaru's face in his hands, and, "Todd, our military operations were called off immediately." "Subaru, immediately? Then, Todd-san, does it mean you can return to your fiancé's place?" "Todd, that's right." "Whoa!" Subaru exclaimed, sharing his joy with Todd, who nodded vigorously. If the soldier dispatching operation that would last for years had been changed, and Todd could return to his hometown, then he must felt especially ecstatic. Subaru placed his hands together with the jubilant man, dancing inside of the tent with him. Then, naturally, can you be a little more quiet?" "Subaru, sorry, Rem." Sitting up on her bed, Rem glared at the two men with a scowl on her face. He guessed that her soured mood was not because of having just woken up. The reason was none other than her dreams being disrupted by the dance steps of the two men. She then gave a light shake of her head, murmuring, "Oh well, Rem, doesn't it smell somewhat strange?" "Subaru, smell?" "Rem, yes. It's different from your body odor." Sniffing at the air, Rem waved at Subaru as if she was brushing off a smelly object. Her gesture wounded him to a certain degree, but Todd immediately apologized with, My bad. Todd, I thought 'twas all right because there's some distance, but I guess you know if you have a good sense of smell. But doesn't it feel wrong to not hurry up and do something that has already been settled upon?" "Subaru, Todd-san." Saying that, Todd opened the tent flap and motioned with a hand for the two to come out. So, Subaru exchanged glances with Rem before handing her wooden cane over to her, moving toward the entrance. They lined up next to Todd after that and saw Subaru, A dense plume of black smoke was being spouted with tremendous momentum, and a fierce smell of something burning hung in the air. The great jungle that filled up every inch of his vision left and right. No matter the distance or where he looked, Subaru was greeted by the sight of the Budheim jungle engulfed in scarlet flames, burning and blazing furiously. "Rem, this is..." Next to Subaru, who stood there in shock, Rem was left speechless by witnessing the same view as him. Both Subaru and Rem stood still as a stone, staring at the forest that flared with red, as if it were a nightmare, staring at the incinerated jungle, and staring at the world that was coming to an end. Todd, if it comes to witch beasts prowling around, there's no telling the number of casualties on our side. When I insisted on that, General, Second Class Zicker, our commander, agreed to it. Subaru, Todd, thanks to the information you provided us, we ended up with no casualties. You've been very helpful. He laughed after he finished speaking, slapping Subaru on the back with the palm of his hand. Struck by the friendly impact of the blow, Subaru's lips trembled, his lungs shivered, his throat shook, and his voice quivered as well. Against Todd's unchanging, amiable attitude, Subaru's wavering voice formed the following words. Subaru, W-H-Y. Todd, why? What do you mean by that? Subaru, but you said you didn't want to fight the Shadrakians, right? A difficult fight was inevitable if a battle was going to break out, and negotiations were the most desirable to make the people of Shadrach pledge their loyalty to the Emperor. That was what Todd had told Subaru while they were eating yesterday. If so, there wouldn't be a battle. Relief had seeped into Subaru's heart back then. Subaru, but this more so than battle, it's... Todd, yeah, we don't want to fight them. We don't know how many victims the battle will claim on our side. I could have died too, but because I was able to obtain what's needed to persuade the general, the issue was taken care of. The Shadrakians won't be able to oppose His Excellency the Emperor as well. Subaru, HK. Todd, I can also go home early, back to my fiancée. Really, you were a great find. I told the generals about you, so you'll definitely receive a reward. Maybe you might be given a second dagger. Todd joked, clapping Subaru on the back once more. And then, as if he just remembered something, he murmured out in, "Oh, Todd, I was told to return after showing you our military gains from this. Sorry, but I might be a little late to breakfast. But you don't have to tidy up the tents anymore. After a while, we're going to end up lifting the camp." Subaru, Todd, well, get a hold of yourself. Don't make the little missy feel uneasy. Whispering his last sentence in Subaru's ear, Todd gave him a genuine, well-intentioned smile before leaving the area. In the end, Subaru could not utter a single word at the back of the man who was going far away in his line of sight, unable to do anything but remain silent. Subaru, however, no matter if he stayed quiet, or if he was tormented by the confusion whirling within his heart, the scene of the blazing forest both far away and in front of him would never change. The erupting flames would consume everything, and it would eventually burn down every single sliver of life on the land here. The gigantic snake witch beast, or the masked man who lived in the forest, and the hunter that had sought Subaru's life weren't exceptions, either. Everything would be reduced to ashes. Rem H. Next to Subaru, who grinded his teeth together from the shocking realization, Rem suddenly staggered. When he instinctively supported her slender body with a hand, Rem stiffened the moment he touched her, and then, as she gazed up at him, fear and a sense of rejection began bubbling over into her expression. Subaru, Rem, it's not like this is your fault, I know that. But Subaru, Rem, don't touch me. She stifled the fright that threatened to overwhelm her for a moment, slowly pushing Subaru's hand away. She didn't brush it off nor broke it, but she simply pushed it away. Her words were her honest thoughts. Rem did understand that the situation wasn't what Subaru intended to cause. However, it only brought a meager amount of comfort to him. Like this, facing the incident that had actually occurred, the comfort was too small. Rem, it seems like she has woken up. Rem said, glancing away from Subaru, averting her eyes from the burning forest, and as if looking away from what she did not want to see, she turned to face Lewis, who was inside the tent, staring at her back. Subaru couldn't call for her immediately. Even he had trouble wrapping his head around what had happened. As of now, only dialogue choices that would be incorrect no matter what he said came to his mind. So, he could not stop Rem, who was leaving his side at the speed of a crawling infant with difficulty. He couldn't stop her, Subaru, oh? Subaru bit his lip, gazing at Rem's petite back after being rejected by her. He then noticed a tiny sensation that suddenly thumped against his back, letting out a gasp in the process. He spun around, wondering what had happened, but he did not see anything or anyone that could have touched him from behind. However, the moment he turned his body, he caught a glimpse of something zipping to the corner of his eyes. It was almost as if it had pivoted around him just as he turned around Lewis. The next second, like an explosive fit of a child's tantrum, Lewis raised her voice inside the tent. The Sin Archbishop was irritatingly loud from the moment she woke up, but there was a situation in front of him that he had to prioritize. more so than the Sin Archbishop, who was no different than a toddler. Although, it wasn't like he could do anything about it. Lewis, AAA, hey, Subaru Kate, shut it. We're in a dire situation right now. There's no time to dote on. You. He tried to shout at the wailing Lewis, and knitted his brows together. He reacted like that because Rem, sitting on the floor and her arms locked around the thrashing child, also had a sudden change in her expression. Different compared to fear and sense of rejection from before. She displayed astonishment that purely asked, why? Her wide blue eyes honed in on Subaruno. It was not on him, to be precise. But, Subaru, my back? Judging from the slightly unaligned angle of her stare, Subaru deduced the target of the focus of her gaze. He followed her eyes and turned his head around, peering into his own back. And then he realized it too late. The true identity of the thing that had pivoted around him just a while ago. Subaru the arrow's feather. That was exactly what had whizzed past his sight. Then it was only natural, but the actual arrow itself was attached to the feather. And if the feather was swaying on his back, then that meant Subaru, simply. The released arrow had been shot straight into Subaru's back. Subaru, feeling dizzy, Subaru collapsed on the spot, unable to stand for any longer. His hand immediately shot out, grabbing onto the entrance of the tent, and the tent tilted sideways with the momentum of being toppled over. However, he could not afford to be bothered by it, as his body had already fallen sideways. Rem Areawea. Witnessing the ordeal, Rem let out a shrill scream, his thoughts swirling inside his head. Subaru absently noted it was the first time he had ever heard Rem's normal scream. The useless comment flooded inside his head, overflowing and spilling out his ears. Lewis AAA, Yue. Scrambling up on all fours, Lewis approached the fallen Subaru. She shook his body violently, but he was unable to reprimand her, nor did he have any strength to resist. How could one arrow reduce him into this sorry state? Ram, someone, please, some. This something like this must be nothing. Such a shallow injury from an arrow can't. Possibly. Rem tossed away her cane and rushed to his side as she fell. Frantically called out to him while looking at the wound on his back. Ah, Rem is really kind, Subaru thought. Even if Rem could not bring herself to believe him because of the miasma, even if he created a world set on fire with a careless word, if Subaru had collapsed before her eyes, despite all of it, she would raise her voice in an effort to save him. Subaru thought he did not want to show his weak side in front of this Rem. If it's just a wound caused by an arrow, then why don't you show him by standing back up like it's nothing? Not Suki Subaru. When he watched long-running TV shows or historical dramas, he often believed the people who died or were immobilized from being stabbed by such thin arrows did not have enough willpower. Well, even if he excluded the case where his chest had been penetrated by a large arrow, the arrow in his back was not really powerful, just as Rem said. In actuality, it bumped into him so gently that he thought he had been patted on the back. Why would an arrow like that be Subaru gay? BH, yuk. Rem, HK, could be poison? As Subaru retched out the scorching sensation rising up in his throat, Rem arrived at the same conclusion as him. He was not going to be killed by the impact of the arrow. The poison slathered on the arrow was eating away at him. His limbs no longer moved, and his mind was sluggish as if he had been struck by a high fever. Something flowed out of his eyes and nose and ears, and his whole body began convulsing. His ears began ringing thunderously, and he could not hear the voice of the worried Remington. He could not hear Lewis shrieking that hurt his ears. He could no longer hear them. The poison, the poison, who, why, the arrow, hunter, forest, burning, scorching and flaring. Subaru had unnecessarily, the witch beast, Todd, burning, Rem. His consciousness fading in and out, a groan escaped his throat as blood bubbled and frothed out of his lips. And then, opening his bloodshot eyes wide, he tried to take a look at Rem's face no matter what it took, and noticed, around 30 meters away from the tent, there was a tiny silhouette glowering at him in a location easily reachable in less than 10 seconds if one ran for it. Subaru, a small child who was not too different from Lewis. She was a small child with mean-looking eyes. No, that wasn't it. She did not have mean-looking eyes. She was glaring at Subaru, with eyes clouded over by hatred. Her gaze pierced through Subaru with the intent to kill. Her hair and face dirted with soot. It was a girl holding a small bow with hate-filled eyes. With those fingers, that hand, and the will to do so, she had shot Subaru with a poisoned arrow. Subaru. It was natural that he was hated by her. It was also natural for her to want to kill him. The result Subaru had brought about caused the girl, to pursue her hatred. A fate like that. If so, this the retribution that arrived before him. No, wait, please wait. Wait beside his ear. He heard a desperate voice. He wanted to wait for her. He wanted to stop in his tracks for her. He wanted to lead her by the hand and smile at her. He could not do any of those. He remained unable to do any of those. Bubbling and churning, he gurgled out blood-red foam, his body convulsed. His eyes rolled into the back of his head, urine seeped across the floor, and he threw up his guzzling, melting organs while falling down towards the darkness. Wait! The unsightly, filthy, and thoughtless fool plunged deeper into the darkness. Descendi. Chapter 9. The Way of the Empire. 1. A menace that consumed him, bit by bit. An anguish that seemed to turn his very blood into magma. Together, they tore away at Natsuki Subaru's existence, trying to bear his unvarnished self. An overtime of such cruelty, like peeling off a scab that hadn't fully healed, and exposing the raw wound beneath the cold air. His soul brushed against a reality that couldn't be protected. Would it be pain, grief, or sorrow that would come? Or perhaps it would be something entirely different. Subaru had no idea. If there was something he did understand, if there was something that served his salvation, it was but one thing only, namely, that the hopelessness he felt would be severed before he could reach an answer, and that the false sense of freedom would. Shut it with your wheezing and panting, you. Subaru MRGH. Having been liberated from his earlier anguish, Subaru opened his mouth wide, which had been foaming with blood. His body was empty, like someone had punched a hole in his lungs, as it gasped for oxygen, and just as he tried to relish its tasteless goodness to his heart's content, something was shoved into his mouth against his will. Subaru was showered in verbal abuse as he recoiled from the unforeseen blow, coughing and spluttering. Yet, he could not tell what was going on. He could not see properly. The tightness he felt on his face served as proof that something was wrapped around his eyes. His face had been bound. Actually, no. His face was not the only thing that had been bound. His arms and legs were tied up too. And with him in this state, someone had forced something into his mouth. Subaru erg. Bway. WY am I tied, you go away? Why the hell are you defying me? Don't you understand the position you're in? Subaru ga. GGHHK. Subaru was kicked in the pit of his stomach by that violent figure, straight after he had spat out whatever had been stuck into his mouth. The wind was knocked out of him by the impact as he fell over, his opponent spitting after him. Even the humiliation of being showered in their spit paled before the pain he felt piercing his chest. Nevertheless, Subaru's mind was engulfed by a sea of confusion as his deprived vision flickered red in pain. The stuff that had happened a few dozen seconds prior was churning around his mind. Subaru had been woken up by Todd, taken outside the tent, and the great forest had been set ablaze. And straight after he found out that they had made it happen due to his own gaffe, he had been struck by an arrow in the back and toppled over. The one who had fired it had been a young-looking girl. The moment he had looked at her, his strength had abandoned him, his entire body breaking into convulsions. Had suffered while foaming of blood, had heard Rem's voice as she rushed over to him, had tried to hold on to his fading consciousness. Subaru, this place is. How long are you going to be fooling AR? Hey, chill out. He's completely clueless. It can't be helped. Rather than that, here, let's take off his blindfold. Subaru, his thoughts, engulfed in a maelstrom of chaos, were brought back to reality by the conversation happening overhead. A conversation between two men. One of the voices was gruff, belonging to a man who was like the very embodiment of boorishness and roughness. The other one sounded like velvet and gave a good impression of someone who could smooth stuff over. The faces that went with those voices popped up as a matter of course in Subaru's mind. Tisei, with the sound of a TCH and that of footsteps, the man who had kicked Subaru moved away from him, and straight after that, Subaru heard a sigh which came interlaced with shocked exasperation and wryness. Sorry that was done to you right after you woke up. I think you're probably feeling muddled and all, but it'll just take off your blindfold, okay? Though, I can't remove the rope around your hands and feet, so you gotta bear with it. Subaru, saying that as he walked up to Subaru, he unfastened the blindfold that was wrapped around Subaru's head. Subaru took a deep breath before relishing the feeling of freedom, along with a slight pain that accompanied it. Then he took another one, and another one, before finally holding his breath slightly. After that, he opened his eyelids and slowly waited for his sight to return. And, Subaru, I knew it, what unfurled itself before Subaru's eyes, as soon as his dim vision gradually sharpened, were tense, fires, and the figures of Imperial soldiers bustling about. Subaru was in the familiar, though not so familiar, Imperial encampment, the place they'd expropriated, where had scurried to and fro, doing odd jobs. Subaru, there wasn't anything strange regarding the scene itself. After all, it was here in this encampment that had been felled by the arrow wound. Then what was so weird about waking up here, following his treatment after regaining consciousness? Nevertheless, he still couldn't explain things like the first blow the fact had a shoe forced into his mouth, and the fact his hands and legs were still tied up, to be sure of his hypothesis. Even considering how strange Subaru was from how the Empire did things, if no one batted an eye at this kind of common sense, where the people would tie up one's hands and feet every time the latter was treated, then he would wish for the country's ruin. In other words, if that was not the case, then it meant that Subaru, I guess, must have died. It was the most natural to think he had returned by death. Ironically enough, he readily came up with an idea to confirm that. He would just need to swing his head around and set his gaze on the green forest beyond the encampment. The result of Subaru's own gaffe had been the jungle burning down, letting the Imperial soldiers get away with that recklessness. Black smoke should have been billowing out from the forest, enveloped by the fires of hell. Yet there it still stood. On his left, on his right, the green jungle stretched across the horizon, in perfect condition. Subaru, the scenes vividly popped back into his mind, right after confirming. This, Subaru had fallen due to his arrow wound, foaming at the mouth. Rem had crawled over to him, and there had heard her voice, her presence, her entreaty, begging him to not die. Yet, Subaru had betrayed her there. He ended up dying miserably before her eyes. The man who knew her, even if she detested him, had ended up dying in this God-forsaken land. Just imagine the amount of fear and anxiety the amnesiac Rem would have experienced tore his heart asunder, while at the same time, he thought, I never want to make her feel that ever again. We found you right as we went out to fetch some water. Yeah, sorry, but you've been captured. You're our prisoner. And thus, the man squatted down in front of him as his heart was filled with strong emotion. The individual flashed him a velvety smile, his eyes beaming. Subaru knew who he was. Todd, the only person that acted friendly toward Subaru and Rem in this encampment full of Imperial soldiers. He was a man who had patiently spent his time with Subaru, the latter knowing so little about the Empire. Subaru even considered the fact had been picked up by him at first a stroke of good fortune. That was until head back burning the forest to the ground, using Subaru's words as a pretext. Subaru, hardly 10 minutes had passed physically, but his carefree report had sent chills running down Subaru's spine. The Imperial soldiers had ruthlessly burnt the forest to the ground, straight after they decided that entering the forest to invade the people of Shudrak, the purpose for which the troops had been dispatched for, would prove troublesome. And adding to that, they'd lauded Subaru for his contributions, since had provided them the information that ended up being the clincher for their choice. In the sacred Balakian Empire, the strong were revered and the weak were oppressed. It was a great nation which went by the creed that only in the sword wolf, the symbol of a wolf pierced by swords, were there the qualifications to live. A mentality like Todd's probably wasn't at all unusual in the Empire. He could even understand them going ahead with a plan to set the forest on fire, once they'd heard there was a witch beast inside. Nevertheless, they would not mesh well with the people of the kingdom of Lagunica, let alone Subaru. Maybe Roswell at best, since he was a clump of rationalism. Either way, he must not allow them to burn the forest down this time. Subaru let out a gulp as he took what happened last time as being his failure. The fact that Subaru had ended up getting himself killed was whatever, but the fact that they'd burnt the forest down was taking it too far, even if the Imperial soldiers had done it as a safety measure. If not for Subaru's gaffe, the chance remained that Todd and the others would have established a place to discuss things amiably and have their negotiations succeed without spilling any blood. Had taken away that possibility and brought danger upon the people inside the forest. No, he should not dodge the responsibility he bore here. There was absolutely no way that there would be no casualties in that inferno. Due to his own gaffe, Natsuki Subaru had reaped the lives of the people who lived in the forest. Even if he could not meddle with what happened in that world line, due to returning by death, the fact still remained. Subaru would never forget it. Thus, Subaru resolved to himself that he would not repeat the same mistake twice. Death was a heavy thing, and regardless of whether it was him or others, he would never let it repeat again. With those thoughts clouding his mind, it was a small mercy that he was redoing his first encounter with Todd and Jamal here. The restart point of his return by death had been updated. Head returned to the point after Head had been knocked unconscious by Rem in the grassland, after Head fled from the hunter in the forest, and the fierce attack of the witch beast, to where Head had been picked up by the Imperial encampment. From here on out, he would establish friendly ties with Todd, as well as with Jamal, if possible, and get them to open negotiations in a way that would not make him rend asunder the Shadrakians in the forest. So for that, he would, Todd, hey you, are you listening? I get that you're confused about being called a prisoner out of nowhere, but Subaru, well, yeah, I guess. I am confused. But even if I am, well, you see, squatting in front of the taciturn Subaru, Todd gave his feelings some consideration. Subaru sunk into thought, deciding on what to say next as he took in Todd's stance. His relationship with Todd had been good. Last time, Subaru really needed to maintain it, and him and Rem would be getting the most out of that thread. What's more, Subaru needed to choose what he knew carefully, so to restrain his extreme behavior. Subaru, you startle me, but I do know that I've been taken prisoner. I also remember diving into the river. If y'all rescue me from there, then you must be our saviors. Todd, wait up just a second. Subaru, huh? Taking first things first. Subaru examined the situation he was in carefully. Then, he tried to put on an act that looked natural, resembling a person who had just been dragged out of a river. However, Todd stuck his hand out towards Subaru's face, interrupting what the latter was saying. The palm of his hand, along with his 5 spread-out fingers, blocked Subaru's vision, causing Subaru to hitch in response. Then, Todd, why were you looking at me like that just now? And just after catching wind of Todd's cold, hard voice, Subaru felt something sharp being thrust into his right shoulder. With his field of view obstructed, Subaru's reaction to Todd's actions were slow. He swung his eyes over to where his right shoulder was smarting, and then realized what had happened. The sharp point of a dagger had been thrust into his right shoulder. 2. Subaru. HHH. The moment he realized what had happened, a voiceless scream arose in Subaru's throat. A sensation much like burning exploded in Subaru's right shoulder, and with sharp pain came a feeling of being pierced by pins and needles, which extended through his whole body. Had he not instinctively stretched and dispersed the pain in his entire body, the maximum level of tolerance would have been exceeded, and he would be unable to keep his mind from reaching the breaking point. The shock of the unexpected stab wound was just that immense. Subaru GUH, Juea. Moments later, following the voiceless cry, came a delayed scream, drawn out by pain. He wanted to writhe, to move his shoulder around and rub it, to apply pressure to it, or take any kind of action to lessen the pain. But Subaru's hands and feet were bound, and there was nothing he could do to pull out the knife thrust into his shoulder. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. Hey, what was that scream just now? In pain and agony, Subaru screamed over and over. It was Jamal, the rough-looking man with an eye patch, who hurriedly rushed in upon hearing the alarming sound. Jamal, who had been kicking Subaru just before in a violent display of power, opened his eyes wide, seeing the image of Subaru with a knife in his right shoulder screaming bloody murder. And then, Jamal, Todd, this is what we agreed on. Weren't you the one who said you'd reach out a hand to them, since they were carrying that aristocratic knife? Todd, that had been the plan, because I didn't know these guys' lineage. I should have known you'd get angry about it just because it's different from what I had said. My bad, my bad. Jamal, if you're saying that, does that mean you know who this guy is? Although he spoke in a rough voice, he recovered his composure after hearing Todd's answer. However, in response to Jamal's question, Todd just said, "Who knows?" and tilted his head. Without pause, Todd knocked over Subaru, who let out a cry of pain, and stepped on him. Todd, I haven't heard where he's from or who he is, so I have no idea. But there's a high possibility he's our enemy. So, it was a preemptive strike. Subaru GUH, Gaia. Tado, that looks painful. We can't avoid having you suffer a bit, but you seem like you have some pain tolerance. And no, where's your self-respect? With his foot heavily pressing into Subaru's body, Todd asked calmly. However, with Todd's weight pressing the fallen Subaru into the ground, the knife in his shoulder was pushed even deeper into the wound, and a return of unbearable agony left no room for him to answer Todd. His vision flickered, his throat burned, bloody screams rose up over and over again. No matter how many times that was repeated, the pain showed no sign of easing. Without missing a beat, it became fresh despair and continued to assault Subaru like waves crashing against the shore. Todd, he's not answering. How defiant. Looks like he's an enemy after all. Jamal, if he's being rolled like that, he won't be able to answer even if he could have known. Todd HM? Is that so? Oops. When I'm sluggish from pain, I always mess up in these kinds of situations. My bad, my bad. Saying that, Todd finally moved his foot away from Subaru's body. The additional pain vanished, but the intermittent pain continued to sting Subaru, and the unbearable agony had caused him to bite his lip, and blood streamed out from his mouth. From the corners of his eyes, tears also flowed, and miserably he could not even wipe them away. Jamal, you after this. I don't know how you can warn me about my bad behavior. Todd, don't you hit prisoners of war and your subordinates to relieve stress? So don't joke around acting all high and mighty. I'm only doing what is necessary. On the other hand, ignoring Subaru's disgraceful sight, the two men continued talking above his head, with Jamal pacifying Todd and pointing out Subaru's bloodshed, a scene unthinkable a short while ago it unfolded. What the heck was going on? Although most of his mental resources were devoted to enduring the pain, this view was too incoherent. Why would Todd, who had treated Subaru and his group so well, take such action? Jamal, so why did you stab him? Strangely, Jamal raised to Todd the same question Subaru had. When asked, Todd closed one eye and looked in the direction of Subaru, who was writhing in agony. Todd, when I took off his blindfold, and he looked at me, his eyes were intent on manipulating me. I could understand being nervous or uneasy. Crying from fear would also be fine, but trying to manipulate me is suspicious. No? Jamal manipulate? Huh. Todd, this guy was unconscious. He's kicked awake and his blindfold removed. And the first thing he tries to do is to use the first face he saw? There may be such a guy, but that sort of guy is frightening and simply cannot be handled. We should kill him quickly. Todd persistently expressed his own well-reasoned opinion, in contrast with the thoughtful Jamal. The reason Subaru had been stabbed was because Todd had judged Subaru to be dangerous, and the best way to deal with dangerous opponents was to neutralize them. That was why Todd had stabbed Subaru's right shoulder, because Todd knew that the fingers of Subaru's left hand had been broken and were thereby useless. With his right shoulder stabbed and his left hand fingers broken, the function of both of Subaru's arms was greatly reduced. To ensure his own safety, Todd immediately made a decision and just acted on it. That is, Jamal, I don't know how you can think about that sort of thing right after you wake up. I might still be in the middle of waking up. Straining my ears, standing here, try not to listen to this. Todd, no, that's not it. He must have been pretending to be asleep the whole time I watched him. If he had regained consciousness along the way, somewhere he should have had some kind of physical reaction. Supposing I overlooked him pretending to sleep? Then, Jamal then? Todd, then he planned to try to manipulate me while deceiving me and pretending to be asleep. Isn't that right? That method is even more frightening. As I thought, killing him would be the correct answer. It seems. Hearing that, Subaru gasped and shivered as he fought off the pain. While listening to Todd's explanation, Jamal's tone gradually weakened. At first, he must have been shocked and angry at the fact that Todd had stabbed Subaru, but little by little his fury was dismantled. Todd's tone of voice and way of speaking held a charm that softened the other person's emotions. Observing from a position of a third party, he could finally see that Todd would get close to the other person, show his understanding, and then offer attractive proposals that were beneficial to them on top of that. First, the momentum was killed. Then, as the other person became more open-minded, the offer proposal would be carefully considered, and, against one's better judgment, it would become desirable to go through with it. That's exactly what was happening to Jamal right now, before his eyes. And that was also what had happened to Subaru just before he used. Returned by death. Todd, the young ladies with him, are also suspicious, but the two of them are straightforward and easy to interact with. Let's get rid of this one before there's any trouble. Jamal, well, I guess that's fine, but Todd, or do you want to be the one to do it? To stop your anger from getting out of control over that blue-haired girl injuring your men, you need someone to relieve your stress, right? Jamal, that's also true. In response to Todd's calm proposal, a vulgar smile appeared on Jamal's face. Just like that, Jamal passed by Todd's side while cracking his knuckles. The signs of violence Jamal displayed made Subaru cower, but Todd's remark made him tremble even more. Much akin to how he had offered Subaru to Jamal for stress relief, Todd was willing to investigate his intentions in a different way if he ended up eliminating Subaru here. For that purpose, he would use Rem, as well as Lewis. But no matter what was asked, the two of them would not be able to answer. No matter how harsh the torture, Rem had no information to reveal. In other words, Subaru, TCH, biting down harshly with his molars, the taste of blood exploded in his mouth. as Subaru searched for a way to prevent Rem from tasting the same. In a few seconds, Jamal's violence would resume, and Subaru would either be killed or left half dead by his brutal attack. Even if Jamal had a conscience, Todd would not keep Subaru alive. Todd, who would be able to set fire to the forest, would likewise not bat an eye when it came to extinguishing Subaru's life. Step by step, Jamal drew closer. In that time, Subaru's brain went into overdrive, searching within himself for the answer, to break the deadlock of the current state of affairs, some kind of plan, a possibility. He needed a miracle. Jamal, to relieve my stress, you better scream as much as you can, you son of a bitch. For your girls part 2, I'm gonna make your body pay. Subaru people of Shadrach. Jamal spat out his stereotypical violent threats right on the verge of striking Subaru, but Subaru's lips put together those words. At that moment, Jamal's movement stopped, and Todd's expression in the background changed too. Jamal's face showed clear surprise, while Todd cocked one eyebrow. Oh, and grinned. Todd people of Shadrach, you decided to play that card now? Seems you're well aware of how to gamble. Jamal, Todd, what this brat is saying. Todd, just wait, Jamal. You can hit and kick him after. But it's hard to understand the voice of someone with their tongue and throat crushed. It's best if we listen here. Jamal fuck. With nowhere to direct his anger, Jamal roughly kicked the nearby wooden railing. Todd looked sideways at the literal dispersion of anger and turned towards Subaru. The smile on his face was, horrifyingly, no different from the one Subaru knew, just as he had done when treating Subaru's fingers, inviting Subaru to eat, and praising Subaru for his contribution to burning the forest. Todd grinned at Subaru as the latter stood on the precipice between life and death. Todd, so the name of the people of Shadrach came up. I wonder, can I expect to hear something from you that will make me happy? Subaru, you know, the location of the people of Shadrach in the forest? Todd, oh, that's great. Smiling, Todd clapped his hands in front of his chest in a show of joy. Seeing his reaction, Subaru was confident that the miracle he had pulled out of himself had helped put off the impending predicament. However, at the same time, it was a double-edged sword for Subaru. After all, Subaru did not know the location of the people of Shadrach, the masked man who had handed him the knife. The hunter who had shot arrows at him, perhaps either or both of them were related to the people of Shadrach, but he had no means of contacting them or knowing specifically where they were. In other words, Subaru was staking his life on this big gamble. Todd, how is it you know the location of the people of Shadrach? Subaru, because I'm one of the people of Shadrach. Todd, I see, after all, that's how it is. Setting aside skin color, it's the black hair, no? So I was wondering if that was the case. Since it's a famous rumor that Shadrachians have black hair, Subaru was greatly relieved as fortune smiled upon him, and he received this information that had been entirely unknown to him. His whole body was covered in greasy sweat, and the tension of the conversation had caused Subaru to break out in cold sweat in addition. The pain in his shoulder was increasing, and the pain in the fingers of his left hand was beginning to bug him as well. On top of that, his body had yet to recover from the turmoil at the Pleiades watchtower, or from the trouble with Rem in the forest, or from the burden of the escape to the river right after that. Barely hanging on to his fleeting consciousness and breaking spirit, he continued the questioning. One wrong answer would result in his death. Everything was to survive and save Rem, to return to Amelia and Beatrice and everyone, and to reunite Ram and Rem. Todd, so basically you're a scout, and your clothing and knife were prepared to blend in with us. Subaru, I stole the knife from a traveler. Same goes for the clothes. And, Todd, you tried to get some info on us. A pretty bold plan, I gotta say. Seems like you were actually drowning, and there was a chance that we wouldn't notice the knife. Subaru, but it was more realistic that way, wasn't it? Even as the supposed plan was pointed out as careless and flawed, Subaru laughed it off, saying that it had been all on purpose. Putting a brazen smile on his face, he bared his teeth and made his mean eyes look more menacing. This was his act to make his bluff more believable. Todd squinted at Subaru, trying to scrutinize his real motive. Todd, the silence was deafening and the noose on Subaru's neck tightened every second. Truth be told, he had no idea if his words were persuasive at all. Neither could he tell if his act was convincing. The pain and stress he felt were too much to even give a second thought to the performance. It felt to him like he was making comical excuses, where it'd be no wonder if, the next moment, had cracked his head open after dismissing him as being ludicrous with a snort. Unable to read Todd's expression, the tension in the room spurred up, and after some time, Todd, would you sell out your tribe for your life? Todd asked with one eye closed. Subaru gulped. He would bring out the words he needed to bring out. All he needed to do was to not answer incorrectly. He would sell out his tribe for his life. After stating that he was a member of the people of Shadrach, he would sell out the people of Shadrach. He could not let them discover that this was a farce. To aid him, he would adopt the necessary expression and voice. The expression and voice of a deplorable bootlicker who would sell out his own tribe for his life. Subaru, yeah, that's right. I'll sell them out. Todd, Subaru, please, I'll do anything. I'll even lure them out if you want. Anything, I'll do anything. Stammering, twitching his cheeks, smeared in cold sweat, Subaru begged for his life, clinging on to his life, disregarding the lives of others, not letting others see him in any positive light. He had to transform himself into selfishness personified, but he only had to act. Over the course of his time in this world, Subaru had seen many people with that way of thinking. He did not think the day would come where he would model himself after the most inhumane among inhumans, the Sin Archbishops. Jamal, you're a rotten guy, you know. Hate that no good look in your eye. Jamal spat out his true feelings, hearing Subaru plead for his life. His disdain and anger were evident. It seemed that Subaru's performance had steered Jamal into having a negative opinion of him. But to be completely honest, though he felt bad, he had no time to deal with Jamal's shenanigans. Right now, the right to decide Subaru's fate belonged to Todd. A person's ranking or standing did not matter here. The strong eat the weak. He would follow the Empire's motto to the T. Todd, that's seriousness. You don't seem to be lying. Todd finally replied to Subaru, who with great effort kept a docile face. Hearing that, Subaru almost jumped in joy at his tiny victory, though he prayed it was not a premature celebration. At the same time, Jamal spoke up, unhappy about it. Jamal, said Todd, you trust what this guy says? This piece of shit who would sell out his people for his own life would. Todd, hang on. What are you saying, Jamal? These are the words of a bootlicker who would betray his people for his own sake. Of course he'd show how much worth he has. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to save his own precious life. Jamal, TSK. Jamal's outburst was silenced by Todd's reasoning. Of course, this subservient and servile bootlicker was the exact image Subaru wanted Todd to have of him. The type of person who would double-cross his comrades just to save his own neck. To make his story believable, Subaru would have to drag his reputation to rock bottom. On that point, the big scene he had caused after getting stabbed in the shoulder should have helped in that regard too. Though the pain he had to suffer as a result was too great for consolation. Jamal, don't blame me if anything happens. In the end, exactly to Subaru's plan, Jamal was persuaded by Todd. Admonishing him, Todd tapped Jamal's shoulder, saying, Trust him. Todd, there's no mistake he's attached to life, whether it's his or not, Todd said as he looked at the meek, downcast Subaru. 3. Rem, wait a moment. What do you plan to do with that person? Rem yelled out angrily, grabbing onto the bars of the metal cage she was confined in. They were currently in the Imperial Army's campground. Todd and Jamal, after listening to Subaru's claims, dragged him out straight away and were now on the way out of the camp. Rem, who had been put in a cage after her turbulent capture, had started shouting out when the trio just so happened to pass by. Subaru. Rem glared at a tattered and worn-out Subaru, having been dragged out of the river. His half-dried clothes were SDI heavy. Additionally, the stab wound on his right shoulder had received the bare minimum treatment, and the broken fingers on his left hand had received none. Even if the restraints on his legs were gone, the cuffs on his arms robbed him of his freedom. Looking no different from a slave worker, the person who was being led outside of the camp, Natsuki Subaru. Seeing the Subaru, Rem's emotions were all over the place. Shock and surprise, all of it in turmoil. Of course, Subaru was unable to explain the situation to her. Having returned by death, what little progress that had been achieved in the relationship between Subaru and Rem was reset and needed to be redone from scratch again. Rem saw Subaru as an enemy based on the witch's scent that clung to him. Subaru was given no time or opportunity to solve that misunderstanding. Also, Rem, the smell has become worse. Since last time, what is this exactly? The miasma that would thicken with each consecutive return by death. Having smelled it, Rem's caution rose to another level. To her, Natsuki Subaru might as well have been a child of darkness. It pained Subaru's heart, but he could not afford to perform any action that could fix that misconception, lest it be found out. Todd, you two have a pretty convoluted relationship, don't you? The way she's acting. Didn't you bring that girl along with you? Subaru, that girl, no. The two that were together. Todd, the two of them? Subaru, I bought them as tools to help when meeting you guys. For a moment, he was unsure how to reply, but he donned his inhumane mask and answered frankly. Subaru, right now, was a cold-blooded person who would sell off his comrades' lives to save his own. Naturally, he felt nothing for Rem and Lewis. He needed to be 100% effort-led with his selfish love for his life. He could not let the scenario with the two of them, well, at least Rem be taken as hostages to occur. Subaru, so I don't know anything about them. There's no point asking them this, and that though you seem to have gotten the gist of it already. Todd, well, it didn't seem to be an act, I guess. The little missy seems to be actually nuts in the head, and the missy here ain't lying. Even so, her reason for rampaging being so vague is a bit troublesome. Jamal TSK. Todd scratched his cheek with a bitter smile, while Jamal clicked his tongue in annoyance, with the two of them at the head. A group of 20 or so Imperial soldiers would be leaving the camp with Subaru. Subaru was to bring this group into the jungle and show them where the people of Shadrach resided. He would show them their settlement and bring the Empire one step closer to victory. And as a reward for that, his life would be saved. Terrible people live long lives after all. So that was a plan that would get average reviews as a bootlicker success story. Though, that would only happen if one ignored just how impossible it was. Subaru, isn't it better if you threw them out? I did buy them. If you don't need them, I'm happy to have them after they've done their work. Todd, you're a hasty one, aren't you? It's good to be thinking ahead, but don't forget your life depends on whether you can do your job properly or not, rather than what's going to happen to them. You should worry about yourself first. Subaru, oh yeah, that's right. My desire for what comes after slipped out. If he were to make a fuss over this, his attachment to Rem would be found out instantly, and the tables would be flipped on Subaru. He couldn't rub his hands together because of his bindings, but in his heart, that was the manner in which he interacted with Todd. Thankfully, Todd did not look deeper into his words. Waving his hand at the caged Rem, Todd, behave yourself, Missy. If nothing happens, nothing WL happen to you. Rem, do you think your words hold any weight? Todd, I don't know about weight, but believing me or not is your problem, ain't it, Missy? Having been told that by Todd, Rem had no choice but to quiet down, annoyed, frustrated that he was unable to support Rem, or even talk to her any. More than this, Subaru burned her figure and voice into his mind. He would use those as fuel for his spirit. One way or another, he had to bring Rem out of the camp and escape. Building a friendly relationship with Todd's group and getting them to protect him and Rem was no longer a thought Subaru entertained. They were a threat, both as an enemy and as an ally. They could not be controlled even when allied, and he did not need to state how dangerous they would be as an enemy. To begin with, he should avoid teaming up with the people of Wallachia as much as possible. Subaru's standing in Wallachia was extremely complex, and if he were to slip up, it would not be a problem that affected just himself. That was another secret he held. Todd, all right, let's go. Stay sharp, everyone. Jamal and the one. Giving orders. Todd called out to his crew, bringing along a hyper-conscious Subaru. Among the Imperial soldiers' replies to Todd's call, Jamal's reply was very openly angry, for, after that, the group trespassed onto the Budheim jungle with Subaru at the very front. Their destination was the VI Lodge of the Shadrachians who lived in the forest, and their objective was to pinpoint their location. However, Subaru the Navigator was pulling a bluff, as he didn't know where the VI Lodge was. Far from that. He was making a gamble, while only vaguely knowing about the identities of the people of Shadrach. Subaru, walking through the thickly wooded forest, Subaru was waiting for an opportunity to somehow sneak away from the group. He was against a large number of people, and even if they were wearing light armor, said equipment did not allow them to move around quicker than he could. If he could take advantage of their carelessness and run away, it might be possible to return to the encampment quicker than them, and bring Rem with him on his escape. Actually, that was his only plan as of now. Fortunately, the cage that Rem had been put in could be easily unlocked from the outside. The important things were Subaru obtaining the right to do so from Rem, and the hope that she would believe in him and follow him out once he unlocked cage. And there was a matter of Lewis' existence as well. Subaru, if I say that I am leaving Lewis behind, Rem, WL, never come with me. In addition to the current situation, he had shaved off a significant amount of Rem's trust with the added miasma via return by death. Even if Subaru desperately rushed back to the camp in that state, Rem would not welcome his decision to leave Lewis behind. Far from that, she would beat him into the ground on the spot, rescue Lewis from him by herself, and there was also the possibility of her deserting him in the Empire's encampment. Subaru, I guess that's not going to happen. Even if Rem is hostile to me, her legs aren't free to move around. After all, she couldn't go through with these events he imagined solely due to the condition of her legs. So were she be physically fit, then Subaru wouldn't put it past her to actually carry it out. That was what he thought, but it would cause him trouble if she did so. So, if Subaru was going to take her out of that place, then he had to bring Lewis along with him as well. Thus, it forced Subaru to face the hardship of being unable to abandon this negative factor, which should be referred to as a shackle, no matter where he went or what he did. And then, Todd, so, how long will it take until we arrive at the VI Lodge? Subaru around 2 to 3 hours. Todd 2 to 3 hours. That's pretty quick. If that's all it takes, then I could wish for nothing more. From our point of view, this was supposed to be a mission that'd take years to complete. Obtaining an answer to his question, Todd broke into a smile, seemingly considering his situation to be one of good fortune. Hearing his words, and seeing him clad in his light armor with a hatchet hanging from his waist, Subaru remembered that Todd had joined the mission whilst leaving his fiancée behind. That should be glaringly obvious. But even if he made a decision that inflicted wounds upon Subaru, it wasn't like the story behind his. Circumstances would change completely. Todd was dispatched to the jungle as an Imperial soldier following his orders, and he was unavoidably separated from his fiancée to do so. The same could be said for some of Todd's fellow soldiers, such as Jamal. They too had their own circumstances behind their actions, and so every one of them must have a reason to be engaged in a mission like this. In that sense, there was no reason for Subaru and Todd's group to be at odds with each other. Subaru was purely unlucky. His misfortune had piled up on top of itself. The situation was turning against him. That would be what this whole thing was, if he were to line up an assortment of words in this manner. However, Subaru, I don't think this is for me to say, but isn't this unsafe? Only bringing this many people. Even though we're heading for the Shadrakian village, walking at the front of the line as the leader, Subaru called out to Todd, who was right behind him. There were about 20 Imperial soldiers in the group. Even though they had a guide with them, it wasn't possible to say that there were enough people to explore the extensive forest. Todd shrugged his shoulders in response to Subaru's doubts. Todd, it can't be helped. You're a splendid source of information, but the higher-ups aren't expecting much from your story. The information only becomes worth it when we go out and confirm it. Also, Subaru, Todd, if this turns out to be your trap, and my group doesn't return, our absence will inform our allies back at the encampment that it's dangerous to enter the forest. Haha, long live Wallachia. Imperial soldiers, long live Wallachia. Making sacrifices in order to attain victory was inevitable. Todd seemed to display that with his easygoing attitude, the Imperial soldiers following his chant with their own, long live Wallachia. Their voices caused the atmosphere of the forest to tremble, sounding like an indication of how devoted they were to the country that valued strength above all. In any case, is this the time to be worrying about us? After this is done, there's no guarantee that your head and body will stay connected. At least do your best to humor us. Subaru Jamal-san. Jamal, don't call my name, you shitty traitor. You'll be cut up into pieces and dumped somewhere, and the woman and child WLHM. Maybe I'll offer them to the womanizer, General Second-Class Zikr. He'll definitely be overjoyed. Todd, Jamal, don't say anything too stupid. It tires me out. Acting as if he absolutely hated Subaru's guts, Jamal's gaze and voice were effilé with foul intent. Adding to that, Subaru and Rem were also not getting along with each other, so if he made Jamal hold the casting vote for situation, then the results could very well turn out as the worst for Subaru. As expected, it was Todd who tried to quell Jamal's anger, saying, "Calm down, Todd, rather. Don't forget it's us who have to humor this guy. Hell, provide us with the necessary information to save his skin. We'll rescue him in exchange for that. If not, we're going to get jumped by the Shadrach the moment we arrive at the village. Jamal, bring it on. If they're going to pull something like that, we can exterminate. Todd, are you serious? I can't get on board with a fight. I see no chance of winning in. You don't want to turn your little sister into a widow before she gets married, either. Right, brother-in-law?" Jamal GH. Todd persuaded Jamal, who often spoke while disregarding all thought. Subaru caught a glimpse of the unknown relationship between them, but it unfortunately did not move his feelings. He had already steeled his resolve against Todd and his group. Their encounter, the situation, his luck, all of those were terrible. Subaru, but Rem is more important to me. That was why Subaru decided to put them in harm's way. Imperial soldier? Suddenly, at the back of the search party that was organized in a line, one of the Imperial soldiers made a small sound in his throat. He cocked his head as if he had noticed something, searching for the cause of it in his field of view. The faintest feeling of something being wrong. He searched for it, unable to simply ignore it, his gaze whizzing around the jungle in circles. And then, Imperial soldier, amidst the darkness of the forest, his eyes met with a red glimmer that rose to the surface. Imperial soldier, it's a witch beast. Other Imperial soldiers. Immediately after making eye contact, the Imperial soldier who found it instantaneously alerted his allies to take caution. His reaction had been perfect up to this point, and it could be said that there was no fault on the soldier's part. The same could be said for his allies, who readied themselves for a fight, having listened to the first soldier's call. However, they wasted no time in attacking the witch beast the moment they unsheathed their swords. This could be exactly noted as being rash. Imperial soldier Yule. An Imperial soldier drew his sword, running to the forest and lunging at his opponent, a humongous snake that twisted its giant body. Around it was a serpentine witch beast, enclosed in green-colored scales, and its full height around 10 meters long. Being the same species as the witch beast Subaru had encountered in the forest, its existence was like a bolt from the blue to the Imperial soldiers, who did not know the existence of witch beasts in the forest. However, their attempt to deal with the witch beast immediately, knowing full well of how dangerous it could be, had been a mistake precisely because it was the right decision. The witch beast was not after them. Its target was none other than Natsuki Subaru, who was shrouded in a gigantic amount of miasma. Snake witch beast. Catching the released sword strike with its scales, the large snake roared as it sent the Imperial soldier flying with its huge tail. The red glint in its eyes gleamed savagely, and the group was hit by a tremendous bellow. With 1 year that had passed ever since he started acting as a decoy against witch beasts, Subaru knew what it was all about, being a professional who went down this path. Most of the time, the concerned witch beast would actively go after Subaru, encircled by the miasma as he was. But it was a different story of harm or cause to the witch beast itself. That was their unchangeable nature, no matter if the witch beast was the white whale or the snake. The white whale had aimed for Wilhelm, who had been chopping it up, and the gigantic snake had bore its fangs against the hunter that had shot it. The rule took effect even in the present situation. The snake's aim had shifted from Subaru over to the Imperial soldiers, who were covered in matching equipment, their hostility leveled towards the witch beast. Jamal, a witch beast. I wasn't told about it. Having the roaring snake's malevolence directed against himself, Jamal drew out a pair of swords, his voice trembling with rage. Unexpectedly, he dauntlessly threw himself at the witch beast with surprising swiftness, putting his combative capabilities on display. However, Subaru could not cheer for Jamal's unanticipated, courageous fight. Subaru had been meaning for this to happen, having walked in the forest with Todd for a few hours, with this objective: the soldiers who did not know of the witch beast's existence, and a witch beast that was pulled closer to them by Subaru's miasma. He always made use of witch beasts with his body odor every time, but Subaru was also a proud witch beast master. He had multiple accomplishments, enough to fight against Melee with the title of the witch beast master on the line. However, now was not the time to fuss over that. Subaru, taking advantage of this opportunity, he would return to the encampment and free Rem. He tried to make a break for it in order to do so, but felt dread pricking at the back of his neck. Conforming to frightening sensation, Subaru lowered his head regardless of how ridiculous he would look in the eyes of others. The very next moment, an axe sliced through the place where his head had previously been, wedging itself into the large tree right beside him. Subaru, he would have been dead had he not lowered his head just now. Shaken by that fact, Subaru only moved his gaze behind him, looking at the person who had made that attempt on his life. Subaru, his gaze crossed Todd's, who was glaring at him, a piercing look in his eyes. Subaru HK, refusing to be caught in his gaze, Subaru began running inside the forest with all his might. He would be caught by Todd if he stopped in his tracks. If he were caught, then Todd would unquestioningly claim his life. Those eyes had that kind of firm, strong WL. They were darkened with pitch-black intent. Subaru felt a different kind of fear compared to what he had experienced with the Sin Archbishops, which beasts, and even Reed Estrella. Those eyes were brimming with vindictiveness, pitch-black intent too. Kill. Subaru ga. A forceful impact penetrated Subaru's back as he ran, unable to turn. Around. What struck the area around his shoulder blade was a knife that had been thrown at him. It was returned to him in an awful manner. Strangely enough, leaving the knife hanging from his shoulder, Subaru blew out a ragged breath, continuing his desperate escape. Behind him, he felt like the battle between witch beasts and Imperial soldiers was still ongoing, but Subaru was also desperately hoping he would not be intercepted by other witch beasts, and that he would not be chased after by Todd as well. Desperately, urgently, and frantically, Subaru carried on running and ran, and ran and ran, out of breath, spitting out blood, nearly tripping multiple times, actually falling over, and SDI running even with his whole body being covered in mud. He was growing more frenzied to return to the Empire's camp. Subaru rem growing slower to the point a walking child would be faster, panting for breath with his dried throat, and in a condition in which his oxygen and stamina and mental fortitude were on the verge of running out, Subaru clung to the only attachment he had. He would reach Rem, bring Rem out of that place, save Rem, and go back home, back where everyone was. He would return to the place where Amelia and Beatrice, Ram and Petra and Frederica, Garfield and Otto, and even Rosa were at, and then he would give Rem her peaceful, mellow time back. The time she was supposed to have spent, her dear time, like that Subaru, reaching his hand out as if seeking for such a fleeting dream. Subaru's legs kicked empty air. Losing his footing abruptly and unable to use his arms to support his unbalanced posture, he plunged downwards head first. Toward somewhere, he was falling upside down. He couldn't scream. His throat wouldn't open. Falling. Purely, utterly, simply falling. Descending, plummeting down. Almost as if his dreams were bursting apart, like a bubble, faint and broken. Subaru Rem, sounding empty and meaningless. He let out a hoarse voice, and Subaru's consciousness was cut off during that moment. 5. Until when do you plan on sleeping, fool? Subaru Ga. Subaru's consciousness was pulled up from the depths of the abyss by a sudden strike. The blow to his temple felt almost as if the side of his head had been stepped on. Not almost as if, rather, that was exactly what had happened. As far as he could tell, the right side of his head was being pushed into the ground while the left was being stepped on, resulting in the sharp sandwich of pain that awoke him. Subaru Wati, a mug, tasting blood in the back of his throat. Subaru sat up in a daze. Suddenly, Subaru became acutely aware of the intense pain that emanated from his right shoulder, back, left hand, legs, and various other places on his body. The terrible agony caused his field of vision to turn red, his body falling back on the floor, and he shivered like a fish on dry land. The adrenaline allowed him to ignore the pain for a bit, but that had been the result of having passed out and returned to consciousness. However, each part of his body hurting like this meant, Subaru am not dead. Obviously. Do the dead speak? I'll say, your reaction entertains me more than some second-rate jester's half-baked acts. I'll grant you a compliment for that. Subaru, huh? The word slipped out of a dumbfounded Subaru, who was doing a once-over on himself as he was showered in arrogant speech. As his understanding caught up to what had been said, Subaru slowly rose again, wary of the pain that would return. Looking at his surroundings, Subaru could see thick branches protruding from the ground where it had been lying no. It was a wooden lattice. Remembering Rem for the umpteenth time, Subaru realized he was imprisoned in a wooden cage. His head was in further chaos. No way. Did he fail to escape and was once again captured by Todd and his group? He started to fret. Do not panic. Your pursuers are not here. Although to say everything is all right would be a rather bold lie to the current predicament we are in. Subaru, you're... Seriously, I never thought I would look upon your face again. Not Suki Subaru. Like that, his companion smirked and laughed, calling the wide-eyed Subaru by name. Because he wore a mask, and so only the shape of his eyes could be seen, it was not possible to say for sure that he was smiling. Yet Subaru could tell, trapped in the same wooden cage and situation as Subaru, that arrogant, masked man laughed. Chapter 10. The People of Shadrach. 1. Faced by that conceited and prideful smile flashing through his mask, Subaru held his breath. There was no difference between this arrogant man and the man who had shown Subaru the way and given him the knife when he had gotten separated from Rem at the grassland. Subaru could not say for sure because of his masked appearance, but he remembered his voice as well as his attitude. The fact that the man knew his name also proved it. Subaru laid on the bare ground inside the wooden cage. Subaru's fate seemed to be continuing onwards instead of being cut off, even though his whole body was worn out, not just his hands and feet. He had entered the forest, bringing Todd and the Imperial soldiers together with him, summoned the witch beast by luring it with his miasma, tried to escape by taking advantage of the opportunity, that had arisen after making the witch beast attack the soldiers, and Subaru, and then masked man, from what I have heard. It seems like you have been caught in a trap while loitering around the forest. Those of the VI Lodge were making a great fuss over a human being caught in a trap meant for capturing beasts. Subaru, a trap in VI Lodge? Receiving an explanation from the masked man, Subaru shook his pounding head as he directed his attention outside of the cage. The wooden cage that imprisoned him was of poor construction compared to the ones he had seen in the Imperial soldiers' camp, which were in turn made out of iron. It looked simple, or more like it had been built in a rush. And then, outside of the cage, he saw groups of tall trees, and land that had been created by clearing a part of the forest. Subaru's impression was something close to the VI Lodge in the sanctuary. The sanctuary was also a VI Lodge built deep inside a forest, called the Forest of Kremeldy. However, unlike the sanctuary, which had buildings such as houses and a church despite existing a forest, the VI Lodge here only had log cabins, putting it nicely, and primitive dwellings, if put in a bad way. Subaru thought it would be better beat around the bush by saying they preferred being naturalistic. Besides, what was more important to Subaru was not the shabby-looking VI Lodge, but who lived here. That meant Subaru, the people of Shudrak? Masked man, huh? So you did know. Well, looking at your unsightly state, I suppose you were burdened with hardships all within a single day. Have you found the woman you had been separated from? Subaru, yeah, thanks to you. As the man questioned him after hearing what he had mumbled out, Subaru breathed out a deep sigh. The masked man did not soften his confident attitude. However, he was also inside the cage, much like Subaru, unless he was an important member of the VI Lodge and had a commendable preference of entering the cage together with his captive. They would be in the same exact position. Subaru had already been held captive at the Empire's camp, but he had gotten captured here as well. However, there were a few points that told him that wasn't all it amounted to. Subaru, the wounds on my shoulder and back, did they treat my injuries? Touching his shoulder and back. Subaru knew the bleeding had been stopped, judging from the sensation of something being fastened tightly against his wounds. The pungent scent that stung his nostrils felt similar to a sort of liquid medicine, such as disinfectant. The masked man sniffed at Subaru's doubts with a humph. Masked man, you would have died just like that had your injuries been left untreated. Those of the VI Lodge must have been confused with how to handle you, wondering what is the correct choice, similarly to myself. Subaru, where do you get your composure from? Masked man, if I must say, then it is from my soul. Rather, when WIL, you stop exhibiting such disgraceful behavior? Natsuki, Subaru. Subaru, it's none of your business. He tried to retort, before grinding the back of his teeth together from the pain brought by his wounds. His injuries had been bandaged only the bare minimum as to not let Subaru die, not to close his wounds rapidly, nor to get rid of pain. In contrast to what he had received at the Empire's camp, he was in an inferior environment. As he thought about the Empire's camp, Subaru had a realization. He had a reason for having to arrive at the camp as soon as possible. Subaru, damn, how long has it been since I was brought here? Masked man. Around 2 hours, perhaps. I'll tell you beforehand, but I am being lenient enough with you already. If I did not think much of it, then I would have woken U.S. Subaru, why didn't you wake me sooner? Masked man. As Subaru sank down on his trembling knees complaining, the man narrowed his eyes. To him, it would look like Subaru was picking a fight with him, something that was uncalled for. As for why he let Subaru stay asleep for 2 whole hours, who had been on the verge of death, covered with cuts and bruises upon being brought in, it was because he had deemed rest to be necessary. Probably. After that, if his act of stepping on Subaru's head had been an offense carried out by his impatience, then it could be said he was also the owner of a Lakia-like nature. However, if so, Subaru, you should have reached the end of your patience sooner. Masked man, what a strange thing to say. Do you understand what you are saying? You are telling me that you wished I had stepped on your head sooner. Subaru, yeah, that's what I'm saying. What else, Cage? As he continued blurting out unreasonable, irrational logic, his vision flashed red. His whole body was aching. But what caused him the most pain was on his back, the newly created stab wound in the vicinity of his shoulder blade. The blow from Todd using the knife, who targeted the escaping Subaru the last time they met. Thinking back, the knife he had been stabbed with was the same one he had been given by the masked man in front of him, reuniting with him, in an injured state, due to the wound his knife had inflicted on him, seemed like an unfortunate chain of events. Anyhow, Subaru, I left Rem at the Empire's camp before the Imperial. Soldiers I sicked against the witch beast return there. If I don't go back, then Rem, WIL. There was no time until Todd's group left the forest, returned to their camp, and finished reporting everything to the higher-ups. When the giant snake broke the soldiers' formation into disarray, Jamal and the others had naturally dealt with the witch beast as a priority. However, among them, only Todd had made killing Subaru his first concern. Todd might have suspected it had been Subaru who had drawn the witch beast towards him, and then, in order to make sure another would not be attracted, Todd had attempted to dispose of him immediately on the spot. His judgment and his ability to get things done what he had demonstrated within that single moment could not and should not be underestimated. At least, Subaru had put emphasis on how he was not even related to Rem and Lewis in the slightest, having intended to place the impression that any information on him could not be gleaned from them. But, masked man, if there is no definite evidence, then they are capable of trying out torture. There was a certain terrorizing aspect to Todd and the Valakia Empire that led Subaru to believe it. To make sure they could not carry out such a thing, Subaru had to go back and save Rem. But Subaru in a place like this, masked man, I see. Judging from your words, that Rem is the woman you were searching for. It seems like you have gone through a considerable experience after you parted ways with me. Is it about the Imperial soldiers outside the forest? Subaru, yeah, that's right. I was held captive by them. And then I played a trick on them so I could run away, but I couldn't bring Rem with me. So, masked man, so that is the origin of your desperation. No wonder you appear to have grown accustomed to being a captive. Subaru who looks accustomed to being a captive. In the first place, the masked man was in the same predicament as him, wasn't he? Although Subaru was indebted to him, he nearly shouted in anger as he did not have the mental capacity to think about anything else at the moment. However, a sudden realization stunted his rash behavior. Subaru, amidst that exchange of harsh words, having been focused on his argument with the masked man, Subaru felt a new pair of eyes boring into the side of his face. When he turned around, he saw two specks of light outside the cage, peeking inside from between the bars. Building a picture of the person, Subaru saw that those were green-colored eyes. The owner of the pair of eyes blinked when Subaru's gaze turned towards them. Ah, he noticed you. Subaru wa. Need to tell me. Saying that, the person swiftly distanced itself from the wooden lattice. Subaru tried to stop them, calling out, "Wait," but his words did not make it in time. By the time he threw himself at the bars of the cage, the person had already vacated the area, sprinting away without taking any notice of him. Subaru just now, that was masked man, a Shadrakian girl. She must be very inquisitive. Even when I was by myself, she paid a few visits and even peered inside. "Show me your face. Take off your mask," she was saying. Her irksomeness knows no bounds. Subaru, the masked man, grumbled as he crossed his arms, seemingly dissatisfied by the attitude of the sneaky person. Unfortunately, Subaru did not have a mind to respond to his complaints. That was because his focus had been stolen away by the person who had just left the young girl. She was a young girl with brown skin, somewhere around 10 years. Old. She wore a light outfit that exposed her skin, having white clothes wrapped around her body. It was probably a choice of attire that had been made to adapt to this land, which gave off the feeling of a subtropical zone. The reason for the pink tips of her uniquely colored, bob-cutesque hair was because it had been dyed, most likely. The roots of her hair were black, matching Todd's explanation of the Shadrakians having black hair. However, what shocked Subaru the most about the girl's appearance was not how peculiar she looked, but the fact that was not the first time he had seen her. Subaru, she's the one who led me. Subaru's memories insisted. She was a girl who had used a poisoned arrow to shoot Subaru in the back, resulting in his death. With the jungle having been set on fire because of Subaru's careless remark, the girl had escaped from the land where those spreading flames blazed, glaring at Subaru with hattif-eyed eyes. Subaru connected the dots together. Back then, the girl had been glowering at Subaru with an expression of pure abhorrence for only a single reason: retribution toward the cause that had incinerated both her land and allies into ashes. "Masked man, why did you suddenly become so meek? As if just doused with water?" Subaru, ah. As Subaru bit his lip with his head resting against the wooden lattice, the voice came out from over his shoulder. The masked man had been sitting in the same position from the start, and watched Subaru and his violently fluctuating emotions intently. "Masked man, you are a difficult man to grasp. In any event, it's good if you rant and rave. It'll be troublesome if it gets quiet here. Idleness is a waste of energy, too. Without each and every shout, Subaru, without shouting, masked man from over there, they shall arrive to hear our conversation. Look, in the direction the man had jerked his chin. Subaru turned around and opened his eyes wide. A flame slowly illuminated the gloomy view. It was the light of a torch. The figures of several people appeared, holding the torches in hand, headed towards a cage. Subaru and the man were inside. Leading them was a woman of tall stature, with a strong, well-trained body. The woman appeared to have hair originally black in color, but had been dyed red, and her dark brown skin, face, and body were covered in designs of white paint. Her green eyes conveyed a strong sense of purpose that left a powerful impression. Hiding behind such a woman happened to be the little girl from before. A group of about 10 people had come their way, and all of them appeared to be women. However, Subaru was involuntarily overpowered by that feeling of oppression. The wild air of the group was unlike the chivalric order of Knights of Lagunica, or even unlike what he had seen of the Valachian military. It had a beauty like that of a troop of beasts that were commanded by instinct. The impression was one of a group built on instinct at its core, rather than logic. Subaru held that sort of impression on their development. And as they stood before the cage in which they had imprisoned Subaru, the women, the people of Shudrak, fixed their gazes on the 2 people inside the cage. And then, "Looks like you're up, huh? You lot. Who the hell are you lot? Anyway?" The question was asked of Subaru and the masked man together. 2. Who are you? It was relatively common in stories, but in practice, it was the kind of question that was not often asked. A situation where someone was suspicious of your identity and questioned you was not exactly a normal event in real life, whether on the side of the questioner or the listener. With the exception of businesses, such things needed to be asked. You could potentially go your whole life without having said those words. In that sense, it was a question Subaru was not familiar with. Nevertheless, he could clearly recall the first time in his life that he heard that question. Who is Subaru and what is his purpose? The first time Subaru was asked that, the question had come from none other than Rem, who had doubted his identity at the mansion. Subaru, not you, but you lot? As he tried to shake off those memories. He questioned the question, although they were put in the same prison. The connection between Subaru and the masked man was flimsy. Or rather, it was for convenience that they had been put in the same prison, and Subaru's level of involvement was equal to 0. Was it not a rather careless way of thinking, to treat them as if they were the same because of that? Masked man did not get caught up in trivial matters. I have informed them that you and I are acquainted with each other. That is the sole reason for the inquiry. Subaru, yo, saying we know each other, that's taking it a bit far, no. Masked man, I did not lie. If we looked upon each other, you and I would both know the identity of the other. What more is required to consider someone else a person you are acquainted with? Subaru, what an unreasonable tone. It was an excessively high-handed way of speaking, but Subaru remembered that high-handed tone. There was one person he knew in particular, a character who would wield that sort of logic to talk down to Subaru and other people. Such troublesome people. The thought as to whether there were many more like them made Subaru's head dizzy, but... Oi, what are you talking about all sneaky-like? Answer the question. Subaru, my name is Natsuki Subaru. As you can see, a pitiful, worn-out, and miserable lost child. And next, the one behind me is... Masked man Abel. Subaru, right, Abel. He wears a mask to hide his face and has an arrogant and disagreeable personality. But he also hands knives to people who are lost. He's a playboy who's made many girls cry through the gap brought about by that element of unpredictability. So at this time, please go ahead and introduce yourself. Oh, Zelda, but... Overwhelmed by the energy with which Subaru pressed for an answer, the lead woman, Miss Zelda, gave her name. As Subaru took the time to look properly at the opposing party, started with Miss Zelda, an extremely fitting word to describe the aura of the women came to mind. Amazons. They were of a small tribe composed mainly of women, with strong, disciplined bodies and body paint that seemed to fit the image, and some even carried bows. Subaru definitely recognized the people of Shudrak as Amazons. Subaru, to be honest, I was actually surprised that masked man's name turned out to be Abel, but... Abel. Subaru, let's put that off for now. Listen to me, Ms. Elderson, and everyone of Shudrak. Having put off the allusion to the masked man Abel, Subaru raised his voice to the assembled women. Judging from appearances, it was no use arguing with the women, as they seemed to have no intention of caddling Subaru. That much could be surmised from how they had treated him and the fact that they showed willingness to listen to what he had to say. In that case, if he talked with them sincerely and earnestly, they might understand. Subaru, you might already know this, but outside this forest and encampment of Imperial soldiers is being established. A girl who is very important to me is being held captive there, and if I don't return immediately, it could be dangerous. So please, let me go. Mazelda. Subaru after that. The soldiers are aiming for the people of Shudrak. They said it'd be fine if they could talk, but in the worst case, they are also prepared for battle. If that happens, I'll help smooth things over, he was going to say, but he shut his mouth. If it could be achieved, there might not be a battle between the Imperial soldiers and the people of Shudrak, but most likely, it would be impossible for Subaru to help with that. Todd and his group recognized Subaru as the main culprit who had sprung the witch beast trap on them. Since he could not be trusted, that would be asking too much. Subaru had precisely weighed the options of Rem and Todd, and he chose to harm them in order to help Remington. He could not escape the responsibility of that choice. Subaru's sorry, let me correct myself. The truth is the soldiers are targeting everyone in Shudrak. There are quite a number of people in the camp. So even if you fight, Mazelda you saying would lose? Subaru, because of the discrepancy in resources and strategies that could be taken, it was undeniable that they were at a disadvantage. Interrupting Subaru as he tried to convey that, Mazelda spoke bluntly in a quiet voice. Hearing that reaction, Subaru understood he had chosen the wrong words. The people of Shudrak were likely a tribe of hunters, those who honed their SKLLS and were constantly improving their abilities. The method of trying to persuade them with the point that they would lose the fight could easily set them off. It was an argument that should not be made. Mazelda about the Valakian soldiers coming, we know, but there's an old promise between those guys and us. There shouldn't be conflict. Subaru, HK, no, wait, I don't know anything about that promise, but even so, those guys are serious about you. Mazelda enough. Subaru JH. Subaru tried to get closer, but was struck through the wooden lattice and fell over from the impact. Mazelda had banged her fist against the bars, but it was her eyes that conveyed her indignation. Once again, Subaru had chosen the wrong words. Just like taking pride in a fight, old promises and the like were important to them. Subaru had trampled on that rudely and unknowingly. Again, Mazelda, the Valakian soldiers, moved their troops outside the forest to train. They have done that many times. Subaru moving troops to train what, like a military exercise? It seemed that term was unfamiliar, and Mazelda frowned at Subaru's words. However, Subaru was gradually beginning to see the big picture of the trap that had been set by the Valakian side. It was common for Valakian soldiers to set up encampments around the Budheim jungle in the name of military exercises. The people of Shudrak were accustomed to it. By taking advantage of their inattention to those exercises, the Valakian military was going to surround the Budheim jungle and capture all the people of Shudrak in one fell swoop. If that was their concern, Subaru, why go so far to aim for these people? Of course, much like Mazelda, who stood before his eyes, the people of Shudrak were an undoubtedly powerful tribe. However, Subaru had no idea why Valakia would ever send an army to seize the jungle and capture them. With the current state of affairs, they looked like they would be unwilling to leave the forest. They lived, breathed, and labored here, and yet Mazelda neither Natsuki Subaru nor Abel speak the truth, in which case they do not suit us. Subaru GH, are you serious? Mazelda shook her head back and forth, signaling the end of the conversation. None of the people of Shudrak offered any counter-arguments against her dispassionate rejection. It seemed as though she was the leader of the current group of Shadrakians, if not the entire settlement. Obeying her commands, the people of Shudrak turned their backs on Subaru's accusations and decided to leave him and Abel be. SDI carrying their torches, the group started to leave. Subaru, wait. It's not a lie. It's not a lie. Everyone's in danger. The promise WL be broken. Everyone's in, Rem's also in, danger. Watching them disperse, Subaru desperately tried to warn them. However, having already received the decision of their leader, the people of Shudrak would not stop. The only one who acknowledged him in the slightest was the little girl, who glanced at him periodically. Even then, she did it as she walked away. Subaru shouted himself hoarse, hacking up bloody phlegm. SDI, no one would listen to him. Subaru coughed, damn it. Why is it always like this? Sinking down into the ground, Subaru bemoaned his situation as he hit his forehead against the bars. He could not even vent out his anger on the cage. His right hand was unusable due to the injury on his shoulder, and his left hand SDI held broken fingers. Subaru was a useless person, riddled with wounds, and his speech could not even be persuasive. If that was the case, what worth did Natsuki Subaru have left? Subaru, is it just how bad I am at giving up and my slyness? His eyes clouded over as he tasted despair. However, Subaru determinedly refused to admit defeat. He would grit his teeth and rise above. If it were the Subaru of the past, he would have set his limits on a whim. Looking back at the events that had happened until this point, he recognized that the path he had walked to get here had not been an easy one. The Subaru of the now was a little different. He got slightly worse at giving up. That was the light that guided him on his pitch-black path. Abel, that was a rather pointless discussion that was had. Subaru, those words mixed with disdain and scorn reached Subaru, who was currently gripping onto the bars, scheming for a way to create a gap where he could slip through. Though it was irritating, he could not retort. Subaru had in fact splendidly stepped on a taboo landmine and failed in negotiations. He was surely at the peak of thoughtlessness. However, Subaru, if that was pointless, wouldn't that mean there was no point for you too? Anyway, didn't I tell you? There are dangerous people in the jungle, so don't go inside. Abel, yes, that is correct. Those instructions became my guidance. I shall give my thanks for that. Subaru, but you Estial got caught even after being told that. I feel so helpless, damn it. Isn't it loose anywhere? Even after hitting the wooden cage with his body, there were no signs of breakage anywhere. The log-like bars had been inserted deep into ground individually and were sturdy enough to believe that heavy machinery had been used in its construction. Of course, since no such machinery existed in this world, it had to be the product of manual labor. Either they had done it with a large number of people, or they had someone among their ranks with superhuman strength somewhere on the level of Amelia and Garfield. Subaru were a thing they built, considering the whole place is full of girls. Abel, do not underestimate the people of Shadrach. They are a matriarchal tribe that birth only women, and have lived in this jungle for hundreds of years as descendants of war gods. They have no need for males, except to birth their children. It is even customary to abduct those males from elsewhere. Subaru, their Amazons for real weight. Don't tell me the reason we're caught is capturing males, using them as tools to make offspring. That notion and line of thinking only existed in places like poor, mountainous villages of old. Even so, being that he was in a foreign country, in another world, where Subaru's normal would not apply, this could be a very real belief held by people. Abel mockingly laughed at Subaru's words, however. Abel, calm yourself. They choose their children. Any child of a person who speaks falsehoods to attempt to deceive them would only end up a disgrace. That kind of offspring is not desired, I imagine. Subaru falsehoods. Accepting Abel's statement, Subaru cursed his incompetent attempt at an explanation. The reason Mazelda and the other Shadrachians had not believed him, though in part due to his impatience, was because of his poor setup of an argument. If one did not understand what the opponent's characteristics were, and where did their pride lay, even an argument full of sincerity and seriousness would not be any different from an insult or physical offense. It would not be different at all. Subaru, but it's no lie. The Empire's soldiers are targeting the Shadrachians. And Abel and Subaru as a last resort, actually. No, as a first resort, they'll set this whole place on fire. At Subaru's declaration, Abel for the first time quietly held his breath. The flaming jungle had been an event that occurred after Todd had learned of the witch beast lurking in the woods. Last time, the Imperial Army had chosen to burn away the Budheim jungle, going off Subaru's testimony only. If they confirmed the witch beast's existence themselves, the forest being burnt down would be difficult to avoid. Subaru, though, if Todd and the others got wiped out, that'd be a different story. He had already heavily considered that possibility after deciding to incite the witch beast. Calling upon a potentially deadly enemy was tantamount to indirect murder. Knowing this, Subaru had gone ahead with his bait plan nonetheless. In reality, people might have actually died. Thinking about this, a lump grew heavy in his chest. His heart pained like it was being stuffed. Nevertheless, setting aside the feelings of aversion and guilt for those murders as ones he would carry for life, he focused on another, more important point. Todd and the others had, most likely, not been completely wiped out. Subaru, Todd's group was around 20 people strong, all with little to no experience fighting witch beasts. Even so, adding together Todd's decision-making to Jamal's surprising assertiveness, it was impossible to hope for that one snake witch beast to destroy the entire group. Naturally, it was better believed that Todd's group had survived and were retreating back to the camp from the jungle. After getting back to the camp, Todd's group would report on Subaru's betrayal and the existence of the witch beast. Depending on the situation, they could SDI believe that Subaru was one of the people of Shadrach and have concluded that the Shadrachians had taken an offensive course of action against them. If that were to happen, it would be the same as last time, wanting to minimize casualties, The Imperial soldiers would set the jungle ablaze without hesitation. The people of Shudrak would no doubt be burnt to a crisp. Abel, what is that? That look in your eye? Subaru, nothing. Abel commented on Subaru's gaze. Subaru immediately looked away, but was SDI preoccupied with thoughts on Abel's end in the last loop. Most likely, Abel had been captured by the people of Shudrak, similar to the current situation. In those circumstances, considering the jungle had been set on fire, he had probably perished in flames alongside them. It was a stretch to think that the people of Shudrak would help. Someone like a prisoner escaped from that inferno. Worst case scenario, he had not been able to escape the cage in time and burned to death. If that were the case, Subaru, the people of Shudrak, Abel, I basically let all of them. His own life, Rem's life, Abel's life, and the people of Shudrak's lives. He did not want to lose any of them. That was why Subaru would stand up and devise a way to break out of his current predicament. Abel, do you not understand, is useless? They are not a group, so lacking that they would leave an opening for some of your strength, much less someone as injured as you are. Why do you exert yourself that far for just one woman? Abel said to Subaru in exasperation, the latter continuing to grip onto the wood, SDI fervently resisting. Those words lit a fire in Subaru. Subaru was because that girl to me isn't just one woman. That isn't nearly enough to describe her. There's no replacement. Rem is the one and only Rem. Abel, Subaru, and you, do you have the time to be picking on me? Constantly? I don't know why you're here, but surely you're not going yam finished and done. After being caught, are you? Upon first meeting him, Abel had worn his concealment cloak and looked as though he had come to the jungle to fool-file some task. Even if that were not the case, he was the type of person to readily give away a knife, which, according to Todd, was the sort of knife that would only be gifted by an emperor. To say that he was here for no reason at all would be a fact difficult to imagine and quite frankly unbelievable. Subaru sitting on the cold ground over there. What do you want to do? Abel, I was merely waiting for an opportunity. Abel responded deathly quietly to Subaru's question. His response had been unlike the goading and mocking comments previously made to Subaru. It held a different tone, sounding more like Abel's true feelings. Spell it out into words. Subaru waiting for an opportunity? Opportunity as in a chance? What chance were you waiting for? Abel, I do not know of this chance you speak of, but I was waiting for the pieces to be set. Until they had been organized, any unnecessary action by myself would have muddied the waters. That is why I was forced to observe. Actually, I believed having the group outside the jungle make their move first was the correct move. However, Subaru, Abel, they're WLing to burn down this jungle. I cannot be sitting here cross-legged forever. Saying that, Abel uncrossed his arms and slowly stood up, looking at his long and slender posture. Subaru froze stiff in surprise at his words. Abel, what is the matter? That stupefied face of yours. That is quite a disrespectful face you are presenting me with. Subaru, dunno about disrespectful, but you believe what I said? 'Cause the people of Shudrak. Abel, I did not believe you. Tainting their pride, rejecting the age-old promise which is held with great respect. Saying it amounts to nothing. Truly, it was a failed negotiation for the ages. Subaru Ugu. He knew that there was no defense for his choice of words, so it left him no choice but to be pummeled by Abel's assessment. As Subaru frowned, Abel continued his speech with, but, and then, through his disguise, he gazed at Subaru, who raised his head. Abel, I am not a part of the Shadrakians. Their pride and meaningful contracts are as good as dust. What is necessary is the truth you brought about, free of any falsehood. Subaru, what will you do if I am lying? Abel, is obvious. You shall pay with your life. His words were heavy, carrying a clear distinction from those who spoke of death in jest. Abel was earnestly telling Subaru to atone with his death, should he make a wrong move. This was neither a game, nor was it set on a whim, but it was a scene that would put his real determination to the test. Getting that feeling from Abel, Subaru subconsciously straightened his posture. He stopped fighting the bars of the cage before he knew it, facing Abel, who was right in front of him, staring into Subaru's black eyes. The menacing look inside of the piercing light, in Abel's eyes intensified. Abel, you are to choose each and every one of your words with utmost care, not Suki Subaru. Do you have a resolve to sacrifice everything in order to save what you desire to save? Subaru. His question had been straightforward, unforgiving of any hesitation to answer, as well as any lies being stated. If Subaru answered it by interweaving truth and fiction, he would be a dead man. Yes, the man called Abel held a certain power in his voice, enough to make Subaru put his trust in him. Subaru received Abel's question in his heart. Did he have the necessary resolve to save everything, to save what he wanted to save, at the cost of sacrificing everything else? His answer to the question would be, Subaru, I don't have a resolve to do that. Abel, Subaru, all I can offer is myself. If it's just that, then I can put all of it on the line. Instead of his right arm that had been stabbed, Subaru put the arm with broken fingers on his chest. Responding to the inquiry, it was Subaru's answer to Abel's question, containing not a speck of dishonesty. Even if he were told to forfeit everything and everyone, there was no way he would be able to accept that. In order to do so, this world had too many things important to Subaru, and too many radiant things he had not witnessed yet. That was why. Abel, you gave me a presumptuous answer, you vexing jester. Subaru. Abel, however, you did not state any falsehoods. In that case, you'd WL not be incinerated. Subaru realized his life had been spared after Abel stated that as a result of hearing the answer to his question, cold sweat suddenly began flowing out of his body, and he understood that his life was in the palm of Abel's hand. As Subaru had evaluated Abel earlier, when they first came across each other at the grassland, he was not extraordinarily strong. Comparing the masked man to the powerful people Subaru had either seen or interacted with in the past and to this day, his strength did not step over the bounds of an ordinary person. However, even considering that, Subaru felt as if he just had narrowly escaped death. A power dissimilar to pure physical strength and sword SKLS resided within Abel. That was what Subaru thought. Abel then, that WI'll save us time. Hey, you, the girl over there. Yukian, ignoring Subaru, who was sweating heavily from having his life spared. Abel suddenly called out to someone. Immediately, a small cry was emitted from the shadows, reacting to the tone of his voice. When Subaru spun around in surprise, he saw a girl staring shyly at them under the shade of a tree ahead of Abel's line of sight. The girl, with the tips of her hair dyed pink, hurriedly tried to escape from the gazes of Subaru and Abel. But, Abel, you WI'll lose your opportunity if you run, girl. Surely, that must not be what you intend. Girloof. Beaten to the punch by Abel, the girl groaned softly. After that, with an embarrassed look on her face, she walked towards him with dejected steps. And then, her lips trembled as she said, you is. Girl me said not to listen to men, but you is curious. Curious about. You. Subaru me? Saying that, the girl who called herself Yu pointed a finger in Subaru's direction, receiving the unexpected indication that she was curious about him. Subaru widened his eyes while the girl nodded at him. Girl, you were doing your best. We are in danger. But me won't. Listen. Subaru, girl, why were you trying so hard? You have nothing to do with us. Why were you interfering? Even though you have nothing to do with us. Subaru's breath hitched for a moment, wondering if his nosiness was being pointed out. However, the girl's words did not seem to have that purpose. She was genuinely inquisitive. Why was Subaru desperate about not only himself, but the people of Shudrak as well? The answer to that was something not even Subaru himself knew. But, Subaru, I don't want you to have that expression on your face. Girl? Subaru, I don't want you to have that feeling of having to loathe your enemies, clouded by hatred. The girl who had shot her opponent with a poisoned arrow, watching his death to the end with hat-violet eyes. To this day, the girl's feelings of loathing and his guilt from the extreme events that had led her to that point, SDI remained in his eyes. They were surging up and whirling around. They had morphed into thorns, causing him pain. That must not be piled on top of one another. It must never recur. There was nothing better than not returning by death. However, by losing his life, in a world where he had to start over, if there was a way he could bring the people involved with him onto a better path. Subaru, I think the purpose of me trying my best with all my might lies there. Girl Yu doesn't understand. Despite hearing his answer, what he had really meant had been not conveyed to the girl. It was only natural. Speak of this to someone who did not know of return by death, and they would not understand a thing. And Subaru was not thinking of having her understand that, either. Knowing that such a reality had existed was an unnecessary addition to the girl's life. Abel, you satisfied? It should be the same for me and you, to not have the time for a long chat. Subaru, yeah, sorry. Uninterested in the conversation between Subaru and the girl, Abel cut it off without any hesitation. When he turned to face the girl, she grew tense and gazed up at him, perhaps perceiving the same pressure Subaru had felt previously. Abel, I do not plan on blithering on with you, girl. The woman from earlier, Mizelda, was it? Bring that one here. That is the chieftain, no? Girl me? What WI you talk about with me? Abel, it is trivial. I merely have a suggestion to make. Girl suggestion? Stared at by Subaru and the girl, who were tilting their heads. Abel nodded deeply, and then he smiled just as Subaru had expected, although it could not be seen under his mask. Abel, tell her that we WI'll be undergoing the lifeblood ritual. It is the fastest way to persuade them. He told her, just like that. Chapter 11. The Lifeblood Ceremony. 1. Subaru. So what's this lifeblood ritual? Abel, an absolutely unignorable custom belonging to the people of Shudrak, who place great value on pride and commitment. We WI'll hear more about it from them. More importantly, Abel stared at Subaru, only giving him a rough answer to his question. The Shadrakian girl had set off to deliver Abel's earlier message to the chief, Mazelda, leaving only Subaru and Abel behind, meaning that the time they had left for a private chat was limited. Abel had filed me in. You said you were taken prisoner in an encampment outside the forest, right? How did they treat you? Subaru, I gotta thank them for the injuries to my shoulder and back. That, and they made me do some odd jobs. To be precise, the odd jobs and abuse had happened in different loops, however, pressured by Abel's intimidating atmosphere. Subaru had blurted it all out. Abel narrowed his eyes, letting out a hum upon hearing him, before looking at Subaru's left hand. Abel, seeing that you did not touch on the matter of your fingers, I guess that must be a different issue. It must have been done to you by the woman you were after. Subaru, ugh, what's that got to do with this? Abel, it serves as proof that you are a fool to yearn for a woman who goes and breaks your fingers. It was hard to say that Abel's statement was one that described Subaru and Rem's relationship appropriately. However, Subaru had neither the time nor the obligation to dwell on it with him and file him in on the details. Then Abel quickly shifted his focus on the state of Subaru's left hand. Abel, so, by saying you performed odd jobs, you are implying that you have seen inside the camp. What is the layout like? Rack your empty brains. Draw it out from your memory. Subaru, there were a bunch of tents. And when it comes to the number of people in the camp, hey, what's up with that? Abel, do you not get it? It goes without saying that the people you saw were. Abel snorted at Subaru after asking him one question after another. The latter's face scrunched into a frown. However, Abel was unable to answer Subaru's question due to the sound of several footsteps pattering towards the cage again. They belonged to Mazelda and her group, being dragged along by the girl. Mazelda, I heard everything from Yudakata. She said you're both going to take the lifeblood ritual. Mazelda, her hair dyed red, placed her hand on the head of the girl, clinging to her leg. The girl called Yudakata. Then she sent a piercing look at both Subaru and Abel. Her gaze was effiled with sharpness that rivaled the drive from earlier, when Subaru had trampled over their pride as warriors. Mazelda, where the heck did you find out about the lifeblood ritual? It's supposed to be a rite that's passed down only for us Shudrak. Abel, do not make me laugh. Young chief of the Shudrak, do you seriously think that no one knows about your traditions in this day and age? 2 people, that is all it takes for a secret to leak out. Abandon your pipe dream of thinking that you are all as one. Mazelda, Abel, your precious lifeblood ritual is no exception either. In actual fact, I know both what kind of ritual it is, as well as what happened in the past. Mazelda's gaze turned stern as Abel's response grew in zeal. Subaru could tell that the Shadrakians' expressions in their vicinity, and not just Mazelda's at that, were growing more and more tense, faced with Abel's lofty words. Subaru took a sizable heavy gulp himself. Right now, Subaru was the only one being left behind, not knowing anything about the details of this lifeblood ritual that had been mentioned by Abel. Nevertheless, the fact remained that the ritual was an important one to Mazelda and the others, and that Abel would not welcome him making light of how they felt about it. And so, in order to prevent the situation from causing any further confusion, Subaru spoke up, interjecting within, Subaru, sorry to interrupt when your discussion was starting to become more lively, but can you tell me more about this lifeblood ritual? And probably not unrelated to it, right? Mazelda, why do you think so? Subaru, I just got threatened by this mass prick a while ago. Stuff like asking me whether I could sacrifice everything or not. Hell no was my answer, though. Mazelda, then. Subaru, all I can put on the line is myself. That guy's overestimating his influence a little too much. Sacrificing everything. That kind of remark was only allowed to be made by people who were quite powerful. Unfortunately for Subaru and Abel, both of them were helpless as they had been captured by the people of Shudrak, so they were not qualified to be faced with such a grandiose choice. So, all he could wager were only whatever cards he held firmly in his hand. And as of now, Natsuki Subaru was his sole card. Subaru, but just as Abel said, ITLL be difficult for us if you want listen. It's going to be a repetition of what I previously said, but I'll keep saying the same thing as many times as I need. At worst, I need you to at least let me out, so I can protect what's precious to me, else I'll be stumped on what to do. Mazelda, I see. It seems like you're qualified to undergo the lifeblood ritual. As Subaru made his appeal to her, wanting to keep their conversation going, Mazelda muttered with a hushed tone. Subaru widened his eyes at her answer, and Abel made a small noise in his throat. However, there was one person who proceeded to overreact upon hearing her chief words. Amidst the group that surrounded Mazelda, the person, a woman with hair dyed blue, was standing right beside her. Sister, are you sure? Believing the words of these men. Mazelda, it's not like I believe them. To Rita, I just thought it would be a waste to disregard their words. To Rita's sister, the woman called to Rita hung her head, listening to Mazelda's response, who she had referred to as sister. It seemed like they were sisters, related by blood. Once their connection had been pointed out to Subaru, he realized that they were actually quite similar, especially the fierce impression given off by their eyes. Then, after Mazelda had rejected her younger sister's words, she looked at Subaru once more, and, Mazelda, you've heard about the lifeblood ritual. It's a ritual to make the tribe acknowledge oneself, passed down to us Shadrakians since ancient times. You can call it a coming-of-age ritual. Subaru coming of age, it's that kind of thing. But we aren't really. Abel ain't part of the Shudrak. It is needless to say that, as everyone is aware of it, do not waste any time with your foolish antics. What matters most is the true nature of this ritual. Subaru had made Abel seem exasperated, the former perplexed by his newfound knowledge of the ritual, that it existed so that those who completed it would be treated as an adult. Subaru's cheeks stiffened from Abel's callous words, but he understood what the masked man wanted to say. The true nature of the coming-of-age ritual laid within making the group acknowledge the challenger as an adult. That meant the true nature of the lifeblood ritual was Subaru a rite of passage to ensure the Shadrakians would listen to us as their equals. Abel exactly. Affirming Subaru's belief, Abel folded his arms, glancing over at Mazelda. Soon after receiving his gaze, Mazelda drew back her chin, and then, Mazelda, if you are challenging the lifeblood ritual, then you must prepare yourselves. Abel, what WI'll happen if the challenge were withdrawn? WI'll you claim that you WI'll release us, right here now? Unfortunately, I do not possess a mind so unsophisticated as to hope for something too good to be true. That goes for me, as well as this Natsuki Subaru over here. Subaru, you, with the discussion between Mazelda and Abel suddenly becoming heated. Subaru was surprised to hear himself included as one of the people who were determined to complete the ritual. However, Abel did not seem to care about what he thought. While being shoved around by Abel's current momentum, Mazelda asked him, "What WI you do?" He responded with, "Subaru, I'll do it. If there's no other way, then I'll go through that ritual and make sure you listen to what I have to say. But ITL'll be a problem if the ritual is going to take a few days." Mazelda, that's true. We do not want that. Either, if that's a Tarita's sister, won't the old giant be enough then? As Subaru steeled himself to undergo the ritual, Tarita offered a helpful suggestion to Mazelda, who was preoccupied with her own thoughts. Hearing her sister's opinion, Mazelda nodded deeply, and then, Mazelda, good idea. When the lifeblood ritual is carried out, the greatest obstacle WI'll be chosen. Subaru, the greatest obstacle, that's Mazelda the Elgina. Mazelda repeated the word as Subaru swallowed audibly. Yudhakata shrunk away, her shoulders jolting at the mention of the word, and the air around the Shadrakian women became wrapped with tension. Since they took pride in being warriors, their reactions were more than enough to provoke Subaru's feeling of uneasiness. However, Abel, you and I both cannot back out of this. Have you hardened your resolve? Subaru, you're acting all arrogant. Even though you brought the conversation to this point without asking me anything, aren't you doing things as you please a bit too much, just because I'm indebted to you? It was true that Subaru was in Abel's debt for the knife he had been given, but any positive, calm feelings he held towards that had been blown away by their interactions inside the cage. Though, of course, he also appreciated the fact that Abel had undone Subaru's mistake and created a chance for the Shadrakians to listen to him. Subaru, as far as I know, those who hide their faces are never good people. Abel, there is a reason for why I am hiding my face. However, you are being insolent, but I will not deny that. If a character who hides their face happened to appear in a story, then there was a high possibility for them to be related to the main character in one way or another. In this case, Subaru would be in the position of the protagonist, but Subaru, you're thinner than my dad, and your voice is also different. More so, there's no way I would mistake my dad for another person. Abel, it seems like you are spouting out nonsense. Subaru, it's not nonsense. It's about my dad. He's the most annoying and also the coolest in the world. Abel, perhaps the topic did not pique Abel's interest, as what little warmth he had in his gaze had been visibly diminished. In fact, Subaru had only mentioned that since he was in the Empire, and a masked person had made their appearance, comparing a situation to a movie about a war in outer space from a long time ago. Subaru could probably consider Abel to be a stranger who hid his face maybe. Ignoring his nonsensical thoughts, Ms. Zelda proceeded to issue orders to her fellow Shadrakians. And then, Ms. Zelda Abel and Natsuki Subaru, we WI bring both of you to the Elgina. Prove to us whether you can complete the lifeblood ritual admirably, or not. As she made her declaration, the cage was opened, and Subaru and Abel were taken outside. 2. Subaru and Abel were let out of the cage without blindfolds or restraints, and the Shadrakians surrounded them and walked them outside of the VI Lodge. In the deep, dense jungle, Subaru walked as if he were groping around in the dark, which nearly caused him to trip and fall many times. But each time, one of the surrounding Shadrakians saved him. Subaru, oops, my bad. You had to help me again. Blonde woman, new problem. Me, am a strong woman, so it's totally fine. Saying that, the woman, who dyed her hair yellow, supported Subaru as he tumbled. The woman speaking had a plump figure and soft features. She was a rare type in Shudrak, where many women had firm and muscular bodies, but she had an air about her that made her very easy to get along with. Blonde woman, are your injuries okay? Am the one who did your medical treatment. Subaru, oh, this was thanks to you? Am all right. It's a still a little. Well, I mean it hurts quite a bit, but it's better. Blonde woman, ha, you're an honest guy, ain't ya? Saying that, the woman laughed in a carefree manner, and her attitude also helped Subaru. Practically speaking, she had treated his wounds. So, he should say he was helped in 2 ways. Subaru naturally relaxed in the presence of such a big heart and kind woman, but he was rather concerned about the meat bone she always carried in her other hand. Blonde woman, yeah? You hungry? Want to have some meat? Subaru, no, I'm good. Not that I'm not hungry, but if I eat, I want to be able to move well. Blonde woman, that's how it is. Besides, if your stomach is full, you'll suffer when you die too. Subaru, even while gnawing on her ham bone, and despite with her gentle looks, she was Shadrakian for rough hand throw. In any case, Subaru and Abel were led someplace by the Shudrak in this manner, without feeling any hostility from them. Ms. Zelda had been like that at first, but once Subaru and Abel resolved to face the lifeblood ritual, it appeared that the effect of the failure of initial negotiations had been nullified. In other words, whatever the outcome of the trial, the rehabilitation of their image with the women was a success. If that was the case, even if the outcome of the trial were not favorable, it might be possible to get back to the negotiating table again. Abel, your face appears like you are thinking of something convenient. Subaru, don't read whether a person is thinking this, or that just from the color of their face and the look in their eyes. I get that you're like that, but are people in the Empire always that sort? Abel, I do not know the cause of your bewilderment. Moreover, I have no interest in whom you may be comparing me to. It is simply that, in order to live, humans in the Empire learn to look closely at their opponents. It is different from the kingdom. Subaru looked closely at their opponents. Abel, who was being taken away with him, impressed Subaru with his words. That was a lesson many people without outstanding military power should be aware of, not just the people of the Empire. For Subaru, too, without careful observation of his opponents, would be unable to grasp a chance of success even under normal circumstances. It was a tough issue that he needed to be aware of from now on. Abel, by the way, are you not thinking of fleeing when you have a chance? While Subaru was entertained by those thoughts, Abel whispered a new one in his ear. Subaru narrowed his eyes, surprised at Abel's dispassion to the matter. Subaru, could you stop coming up with such weird temptations? I'm sure you can't help thinking about it, but it can't be done. Abel, why not? There's a better chance to escape now than when you were in that cage. If you create a good opportunity, you could slip out of the Shudrak site. Subaru, well, I've also started running in that sort of reckless manner before when getting too hot-headed. But Abel's words were like that of a carefree criminal's, and Subaru once again surveyed his surroundings. The depths of the forest were so dark that Subaru could only see a few meters ahead. In the end, the direction and distance of the encampment Subaru must get back to were not clear, so there was no point in escaping. On top of that, all the surrounding Shadrakians were much more capable than Subaru with his 2 injured hands. Blonde woman? What's the matter? Yudakata definitely in love with Ho. Ho is the prettiest girl in. Vilash, blonde woman wah? Me. That's so embarrassing. Peeping into Subaru's line of sight, Yudakata spoke to the woman at her side. The woman shook her head from side to side in denial, blushing. It was awfully cute, but there was no opening. If Subaru tried to flee, she would certainly pin him down in an instant. Above all, Subaru, if I ran, what exactly would happen to you? Abel, I see. When it comes down to it, you are that kind of fellow, HM? A detestable, idiotic, wannabe hero. Subaru and, averting his gaze, Abel spat out those words. Annoyed by that declaration, Subaru snapped at the masked man's profile. However, before he could inquire about the real meaning of his words, the feet of Mazelda, who stood at the vanguard, came to a halt. Mazelda, we're here. Subaru, you say we're here, but I can't see anything. Even with a raised torch to illuminate the surroundings, it was only possible to see a range of a few meters at best. To Subaru, the view of the forest spread before him seemed unchanged. What on earth is here? Mazelda, go ahead, and you'll see. Subaru woa. Straining to see in the darkness, Subaru pitched forward. His back was pushed by Terita, who was behind him, and upon taking 1 or 2 steps forward, his feet stepped on thin air. It was proof that a foothold was missing, that a foundation to stand on was missing. Subaru, this feeling, oh no, not again. Without thinking, Subaru shouted as he faced the earthen void, a steep slope to be precise. He put his feet to the incline and slid down so as not to start tumbling. He traveled down the steep slope and, some way or another, managed to catch his breath at the bottom. Subaru, that was dangerous even though I'm untouched. What was with that all of a sudden? Abel moved. There was a strong impact on his back that had barely come to a halt, causing him to stumble and fall forward in the end. When he looked over his shoulder reproachfully, Subaru saw that the one who had collided with his back was Abel. It seemed he had been pushed down the steep incline, just like Subaru from the looks of it. It just seems like the bottom of a hole, but is this where the ritual's happening? Abel, indeed it is. Now then, what WR reveal itself? Elgina, they called it. Subaru, you got any idea what that is? Abel L has the meaning of large, but HM. While Subaru and Abel conversed at the bottom of the slope, where they had been dropped, something was thrown in. At Abel's feet, a bundle of cloth rolled to a stop, and peeking out from inside the package was, Abel, it's my luggage and your garbage. Subaru, mine is luggage too. Subaru and Abel picked up their equipment, which had been tossed down. Inside was a guilty whip, naturally, and a knife that had been stuck in Subaru's shoulder. He had received it from Abel, but after being bounced around from one place to the next, it had returned here. Abel also picked up his own things, a sword and a mantle, and quickly put them on. Subaru, but what the hell does this mean? Yudakata, you use watching too. Good luck. Following Abel, a high-pitched voice answered Subaru's question as he recovered his equipment. He looked over and saw Yudakata waving both hands atop the slope. It looked like that girl had thrown in the equipment. Mazelda and Terita did not raise their voices against her actions either. It seemed this level of assistance would not hinder the ritual. And then, at the same time, blonde woman, I want you to do your best. Okay? Subaru, seriously? He saw the woman from before, her hair dyed yellow, with a calm voice and a carefree manner, smiling nonchalantly while blocking the entrance to the slope with a large boulder. There was no mistaking it, judging from the rumbling of the earth. It could be nothing else. Unbelievable superhuman strength. It was clear whose hands had made that solid, improvised cage. With the entrance closed, Subaru and Abel were enclosed in an empty valley about 20 meters across from left to right. Opposite the entrance, darkness spread out in front of the pair. It looked like they could escape if they ran straight ahead, but such a naive idea should be abandoned. Abel Natsuki, Subaru, how much are you able to move your hands? Subaru, My hands are as bad as they look. I can't raise my right hand, and my left hand can't grip strongly either. Naturally, I also can't do fine movements, Abel, put this on your finger, in best condition. There is no time. Abel then threw a ring from his belongings to Subaru. Without saying yes or no, Subaru accepted it immediately and put it on the middle finger of his left hand. The ring was inlaid with a black jewel, which gave an air of luxury, as well as a strange sense of intimidation. Subaru, this is? Abel, a ring with magic sealed inside it. Kiss it before using it. It spews fire, but it is limited. Subaru, huh? Magic? Kiss? What do you Abel? Here it comes. Unable to keep up with the stream of rapid-fire information, Subaru was hung, out to dry by Abel, who readied his sword. Swept up in a moment by a determined-looking Abel, Subaru hurriedly drew his whip out, and so, just as the preparation of their equipment was more or less completed, Subaru, oi, you gotta be kidding me. Backs facing the sloped surface that blocked their exit, Subaru stood alongside Abel as he stared in shock at the sight in front of him. The figure that appeared as it slowly slithered along the ground from the darkness was a collection of scales. All green, shiny and dripping with water, was a snake witch beast. A witch beast that Subaru had already encountered in this Budheim jungle twice before. Subaru, don't tell me, Elgina? Snake witch beast? Subaru questioned fearfully, swallowing his breath. The snake witch beast opened its giant maw and, as if it were agreeing with Subaru, roared loudly. Enveloped in the fierce wind pressure of the roar, Subaru froze up. Elgina is the snake witch beast, and undertaking a lifeblood ritual meant facing the most difficult challenge available. If that were the case, the wall that Subaru and Abel had to break through was. Mazelda, now it is time to fight. Show that you are warriors. Shudrak's eyes, the eyes of the hunters WL see you through. Subaru, duh, of course it's something like this. The booming voice of Mazelda reverberated around the arena, along with other blaring voices of cheer from the other Shadrakians. They stood on the surrounding cliffs, overlooking Subaru and Abel's match against the witch beast. Subaru took to heart the questioningly cheerful and encouraging shouts. Meanwhile, the snake witch beast took a stance. Abel, here it comes, not Suki Subaru. Subaru, I can see that. Damn it, all I've been doing is facing trials lately. The snake witch beast surged forward ferociously, as if to silence Subaru's whining. And so, the lifeblood ritual had begun. 3. The witch beast that inhabited the Budheim jungle, Elgina. According to Abel, El meant large. Therefore, Gina was probably the word for snake. Or it could be that that was the people of Shudrak's unique way of naming the witch beast. Nevertheless, verifying that claim and contributing to the history of cultural anthropology would have to come later. Subaru, the enemy in front of me, comes first. Snapping his mouth open, the snake witch beast charged, bearing its sharp fangs. Its body was at least 10 meters in length, and it resembled a large, sentient tree thrashing about in a forest. Its torso was as thick as a bundle of logs, and its flailing tail had enough power to cause serious injuries with just a graze. As always, witch beasts would try to KI with their physicality. Subaru B. Kill. Calling out to his absent partner, Subaru grit his teeth. The course of action Subaru would usually take when thrust into an unexpected situation was to, before even giving a thought, let his trusted partner Beatrice handle it with her judgment and adaptability. That was what he had decided to be for the best. In this situation, however, this line of thinking would illuminate Subaru's lack of adaptability. Subaru first. Abel fool, this is not the time to be dawdling. Stiffening up at the realization of his blunder, an angry shout rang out as Subaru's head, along with his hair, was grabbed, bent backwards and falling. Subaru yelped before being dragged down. Above the head of Subaru's fallen body, the fangs of the snake witch beast snapped shut without mercy. An intense sound roared overhead, choking the atmosphere with bloodlust. At the same time, the resulting smoke and wind violently kicked up the soil. Snake, witch beast, pushed by the strong gales, Subaru, unable to bear against it, rolled along the ground. Estial, he could not stay rolling forever. Only a fool would pick their life up by the skin of their teeth and lose it immediately after. Using the momentum to stand up, he tried to put some distance between him and the snake witch beast. Abel, do not make me repeat myself. Fool, hold your breath. Subaru, Yugo. Subaru's head was forcibly pushed down, pinning his body to the ground. Looking up, he saw a dust-covered Abel wrapping the both of them under his cloak. However, the cloak was not that big. It was too small to wrap the two of them fully, and currently, Abel was straddling Subaru's back. Subaru, what were you, right, concealment cloak? Abel, correct. If we stifle our breath, it will not find us immediately. Estial, how unfortunate. If the lifeblood ritual were anything but a test of strength, we would have had a chance. Looking out for any signs of the snake witch beast in the immediate vicinity, Abel's eyes were mixed with anger and frustration. Hearing Abel's thoughts, Subaru could painfully relate to his thinking. The contents of the lifeblood ritual seemed to differ with each attempt. There must have been other trials that did not involve fighting a witch beast. However, Fighting the snake witch beast was a path thrust to Subaru and able to prove their status as warriors. Subaru, both my hands are damaged, and Abel's swordsmanship is second-rate. What a shit situation we're in. Abel, my swordsmanship is second-rate, you say? Considering your current state, your arms cannot even be used to drag me down. Subaru, I still got my mouth to talk back to you. Oh yeah, about before. Inside the dense smoke, Subaru lifted his left hand up to show the ring on his middle finger. The ring that had been thrown at him by Abel. The ring with much-needed explaining. Having to kiss it, it's spewing out fire various. Inexplicable facts were said, but Subaru, how do I use it? Abel, I told you before. Kiss the jewel and have it acknowledge you as its holder. The rest is akin to using magic. Subaru, what the hell is that? A ring that's like a weapon from a light novel. Staring at the ring in half-belief, half-doubt. Subaru frowned at the explanation. Ignoring Subaru's reaction, Abel searched for movement of the snake witch beast through the plumes of dust. Although he had looked relaxed when trapped in a cage, he could not hide his tension when faced with a genuine threat. Breathing heavily, Abel tightly gripped his sword. Abel, even if we get close, it is doubtful that we can pierce its scales. The places without scales, the eyes or mouth. If we do not pierce those places, or those places where the scales are thin, our attacks will be ineffective, I imagine. Subaru, that's kind of impossible. If we don't create an opening. If we could just do that somehow. Abel, you create that opening. Why do you think you and I are working together? Subaru, I was thinking of saying it, but being told to be a decoy really does my head in. Having said that, though, looking at the duo's equipment and physical condition, those were the only roles they could realistically accept. Subaru on support and Abel on offense. A familiar role for Subaru, as being the role of an assistant was always Natsuki Subaru's job. Abel currently, the witch beast has lost sight of us. Draw its attention with fire. That WI'll be the opening. Subaru, yeah, I get. Investing your resources at the start to reap the biggest reward possible was a fundamental tenet of battle. Utilizing the cover of smoke that the witch beast had coincidentally created, they would use their environment to their advantage to defeat the enemy. Just as Subaru finished that thought, he felt a sense of wrongness. The source of that wrongness was the witch beast, Elgina, the witch beast that appeared to be a large snake. Its large size made it comparable to anacondas and the like. However, because it actively hunted humans, its threat level was above that of an anaconda. And if the witch beast were snake-like, if its biology was similar to that of a snake, Subaru, trembling with fear, Subaru unconsciously pressed his lips to the ring. He then raised the ring above him and faced it toward the plumes of dust Abel was watching over. Faster than Abel could question his actions, Subaru opened his mouth and Subaru Goa. Immediately after, the snake witch beast aiming for Subaru, and Abel burst through the smoke, and right in front of its nose, a flame exploded out. 4. Snakes possess an organ specialized in detection of heat, called a pit organ. As nocturnal critters inhabiting dense forests and boulder crevices, they require the ability to track their prey in the dark. That is why they are equipped with the pit organ from birth, which allows them to track and capture their prey by sensing their heat in total darkness. In practice, this principle is known as thermography, but snakes are born with this ability, and thus have earned their moniker as an assassin cloaked in darkness. So in turn, this giant snake was also equipped with the same pit organ. Abel, it slithered near, but was met with a counterblow right as it attempted to strike. As its snout was singed with blasts of heat, it raised its neck upwards, and Abel took his chance immediately. His swordsmanship was one of not letting any chances slide. He thrust with great might, the edge of his sharp blade poised to slide to the giant snake's under neck. The strike connected with its scales, cold steel hissing but to no avail. Abel groaned as the strike was deflected. The tip of his sword had barely pierced the snake's scales. While his stance may have not been the best, his whole backbone had definitely been put into that strike. Even so, he was not permitted entry. Subaru one more, glaring at Abel as he took a step back. It attempted to strike once more, only for a fireball to smash into the side of its face. Even though the dense forest lit up in red, and its damp air sizzled, the great snake looked to have taken little to no damage. Its long tongue flicked over its burnt side, then moved its eyes to Subaru, and out rose a great bellow from within its gaping maw. Subaru shit. A mere 30 seconds had elapsed since this fight started. Within that time frame alone, he had determined they possessed no chance of winning this fight. Abel's sword could not pierce through its scales, and, as hurt as he was, Subaru's petty and cheap tricks had no place in this fight. After all, Subaru had no means of standing up to the face of overwhelming violence. Those were always his worst obstacles. Subaru, Goa, Goa, and again, Goa, with a short wave of his hand. Subaru haphazardly shot multiple rounds of magic at the giant snake just as it was lunging at him. Each shot blossomed with a reliant flash of light as the fire from his rings shot past the witch beast, smashed into the precipice of the ravine they were fighting in, and caused a collapse of debris, separating Subaru and Abel from the witch beast, albeit temporarily. Subaru oi Mazeldason. This is getting worse by the minute. He had wanted to say, but swallowed his words. The Shadrakians, who were supposed to protect them during their difficult battle, they had instead set up arrows on their bows, their sights aimed at Subaru and Co. Subaru, with cold, hardened gazes, the Shadrakians size up their prey. Mazelda, Tarita, the lady with the blonde hair, and even Yudhakata, without exception, all glared at Subaru's party. Subaru, oh, Abel, we set this in motion. There is no way to run from the lifeblood ritual. If we do not KIL it, forget your little wish, we shall not even be left with our own lives. Abel informed Subaru, who was frozen stiff under the Shadrakian's cold gaze. He understood this. It was a difference in values, in morals. He had felt this from the moment he had been flung to Wallachia, and throughout the trek he had made from the military encampment until this place. The people of Shudrak were the kind who could sing and laugh with their fellow comrades one moment, then turn their blades on them the other. One glance at Yudhakata told him everything. This was the result of being brought up with these values. It was a difference in their nurturing environment. To ponder on or ask whether these values were right or wrong was meaningless. Here was not the place for an argument about ethics. What was necessary at this moment was to follow their rules, participate in the lifeblood ritual, and win. Abel cannot pierce its scaly hide. If cutting out its heart through its chest is impossible, should I aim for its brain to the eyes or mouth? Instead, Subaru, that's the thing about all living beings. The brain's the weak spot, but that might be a bit too hard to pull off. What we should really aim for is that area right above its pit organ. That's our ticket to victory. Abel right above. Winning via a death blow was a hurdle too high to cross. Then all that remained were victories earned by means other than that. Were this its nest. Perhaps taking its eggs hostage to force it into surrender may have been the best, albeit the scummiest, course of action. Of course, that was not the case. Thus, what remained was to take advantage of that one weakness all witch beasts possessed. Subaru, we break its horn. The beast, WI'll submit itself to whoever breaks it. That's the only way. Abel, in your plan. Subaru, like I said before. I'll be the bait and you, my suspicious hooded stranger, WI'll be the attacker. Abel, I beg your pardon? There's naught but hooded nobility here. Once their brief conversation ended with one of Abel's usual comebacks, Subaru took in a deep breath, then exhaled. They had exchanged their objectives. It was set in stone. Behind and overhead, the Shadrakians observed them with a frozen gaze. With targets painted on their backs, the two stood back up, a show of their resolve as warriors, and then headed back in the fight against the giant snake that had claimed the great forest as its own. Not that they desired, nor was a warrior's resolve a fit for them, but regardless. Subaru, but if that's what it takes, that is exactly what I'll do. As his mind drifted to Rem, whom he had left behind in the encampment of the Imperial Army, Subaru put strength into his stride forward. Snake witch beast. Its great maw agape, the giant snake burst through the smoke. Subaru thrust his left arm forward. The witch beast's yellow eyes took notice, and immediately closed its mouth and turned to the side. While the lowest level flames would not deal any significant damage, it seemed that Subaru had managed to make it become averse to being hit. However, that proved to be its undoing. Subaru did not actually have the ring on his left hand. At that moment, Subaru, my left hand's not aiming for side of your face, but right above that, as he shouted, the tip of a whip lashed out his left hand. Able to use the whip with ease using either hand thanks to Klein's teachings, Subaru opted to exert his left arm, which would be used to easily handle the weapon with merely 2 fingers as his crutch, as opposed to his right, which he could barely lift above from his shoulders onwards. The tip of his whip was not aimed at the snake's scales, but rather at the thick branches overhead. With his whip firmly wrapped around a branch, Subaru leapt into the air. Snake witch beast. Below, the snake's maw opened, chasing after him. Had he not folded up his knees midair, everything below his thighs would have been ripped off by the giant snake's jaws just now. Tarita TCH, sister. That man, he's running away. Mazelda, no. Tarita shouted to Mazelda, then knocked, Her sight, an arrow aimed at Subaru's back as he rose out of the ravine, delegated as their battlefield. Mezelda, however, put her hand on the bow and lowered it. Mezelda's green eyes shone like gems, fixated on Subaru. Mezelda, he's not running away, he's going to fight. She shouted in cheer as Subaru whirled through the air, using his whip, his trajectory drawing circles in the sky much like an amusement park attraction. Subaru aimed the ring with his right hand at the edges of the cliff. Subaru, go. It was more of a war cry rather than a chant. Fire erupted from his right hand as he raised his voice. Dousing the edges of the ravine in flames, the vines and branches all caught fire, turning the ravine into a sea of hellfire. Yudakata kya? Blonde woman, wawa wawa. Yudakata, look out! Tarita ea, sister. Sister, should I? As they watched the ravine burn, the people of Shudrak began to panic. Yudakata and the blonde-haired Shadrakian embraced each other, while Tarita kept insisting on permission to put an arrow through Subaru. However, Mezelda took no notice of her, eyes sparkling with excitement. She only balled her fist, her eyes nailed to Subaru. Mezelda, amazing. Wonderful. This is getting exciting. Mezelda and Subaru triple. Mezelda's cheers and Subaru's yell, prolonged right until he ran out of breath, overlapped. The ring's light faded, but with one final bellow, a fireball sprung forth and shot straight at the precipice of A. Cliff, causing a landslide of rocks, forcing the giant snake to stand down to avoid the falling debris. However, Snake Witch Beast, the snake, while slowly drawing itself backwards, understood that it had no way to escape. Its surroundings blocked off, the fire spreading over the fallen trees. The valley was brightened with shimmering flames, to the point the light of a torch would be considered unnecessary. More than that, the splendidly scattered flames. Able perhaps it has a technique that allows it to see heat. That will no longer be effective. The giant snake had lost sight of Abel, who had hidden himself under the cape of concealment, and leapt towards the beast. Snake Witch Beast. Sensing a dangerous presence, the snake kept a watchful eye on its surroundings. However, above its head was Subaru with miasma wafting out his body. Its heat-detecting ability had been rendered useless by the flames, and Abel's figure was unperceivable. Moving onto a pathway with weaker flames was all the witch beast could do, and that was a false escape route Subaru had created by intentionally spreading the flames. Abel ha! Instantaneously, Abel sprung off the cliff, assaulting the snake's head as it attempted to flee. The sword drew an arc as it was swung, a silver flash streaking toward the snake's head, where its gnarled horn was located. The blade diagonally entered the center of the horn, with enough force to bisect it in one clean stroke. Snake Witch Beast. It was right as the snake's horn was about to be sliced off, which would signify the battle drawing near its end due to the snake losing its sense of self. The giant snake roared, twisting its head in as a last act of desperation, attempting to avoid the sword strike. However, a fruitless struggle was SDIL fruitless. Acting out of desperation like that would not be effective, but that was only if the single attack had been that of a warrior's. Abel GH. His strike dislodged by the snake's twisting head. Abel's attack stopped midway through its horn. Like that, before he could pour additional strength into his arms to resume his attack, a tail lashed out and collided with his body. Tossed about by that impact, Abel's slender frame was blasted sideways. He rolled across the burning valley, unable to break his fall, spitting out blood from his throat as he coughed. Abel Kfook, how careless of me. I suppose it will not turn out like how it did with the fool. The large snake turned its face towards Abel, who was SDI coughing up blood, down on his hands and knees. Catching a glimpse of its golden opportunity, the chance of a lifetime to turn the tables, the snake's eyes glinted with malice as it slithered towards Abel. Having received a blow from its tail earlier, Abel was unable to stand up, and neither did he have the time to curl up in his concealment. Its jaws wide open, the snake lunged at Abel to swallow him whole. Upon witnessing that, Subaru had no time to spare for thought. Subaru I can return by DA. It felt like it had been quite a while since he had last declared that out loud. However, to Subaru, who had traced his own steps through the books of the dead inside the Pleiades watchtower, his experience of attempting to lure witch beasts towards himself was fresh in his memory, almost as if he had just done that the day before. That was why he had come up with that on the spur of the moment. Subaru Ga. Once the color faded from the world, all sound disappeared, and Subaru could no longer feel the flow of air. What visited him instead was a black shadow, streaming into that static world. It was identical to that tremendous mass of shadows that had surged toward Subaru back then. when he had dealt with the trials, lost Shala, and had been overwhelmed with everything that had happened. I love you. Subaru, yeah. I'm sick of hearing that so many times. He responded to the short phrase, just like that. Immediately after that, the palm of a hand slid into him, seizing his heart. Uncontrollable pain consumed him, making him feel as if his whole body was being ground into dust, starting from his fingertips. Rather than his vision being stained red, a force that felt like his eyeballs had exploded tore him down. Pain that he could never become accustomed to, and the attachment and hopelessness that would not foretell when it would end. However, once those had eventually withdrawn Subaru eyes on me, snake witch beast, right after color, sound, smell, and sensation had returned to the world, Subaru let out a fierce shout. Along with the reappearance of Subaru, the snake spun around, having detected the increased amount of miasma. It did not face the feeble, masked man in front of itself, despite being able to KO him at any second, but it faced Subaru, who was above its head, all smelly and full of energy. Subaru, it's all up to you. The moment his eyes met with the snake's as it turned around, Subaru brought the ring on his right hand to his lips, letting go of the whip at once. Subaru's body drew a parabola as he flew toward the giant snake. In order to reach the snake's head, he needed it to turn around and face him. The confession of return by death was for that, and a very little small fraction of the reason was to not let Abel die as well. And then, Subaru, placing his feet on the snake's upper jaw, Subaru jumped forward, although he looked like he was falling ungracefully. In front of his eyes was a white horn, with the blade of a sword jammed halfway through it. Subaru twisted his body so that he was facing the hilt of the sword, guessing that the weapon would be able to sever the horn after one last push, and slammed his right fist into it with all his might. Of course, he did not think he could cut apart the thick horn with only his fist. However, his strike was not a simple swing of his fist. It was a devastating blow, joined with the magic stone and loaded with magic. Subaru, the jewel embedded in the ring, cracked as it connected with the sword's hilt, vermilion light pouring out. The next moment, the leaking light swelled, detonating with Subaru's right arm and the snake's horn at the center of the explosion, and everything in his vision, as well as all sound in his ears, vanished. Subaru ate it. Subaru spun around as he fell to ground, rolling across it around 2 or 3 times. His whole body hit the ground with intense force, but he could not recognize the damage it had taken. The right half of his body was scorching hot, almost as if it was on fire, and he could not even perceive his physical condition. Subaru, his body began convulsing while he was lying flat on his back, and as yellowish stomach fluid dripped out the corner of his mouth. Subaru felt the ground rumble. As he was on the verge of death, his body riddled with critical injuries impossible to overlook, he did not realize that the source of that sound was the giant snake that had collapsed on the ground beside him, having lost its head. However, Natsuki Subaru. Hey, Natsuki Subaru. Stand up. Stand up at once. Although he was barely maintaining his consciousness by a single thread that was about to be torn off, someone scrambled towards him, calling out to him and shaking his body. Subaru did not know which part of his body the person was grabbing as he was shaken, but he was being jerked from side to side. The scorching sensation worsened, and he let out a soundless voice, fluids exhaling out of every hole on his face. He could not process anything anymore. He wanted the person to allow him to lose hold of his consciousness. Pain, heat, a burning thirst, and suffering, every negative-sounding word that existed in the world swirled around in his head. There is something you must stand up and pronounce. No. The woman, what I'll become of that woman called Ram? Subaru, speak with your own mouth. Your desires cannot be expressed by me. A strong, passionate plea was wedged into his ears, and his body was forced to sit up on top of that. Even if he were in a state where he could not comprehend whether it was his head or feet on top, he had been propped up. He could not lift his body. Perhaps only the upper half of his body had been held up. Listen, people of Shadrach, this is just as you are witnessing it. We have completed the lifeblood ritual, establishing the proof that we are warriors. If so, as our comrades in arms, is there not anything you all must carry out? Yes, I, Mizelda, the chief of the Shadrach, have seen your endeavors with my own eyes. Dear warrior, our fellow comrade, what do you desire? What you shout out for us to do? Voices emerged from his side and right above him, resonating inside of his head. It was as if his brain had lost its source of protection, the voices passing straight through into his head, even as he could not fathom what their words meant. His shoulder was shook, his head rocked back and forth, and his soul was stirred. Answer me, Natsuki Subaru. Speak of what you desire. Squeeze and wring out all that you have. Subaru H, envision what you wish for behind those closed eyelids of yours. Nothing can be granted to those who cannot disclose what they seek. There is no food to be given to a slothful pig. Think up and envision what you wish for behind those closed eyelids. He could see a silver-haired girl, a young girl with cream-colored hair, a pink-haired girl, a gray-haired youth, and a golden-haired boy. He could also see many faces, the faces of other people, and he was happy to see a blue-haired girl standing among them. Subaru save. What is it? Subaru Rem? Feeling as if he himself was being peeled off slowly, Subaru made out his words with his lips. The moment he said that, the force behind the hand that was gripping his shoulder, or what was most likely his shoulder, grew stronger. And then the owner of the voice nodded quietly with an, "I see. You have heard him, people of Shadrach. This is the wish of your new comrade." He must have validated it by making a gamble with his own life. What he desires, if you have seen his act, then say no more. We have dignity as well as courage. Subaru, his body grew limp as it lost its strength, and his consciousness started fading into the distance. The voice that had previously attempted to keep him awake by force did not try a second time. Slowly, gradually, and bit by bit, his consciousness faded. You have fulfilled your duty. Leave the woman to us. At the very end, although he did not understand the meaning, he heard a trustworthy voice. He felt like he had heard it. He felt like he had heard it. Chapter 12. The Wallachia Empire. 1. He felt like something horrible was swirling around him. A vortex. Indeed, it was a vortex. The vortex was swirling round and around, spinning fast, swallowing everything. Swirling round and around, who knows where? Actually, no, it was swirling around his core. This horrible black vortex, as ferocious as a storm, as stark as a bolt of lightning, as scorching as magma, was going to end up swallowing everything in its path as it swirled around. Perhaps it was a horrible malediction that had been sleeping for so long deep inside his body. A malediction of death that had never been removed, always intertwined, tied together, linked forevermore. A curse befitting greed, which would not sell his life over anyone, as if saying it has already been pledged. These begrudged curses, which should by all means have eaten away at his life, meddled with each other, detested each other, refused to hand him over to the other, opposed each other, and fought with each other. And as a result, they reached a conflicting answer. The curses would have it, so they would not let this vessel perish. The vortex was swirling round and around, spinning fast, swallowing everything. Smack dab at the core of this vessel, which had been cursed by beast and dragon, swirling round and around. 2. Tents with a red flag were for medical treatment. There were 5 of them in total within the encampment. Tents with a black flag were for their stores. There were 25 of them in total within the encampment. Tents with a white flag were for the top brass. There were 3 of them in total within the encampment. The tent with a golden flag was for the commander. There was just the one within the encampment. Had been given the freedom to bustle around the place, acting as a handyman. So even though the time Head spent there had been brief, Head managed to pay attention to various areas. Surprisingly enough, the Empire marked the second time Subaru had seen an actual military encampment. The first time was around the time of the White Whale battle in the kingdom of Lagunica. Back when they'd set up around the flugel tree. To prepare for the White Whale's arrival, they'd prepared something like an encampment, though that one did not have the scale this one had. Following that, he did have some more chances to set up camp, though on a much smaller scale. That said, all of them had been far simpler. Hardly any of them had been a full-blown camp, like the one in the Empire. Thus, he thought Head take note of things here and there, with curiosity being a helping factor. Naturally, the Imperial soldiers bar one did not seem to hold favorable impressions of him, so had he made any attempt to enter anywhere possessing anything of importance, they would have probably separated Subaru's head from his body, and that was just if he were lucky. However, even having this much knowledge was plenty useful. There's a world of difference between having some information and having nothing, and most of all, knowing their formation should give us a rough idea of the enemy's strength. All that is left now is to show our courage and strength. This I know, my brethren. Indeed, then show it. Show the pride and valor of the people of Shadrach, the valiant warriors who once swept down enemy after enemy. Standing alongside the Emperor lauded as the martial emperor, he felt exhausted, as if he were wearily drifting through warm water. In the midst of this, the voices of a man and woman brimming with ambition became audible to him. And many other sounds of breathing could be heard, apart from that of the man and woman the voices belonged to. He could feel the presence of a great number of people. He could feel something akin to the fervent zeal of a great number of people. He could feel those things swelling up rather strangely, with him smack dab in the middle. Then let us begin, Shadrach. We shall raise the beacons of our counterattack from here on. A cacophony of battle cries echoed throughout, as if crunching the entire world into pieces. Whoa! Feeling something cold and was squelched against his face, Subaru's whole body jumped up in surprise. While wondering what happened, his awareness swiftly rose, and his vision was covered in white as he blinked in surprise. Actually, no, this was the answer to the wetness he felt. A wet cloth that had barely been wrung was what was covering Subaru's face. Had once read in a book that there existed a kind of torture where someone would cover your face with a towel and pour water on top of it. All that was needed was a towel and some water, and then it would be easy to make someone feel like they were drowning, just like in the hellish waterboarding technique. Subaru, I've got nothing that I can tell you. Oh, Sue, you're up. You too is glad you're in good spirits. Subaru, Subaru could hear a voice that for a torturer was rather young. He shook his face in surprise. Following that, the cloth that had been covering his face slid off, allowing him to recover his normal vision. It didn't seem like it was torture, and in his unobstructed field of view, he could see the sky, with the leaves of some large trees slightly clogging his view, and then suddenly poking her face around, as if hiding the sky was. Subaru, why you're Yudakata. You use your guard, Sue, and nurse, and babysitter. Thank goodness you're awake. Subaru, don't get what you're on about. A black-haired girl with the ends dyed pink let out a SHRL cackle and asserted herself right. It was Yudakata. This girl was one of the people of Shadrach. Someone had met in their village. The one who had once cat-led Subaru with a poisoned arrow. However, from a smile on her face, it looked like currently they'd established an amicable relationship. So he probably didn't need to worry about having his life snuffed out by a poisoned arrow like that one. Subaru, of course. There's no sign of me being waterboarded, is there? Yudakata Sue. The lifeblood ritual, you finished it. Elgina, you beat it. You and me and who? Everyone and everybody surprised. Subaru, it's starting to come back to me. That's right. I was forced into the lifeblood ritual. To get the people of Shadrach to acknowledge Subaru and Abel, they had challenged the lifeblood ritual. It was a traditional Shadrachian rite of passage, and it was used to recognize one's coming of age. The then-caught Subaru and Abel had challenged it together. The opponent for the ritual had been a giant snake that inhabited the Budheim jungle, the witch beast Elgina. Subaru and Abel had put their lives on the line to try and break the snake witch beast's horn. Subaru, it's no use. Don't know if it's because I was super absorbed during the fight or not, but I can't recall anything from the last half. If I'm alive, does that mean Abel managed to pull it off? Yudakata? Sue, you don't remember? Me was in stitches. Subaru in stitches, as in laughing at my pathetic self? Give me a break, wait. Frowning at Yudakata, who had her head tilted in puzzlement, Subaru tried to sit upright. In the process of doing that, Subaru felt a weird sensation as his right hand touched the ground. It was not a normal kind of weird sensation, like touching a floor that was wet or walking over something rocky. No, the source of this weird sensation felt much closer to home than usual. To put it frankly, it was not the ground, but more likely Subaru's arm that was the source of sensation. Subaru, Yudakata-san? Is something happening with my right hand? Yudakata-su's right hand? Oh yeah, it was cool. It went all like Guju and blah. Subaru, Guju and blah. Only getting bad feelings from those onomatopoeias. Subaru widened his eyes in surprise. Repeatedly taking deep breaths, he settled his heart down before readying himself for his next course of action. First, he turned his neck towards his left hand. 3 of his fingers were broken. They hurt, but he felt relief from that. Then slowly, he moved his gaze toward his right hand. And Subaru, what the heck is this? For a moment, he questioned what he was looking at. That was how unnatural the circumstances were. Originally, Subaru's right arm was covered in an unnerving, mottled, black pattern. That was an outcome of the fight with the Sin Archbishop of Lust at the Watergate city of Priestella. The Sin Archbishop of Lust Capella declared her own blood to be dragon's blood and had dripped it on Subaru and Crush. As a result, Crush received an injury that could not be healed, and Subaru had a black pattern etched onto his right arm as he took in repulsive blood that ran over her body. Despite all of that, It did not seem to have any negative side effects. Subaru would wear long sleeves to hide the black pattern, as they showed no signs of special behavior. But now, that black pattern Subaru. Actually, this was not the time to talk about the pattern. Subaru's right arm, from his fingertips to wrist and wrist elbow, the distal half of his arm was clad in black, as if he were wearing a black glove. Swallowing his saliva, Subaru tentatively touched his black right hand with his left hand. His left hand contacted something with a soft and flabby elasticity. On the other hand, he could barely feel his right hand being touched. It felt like he was wearing a rubber glove, so its movement was sluggish as well. And, Subaru, hang on, actually, is this? He felt something familiar within the weird sensation. To help that feeling take shape, Subaru strongly dug his left hand's fingernails into the black hand. Forcing his fingers in, he made a motion like clawing it, at which point the black parts of his right hand peeled off like paint. Yelping in surprise, Subaru bore his fingers into the peeled pieces. He then continued to peel off the remaining black areas with enough fervor to make others think that he was possessed. In the end, he peeled off all the black spots from his fingertips to the front half of his right arm, and out came a clean, fresh new right hand for Natsuki Subaru. Subaru, oh my good, Yudakata Yukian, witnessing the shocking event unfurling just before his very own eyes, no less on his own flesh, Subaru yelled out. Surprised by his yell, Yudakata fell on her bottom. However, Subaru had no time to spare to even give a helping hand to the fallen girl. Subaru, WH, what's going on with my hand? This is my hand, right? SDI in a state of shock. Subaru opened and closed a new right hand. He also hesitantly touched his own face and prodded the ground with it. In terms of its sense of touch and movement, there were no problems. It was completely normal. The black pattern originally on his right arm was also gone. Subaru's clean right hand was unmistakably the same as the one which had been tossed and knocked about during his year in another world. It was the right arm of the Lalamancer. Subaru, wait. Who's calling who a Lalamancer? Abel, I thought I heard you talking. What nonsense are you spouting? Confused, Subaru confirmed his right hand was in good health, and somebody came along. No, it was not just somebody. He knew only two people with such a haughty and arrogant way of speaking, and it was easy to distinguish between the two since they were separated by gender. This was the voice of a man, namely Subaru Abel. Huh? Guess you lived. Abel, naturally. I am much more level-headed than you. Speaking with a snort, it was Abel, wearing his unchanged disguise. Subaru was becoming used to seeing it. He had challenged a lifeblood ritual with Subaru, but somehow survived the battle with the Elgina. Rather, it should be said that it was thanks to him that Subaru had survived, because, most likely, it had been him who had brought down the Elgina. Abel MM, you, how is your right arm? Are you done looking repulsive? Subaru, can you please stop talking like I can change the color of my right hand at WIL? This isn't a Western-style video game character creation screen, and no, I don't have that kind of freedom. The black part came off cleanly when I picked at it. Right, Yudakata? Yudakata, yep. Sue's right hand peeled off dry and crumbly. Gross. Subaru, I get it, but geez. His cheeks stiffened from Udakata's straightforward reaction. Subaru stuck out his right hand to Abel. Abel scrutinized it and muttered, I see. Abel, in any event, I do not care if it is returned to its previous state. I certainly had not expected a strike using the entirety of the magical sealing stone ring. Everything below the wrist was gone, and I believed you to be beyond saving. Subaru, wait. Are you trying to scare me? Everything below whose wrist was gone? Abel, yours. Yudakata Sue's. Abel answered with his arms crossed, and Yudakata cheerfully thrust his right hand into the air. Subaru shuddered at their answer and stared at his lovely right hand. Not only had it been blown off, his right hand was now in brand new condition. Subaru, there you go again, saying that sort of thing. If it was gone, then what's with this right hand? Abel was a disgusting and curious phenomenon. Your arm was gone, and on the verge of death, I had you speak your last words. I thought you were a dying man, but from your hand, black sludge flooded out. Subaru sludge? Abel, in the blink of an eye, it took shape and formed a black arm. If you wish to ask me what happened, I would have to inquire you back about the meaning of what you were doing to yourself. Pierced by his sharp look, Subaru's breath caught in his throat. His eyes returned to his right hand immediately, but no matter what Abel said, even Subaru did not understand what had happened to cause this result. However, the black pattern that had been engraved on his arm for some time its disappearance was not unrelated. That much was certain. Perhaps it was really the effect of the dragon blood at work, but Subaru Estial, it becomes a question of why it wasn't triggered up until now. That being said, close to 3 months had passed since the incident where Subaru had been showered in dragon's blood. Afterwards, during the journey through the Augria sand dunes and in the midst of the deadly struggle at the Pleiades watchtower, Subaru had walked the line between life and death more times than ever before, and in the end entered the Empire. During that time, numerous literally deadly situations came about. However, nothing conveniently happened to heal his wounds. So why here, why now? Subaru, there's no point thinking about what I don't understand. Besides, except for my right hand, my wounds haven't healed at all, Subaru grumbled as he checked his whole body. The broken fingers of his left hand, the wound on his back by his scapula, the strange burns overlapping on the nape of his neck, the numerous other bruises as well. None had healed. Honestly, since only his right hand had been healed, it raised the possibility that, much to his misfortune, it had only been healed because of the black markings. Subaru, and what was on my right hand is gone too, so it probably won't heal again if you ask him to blow off my hand once more to test it. I couldn't do it. Abel, ultimately, you are saying it is a situation you cannot speak of. You have a considerable amount of secrets, it seems. Subaru, I don't want to be told that by a guy who hides his face. Subaru answered while making a bitter expression and exhaled with an ah. He had been leisurely thinking about the strangeness of his right hand and checking on Abel's safety, but he remembered there was something he had to prioritize over that. He had participated in the lifeblood ritual, and at the end of the ritual had proceeded without him dying. That meant time had kept on flowing even while Subaru was unconscious. That is to say, a number of hours had passed since then. Subaru Remington, that's right. Rem, I can't sit here like this. I need to. His goal from the start was to bring back Rem, whom he had left behind. For that reason, he had challenged the lifeblood ritual. But if too much time had passed for her to be rescued, the meaning of risking his life in battle would be lost just like that. Yudakata, Sue, don't be SILOY. You'll die. Subaru, fuck that. Even if I don't die, if Rem dies, there's no GHH. Compelled by the anxiety in his heart, Subaru shifted his posture to get out of the bed. It was at this point that Subaru noticed the apparent strangeness of the bed. He had been sleeping in a portable shrine-like box made of cross logs, seemingly taken out of a building. From there, Subaru came down with great force, groaning as pain pierced his entire body. Subaru ha-ha, Abel, what foolishness. Did you truly think your body would recover from the verge of death simply because your right arm grew back? I told you. I witnessed you as a dying man. Do you think I erred in my judgment? Subaru, that's looking down at Subaru, balled up in pain. Abel's cold voice came down like rain, as if to affirm Abel's words. Subaru noticed a sensation deep within his own body, as if something was slowly but steadily oozing out. Having experienced fatal injuries many times, Subaru knew this was a bad sign. Like a balloon or a bucket with a hole where it should not be, with water or air or whatever else inside. It was a feeling as though what had been keeping him inflated was espialing out. Subaru, but Rem needs Abel. In this situation, Estial, rather than yourself, you worry about that woman? Well, fine. I knew as much, since that was what you desired, even at the cost of your right hand. Subaru, Abel this way. Subaru cared more about the safety of Rem, who was not here, than about his own life. Abel let out a sigh of exasperation at Subaru's words and jerked his chin. Immediately, he walked off without a second glance at Subaru, as if to say, follow me. Yudakata-su, can you walk? Need my shoulder? Subaru, nah. I can walk if I use your shoulder. The height difference would just make it harder. Seeing her expression, seeing that Yudakata was worried for him, Subaru forced a smile for her sake. And then Subaru took a deep breath and somehow managed to stand up, limping. He caught up with Abel walking ahead. Abel was a little further ahead, waiting for Subaru to catch up with him, using rocks covered in green grass as footholds. He had a good view, looking out from near the cliff's edge, with a great deal of effort. Subaru also clambered over the large rocks and stood next to him. And finally Abel looked. Once more, in accordance with a small jerk of his chin, Subaru raised his eyes. Like that, his field of vision increased. From the high ground, Subaru swept his eyes over the unbroken view and opened his mouth, as an open-mouthed astonishment, because over there, Subaru, black smoke rose up. The camp engulfed in flames. The Imperial soldiers' campground was swallowed up by the blaze. 3. He could hear battle cries. They reverberated through the air along with songs of victory. Subaru MH. The people were shouting war cries or otherwise loudly singing a song Subaru had never heard of, were a group of olive-skinned female warriors. They ran freely through the battlefield, carrying bows on their back. Due to the surprise attack by the people of Shadrach, the Imperial Army's camp fell into a state of ruin. The Imperial soldiers lost the ability to counterattack and could only hope to run and escape, only to get shot one after the other. Subaru this is able to go on the offensive, steal their weapons, burn their medicine, and pierce a hole in their command. After losing their fingers and head, all they can do is turn tail and run without a thought of how they look. How unsightly for so-called sword wolves. Subaru below, the scurrying figures of the Imperial soldiers could be seen as they were evicted by black smoke and drawn bows. However, escaping from Shadrachians, whose livelihood was to hunt beasts in the jungle, would be impossible. Their arrows, which would fly far and beyond, struck the fleeing soldiers' backs, piercing their hearts with deadly accuracy. How many had managed to escape? How many had managed to survive? Just how many people had died? Subaru this. Abel, why do you look bewildered? Natsuki Subaru? This is what you wished. The information you brought forth helped your brethren achieve these results in battle. When do you laugh, if not now? Looking down at the battleground-turned-campsite, Subaru felt faint. On top of that, Abel strongly pushed the reality of the situation in Subaru's face, declaring that these were the acts Subaru wished for. Unable to bear those words, Subaru stood up with great force and grabbed Abel by the collar. Clutching Abel with his newly healed right arm, he glared Abel closely in the eye. Subaru, I wish for this? This kind of scene? Don't be stupid. Abel, then. Did you think you could fulfill your wish without any blood being SPI-led? Subaru MH. Against Subaru's angry outburst, however, Abel snapped back, cut deep by his sharp tongue. Subaru could not retort. Subaru, being questioned if he thought that he could fulfill his wish without bloodshed, Subaru could not say anything in return. He thought he could achieve it without bloodshed. He thought it was possible. Because, Abel, let me rephrase, Natsuki Subaru. You thought you could realize your wish without any blood being SPI-led, aside from your own. Subaru A. Abel, that thought process is moronic, a foolish and incorrigible assumption. Did you seriously think that, by SPI-ing your blood, the warring third party would stop? That hero mentality you strive to hold up is nothing but a ridiculous and negative quality. They are delusions of heroism. Subaru. Abel, you are human, Natsuki Subaru. You are neither a hero nor a sage. Therefore, humans like you repeatedly bleed, die, take and be taken. SDL having his collar clutched, Abel showered Subaru with metaphorical blows. As Subaru's grip slowly weakened, hit by those words, Subaru's jaw trembled. He half-heartedly shook his head. That was probably true. That was a reality he could not deny. He understood that. Even so, Subaru could not accept it. Until now, he had not lived in this world accepting things like that. Even after coming to another world, Natsuki Subaru's morals were SDL, that of a Japanese high school student. He could not acknowledge the tenets and common sense of the battlefield as obvious, everyday facts. Abel, I do not desire to be a hero, nor do I cling to them, rely on them, or entrust them to shoulder various matters and advance toward a bountiful future. A hero cannot do that. Subaru wa. What you want? Losing his strength, Subaru fell to his knees once again, unable to comprehend Abel. Having challenged the lifeblood ritual together, he was the person Subaru had wrenched victory with. They unexpectedly matched each other's wavelengths, and Subaru thought they had had some good chemistry between them. But now, he could not understand what he was thinking. Of course he was unable to. Against someone who refused to show their face, how could one come to understand the other? Subaru from someone who doesn't even show their face. What are you? Abel, my face, is it? Then let me show you. He was not even given time to finish wording his question. Hearing Subaru's thin, desperate retort, Abel put his hands on his face. As he undid the frayed knots on his wrapped mask with his fingers, a wind blew. Blown by the strong winds, the mask energetically came undone, flying far away. Flying past the battleground-turned encampment. Riding the outbound wind, it would travel elsewhere, anywhere, flying far and beyond. Abel, I'll go to the Imperial capital. To the capital where the throne I ought to be sitting in is. Subaru, watching the flying rags, Abel proclaimed those words of hyperbole. Looking at that man, his face exposed, Subaru's breath quietly hitched, unable to look away. He saw an attractive black-haired young adult with memorable slit eyes. He seemed to be in his early to mid-20s, an age higher than that of Subaru. His features were enchanting enough to steal your gaze, and although his hair was unkempt and his cheeks were dirted, likely due to his time spent in the jungle and the settlement, they only served to amplify his natural beauty. His arms and legs were long and slender, and on top of that slim body rested that face, so you could say that his existence had been made to be perfectly attractive. Even so, his most defining characteristic lied in his black eyes that seemed to make anything prostrate before him, their gaze extruding an air of overpowering supremacy and intimidation. Feeling the full frontal assault of those eyes, Subaru, already down on his knees, became consciously aware that there was another reason that made him unable to move, besides being injured and fatigued. He understood it, that his soul knew he must submit to the person in front of him. The reason for his overpowering presence was because of Abel Vincent Abelux. Subaru what? Vincent Abelux, that is my name. At least, until I sit on my throne. Once again, that is my name. Though, I believe using Abel is most sensible going forward. Saying that, Abel curled his lips in response to Subaru, struck with dumbfoundment. Subaru realized too late that his smile was a terribly villainous and wild one, unable to understand the significance behind that name is Zelda Abel. Subaru MH. What woke Subaru from his stupor was a sharp voice. Snapping his head to the voice, he saw a figure swinging their hands as they walked toward them. The figure was an Amazon with reddied hair, the Shudrak's leader, Mizelda. Mizelda relaxed her belligerent face into a friendly one. Mizelda, the takeover of the camp is complete. The casualties on our side are minimal and Abel, it's my first time seeing your face, but you're quite the lady killer, aren't you, Subaru Mizelda? Mizelda ahem, Subaru, am glad you're up. Dying back then, even as brethren, it did not come to mind. Coughing away her momentary enchantment by Abel's true face, she looked at Subaru with kind eyes. Her smile was warm, directed to those living, yet at death's doorstep. Seeing that smile, Subaru's heart and body shrunk. Like Abel, she had come to the conclusion that Subaru did not have long to live. Additionally, her being able to put on a happy demeanor, even while he was dying, was because their viewpoints on life and death was different. However, her stances on life and death were not the sole reason she could stay cheerful. Her next action confirmed it for Subaru. Ms. Zelda Holly, bring them here. Holly, yeah, IWL. When Ms. Zelda beckoned, she received a cheerful reply in return. Lumbering towards was a young woman with blonde hair. The one who had effortlessly lifted a huge boulder. Holly was her name. She strode forward with a smile on her face. In her arms was Holly. Come on, stop being so fussy. Poor little Cuna. She hasn't even woken up yet after you sent her flying. Rem, like I'll stop struggling. Let me go. What do you want to do with me? Holly, come on. You're not listening at all. Though Holly only pouted, the girl locked in her arms showed no signs of stopping her struggle. He had been wanting to reunite with her, to hear her voice, to look at her blue hair and her lovely face, which was currently puffed up in anger. It was none other than Subaru Rem. At that moment, Subaru forgot everything. The awe he felt for Abel, the pitiful condition he was in, and even the sea of flames that this battlefield had been turned into. He tossed it all away and broke into a sprint. He was painfully slow, unable to simply leap off the boulder. He dragged his feet behind him, running barely faster than a toddler. He dragged himself over to Holly, who had been carrying Rem and Remu. Subaru Rem. Thank goodness you're... Okay, Remu, you were behind this? You scum. The moment he stretched out a hand to her, she slapped him across the face. The sudden, sharp sound startled Holly, Mizelda, and even Utakata. That slap had been strong enough to blow him off his feet. But he did not crumble, nor did he even utter a sound of complaint. After all, what was there to be dissatisfied about? Rem was here. She was alive, awake, talking. That was all he wanted. Subaru Rem. Rem TCH, you and your... Even though he had been slapped with quite the force, Subaru nevertheless held Rem in an embrace. He took her from Holly as if he were snatching her away into his chest, much to her initial surprise. But immediately after her face reddened with rage, and to punch him with her back put into it, she closed her hand into a fist and... Remu! She stopped, seemingly having noticed how he was covered in wounds. Rem. Relief took away the strength at his knees, so Subaru plopped down on the ground right then and there, with Rem SDI held in his chest. And while in his chest, Rem looked and was left speechless by the injuries on his shoulders, at his torso, legs, left hand, and many other places. Subaru, you were the one who broke my left hand, remember? Rem, I know, Everything other than that you'll die. We have to treat you right away. Mazelda, it's useless. Rem fretted over his wounds as Subaru gave her a weak smile. However, her request was instantly denied by Mazelda's curt answer. Rem's breath caught, startled by how sharp Mazelda's denial was. And as she raised her face to look, Mazelda met her gaze, then shook her head slowly. Mazelda's wounds are deep, too deep. Even if we tend to them, they want heal. Only as W.I.L. is keeping him with us here right now. But even that looks to be fading away. Rem fading away, but why? Why now? Why all of a sudden? Mazelda? Because he got the woman he was fighting for back. Why else? She tilted her head to the side, slightly puzzled, then spelled it out for her as if it were the most natural conclusion. Hearing that, Rem's breath caught in her throat, and Subaru, unable to even lift his head, smiled bitterly. Subaru Mazeldason, that phrasing's kinda. Mazelda, did I misspeak? It's a comrade's final wish. Of course we'd do our best to comply. You've earned that. Subaru. Subaru, haha, much obliged. Half of him found Mazelda's frank display of trust refreshing, while the other half of him found it detestable. He knew all too well that their appearance and words held no lie. They were to be taken at face value. Thus, he made Rem shoulder everything else, including his heavy legs. Though in the end, he made his own heavy legs even heavier. Rem, why? Unable to even lift his face, he silently listened to Rem's voice. He noticed her voice crack, and at some point, their positions had been flipped. He realized he was being lifted up by her shoulder. Her blue eyes darted to him, watching him carefully. In them rose suspicion, distrust, and sadness. Rem, why? Why do you have to go so far? Why do you, Subaru? Rem, why? Tell me, she inquired, about why he was doing such a thing. He recalled a memory of this, of being asked the same question once before. What had he replied back with? Upon being asked this the first time, once more, an important person was asking this of him. But being so close to losing consciousness, he could not recall the rest of that memory. So he thought he would give this girl who was on the verge of breaking into tears, the answer that was in his heart at this moment. Rem, why? He had been asked. Subaru, because I want you to be happy. Rem, Subaru, I want you to laugh. To smile, that's all I really want. That's all I need. I want you to be surrounded by your loved ones, in a place where you're accepted. There, I want you to be happy. I want you to smile like you always do, that smile like a blooming flower, like the stars that twinkle in a clear night sky, far, far away. I just want you to be happy. That's all I ask. Subaru. Rem, eh? Well, wait. Subaru's body slowly grew limp. His head hung low. His neck became unable to support it, and his upper body was about to tumble over. Rem immediately pulled him closer to herself with firm grip, calling out to him as his head drooped down by her side. There was no answer. Mazelda, dear comrades, may we bring peace to the spirit of this. Warrior. Mazelda straightened her posture, expressing respect and furthering it with a melody that began flowing out of her lips. Following her song, Holly and Utakata, as well as the other people of Shudrak, the women who had previously been singing a song of victory, all started to sing in unison. It was a requiem to bid farewell to a warrior who had fought until his last breath, who had upheld his dignity to the very end. Rem, wait, but to me, he's sent off by that requiem. Subaru was on the verge of relinquishing his hold on his life. Rem shook her head at his peaceful face, unable to accept it. Rem, she did not know why. She did not understand it, either. In the end, what he told her had not answered her doubts. But she knew the answer would be lost forever at this rate. So, Rem, please, don't die in a place like this, don't die. Don't die. The man who had looked at her so tenderly and compassionately, despite being encased in such an unbearable, repulsive smell that she wanted to instinctively avoid. You must not lose him here, it begged and pleaded to her soul. Like that, Rem bit her lip, longing for salvation. You? Suddenly, simultaneously with the child's groaning voice, Rem felt a hand on her shoulder. Rema, turning around with tear-filled eyes, Rem saw that the golden-haired girl had placed a hand on her shoulder. SDI looking as if she was zoning out, the girl stared at the unconscious Subaru. When the girl mumbled out, and you, Rem, this is... Little by little, a warm sensation seeped into Rem from her shoulder, where the girl had touched her. It was soft, a feeling that slowly tickled at the depths of her heart. Rem found it difficult to breathe, unable to hold back her tears from flowing down her cheeks. Whatever it was that seeped into her from the girl's palm, it was stimulating a strange sensation that lay within her. It was swelling up, and she must not bottle up like this. She had to set it free somewhere. Commanded by her instincts, Rem released it from her whole body. It streamed down the girl's palm, overflowing into Rem, like that Subaru, pouring into Subaru's body, who she had been holding, with his life in the balance. Healing magic, I see. Even I had not anticipated this. Rem, eh? A man's voice reached Rem's ears, leaving her dumbfounded, unable to understand what exactly had occurred. Upon raising her head, she saw a black-haired man gazing at her through narrowed eyes, his arms folded together. Rem was about to open her mouth to question him. And, close your mouth, woman, although you are doing it subconsciously. It is a type of miracle, one that has been activated due to the conditions having been met. Should your mind wander, it will be broken off and lose its effectiveness. Rem, leave your doubts and anger until you have finished what lies in front of you. Do not let this opportunity go to waste. There was a weight to the man's words that Rem could not deny, so she closed her mouth right as she was about to argue back at him. And then, just as the man told her, she focused on sending the warmth into Subaru's body, placing her arms. She had no idea what sort of effect the heat would bring forth. However, Subaru's breathing, which had been growing weaker as he laid in her arms, had regained a little bit of its stability. That alone was enough for the current Rem. Rem, I still don't know what you are, for now. But, she took a pause there and then, hesitating to continue what she was about to say, and close her eyes. I want you to be happy. Those words she had heard did not seem like a lie. For, Rem, if you don't stay alive, then you won't be able to see me smile. She called to him, almost as if she were whispering. The healing light had been activated, and Natsuki Subaru's fatal injuries were being treated. While folding his arms, the man who gazed down at the scene, the person who called himself Vincent Abelux, let out a sigh, as Subaru's life was just barely sustained. The man considered Subaru to be terribly unlucky, but also extremely lucky at the same time. He had won over the hearts of the Shadrakians, while on the verge of death, regained what he wanted to regain on top of that, and he had also narrowly escaped from his own death. He could also theorize that Subaru could be shrewd, having calculated that he would survive if he took back that blue-haired girl Rem, although the chances were narrow. Vincent, if he were truly that clever, then he would have had the broken fingers on his left hand healed to begin with, despite having his fingers broken by Rem and leaving them without any treatment. Subaru was a man who had wished to take her back, whilst being covered in blood and mud. If he did all of that to make his ambition come true, it had to be admitted that Subaru's ploy was unfathomable and otherworldly. However, the bare alliance of a wise man could not be felt from him. Neither did he appear to be one. Not a slightest bit, not even a glimpse of the hero who was mentioned in various rumors, could be seen in that man. Vincent was supposed to be an offering to a man who would have been cat-led in action. However, if he survives, then I suppose that is fine as it is. Having lost the sensation that covered his face, the man narrowed his eyes while touching his face, the wind caressing his skin for the first time in a while. Natsuki Subaru had narrowly escaped death, and a pledge of blood had been made with the people of Shudrak. It seemed as if the group of Imperial soldiers had not been notified of anything, but that was also within the man's expectations. The people on this land, though, the majority of the people in the Empire had yet to realize it. They had not realized the grave crisis, the unprecedented political upheaval that had arrived to the great power known as the Sacred Valachian Empire. However, Vincent Prime Minister Brestetz, you traitorous 9 divine generals, and you foolish Imperial soldiers who are ignorant of the apex. Standing on the H-Isle where the heat-laced wind was blowing, the man Abel turned around towards the Imperial capital, which was located at the far west, the heart of the Sacred Valachian Empire. The Imperial capital of Pagana, the land that held the throne, ought to be reclaimed. Vincent, shiver and tremble as you await my return. And then, Vincent, since you have survived, after all I shall have you accompany me, Natsuki Subaru, to take back the Valachian Empire into these hands of mine. Yendi, damn I, it's been, on IFIQI, after, a not her, bonus short stories, The Land of Wolves, Death unto the Weak, Mercy be none I, 1, The Graveyard of Nameless Monarchs, at the far east of the Sacred Valachian Empire, in the Budheim jungle, renowned to be so vast it was impossible to grasp everything it had in store, stood alone, weathered tombstone, on an empty plain. For a place where the remains of emperors were interred, having reigned at the top of a powerful nation, shrouded in glory, The scene was an incredibly barren one, with nary even a shred of glamour to it. The dead cannot bring anything with them, regardless of what great deeds they achieved during their lifetime. Even emperors cannot escape from a natural course, once reduced to mere corpses. Before the lone tombstone stood the slender figure of a person, their arms crossed together. He was a man with almond-shaped eyes, and both his arms and legs were long and slender. His hair was black, which was rather rare in this world, and his voice was brimming with both ambition and majesty, to the point that its echo was wasted here in this empty place. Yet, the most eye-catching thing about the man's appearance, even more than the handsomeness of his face when viewed in profile, was the fact that his looks, which bore a certain tranquil fierceness to them, would attract the attention of just about everyone. This man was alone here, gazing at the empty graveyard. This barren graveyard was a place in the Valachian Empire which even the imperial family held no knowledge of, known only to the emperor's trusted retainers in generations past, as well as the emperors of the past. Even though for the most part, their remains burnt to naught but ash. I sure do wonder, though, what they placed beneath this tombstone. He did not mean that they had been cremated. That boiled down to how things in the Valachian Empire were done, regarding the emperor selection ceremony. To succeed the seat of emperor, past emperors had produced many heirs, and a stark number of them were then made to compete with each other to become the next emperor. Many of the previous emperors had been burnt by the sword at the beginning of the war for imperial succession, burnt by the flames of the Yang sword of Wallachia, which had been passed down the emperors of Wallachia for generations. The man quietly shook his head as he looked down at his own hands. Then he slowly took a step forward and walked up to the desolate graveyard, possessing only this tombstone. The graveyard had been built atop a cliff, at the end of a grassy plain. There was a large river a little beyond her, rather. There was a grand cascade a little beyond. It was literally the great cascade that proved this place was situated at the edge of the world. Gazing from afar at the sight of all of this brimming water washing away, the man lost himself in reverie for a moment, back when he had learned about this bizarre structure of the world, which everyone called a great cascade. He would oftentimes wonder whether the world they were in was but an island floating atop a huge mass of water. Even now, with his arms and legs fully grown and his position in the world changed, he had not cast his suspicion aside. Or perhaps the great cascade was imposing itself on everyone who lived on this floating island, telling them, "You are all locked in the world you live in. There can be no escape." The man, quell your absolute nonsense. The man grimaced in annoyance at what the world proclaimed, before raising his foot. He then ruthlessly placed his shoe right against the tombstone and kicked it over, showing not a shred of respect for the dead. With a loud thud, the tombstone with the souls of the former emperors were buried toppled over. However, the man cared not about being cursed by his own reckless action. He did know that the grudges of the dead, when combined with an evil spirit, could end up as a phenomenon called a hollow. However, that was not possible when applied to those interred here. That was exactly what it meant to look upon the world from the very pinnacle of the land of the wolf, as the emperor of Wallachia. There we go. The man peered down beneath the tombstone he had kicked over as he muttered, stretching his arm out. There was neither a coffin there, nor an urn to hold their ashes. Instead, what he found there was a sack, which he then grabbed and hauled up, and those were not the relics of the dead, nor letters of any kind. There was naught to give to the dead. It was only the living who required things. It was precisely the one embodying that unwritten rule, who was fit to be at the very top. Thus, what he found there was the man a sword, a dagger, and a cloak of concealment. He rifled through his sack. Within it were some weapons, a magic tool, and a meteor, as well as some non-perishables and camping gear, although only the bare necessities. It seems like there is no need to grieve for the fallen. What lay hidden in the graveyard of the former emperors served as the final link, allowing those who fled here to stand anew. The first thing the man reached for inside the sack was not the sword, nor the meteor, but rather the white cloth wrapping them. The man cut the cloth into strips with a knife, and wrapped them around his face. He fastened them tightly so that they would never come undone, veiling his face. I need to lay low for a while. Those people are never going to let up until my venerable self know, until I return. Checking the feel of his masked face, the man donned the cloak, and stood up with the sword now in his hand. Slinging the sack over his shoulder, he turned away from the graveyard where those exalted souls slept, sparing it no more heed. He was at the edge of the world. There was nowhere left to flee past this point. There is no better place to start things than hither. And so, With the wind from the great cascade blowing against his back, the man turned towards the vast jungle, the Buddhism jungle, and began walking towards it. 2. The man, he's gone. Huh? The man silently lowered his guard after seeing the boy rush off into the forest in high spirits, the man's knife in one hand. It was plain as day, from the yellow-bellied way he had approached his camp, as well as their interactions afterwards, that he wasn't a seasoned assassin. Yet, since there was the possibility he was an unseasoned one, he had gone and kept his guard up. However, the man, I guess it was pointless to put myself so on edge when the person in question is. Well, the man sat himself down. As he commented about the boy he had met just a moment ago, the boy had said his name was Natsuki Subaru. The man did think he was being pursued, but the only one who had been lured to the smolders of his campfire was a low-life petty thief, and a lost one to boot. Things had ended up being nothing more than a small letdown. In any case, the petty thief had told him something that was now weighing on his mind just before he had left. The man, he came across a hunter wielding a bow in the forest, huh? The man was thinking of broadening his search in a certain direction. Incidentally, the boy had pointed in the same direction. The issue at hand were the mixed emotions that had flashed through the petty thief's eyes. There had been unease and apprehension regarding the hunter, as well as a fair amount of fear. The man, if had just happened to catch a glimpse of them, he would not have warned me with such a look in his eyes. Thus, he inevitably came across something worthy of his fear and apprehension did they attack. Him? There was no way the petty thief's eyes would have looked like that, unless something like that had happened. Yet, if they had attacked him, that still didn't explain how he had survived. Perhaps he had somehow managed to flee from his adversary's menace, thanks to a bunch of coincidences. Or perhaps the one who had been attacked had been someone other than the petty thief. Had he witnessed someone else being attacked, and informed him his gratitude for the knife? The man, 'tis naught but speculation for now. After all, who else but him could have gotten attacked? There should be no explanation if they are targeting me, regardless of the army outside the forest already being deployed. By now, an army should have been deployed on the other side of the Budheim jungle, under the guise of a military exercise. They had likely been dispatched under the pretense of negotiating with the people of Shudrak who lived in the jungle. Their true mission was to wipe out the people of Shudrak, as well as taking the head of the general hiding in the forest. The man, in other words, my head, though they probably cannot tell them the details, so the common soldiers must be in the dark about it. However, they would achieve their goal if his own head would come off in the process. And even if that did not come to pass, if they clean out the people of Shudrak, their plan would come to fruition. But then again, the man, if I mess up in getting into contact with them, I probably shall not emerge unscathed. He did not know all the details about the formation of the Imperial soldiers outside the forest. However, there was a chance they would provoke the ire of the Shadrakians. Were they to go about things too crudely? If the mood around had gotten to the stage where they'd be keeping outsiders at bay, then things would probably get quite inconvenient for him. His biggest concern for him was regarding how quick the people who knew the secret about the graveyard of emperors would act. The man, I've got my concealment, so if anyone's going to get caught into their net, it's going to be that man, I reckon. If the man's concerns were right, then assassins had already been set loose in the forest, who were aiming for his life. If so, serendipitous as it may be, it had been by total fluke he had met a man with unusual black hair here in the forest. The knife head handed over to him had an engraving on it, which showed it belonged to someone from the Valachian nobility. Thus, if an assassin led him, chances were that they would mistake him for the wrong target, due to the color of his hair and the things he was carrying. The man ought to serve well as a smokescreen or decoy that would conceal him, were he to make some noise going through the forest. The man masked the traces left by his camp, shouldered his belongings, before finally donning his concealment once again. His meteor could ultimately only trick other people's sense of vision. It could not mask things like sound, odor, and footprints. For that reason, he could not put too much stock into it. Keeping that in mind, the man took it upon himself to venture towards a direction Natsuki Subaru had warned him to be careful before. And the man, even so, Natsuki Subaru, the man's brows furrowed as he recalled the man who had given him his name as he left, all the while showing that commendable attitude. The name was not an unfamiliar one. It was one hardly anyone would know of in the Valachian Empire. But for those privy to news from neighboring countries, the name was one that was inevitable to end up hearing. You could safely say he was someone who had risen to utmost fame in the past year or so within the neighboring kingdom of Luginica. Oftentimes, the reputation that reached one's ears came laced with lies, even if not but a rumor. And even if the news were embellished, the degree those were flaunted about was repulsive, given just how outrageous the contents were. Crossing into the kingdom had been prohibited for several months. Thus, it would be strange for someone to imitate his name and trespass into the empire, though not impossible. At the very least, that was way easier to accept compared to this Natsuki Subaru actually making his way into the Valakian Empire. The man, I suppose I can give this some reconsideration, so long as you stay alive and are able to meet up again with the person you are looking for. His attitude was so different to what one would expect from someone strong. He was an outspoken rookie who held nary a scrap of vigilance about him. The man should never have held such expectations of him, now that this was the only impression he held. The man, am I really letting my guard down over this strange coincidence? There is no such thing as good luck showing up unless you set it up yourself. At least, when it comes to me, admonishing himself like that, the man quickened his step and headed into the forest. He was not qualified to boast that the world was his own, like a certain someone did. He pondered so, feeling rather irritated. 3. The man, there we go. The man came across a contraption made of ivy, which was spread beneath him, and squatted down where he stood. Several hours had passed since he had parted with the self-proclaimed Natsuki Subaru and gone into the forest. Luckily enough, he had not caught wind of that man's dying screams, so he must have either made it or died somewhere far away, where his screams could not reach him. Either way, he didn't care too much about how that self-proclaimed Natsuki Subaru was doing. The most important thing was that he had discovered traces belonging to the people of Shudrak he had been looking for. The man, just how much do these Shadrakians know about what's going on here? Now that he had found what he was looking for, all that was left for him to consider was how much did these people he wanted to get in touch with know. Them not knowing about what was happening outside would be ideal if possible. However, never be optimistic. It wasn't as if his enemies would be carrying out their schemes on an ad hoc basis. If they had been meticulous in polishing out their plan, then they would always be paying heed to the chance of revolts here and there. The people of Shudrak would have been designated as those to most look out for, given that they had a history of having provided their aid to militant emperors in the past. That was what he would have done, were he in the enemy's shoes at the very least. Therefore, the man, I am never getting an answer to this, no matter how much I brood. I need to take my chances somewhere. The man slowly shook his head, steeled himself, and then pointed his sword at the contraption set before his eyes. It was a kind which, cutting the ivy snare that had been strung out, would trigger a trap covered in soil, hoisting its prey upwards. However, the man had seen right through it, thus he didn't fall for it. Instead, the clappers dangling from atop a tree smacked together, causing a chorus of chimes to echo throughout the forest. The contraption was the sort that would send notice that the prey had been caught after the trap had been activated. And so he waited a while. Gah! You weren't caught in it. A woman had turned up to where the trap had been, pushing her way through the foliage with a frown on her face. The woman was of slender build, had brown skin, and her formerly black hair was now dyed green. She was holding a dagger in her hand as she stooped down in front of the trap and looked to be fairly proficient with it. Most likely, it was not going to be something used as a mere idle threat. She folded her arms together and chatted the man, who had been audaciously lying in wait for her. Hey, you do not know what this place is? If you're trespassing, as you please. The man, of course I know. Dispense the pointless chatter. It's only a waste of time. Gwa! He had cut the woman off as she had been about to threaten him, causing her to let out a strange groan. Yet, the man paid no attention to that, and brought his hand to his sword, holstered at his waist. As soon as he did that, the woman's crestfallen gaze became sharp, however. The man here, take it, just do not throw it away. Make sure you keep it safe. Wah! After saying that, the man unfastened his sword from his waist, along with its scabbard, and threw what could have been his weapon down at the woman's feet. And he did not just throw down his sword, but he did likewise his belongings and his cloak of concealment. Since he had already parted ways with his knife, he was now completely defenseless. The man, and there's SDI something else. Take this. Were you Woaha? AA ring. The woman's eyes flickered in astonishment as she caught the ring head thrown towards her. He did like seeing confusion plaster their face, not understanding his intentions. He felt a sense of relief spreading through his long-troubled heart. But that could wait. The man, take me to your settlement. For now, I shall be captured by your people, at least until things get moving. Even if I'm to be taken captive by the Shudrak, I have no intention of taking my own life. You would do well to remember that. SSO bossy like, when did I even say I was one of the Shudrak? The man I can tell by a mere glance. If you feel like hiding that fact, then get it together. I have given you my life. GNH, GNNNNNH. Though it was hard to tell due to her brown skin, the woman was probably red in the face with anger. However, since she had not attacked him at this juncture, it was safe to say his first gamble had paid off. All that was left now was the man wait for the board to be set. To wait until the Shudrak feel like listening to me. He knew that the Shudrak had a rule that said men are to be brought to the settlement. Men from the outside were a precious commodity for the Shudrak, a tribe of hunters made up only of women. It was unlikely that they would treat him poorly. He could use this fact to his advantage to bring himself onto the board if he lay low in their settlement. Though, from here on out, he would need to make more gambles. However, the man moves ought never to be fleeting. The people of Shudrak, along with the Imperial soldiers outside the forest. It would perhaps be great if he could add this self-proclaimed Natsuki Subaru to the cards he held over to one side. If this person was lucky enough to survive, and if they would find themselves face to face again due to some kind of mistake, he would somewhat serve as a lucky charm on this board, where the pieces were swarming in. The man let out a sigh, a wrinkle appearing between his brows, as if he were wondering whether he even needed to rely on something like that. Let me just tell you, our chief loves a good face. The man, are you referring to the fact that I'm hiding my face? Sorry, but I bear an utterly hideous wound. Forgive me. As if that's something a man who wants forgiveness says. The man, Vincent Abel Lux, followed in her wake as she led the way with some complaints. He quietly steadied his breathing and faced forward, as if he were warning himself that from now on an utterly unstoppable battle would begin. Yendi, provisional Rem's paranoia, and Oni's empty words. 1. Rem, the girl who'd been called that, is currently confused and in turmoil. Tightly, she tries squeezing the iron bars in front of her eyes, putting in all her strength. However, she can't make the iron cage creak, nor bend, although she couldn't come up with a way to escape, even had she made a bend in the bars. There were enough people about this area for it to be called encampment, and with the presence of each of their corresponding military strength, she could not simply catch them off guard, not to mention how she couldn't put any strength into her lower half. She couldn't sneak away from their eyes like this, and search for the one she was split from for that girl. My legs don't seem like they're paralyzed. Rem mutters so as she lowers her hips with a plop onto the iron cage's cold floor while rubbing her own legs. Touching them with her hands like this, she SDI has a sense of touching them, since she also felt pain when she tried pinching them. It's not like her legs are paralyzed. Simply, it was hard for her to communicate to WL to move her legs. You could say they were slow to react. It was like that in the forest as well. She had to grab onto something to force herself to stand up. She thinks that if she had something like a cane, she could walk given a bit of time. That said, it's not like she'll always have walls or a cane in hand to grab onto either. Her outlook was dark. WL her legs ever be able to move properly again? Or WL she stay this way forever, or worse? No good, no good. I'm thinking way too much about the bad. Shrugging off the previous bad thoughts by shaking her head side to side, Rem admonished herself. In all honesty, although she was in a situation where she had no basis at all for being positive, when all is said and done, she mustn't decide how bad a future that hasn't arrived would be. Viewing things with woe and anxiety makes you liable to cast a real future in a dark shadow. That is a truth that Rem learned in this small span of time, that transpired since she woke up having lost her memories. And that person chased us wherever we went, saying that the one Rem recalled was a black-haired boy with an evil glare. His voice, which could be said to be coaxing her, as well as his attitude and demeanor, like he was softening her up, were suspiciously cold. But the reason Rem was extremely suspicious of him was that stench that reeked of evil wrapped around him, without exaggerating. She could affirm the stench was an evil one that turned her nose to the point that it was unbelievable that the person in question did not even seem to realize it. But Rem rejected it instinctively. To put it plainly, when that stench wafted around him, not a word coming from that boy reaches Rem's heart. As if anyone would believe the words of a monster with the smell of bloody murder lingering around them, covered head to toe in blood, saying, "I'm not dangerous." An extreme example. That was how that boy's appearance and demeanor looked to Rem. Natsuki Subaru. She tried speaking that name which the boy called himself time and time again. She's strangely bothered by the feeling that name gives off. From Rem's little knowledge, she can't quite tell which one is a name and which one is a surname, since no one else had called him by his name. Even that was ambiguous to Rem. Leaving her back to the cage's walls, Rem observed her surroundings while taking a deep breath. Firstly, the place Rem was in was a military encampment somewhere. Since there was a unified flag raised, it probably indicates how it belongs to some country or organization, that kind of place. With only men in the encampment, they should number around 100. It might be conjecture from the number tents, but she thinks she can't be off by too much. Their fighting strength should be about as expected, though the men Rem had knocked out when she woke up by the riverbank weren't very strong. Except for that eye-patch man. There weren't even 10 of them gathered. However, that eye-patch man commanding them was exceptionally strong. Of course, Rem couldn't move her legs, and her being less than perfect condition was big. However, even if she had been in perfect condition for argument's sake, she's unsure whether she could have stood up to him or not. As a result, Rem was unceremoniously pinned down. She was dragged to the camp together with a girl and Subaru, and just like that they were made captive. After that, whether they concluded that she would not speak, or they judged her to be a dangerous person, she was put in a cage. Currently, she had been separated from Subaru and that girl. As expected, she was worried if they, especially that girl, were safe or not. Her head was hurt and bleeding, thus she worried if she had been given the proper first aid or not. Subaru is fine enough. Him being in the same encampment is something she doesn't doubt from his stench, given that she can tell it's there even from a distance. In the end, who am I, where am I, and what should I even do? Even thinking about this, that, and whatever, Rem's suspicions reach the bottom of a dead end. It's the plain, obvious worrying about what's in front of you is privilege only the people who have the necessary foothold to stop and look at what's in front of them have. In that sense, Rem doesn't even have the proper preparations done to begin problem solving. Rem, like that, she once again tried uttering her namino, that word. Countless times, Natsuki Subaru had called her that. It regrettably doesn't seem like there's anyone to be found who knows her other than him. The violent people in this encampment, and of course that girl she was with, weren't much for conversation partners. Therefore, what she can confirm herself about her current self is the name Rem that she was called by, and the feeling of disgust from the depths of her instincts for the stench enveloping Natsuki Subaru. For the time being, let's set aside the name Remington. It doesn't feel right to me. She did have the expectation that with time, perhaps if you happen to have some chance encounter, memories could dramatically be brought back. It seemed like in her own case, even when seeing the people she had something to do with in her own name, she couldn't expect that dramatic appearance. Although, she's definitely thought quite a lot about the possibility that this name, Rem, is from someone she has absolutely nothing to do with, and that Natsuki Subaru is a complete fiend, just like the evil stench wrapping him indicates. That's right, the possibility that Natsuki Subaru is an utter fiend was high, yet SDIY, at the grass field and at the forest, and at the cliff's edge afterwards before they jumped into the river. In all those places, Natsuki Subaru's face and voice, remembering their desperate state, makes Rem's heart creak terribly. There was no point in believing. She could have thrown out those careless words that she couldn't bear to listen to. And yet why did his voice and words, the feeling of his arms around her, Estial not leave her? Because that person kept acting like he knew me. It was a connection. For she who had nothing to cling to, that just made her think she didn't know when to let go. Rem admonishes herself, and once again tightly grips the iron bars using her strength. Is that girl safe? What is Natsuki Subaru doing? Those vague thoughts were the only things her empty, unsure self was certain of. 2. Hold it there. What are you do with him? As she briefly tried to stop the men dragging Natsuki Subaru away, her complaint was abruptly denied, and so he ended up being dragged away, stuck in the iron cage. She can't even be granted the chance to voice her opinion on that matter. It was just seeing Natsuki Subaru being dragged away. Rem's chest was dominated by righteous indignation. Natsuki Subaru was in terrible shape, running to the forest covered in mud, being chased both by the hunter and giant snake, then finally having to experience barely surviving jumping into a river. It was a matter of course that he'd be in rough shape. However, seeing him again after being separate from him, the bruise marks on him and injuries on his shoulders had increased at some point. The fingers in his left hand that were broken by Rem were obviously painful. However, it was clear from how his other injuries hadn't been given the proper aid that his treatment hasn't been the best. Is it not almost like he's a slave like that? Watching Natsuki Subaru with his hands restrained, surrounded by some imposing men, in this vulnerable state wasn't something you could do calmly. Even Rem, who did not hold a good impression of him, couldn't help but object at that miserable state of his. Even if, say, more and more that evil scent had increased while he was out of sight, what are they going to do to that person like that? And that girl, too. Thinking that, Rem's chest was racked by anxiety. Her relationship with the men in the encampment, having turned to the worst case in the beginning, definitely couldn't be said to be on the road for the better. Even wishing they'd treat her gentlemanly could only be said to be awfully convenient. If it came to it, she thinks that at that time, she'd rather bravely take her own life. If she's going to be disgraced while kept ignorant, it'd be much better to choose death, SDI without any attachments. Death before disgrace. That thought felt obvious to her. If this was the voice of her inner self, she must have been this way, before losing her memories. Then in that case, even if with just that single shred of faith, she'd go and cross the river of death. So long as you're breathing, talking, and looking around with those eyes, then all's fine. Again, Natsuki Subaru's voice echoed in Rem's head. She was about to accept suicide as if natural, and yet his words come directly to force Rem's decision. Impudent and so carefreely. Who the hell does he think he is? Her anger against that man had been dragged away intensified. Like this, it was almost like she was acting exactly like he wanted. Perhaps he left her these words to stop her should Rem ever find herself about to choose death. The only ones who could do that were those who possessed strength beyond human comprehension. Where could that scrawny, powerless boy have that kind of strength? Ridiculous. Closing her eyes, she tries to clear away that thought from her head. However, no matter how much she tries to shake it off, or brush it off, it doesn't disappear. Why? Because inside of her empty self that hasn't been awake for even half a day since she lost her memories, all there is that boy, Natsuki Subaru. Whether she likes it or not, if she wants to have another look at herself, she has no choice but to face Natsuki Subaru. More and more, that makes Rem suffer. So rather than that, maybe I should break the fingers from his right hand as well. Thinking that, Rem closed her eyes while pulling her legs closer. She forgets the fact that she was about to bravely choose suicide just a moment ago, and instead bravely acknowledges the discomfort she feels towards Natsuki Subaru that can't be put to words, and closes her eyes. Once Natsuki Subaru is back, that's when she'll face her problems once again. That's why, at least just for now, keeping herself calm, she'll leave her problem for later. 3. However, Natsuki Subaru didn't come back after half a day. In fact, the men who dragged Natsuki Subaru away, the two called Todd and Jamal, disappeared into the forest with about 20 men. Though it's a result of what she pieced together from what she overheard while the encampment suddenly became boisterous. She thinks she didn't get it too wrong for the most part. Yes, it's all right. You have nothing to worry about. So just stay quiet, please. Perhaps noticing the atmosphere around her, filing with trepidation, the girl resting her head in Rem's lap groaned. Fortunately, it seems the men were not so inhuman. The girl had been separated from received proper treatment for the injury on her forehead, and was delivered back to Rem. That said, their treatment SDI did not change, and they remained imprisoned. So it was dubious whether this could be called a gentlemanly approach. Although, even that approach could turn out to be far stricter. While soothing the girl, she silently pumped herself up. If something were to happen, and she couldn't act fast, she'd be at a complete loss. She instinctively understood that this mentality was unmistakably necessary to survive. In that case, there was truth in that thought Rem has. However, there was also meaninglessness to it. This is, at first, what Rem sensed was a faint, off-putting smell. It was different from the one she sensed from Subaru. However, it was SDI a smell of the wicked kind, one that she absolutely never wanted to get used to smelling. Said plainly, it was the scent of blood. What's more, it's not a small quantity that's being SPL'd. It's quite a bit, a deep stench of life and death. She was about to alert her surroundings to that. However, the other party's movements were far faster, like they were completely out of her league. It was a perfect ambush. Gah! Thus, a voice like a scream rang out, and it spread in the next moment. The encampment turned to pandemonium. The death throes of the men every which way reverberate all throughout. What is happening? Having woken up in the shocked Rem's arms, the girl began crying while covering her face. She could feel how this wasn't a trivial matter. Looking at the girl's reaction, Rem decided to begin moving like she had decided to. She grasped the bar of the cage, which had taken load after load from the front, put her entire boat of strength into it, and forcefully twisted off that single bar. We can't stay here. Can you come with me? Using the bar she twisted off as a cane, Rem pulled on the crying girl's arm. The girl didn't stop crying, nor did she respond. Yet she also didn't brush off Rem's hand. That's fine. If she ran right now, Rem couldn't currently keep up. Flames have already spread to every place in the encampment, marked by the presence of mayhem and combat. Therefore, what Rem needed to chose was their own safety and nothing more. I found you, Yeez. Definitely this girl is the girl I was looking for. Yeez. When Rem was about to take the girl and escape this battlefield, a carefree female voice struck her eardrums. But despite the mood in her voice, Rem gasped at the speed of the hand that reached for her. She immediately tried to swipe it away, but she grabbed her held-out wrist and was pulled in instead. And just like that, she was picked up and lifted into the air. Please let me go. Worry and struggle not. You're safe, Yeez. Mask said to take you with me, Yeez. Who was that? Please stop. She twisted her body around, flailing, but that woman brown-skinned, with hair dyed yellow, was unyielding. Rem couldn't pull her off using the strength of her arms. Her opponent's strength was monstrous. That went beyond that. You, you're together with this girl too, Yeez? Then you can come along, Yeez. The girl is trying to face the woman, carrying Rem around with her. Powerless arms, but she doesn't seem to mind her. Just like that, the two of them can only submit to the woman's whims. Why, Hick? Why? That question that she did not know who she should ask reverberated in futility. An answer would come neither from the woman nor the girl. However, the answer to why which Rem held would come after. This, after being dragged away, and meeting with that boy in a near death. State who rushed towards Rem with Natsuki Subaru. It would come from his mouth. Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. The chronicle of the search for the missing boy Ai, following the disappearance of Natsuki Subaru and Rem. The group that had remained at the Pleiades watchtower decided to mobilize a search for them. After doing so, in order to take action as soon as possible, Emilia, with the cooperation of Beatrice and Ram, declared that they had to follow the faint trail of the two who had vanished and reunite with them as soon as possible. However, it's too bad, but doing that ain't as easy as you think. Emilia? How come, Anastasia? Anastasia held up her hand, putting Emilia, who couldn't keep her impatience in check, on hold. Emilia then raised her eyebrows in astonishment due to being interrupted like that. Although Subaru and Rem had already been gone for a few hours, they were each connected to Beatrice and Ram, so they could assure her that they were alive, but it didn't give her any peace of mind. And though each camp had different opinions about that, they had been working together to accomplish the same thing. So she thought Anastasia and company would understand her. He might be weeping right about now. So we need to find Subaru and Rem as soon as we can. Oh, come on, don't you make such a face. ITLL, make me feel bad. I didn't really say that with any bad intentions or anything, all right? I'm just saying that you can't just leave all this behind to go help Natsuki, and the others our belongings ain't light enough to be able to do that, got it? Our belongings haven't a word. Belongings said to her. Emilia quietly looked down at her hand. Emilia understood that the thing she was referring to was not her belongings in the physical sense. However, she had realized it once more when Anastasia said it to her. So this is what it means to have completed the trials of the Pleiades watchtower. Originally, at the far reaches of the Augria sand dunes where the Witch of Envy was said to have been sealed away in a shrine, there are stories that talk of the witch cult attempting to invade it many a time. The existence of the desert, with its mystical sand barrier, as well as Miss Shala, had served as an impediment against that, at least until now. But Julia said, Ram continued, but with the freeing of the tower, the desert's mystical barrier has dissipated, and Shala is also gone. And now, the desert is merely a slightly threatening place, where witch beasts are just roaming around. What Julius and Ram said made the reality Emilia had come to terms with a surety. Following what they'd said, the things going on around the Pleiades watchtower were different from before. So if such a thing came to light, the number of problems they'd have to deal with would continue to pile up like mad. Having changed from the way it used to be, the number of obstacles preventing people from reaching the Pleiades watchtower had gone down considerably. But if you're so worried about the witch cultists, can't we just keep all the stuff in this place a secret for a little while? Is that no good? Emilia wondered. That's not too bad of a suggestion, coming from you, in fact. However, it would be quite unfeasible to do, I suppose. No matter how hard you try to keep a secret, it always somehow manages to get out from somewhere. In fact, Beatrice replied. Ram concurred. Indeed, that is quite so. Back then, there was a time when you were bustling about in an attempt to conceal the Great Spirit's magic-letting period. So there is no doubt for me that the same thing would happen again. Lady Amelia. But that was just Puck being super careless, and I was bad at hiding it. I think I've grown quite a bit compared to back then, though bringing up something from the past and saying it was proof she couldn't keep a secret was really embarrassing for her. Ram had brought up something that had happened a year and a half ago when Puck caused a whole lot of chaos because of his magic letting period. For beings who possess enormous amounts of mana, not letting it out in a periodic manner led to them feeling an awful amount of discomfort. Puck had already been tormented by that condition, so had used his power little by little to release his stockpiled mana, resulting in the area around Roswell's place getting covered in snow. They had been able to turn it into a festival back then thanks to one of Subaru's outlandish ideas. But unlike that lovely story, I guess we'd be hard-pressed to turn things that happened here into good memories. So what you mean is that the big amount of snow Ram talked about came from that spirit? After I deset my cute little cursed doggy sights on him, I was hanging around to see how it would go, and then I got really surprised when it suddenly started snowing out of season. This girl has a nerve to say such a thing like nothing even happened. I suppose Subaru might have told you, forgiven you, but you're making a great mistake if you think Betty W. I'll be as sentimental as him and forgive you after everything you've done, in fact. Oh, am so sorry, said Maylie in apology to Beatrice as she stuck her tongue out and closed one of her eyes. When she heard that, Beatrice's face puffed up with anger, but Amelia thought Maylie was actually a good girl, being able to apologize for something she felt bad for and reflecting on her own actions. She believed she really regretted it. Well, it seems like we get sidetracked too easily. Weren't we supposed to talk about the problem surrounding finding a way to search for Natsuki and the others as soon as possible, and bringing those issues to light? Echidna asked. Amelia replied, "Oh, that's right, I'm so sorry. So about those issues. What we're going to do with the Pleiades watchtower, how we're going to deal with the divine dragon, Volcanica, and as for the rest, making preparations to get through the desert to the neighboring town." Ram went through each of the issues in order, making it easy to understand, bringing a finger up for each. Nodding her head, Amelia thought about solving the issues 1v1. For now, ITLL be what we're going to do with the Pleiades watchtower. As I've said before, we want to be able to handle everything ourselves, so I think we should listen to a lot of different people's viewpoints. We might be able to figure this stuff out by talking with people with lots of knowledge, like the people from the Council of Elders in the Royal Capital, or Roswell. Frankly, Betty is quite reluctant to give Roswell access to this place. I suppose the Books of the Dead have a sort of dreadfulness that would revive his evil motives, in fact. But if that does happen, kindly allow Ram to bring him back to his senses by force. Ram interrupted Amelia and Beatrice's conversation, insistent on that point. Ram had been standing up, holding an elbow with her hand, and though lingering fatigue could be seen in her eyes and countenance, her gaze remained sharp and her voice stayed lucid, displaying her unwavering conviction. Therefore Amelia, standing next to the daunted Beatrice, nodded her head in agreement with a yeah, then continued, I understand. I'll leave the matter of Roswell to you, Ram. Roswell hasn't really seemed to be able to go hard on Petra and Frederica these days, and I can always count on my maids because they are really good at handling him. Right, Beatrice? Beatrice replied, well, I have no doubt that Ram and Petra are Roswell's weaknesses, I suppose. Fine then, I get it. However, you must hold on tightly to his reins, I suppose. Master Roswell's reins, simply hearing that has made me ever more excited about what is to come. Kindly leave it to me. Puffing out her chest, Ram gave a dignified nod her head, making Amelia and Beatrice feel quite relieved. In response to that, Anastasia gave a visibly impressed nod. Whoa, she said. I ain't sure what went on after I gave myself over to Echidna for a while, but the relationship between Ms. Amelia and everyone looks pretty dang good. Was it fun like this when you were traveling together with them, Julius? He replied, though it is regrettable, I am hesitant to say whether the journey was comfortable and enjoyable considering the situation we were placed in and the duty I had been charged with. Of course, the relationship between Lady Amelia, Miss Beatrice, Miss Ram, and everyone else is certainly an appealing one, which goes without saying. Well, ain't you an earnest guy? Well, since I'm a pretty easygoing gal, maybe it ain't so bad for my night to be all serious about things. Chuckling softly, Anastasia shrugged, meeting Julius' eyes. Ultimately, his name had Estiile been snatched away, and he was Estiile in a state where his previous self had been forgotten. Even so, she couldn't really say if Anastasia and Julius' new relationship was better or worse when compared to their old one. They had accepted that this was going to be the beginning of their new relationship. Maybe, much like how everyone had managed to remember Amelia's name, Julius' name might also come back after a while. I wonder what I used to think of Julius. I've never really worried about a future like that. Though, after all, I'm pretty sure the old me and the old Julius were able to become good friends, I think. As Amelia was bringing her thoughts to a close, Echidna spoke. The matter concerning Margrave Mathers is your side's problem. Thus, I shall leave its resolution in your hands. But apart from that, I'd like to raise a topic of discussion, that being the matter pertaining to Meili. Me? Said Meili absent-mindedly, surprised that she had been called out by name, perhaps thinking it was none of her concern. Atop her head sat the former Shala, now the mini-crimson scorpion, whose tail had shot up. Like a pen at the same time, she became surprised, which looked smile-provoking. Yeah, what did this lil ankle-biter do? Amelia could hear Shala's voice ringing in her head, making her heart ache with a constant dull pain. In any case, I can understand Echidna's point as well. With the freeing of the Pleiades watchtower, the only impediment keeping people from traveling to the Augrias sand dunes are the witch beasts that reside there. In that case, Ram said. Beatrice continued. As a possessor of the divine protection of magic manipulation, Meili is our lifeline for getting to the sand dunes. In fact, Ram and Beatrice both had the same understanding, and when Amelia reached that very same understanding, she let out a yeah. Yes, that's right. With the sandy wind having died down, it's possible to travel through the sand dunes now, with Meili, who can make friends with. The witch beasts, none of us WI'll encounter any danger along the way. Her value shooting through the roof was inevitable. For bringing knowledgeable people here to the watchtower, I think her presence WI'll be of absolute necessity. To the kingdom, as well as to the witch cult, Echidna declared. She could see that Meili had zipped her lips shut after hearing what Echidna had quietly pointed out. Meili has always somehow had a calm and rational air about her, but now that Echidna pointed that out, she didn't seem to be able to laugh about it anymore. If I'm not mistaken, if the witch cult wants to get to the sealed shrine of the Witch of Envy, they won't be able to do so without first dealing with the problem of the witch beasts. And Meili has become the key to solving that problem. Key, thinking to herself, that word gave Amelia an awfully unpleasant feeling. I really don't like the thought of someone becoming a key to solve a problem. This is related to the thing that happened when I was just a child where I lost my mom in the forest. But if Meili cooperates with the kingdom by serving the role of keeping witch beasts away from the Augrias sand dunes, would you be WI'ing to forgive her for what she's done? Oh. Anastasia brought a hand to her mouth and looked at Amelia. Hood had such a thought, with one eye closed. Her pale blue-green eye twinkled with intense curiosity, causing Amelia's chest to tighten. However, she firmly held her head up high, not looking away. I've yet to be able to bring this up with you, Ms. Anastasia, but Meili was a really bad girl in the past. She was just doing what her mother told her to do it. They were SDIL things that Meili did. So you thought you had to make her take responsibility by letting her do something. And now it's her turn to file a role that's just right for her. I see, so that's it. I wonder, is it even okay for me to say something like that? Amelia nervously asked Anastasia if her idea was okay or not. Amelia was hoping a wise and knowledgeable person like Anastasia would give her a reasonable response to what she thought. However, before Anastasia could reply, Meili called out to Amelia with a big sis, then continued, what do you mean? Forgive me, you say. It means exactly as you heard. Keeping you down in the basement of Roswell's mansion was only supposed to be a temporary measure. And now you have something to do to get out from down there and live a proper life, don't you? And you say you'll forgive me with that? Meili's large eyes rounded after hearing what Amelia said. Then she shook her head, unwilling to accept it. She said, wait, with a quivering voice. Why you say that, but forgiving me should be an impossible thing, because I took on lots of jobs with Elsa. Subaru forgave you, though, didn't he? Beatrice and I can't just laugh off everything you've done and forgive you so easily. But I think after a good scolding, we'll be WI'ing to. Don't put words in Betty's mouth, I suppose, Beatrice retorted. Beatrice cut into Amelia's response to Meili's words, but she was only being dishonest with how she felt, her face showing that she wasn't against it, which Amelia had picked up on. Then Amelia, who was brimming full of confidence, made a compromise. In that case, I feel it'll be no good if you can't do the same thing with people other than us. If you do bad things, you need to apologize by saying, I'm sorry. Even Roswell is able to do it. But that's only because you and Big Brother are so hopelessly good-natured. It's not like everyone would forgive. Even if they don't, you need to say you're sorry. I know it'll be hard to make up for all the things you've done, but you have to, even if it's not all of it. Maylee, after hearing what Amelia had said, remained silent, as if she had lost her voice. Amelia noticed bewilderment, fear, and anxiety peeking into Maylee's eyes, and she understood those feelings all too well, to the point that it pained her. It was only natural to be afraid of making up for something she couldn't atone for, and saying sorry without forgiveness. Amelia, who herself was at fault for causing the great Elier forest to be frozen in ice, needed to free the elves who had lived in there with her, and apologize to them. They have been sleeping for over a century because of my mistake. Even though they are kind people, they wouldn't forgive me like when I was a child. Since I'm an adult now, even so, you have to properly say, I'm sorry. This isn't something you can gloss over, shut your eyes to, or ignore. That's such a scary thing. Yeah, it is. So we can apologize together. Then, me, Subaru, and everyone else can do it together with you. Oh. After hearing that, Maylee's eyes widened with the most surprise yet. Amelia's lips relaxed at Maylee's expression, which made her look like she hadn't thought about it. I guess she thought she'd have to do a scary thing like apologizing all by herself. Nevertheless, Amelia wouldn't let her do that. Maylee would, of course, have to say what she needed to say herself. However, she wouldn't have to do that on her own, like on the spiral staircase in the tower when Subaru promised Maylee had go through thick and thin together with her. I think it means something like that. Upon touching Maylee's shoulders as she hung her head, the young girl gently buried her head into Amelia's chest. Then, Amelia gave a satisfied smile as she looked at the mini crimson scorpion dancing on Maylee's head. So it's settled then. What do you think about it, Ms. Anastasia? Well, I guess there's value in extenuation, considering that it's an Amelia-like proposition, yeah? I unfortunately ain't got no clue what sort of jobs can be done in the desert, but I can put in a good word for it as to its feasibility. As long as you attach value to and are willing to place your faith in the testimony of this nameless knight, that is, Lady Anastasia. Well, ain't you eloquent? That is my area of expertise, though. But it can't be helped, can it? As Julius looked in Amelia's direction, Anastasia stuck her tongue out at him. It was settled that Amelia and Anastasia and company would work together, and while that was going on, Amelia stroked Maylee's back, whose face was estial buried in her chest. Then we have an agreement. For now, let's have Maylee do her best to remain vigilant against the desert, and we should have the people from the royal capital investigate the tower as soon as possible. And as for the witch cult, I believe it will be necessary to deploy the royal knights at some point. But it isn't particularly a problem for us, though, now is it? Huh? Amelia became full of expectation when she looked at Ram, whose words exuded a great deal of conviction. What sort of amazing idea is going to come out of her mouth? She wondered. However, Ram simply shrugged her shoulders. Ram is not sure what to feel if you place high expectations on her. Thinking of a solution is your job, Lady Amelia. My job? Then how about doing our best to drive away the witch cult? Or, it's not that. It's about making use of Volcanica. In fact, having completed the trials and freed the tower, it's possible that he might listen to your words, I suppose, said Beatrice, grasping what Ram was trying to say. Upon hearing that, Amelia looked far up above her. In the room above where they were talking, on the first floor, she imagined that the divine dragon was calmly lying in wait. I wonder if Volcanica will listen to what I have to say. There was perhaps none, no matter how wise they may be, who could have answered the unsure Amelia's question. Yendi,